Chapter 1. The startling news of the red-clad corpse and the mysterious supernatural cloud. My name is Gu Changsheng, and I have lived in this remote and impoverished village since childhood. My parents passed away early, and I relied on the kindness of the villagers to grow up. Although I am solitary and forlorn, this arduous upbringing has instilled in me a spirit of independence and a penchant for contemplation. Recently, the village has been rife with unease, with rumors swirling about a red-clad corpse. It is said that livestock have been dying under mysterious circumstances, all attributed to that ominous entity. However, when I attempted to inquire about the details, the villagers recoiled as if from a plague, immediately falling silent and casting furtive glances. I felt as if I had been cast into a well brimming with secrets, suffocating in my frustration. Ordinarily, I am not without my acquaintances, yet the matter of the red-clad corpse has stirred a hornet's nest, leaving everyone too fearful to speak. This bizarre atmosphere gnaws at my insides like a cat's claws. I must uncover the truth. Old Xie is a peculiar figure in the village, possessing knowledge of esoteric matters. I reasoned that he might have some insight. This old man, usually quite loquacious, was particularly reticent today, merely tossing me the cryptic phrase, "Heavenly secrets are not to be divulged," before shooing me away. Observing my unwilling departure, old Xie felt a tumult of emotions. He knew this situation was far from simple and feared that a headstrong youth like me might become ensnared. Yet he also pondered whether my stubbornness might somehow unravel this sinister affair. He mused internally, "Changsheng is clever, but this matter is fraught with peril. If I tell him, he will undoubtedly rush headlong into danger. Yet if I remain silent, what if calamity truly strikes?" With an hour remaining until dusk, I needed to act swiftly. If this entity truly existed, it could lead to further disturbances. A determination coursed through me. I must ascertain the origins and implications of this red-clad corpse. I traversed the village's narrow paths, seeking information from each household, but all I encountered were fragmented whispers, devoid of any substantial insights. Widow Wang, typically the village's gossipmonger, now seemed as tight-lipped as if her mouth had been sewn shut. Her pallid complexion and frantic gestures urged me to leave at once. Her evasive eyes clearly betrayed that she harbored knowledge yet dared not speak. Having lost her husband long ago, she often faced ostracism within the village, which contributed to her timid disposition. She habitually huddled her shoulders, as if wishing to shrink into invisibility. As the sun descended, darkness enveloped the village, creating an eerie stillness. My unease intensified, a nagging sensation that something unseen was watching me. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to visit the village shrine, the heart of the community and a likely haven for hidden secrets. Upon reaching the shrine's entrance, a sudden chill crept down my spine as an icy aura emanated from within. The doors were firmly shut, and my attempts to push them yielded no results. "Who is there?" An aged voice echoed from inside. My heart raced. It was old Xie. "It's me, Gu Changsheng," I called back. The door creaked open, revealing old Xie holding a dim oil lamp, his countenance dark and foreboding. "What brings you here?" he demanded, his tone stern as though interrogating a criminal. Startled by his demeanor, I nonetheless mustered the courage to reply, "I sense something amiss here." Without uttering a word, old Xie regarded me with a complex gaze that sent shivers down my spine. Slowly, he stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. Inside, the shrine was cold and damp, filled with a musty odor that made me shiver involuntarily. Old Xie placed the oil lamp on the offering table, its flickering light illuminating the tablets and enhancing the eerie ambience. "What do you perceive?" he inquired, his voice low and tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Meanwhile, he pondered, could this boy truly sense something? I hope he doesn't stumble upon something fatal. I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure. "A heavy aura of malevolence," I replied, my gaze sweeping the room until it settled on a pile of debris in the corner, which seemed to beckon to me. Approaching, I sifted through the disarray of straw and tattered cloth, revealing a blood-stained piece of red fabric. My heart raced. Could this be a fragment of the red-clad corpse's clothing? Though I had grown up in solitude, My eyes seemed capable of piercing through the veils of the world's mysteries. Amongst the clutter, the crimson fragment shone like a spark in the night, and I felt a strange kinship with this supernatural affair. While the rest of the village trembled in fear, I, Gu Changsheng, was determined to unveil the truth behind it all. Just as I cleared the debris, the oil lamp flickered violently, casting wavering shadows that danced across the tablets, as if an unseen wind had swept through. The moment my fingers brushed against the red fabric, an icy chill coursed through me, as if I had touched the lifeless body of the red-clad corpse itself. My heart raced, the air thickening around me, the sound of my heartbeat echoing in the silence of the shrine. That blood-stained red cloth loomed like a malevolent eye, radiating a chilling aura in the dim light. Old Xie approached, and upon seeing the red fabric, his expression darkened further. "How did you come by this?" he asked, his voice laced with surprise and a hint of fear. Inwardly, he feared, Chongqing has uncovered something dangerous. I hope it does not bring him misfortune. I felt a surge of satisfaction. My instincts were sharper than those of the others. I held the fabric up for scrutiny. A faint metallic scent mingling with decay assaulted my senses. The material was peculiar, reminiscent of some ancient silk, a rarity in our village. Carefully, I tucked the red fabric away and looked up at old Xie, who was fixated on me, his expression contemplative. "What do you plan to do with this cloth?" he asked gravely, as if he had something more to say but hesitated. Clutching the fabric tightly, I had already formulated a plan. I must seek out Widow Wang. Widow Wang's dilapidated hut stood at the west end of the village, solitary and precarious, resembling a straw stack on the verge of collapse. Clutching the blood-stained fabric, my heart raced like a caged rabbit. Widow Wang, the village's most gossipy woman, undoubtedly held some answers. "Aunt Wang, are you home?" I called out at her door. The door creaked open, revealing Widow Wang's ashen face, her sunken eyes resembling those of a skeleton. Upon seeing the red fabric in my hand, her eyes widened in horror, and she shrieked, "Ah, how did that thing end up in your possession? Get rid of it. It's cursed." She attempted to shut the door, but I swiftly wedged my foot in the way. "Aunt Wang, don't be afraid. I only wish to ask you about this cloth. Do you recognize it?" Widow Wang trembled, vehemently shaking her head. "I don't recognize it. I don't know anything. You must leave. Don't bring this filthy thing into my home." I smirked inwardly at her pretense. I pressed on, my tone firm. "Aunt Wang, stop pretending. This is a matter concerning the red-clad corpse. Do you truly know nothing?" At the mention of the red-clad corpse, Widow Wang's complexion paled further, her lips quivering, unable to form coherent words. "I sense an opening," she stammered, her eyes darting away. "I've heard rumors that the corpse died unjustly. So what?" I pressed, closing in. "So she might seek revenge." Widow Wang's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Revenge on whom?" I demanded, my gaze fixed on her. Suddenly, Widow Wang erupted, her voice frantic as she shouted, "I don't know. I know nothing. Just leave me. This thing brings misfortune." Startled by her outburst, I felt more convinced than ever that she knew something. "Misfortune? What kind of misfortune?" I inquired. "Don't ask. Don't ask." Widow Wang shrieked, covering her ears and shaking her head fervently. I grasped her arm tightly. "Aunt Wang, what do you know? Please tell me. Perhaps I can help." "Help?" Her gaze lifted, a glimmer of hope flickering within. Could you go to the potter's field? Feel she's there." The potter's field was a veritable hell on earth. The pale moonlight spilled over the desolate terrain, thick fog enveloping the area as if isolating it from the world. Scattered haphazardly were nameless graves, some tombstones toppled, others mere mounds of earth. Weeds thrived, and the occasional hoot of an owl pierced the oppressive silence, sending shivers down one's spine. Flickering will-o'-the-wisps danced among the graves, as if the souls of the departed were lamenting their fates. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, the very essence of death, inducing nausea. A chill wind swept through, carrying the touch of countless icy hands, leaving one trembling. Here, life was but a distant memory, overshadowed by death and dread. The potter's field? That was a place where one could be devoured without a trace. It was steeped in malevolence, with wandering spirits and flickering lights. My heart sank. This old woman was trying to lead me to my doom. Yet, I realized that the secret of the red-clad corpse might very well lie within that forsaken ground. Fortune favors the bold. I had to take my chances. Very well, I shall go. I readily agreed. However, Aunt Wong, you must tell me, what exactly did you see? Why do you believe the female corpse is in the mass grave? Upon hearing my consent, Widow Wong's expression softened slightly, yet her eyes remained filled with terror. A few nights ago, as I passed by the mass grave, I saw a red figure drifting among the mounds, she stammered. A red figure? My heart tightened. Could it truly be the specter of a woman in red? And what else? I pressed on. Nothing more. Widow Wong trembled. I only saw that much and was so frightened that I fled. Observing her terrified demeanor, I realized that further inquiries would yield no additional information. It seemed I had no choice but to venture to the mass grave myself. That old fox, old Xie, was too enigmatic. Relying on him would be less fruitful than depending on my own resolve. I patted Widow Wong's shoulder. Rest assured, Aunt Wong, I will uncover the truth. With that, I turned to leave, my mind racing with thoughts of the perilous mass grave and how I would seek clues regarding the female corpse. This posed a formidable challenge before me. Clearly, I must first seek out old Xie. That old fellow surely knew something. Old Xie, open the door. I knocked forcefully on his dilapidated wooden door. Chapter 2. The Enigma of the Mass Grave. Unexpected twists in the exploration. With a creak, the rickety door slowly swung open, revealing old Xie's wrinkled visage, his brow furrowed in irritation. You little rascal, what do you want this time? I stood my ground, unwavering. Old Xie, tell me what you know about the mass grave. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized me from head to toe. You have quite the nerve, daring to inquire about the mass grave. Enough with the pleasantries, just speak, I urged, leaning closer with a sense of urgency. Old Xie grinned slyly, a hint of mischief in his smile. Want to know? Fine, but you'll have to trade something for it. Trade what? I asked. That jade pendant you wear. He fixated his gaze on the pendant hanging from my neck. This pendant is my father's heirloom. I could never part with it. No way. I cannot give you the pendant. I resolutely refused, my eyes steely with determination. Old Xie snorted derisively. If you don't give it, then don't expect to learn anything about the mass grave. With that, he made a move to close the door. Wait, I quickly interjected, blocking the door with my hand. I will go to the mass grave. You must accompany me. After a moment of hesitation, old Xie finally nodded in agreement. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, I followed old Xie to the mass grave. As soon as I stepped into this forbidden ground, a bone-chilling, oppressive aura washed over me like a tidal wave, prompting an involuntary shiver. The mounds of dirt were scattered haphazardly, overgrown with wild grass that nearly reached my knees. A thick fog enveloped the area, resembling a heavy white curtain that obscured the path ahead, rendering it almost impossible to see. The eerie atmosphere felt like an invisible hand gripping my throat, and with every step, I sensed countless eyes lurking in the shadows, watching me intently. The sensation of being surveilled quickened my heartbeat and left me gasping for breath. Old Xie, is there truly a female corpse here? My voice trembled as I could not help but ask. Old Xie remained silent, trudging ahead without a word. Before long, we encountered Luer Matzi, a man known for his eccentricities. To my surprise, he claimed to have seen something resembling a female corpse. I hurriedly approached him for details, but his speech was incoherent, and he ultimately claimed to have seen nothing at all. Old Xie snorted in disdain. Luer Matzi, stop feigning ignorance. If you don't tell the truth, be careful I don't take matters into my own hands. Just as Luer Matzi was about to speak, I interjected with a mocking laugh. Luer Matzi, do you think I can still be toyed with? If you do not tell the truth today, you shall experience the consequences of deceiving me. I am not one of those who can be easily misled by your empty words. You must understand, I am determined to unveil the secrets of this mass grave. No one can hinder me. If you are wise, you will reveal everything you know, or I will not be as understanding as before. Luer Matzi trembled at my imposing demeanor. I saw a red figure drifting among the mounds. This echoed Widow Wong's account precisely, suggesting that the rumors of the woman in red were not unfounded. In pursuit of the truth, I resolved to delve deeper into the mass grave. We soon encountered Hunter Zhang, who was familiar with the terrain. He pointed towards a leftward path, warning Changsheng, "That way is filled with malevolent energy. The female corpse lies in that direction. You mustn't go there." I sensed something amiss in his demeanor. His eyes darted nervously, clearly concealing something. Old Xie shot him a meaningful glance, but remained silent. Upon noticing Old Xie's gaze, Zhang visibly flinched and quickly lowered his head. "Changsheng, heed my advice, you must not go that way," Zhang reiterated, urgency lacing his voice. I narrowed my eyes. Fixing my gaze upon him, my intuition screamed that he was hiding something. At that moment, my jade pendant began to emit a subtle warmth, further solidifying my suspicions. Old Xie regarded me with a knowing smile, as if he understood everything. Taking a deep breath, I turned towards the right path, shrouded in thick fog. "Old Xie, we shall proceed this way." Old Xie stroked his beard, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "You have quite the audacity." With that, he led the way down the right path, and I followed closely behind. The deeper we ventured, the thicker the fog became, and the chilling atmosphere intensified, as if it could penetrate my very bones. The mounds grew increasingly numerous and varied in shape, some having collapsed to reveal ghastly white bones, partially obscured by the fog, sending shivers down my spine. I gripped my wooden stick tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while the pendant's warmth surged. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past ahead. My heart raced, and without hesitation, I shouted, "Who goes there? Don't come any closer." A quaking voice called out. It was Luer Matsi, his face as pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. I've seen her. I saw the female corpse." Luer Matsi babbled incoherently. She will kill. You must run." I scoffed. "Enough of your nonsense. I have seen nothing on my way here. Truly, I am not deceiving you." She wore red, her long hair floating in the air. Luer Matsi pointed towards the depths of the mass grave, his voice quaking even more. "She will devour your soul. You must leave this place." I observed the sheer terror in his eyes and thought to myself that he must be concealing crucial information. "Luer Matsi, you had better tell me the truth. Otherwise," I seized his collar and lifted him off the ground. "I will leave you here to keep her company." Luer Matsi struggled desperately. No, I will tell you." His eyes flickered, and his voice dropped to a whisper. I intended to take something valuable from the female corpse. I was nearly incredulous this coward would risk his life for a mere handful of coins. "Valuable? What did you see?" I pressed, intensifying my interrogation. "I saw her wearing a jade bracelet, a lustrous green one, clearly worth a fortune." Luer Matsi lamented. "I planned to sneak it away, but then she suddenly moved." My heart raced at the mention of the jade bracelet. Could it be a burial artifact? This female corpse's identity must be significant. How did she move? Just as Luer Matsi was about to respond, a chilling wind swept through, sending paper money swirling around us with a haunting rustle that made my skin crawl. The temperature plummeted instantaneously, and I felt a chilling sensation creep down my spine, while the pendant burned in my grasp. Luer Matsi's complexion turned ghostly pale, his eyes widened, pupils dilating as if he had witnessed something horrifying. "Ah!" he shrieked, shoving me away, and bolted deeper into the mass grave, mumbling incomprehensible words. I stood frozen, a cold dread surging from my feet to the crown of my head. He appeared to be possessed. Old Xie stood by, his expression grave and silent. I squinted towards the direction Luer Matsi had vanished, a fierce anger igniting within me. Evil spirits, they were undoubtedly at play, attempting to thwart my quest for the truth. Clutching my wooden stick tightly, my fury supplanted my fear. I was determined to uncover what malevolent entities lurked within this mass grave. "Old Xie, we must proceed," I declared resolutely. Yet Old Xie suddenly grasped my arm, shaking his head, his face devoid of color. "Changsheng, I feel unwell," he murmured, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed tightly. A wave of concern washed over me before I could utter another word. Old Xie's body slackened, and he collapsed. "Old Xie, I rushed to support him, only to find his body burning with fever. The more the malevolent forces obstructed my path, the more resolute I became in uncovering the truth. I was determined to explore the mass grave today, come what may. With gritted teeth, I hoisted old Xie onto my back and carried him back to the village. Old Xie's fever persisted, and he mumbled strange incoherencies. I settled him at home and hurried to summon a doctor. The physician diagnosed him with a malevolent wind entering his body, prescribing herbal remedies and advising me to administer them promptly. That I am acutely aware that old Xie's ailment is far from trivial. He appeared perfectly well until now. So how could his condition have deteriorated so suddenly? Could it truly be connected to the malevolent forces at the cursed burial ground? After bidding farewell to the doctor, I felt as though a heavy stone had settled upon my heart. With old Xie incapacitated, I find myself compelled to confront this challenge alone. I sought out Zhang, the hunter. Although he harbored superstitions, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the terrain surrounding the burial ground. Uncle Zhang, I wish to venture to the cursed burial ground once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Changsheng, you must not go. That place is fraught with danger, even your grandfather. I interrupted. Uncle Zhang, I must go. There are matters I need to clarify. I produced a cigarette and offered it to him. Please guide me. I truly cannot face this alone. Zhang let out a sigh, accepting the cigarette and lighting it. He inhaled deeply, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that momentarily obscured his face. Very well, Changsheng. Since you are determined to go, I shall accompany you. However, I must forewarn you. Should we encounter any foul entities, I shall be the first to flee. I nodded in acknowledgement, though a cold mirth stirred within me. Grasping a wooden stick, I opened the door and resolutely made my way toward the burial ground. As night descended, a chilling wind swept through the cursed burial ground, and Willithus flickered erratically, as if specters were engaged in a ghostly dance. Zhang trailed closely behind me, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. Changsheng, he stammered, pointing ahead with a quivering finger, his voice trembling violently. Following the direction of his gaze, my pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Chapter 3. Breaking the Feng Shui Dilemma. The truth of the female corpse draws near. The chilling wind howled like the lamentations of vengeful spirits, carrying with it a miasma of decay that aggressively invaded my nostrils. As if it aimed to freeze my very soul, Zhang, the hunter, trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest, his entire frame shivering uncontrollably as he pointed ahead with quaking fingers, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What is that? I steadied my nerves and focused my gaze, only to behold a flickering, ghostly green flame deep within the chaotic burial ground. This ethereal fire danced like a messenger from the netherworld, its illumination wavering ominously, reminiscent of a sinister eye glaring at us with malevolent intent, seemingly intent on devouring our souls. A tightness gripped my heart as I clenched the wooden stick in my hand. My palms slick with perspiration. This ghostly flame was larger and more sinister than any I had previously encountered, as though it had emerged from the abyss of the nine hells, exuding an endless chill and malevolence. Zhang, uncle, do not be afraid. It is merely ghost fire. I feigned calmness to reassure the hunter, yet my voice trembled, rendered feeble and powerless amidst the quaking atmosphere. In truth, my own heart was a tumultuous sea of dread. With old Xie bedridden, I was left to navigate this fog alone, besieged by a malevolent force that tightened its grip around me like an invisible net. I felt my spirit stretched to its limits, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap at any moment. Everything around me seemed to claw and grasp, attempting to thwart my approach to the truth. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within me, threatening to engulf me entirely, but I could not falter. The secret of the woman in the red dress loomed like a mountain ablaze, and I had to ascend. I had to uncover it. I inhaled deeply, the frigid air slicing through my throat like a blade. I endeavored to maintain my composure, yet my heartbeat echoed like a frantic drum, refusing to quieten. Old Xie had previously imparted some rudimentary knowledge of Feng Shui to me. Though it was but the surface, I had an inkling that the appearance of this woman in red was intricately linked to the principles of Feng Shui. I closed my eyes, striving to attune myself to the bizarre aura that enveloped me. as if I could hear the whispers of countless vengeful spirits in the darkness. Suddenly, I felt an icy breath, akin to that of a frozen cavern, slithering toward me from the western side of the burial ground like a venomous serpent. I opened my eyes abruptly, following the source of the chilling aura and discovering an abandoned ancient mansion shrouded in desolate grass, resembling a cursed lair. The trees surrounding the mansion were dead, their twisted branches resembling the claws of a demon, casting a particularly sinister shadow in the night, as if they sought to drag anyone who approached into an abyss of darkness. A thought stirred within me. Recalling old Xie's warnings that certain malevolent entities could affect the feng shui of their surroundings like a plague, causing vegetation to wither and vitality to wane. Could the woman in red be interred within that death-laden mansion? I suppressed the tumultuous excitement within me, stepping forward with resolute yet trembling strides toward the ancient abode. Zhang, the hunter, nearly collapsed in terror, his spirit shattered, gripping my clothing tightly. Longsheng, I beg you, let us return. I am so frightened. I raised an eyebrow in feigned nonchalance. Zhang uncle, your courage rivals that of a rabbit. Wait here. I shall return shortly. If there are any treasures to be found, they shall not be for you. I forcefully shook off his grip, not daring to look back as I approached the mansion. I circled the ancient house cautiously, each step feeling as though I treaded on the precipice of death. I scrutinized the terrain and layout, and every detail sent a shiver down my spine. Indeed, I discovered an area in the mansion's backyard where the feng shui appeared unusually disturbed. The ground rose slightly, forming an inconspicuous mound, resembling a scar upon the earth. The surrounding flora was withered more than elsewhere, akin to a heap of bones, whispering a haunting rustle in the breeze. My heart surged with excitement. This place could very well be the burial site of the woman in red. However, as I eagerly approached the ancient mansion to investigate, I was met with a formidable resistance, as if an invisible wall stood before me. I pushed against the door, but it remained immovable, mocking my audacity. Who is there? I spun around abruptly, only to find Zhang, the hunter, huddled and trembling, his teeth chattering as he pointed at the mansion's entrance. His lips quivering, unable to utter a word. It dawned on me that the resistance did not emanate from the outside, but rather from within the mansion itself. Old Xie had once mentioned that certain locations, due to their feng shui configuration or other reasons, could form a barrier, preventing outsiders from entering. It seemed this ancient mansion was indeed such a place. I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure. In moments of life and death, I could not allow fear and panic to cloud my mind. I circled the mansion once more, my eyes keen as an eagle's, not overlooking a single blade of grass or brick. Although Xie had imparted merely superficial knowledge of feng shui, I had no choice but to grasp at straws. While I walked, I recalled Xie's teachings. Every word and gesture flashed through my mind as I sought a way to unravel this barrier, each attempt accompanied by profound fear and anticipation. Suddenly, I noticed the stone lions flanking the mansion's entrance, their forms starkly different from ordinary stone lions, their fierce gazes seeming to breathe fire, their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs, as if ready to devour any intruder. Moreover, beneath their feet lay circular stone orbs. A thought struck me. Old Xie had once said that stone lions serve to protect a dwelling and ward off evil. Yet if misaligned, they could generate malevolent energy. Could the issue lie with these two stone lions? I examined the orbs beneath the lions' feet closely, discovering they bore strange engravings, akin to ancient and sinister script, exuding a chilling aura. Tentatively, I placed my hand upon the orb, and an icy sensation coursed through me like an electric shock, causing me to shiver involuntarily. My teeth chattering, I closed my eyes, focusing my mind, trying to discern the essence emanating from the orb. As if I could hear the wails and laments of countless vengeful spirits, I endeavored to decipher the meaning of the engravings, each symbol appearing as a riddle awaiting resolution. Gradually, I felt as though I had entered a peculiar realm, where everything around me became blurred, save for the symbols that emitted a faint glow, like ominous stars in the night sky, guiding my path forward. Time slipped away unnoticed until I suddenly opened my eyes, clarity washing over me. I understood. These symbols represented the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and the key to dispelling the barrier lay in adjusting the position of the stone orbs to achieve balance. I inhaled deeply, silently praying that Xia's teachings would prove effective. Clutching the stone orb tightly, I summoned all my strength and forcefully rotated the orbs beneath the stone lions by 90 degrees. In an instant, I felt as though the mansion, a slumbering beast roused from years of dormancy, unleashed a torrent of energy from its depths. This power surged forth like a tempest. I had anticipated another wave of resistance. Yet it felt akin to a gentle hand, guiding me forward, as if welcoming me, the resolver. Overjoyed, I pushed open the heavy wooden door of the mansion, which creaked ominously, reminiscent of the gates of hell swinging open. A miasma of decay assaulted me, the scent akin to a morbid invitation. I ignited a fire stick, its dim glow illuminating the interior of the mansion. "Zhang, uncle, come in. It's safe now." The flickering light danced in the darkness. Like a feeble life clinging to existence, the interior, illuminated by the dim glow, revealed a scene that sent chills down my spine. A noxious stench of rot mingled with the repugnant odor of decomposition assaulted my senses. Striking me like a heavy blow, Zhang, the hunter, followed closely behind, his face ashen and devoid of color, scarcely daring to breathe. Before us lay a half-open coffin, within which rested a corpse clad in a crimson bridal gown. The gown, a vivid red as if freshly pulled from a pool of blood, starkly contrasted with her pallid visage, adding an eerie quality to the scene. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her hands were folded across her chest, as if she merely slumbered peacefully. Yet the chilling aura surrounding her made it abundantly clear that she had been dead for some time. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the fire stick to flicker dangerously, nearly extinguishing. The bizarre objects surrounding the corpse, copper coins, mirrors, and talismans, seemed to come alive in the wavering light, resembling a horde of hidden specters poised to pounce and rend us to pieces. My heart raced, pounding violently, my throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendering me nearly breathless. Yet I forced myself to remain steady, my eyes locked on the corpse, the tableau etched in my mind like a terrifying painting. A vision I feared would haunt me for the rest of my life. Surrounding the corpse were various peculiar objects, copper coins, mirrors, and talismans meticulously arranged, forming a complex and mysterious array. I recognized it instantly as a feng shui formation, and a particularly perilous one at that. Old Xia had warned that if a spirit harbored too much resentment after death, it could manifest as a vengeful ghost. This feng shui formation was designed to gather and amplify such resentment, transforming it into formidable power, potentially enabling control over the deceased, wreaking havoc upon the living. I could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This woman in red, lifeless yet formidable, would prove to be no easy adversary. However, I, Gu Changsheng, am not one to surrender easily. Drawing in a deep breath, I suppressed the overwhelming fear that threatened to consume me and began to scrutinize the feng shui layout surrounding me. The knowledge imparted to me by old man Xia surged to the forefront of my mind, every detail vividly presenting itself in my thoughts. Cautiously, I circled the coffin, meticulously identifying each object and their interconnections. This feng shui arrangement, seemingly intricate, concealed profound mysteries within. I noted that all objects converged towards a singular focal point, the center of the corpse's forehead. A thought struck me. Could the key to unraveling this enigma lie here? I held my breath, extending a trembling hand, quivering like a leaf in the wind, and gently touched the corpse's brow. An icy chill shot through me, causing me to shudder involuntarily, my teeth chattering in response. Simultaneously, I sensed a formidable force emanating from the corpse, as if it sought to engulf me entirely. Gritting my teeth, I endured the discomfort, focusing intently on the flow of this power. Gradually, I discerned that this force was not entirely malevolent. It was intertwined with threads of sorrow and despair. I realized then that this woman in red was not inherently evil. She was merely ensnared within this feng shui trap, unable to find release. I had to assist her. I scanned my surroundings once more, in search of a solution. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon a piece of jade pendant resting at the bottom of the coffin. This pendant, pure white and emitting a faint glow, starkly contrasted with the surrounding eerie environment. A spark of hope ignited within me. Could this be the answer? With resolute determination, I reached for the jade pendant. And in that instant, a soothing warmth flooded from my fingertips, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds on a spring day. That warmth surged through me, sweeping away the preceding chill as if ice and snow met the blazing sun. Almost simultaneously, the feng shui arrangement around the corpse seemed to lose its essence, the brilliance of the objects dimming abruptly, reminiscent of a candle flame extinguished. Elation filled my heart, as if I held dominion over life and death itself. "Indeed, I have found it," I murmured, my voice trembling slightly, as I gently placed the jade pendant upon the corpse's brow. The pendant radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the ancient abode, akin to dawn piercing the veil of night. Suddenly, a cry echoed from behind me. "Changsheng, be careful!" I whipped around, startled, to see Zhang the hunter pointing behind me. Shouting, my heart raced. I had no time to ponder. I rolled to the side as a rush of air grazed my scalp, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down my back. When I turned to look, I was met with a crow, its inky feathers shimmering ominously in the dim light. After circling twice, it landed on the coffin. Emitting a piercing caw, the pendant's radiance intensified, and the dark aura enveloping the woman in red began to dissipate, the suffocating chill diminishing alongside it. I exhaled a sigh of relief. I had wagered correctly. A wave of immense accomplishment surged through me, as if the tranquility of the entire village rested solely upon my shoulders. Yet, at that moment, I noticed the corpse's eyelids flutter ever so slightly. My heart tightened. This was not yet over. Although the resentment emanating from her had lessened, it had not vanished entirely. I fixed my gaze upon the corpse, my mind racing, recalling the various methods old man Xie had taught me. Yet none seemed applicable. What unresolved wishes could this woman in red still harbor? I reached out once more to touch the jade pendant, a warm current flowing through my fingertips again. Suddenly, an image flashed in my mind, a dilapidated, thatched cottage. A man ruthlessly beating a woman, her cries a haunting testament of despair. I withdrew my hand abruptly. Could it be? I looked at the corpse, a bold hypothesis forming in my mind. "Fear not, I shall aid you." My emotions were a tempest, filled with anticipation for the truth soon to be unveiled, mingled with trepidation of the unknown, and compassion for the woman's plight. Yet I knew that regardless of the trials that lay ahead, I could not falter. Chapter 4. Secrets of the Ancient Abode. The origins of the corpse begin to unfold. The glow of the jade pendant gradually faded, and the woman in red lay as if frozen in time. Still tranquil within the coffin, yet the subtle movement of her eyelids felt like a dagger poised over my heart, demanding vigilance. Old man Xie's condition worsened, his fever unrelenting, his ramblings increasingly erratic. In this moment, I found myself alone in this eerie, foreboding ancient house, confronting the enigmatic corpse. The air around me felt as though it had solidified, the chill wrapping around me like countless icy serpents, desperately attempting to penetrate my skin and invade my bones. I rubbed my arms vigorously, striving to dispel the bone-deep cold, yet it was futile. The chill seemed to mock my feebleness. I yearned to uncover more vital clues regarding the identity of the corpse. Yet after thoroughly scouring the ancient abode, the only findings were indistinct, childlike doodles adorning the walls, devoid of any substantial value. These scrawled symbols twisted and turned, as if deliberately concealing some unspeakable secret, leaving me in a haze of confusion. Could it truly be that I had misjudged? Was the corpse's origin truly as elusive as a fog? A wave of disappointment crashed over me, leaving me utterly drained as I sank despondently to the ground, a profound sense of powerlessness binding me like heavy shackles. Without old man Xie by my side, I felt akin to a child abandoned in a boundless, dark ocean. Isolated and terrified, my gaze returned to the corpse. She lay quietly, resembling a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale, yet her slumber was tainted by resentment and unwillingness. I approached the coffin slowly, hesitating repeatedly, before finally mustering the courage to reach out and gently push aside her disheveled hair. Her complexion was as pale as snow, devoid of any color, yet her exquisite features resembled a masterfully crafted work of art. As my fingertips brushed against her frostbitten skin, an electrifying chill surged through me, causing me to retract my hand as if scalded. My heart racing uncontrollably, I inhaled deeply, summoning all my strength to regain my composure. Old man Xie had once said that fear is the most coveted sustenance of malevolent spirits. I could not let fear govern me. I must uncover the truth. Gathering my courage, I focused intently on the corpse once more. Suddenly, I keenly observed something concealed within her collar. Carefully, I parted her garment, revealing a small embroidered sachet adorned with mandarin ducks. Though diminutive, it emitted a faint, distinctive fragrance that felt entirely out of place amidst the decaying atmosphere of the ancient abode. I gently lifted the sachet, cautiously bringing it to my nose for a whiff, and my eyes widened in shock. This fragrance was all too familiar. Was this not the subtle medicinal scent that perpetually lingered around the physician? My heart plummeted as a tidal wave of realization crashed over me. Could there be an intricate connection between the corpse and Lee the physician? The intimate nature of the sachet's presence upon the corpse could not be mere coincidence. This was likely the crucial clue to unraveling the mystery of her identity. My heart raced with excitement, as though I had grasped a lifeline amidst the encroaching darkness. At that moment, an ominous gust of cold wind swept through, the doors and windows of the ancient abode creaking in a disconcerting symphony, as if something unseen were desperately clawing at the entrance. I became instantly alert, my senses heightened, scanning my surroundings with trepidation. Yet all I could see was darkness. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed in my ears, fluctuating in proximity, as if emanating from all directions. Raising the hairs on my neck, I understood. The malevolent presence had returned. It clearly desired to deter my investigation. Foul spirit! I roared in indignation, striving to steady my nerves and maintain composure. Old Man Xia had warned me that malevolent entities often target one as psychological defenses. I could not allow it to succeed. Gripping the sachet tightly, this seemingly insignificant object imbued me with boundless courage and strength. "Do you think this will halt my pursuit?" I declared to the empty void. My tone resolute and unwavering. In that moment, I silently recited incantations, attempting to dissipate the cold and fear that enveloped me. Moreover, I resolved not to remain passive but to take the initiative. With a fierce shout, I proclaimed, "Evil spirit, today I, Gu Chongsheng, shall not be easily intimidated. If you possess any sense, reveal yourself at once. Otherwise, once I unveil the truth, you shall face eternal damnation." With that, I swiftly retrieved a talisman, one Old Man Xia had solemnly entrusted to me, and hurled it toward the direction of the most concentrated sounds without hesitation. The talisman erupted into a brilliant golden light, diminishing the chilling cacophony. A derisive smile crossed my lips as I pressed forward, unafraid, striding resolutely toward the physician's abode, my spirit ablaze with determination. I, Gu Chongsheng, though merely an ordinary villager from this remote hamlet, have been imbued with an insatiable curiosity for the arcane and the unknown since my youth. Though I may appear carefree and oblivious, when confronted with matters of significance, I become intensely focused and unwaveringly determined. As I stand here, confronted by the lifeless female form within the ancient abode and the lurking malevolence that reveals itself only in shadows, my heart is besieged by a profound sense of dread and unease. Yet, I am acutely aware that fear serves no purpose. Not only do I muster the courage to delve into the secrets surrounding the corpse, but I also find myself silently deriding the despicable tactics of this nefarious entity. For instance, when it conjures a treacherous pitfall, I inwardly curse. This wretched malevolence possesses no more than such petty, unrefined skills, yet dares to attempt to intimidate me? I, Gu Chongsheng, am not one easily frightened. The night descends like a heavy curtain of darkness, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of silence, save for the faint glimmers of light emanating from a few humble homes. With resolute steps, I make my way toward the residence of the healer, Li, but an ominous premonition gnaws at my insides, as if invisible eyes lurk in the dark corners, observing my every move. Suddenly, the ground gives way beneath me, and I lose my balance. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp, and I leap backward just in time to narrowly avoid the abyss below. In the dim light of the moon, I am horrified to discover the pit's bottom bristling with sharpened bamboo stakes, glinting coldly in the moonlight, evoking a visceral sense of terror. A mere trifle. I scoff disdainfully, raising my voice to the empty surroundings. Such trivial, unrefined tactics cannot deter me. Surely, you underestimate Gu Chongsheng. This insidious malevolence lingers, refusing to confront me directly, resorting instead to these despicable, underhanded ploys. my scorn and contempt for it intensify, solidifying my resolve to uncover the truth and eradicate it completely. This despicable creature, which hides in the shadows, is not worthy of my regard. I vigorously brush off the dust from my clothes and stride forward unhesitatingly toward Lee's home. Tonight, regardless of the obstacles, I shall unveil the secrets concealed within this fragrant pouch. Lee's abode, situated at the eastern edge of the village, is a modest, dilapidated thatched hut. Upon arriving at the door, I raise my hand and knock, patiently awaiting a response. After what feels like an eternity, the door creaks open slowly. Lee, draped in a tattered outer garment, appears unusually pale, as if roused abruptly from slumber. Upon seeing me at the threshold, a flicker of surprise and confusion crosses his face. "Chongqing, what brings you here at this late hour?" Without a moment's hesitation, I produce the fragrant pouch and present it before him. "Lee, do you recognize this?" Taking the pouch into his hands, Lee studies it closely under the dim light of the room. His expression shifts dramatically, revealing a complex tapestry of shock, fear, and an ineffable sadness. He grips the pouch tightly, his knuckles whitening from the intensity, and his lips tremble, rendering him momentarily speechless. "How do you possess this?" he finally manages to utter, his voice husky and grave, as if sandpapered. I recount the harrowing discovery of the corpse and the pouch in the ancient house, emphasizing the peculiar medicinal fragrance that mirrors the scent clinging to him. After a prolonged silence, as if time itself has paused, he exhales deeply. "This design on the pouch, I indeed recognize." He hesitates, his gaze becoming distant. As if lost in a painful memory, it pertains to a woman who mysteriously vanished many years ago. Before he can elaborate, his countenance suddenly contorts into a grotesque mask of rage, his eyes rolling back, his body trembling violently. The pouch slips from his grasp, hitting the ground with a muted thud. A guttural, terrifying roar escapes his throat, and he lunges forward, seizing my collar with an astonishing force, as if intent on tearing me asunder. His nails elongate, sharp and darkened, glinting ominously like a beast's claws, mercilessly clawing toward my face. "Who are you?" I gasp, my eyes wide with terror, as the benign healer I once knew is replaced by a figure of sheer malevolence. Just as his talons are about to make contact, a sudden calm washes over me amidst the panic. I recall a technique taught by the old man Xie for emergencies. I swiftly grasp his wrist, applying pressure to a vital point, twisting forcefully. Eli winces in pain, his grip loosening momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, I break free, retreating swiftly while drawing a small knife from my waist, a companion from my prior explorations. And I brandish it toward him without hesitation. "No matter what evil grips you now, take one more step closer, and I shall show no mercy." The flickering light within the room casts eerie shadows, creating a chilling tableau of his monstrous visage juxtaposed against my defensive stance. Chapter 5. The pouch's enigma and the unforeseen calamity. Lee's strength is astonishing, akin to a frenzied beast, as he clutches me tightly, nearly choking the life from me. His eyes blaze with a ferocity that obliterates any trace of the compassionate healer he once was. I struggle desperately, feeling as if caught in an iron vice, his sharp nails embedding into my flesh, the excruciating pain blurring my vision, threatening to plunge me into unconsciousness. "Please, regain your senses," I scream, exerting all my strength to rouse him, but he remains lost to madness. Mechanically repeating, "Who are you? Who are you?" I realize with chilling clarity that Lee is possessed by some malevolent force. Could it truly be connected to the corpse in red? Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpse the fallen pouch, and a spark of inspiration ignites within me. The ancient house. Yes, its mysterious feng shui layout might be my salvation. I seize the moment, dropping low and slipping beneath Lee's arm. Ignoring the searing pain coursing through my body, I scramble toward the ancient abode. Lee pursues me relentlessly, his hoarse roars echoing like a death knell, sending chills down my spine. The night is ink black, thick and impenetrable, casting the ancient house into a profound darkness. The trees surrounding it sway in the wind, their branches colliding with eerie creaks, as if demons sharpen their teeth. I gasp for breath, my heart racing as I dash into the ancient house, desperately recalling the feng shui teachings imparted by the old man Xie. Steeling my nerves, I force myself to remain calm, guiding Li into a designated corner that is said to confine malevolent spirits. There, in the confinement corner, Li writhes as if ensnared, a maddened wolf trapped with nowhere to escape. The grotesque expression on his face begins to fade, replaced by a chilling calm. His malevolent gaze seems to pierce through me. His voice rasping from the depths of hell, "You meddle in my affairs. You had better cease your interference, or the entire village will pay the price." He suddenly raises his head, his eyes becoming vacant and eerie, mumbling incoherently as he utters a strange incantation. The wind howls through the ancient house, swirling dust and leaves into tiny vortices, as if specters are dancing in the shadows. Li, ensnared in the corner, trembles violently, as if a ferocious beast within him seeks to break free. I swallow hard, my heart pounding like a war drum, as fear surges like a tidal wave, threatening to drown my reason. Yet, I grit my teeth, straighten my back, and confront Li's terrifying gaze without flinching. I cannot retreat. The villagers await my return. Their familiar faces flash through my mind, those honest, simple folk who feel like family to me. How could I allow this malevolence to harm them? Even if it costs me my life, I shall not yield. I will not be cowed by you. Though my voice trembles, it carries a resolute strength. I must uncover the truth behind the corpse in red and ensure that this evil does not prevail. As I declare this, a surge of pride courses through me, igniting an indomitable courage that dispels some of the fear shrouding me. Li suddenly throws back his head and emits a piercing shriek, a sound so sharp and jarring it feels as if it could tear one's soul apart. His body contorts violently, akin to an enraged serpent, thrashing against the ground, producing a chilling cacophony. A thick, dark mist rises from him, swirling in the air like a monstrous visage, howling with fury toward the old man Xie. This is bad. A sense of dread washes over me. Xie's incantation seems to have not only failed to subdue this malevolence, but has instead incited its wrath. The black mist churns like a torrent, surging toward Xie. He stumbles, swaying as if about to be engulfed by the oncoming darkness. With urgency coursing through me, I disregard my own fear and spring forward, steadying him. "Xie, be careful." Old man Xie gasped for breath, gripping my arm tightly. His fingers were as cold as frost, akin to clutching a piece of millennia-old ice. The malevolent force of eternal life was more formidable than I had imagined. He spoke in fragmented sentences, his voice weak and feeble, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind. The dark energy was perilously close, and I felt a bone-chilling cold wash over me, as if I had been instantaneously transported into a 1,000-year ice cellar. With gritted teeth, old man Xie struggled to recite the incantation once more. But his voice had grown so faint it was nearly inaudible. This cannot continue. Old man Xie appeared on the verge of collapse. My heart raced with urgency, my mind racing, and suddenly I recalled the incense pouch I had discovered on the corpse of the woman in red. Old man Xie had once mentioned that this pouch concealed vital clues. I swiftly retrieved the pouch, tearing it open without hesitation. The contents inside seemed to shimmer with life, emitting a faint glow. An extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air, as if invisible threads were weaving a colossal net. This scent carried a hint of a sweet, metallic tang, reminiscent of ancient spells that awakened the dormant mystical forces in the atmosphere. The once menacing dark energy paused mid-air, as if struck by a binding spell, emitting a piercing shriek that caused the entire ancient residence to tremble violently. It circled hesitantly in the air. Seemingly debating whether to press on with its attack, I raised the pouch before me. The unusual fragrance surged forth like a tidal wave towards the dark energy, which shuddered violently as if confronted by a formidable foe. Desperately attempting to escape yet ensnared by the scent, I clutched the pouch tightly, my eyes fixed on the dark mass, and a sudden thought flashed through my mind. Perhaps the contents of this pouch held the key to subduing this malevolence. Taking a deep breath, I lifted the pouch and shouted at the dark energy, "I know your secret. I know who you are." The dark mass roiled violently, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged towards me. Instinctively, I shut my eyes, my body tensed, bracing for the searing pain. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find old man Xie standing before me, wielding a peachwood sword, its tip aimed resolutely at the dark energy. "Changsheng, step back." His voice was hoarse yet resolute, the sword emanating a soft golden light, forming an unyielding barrier against the dark force's onslaught. Still in shock, I heard a chilling scream pierce the air. The dark energy seemed struck by an immense force, rapidly condensing into a tight ball before dissipating into the atmosphere. Li Longzhong collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. His face as pale as paper, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, as if he had lost his very soul. I rushed to support Old Man Xie, my legs trembling as if made of straw. In that moment, I truly believed I was on the brink of death. Old Man Xie gazed deeply into my eyes and spoke slowly, "Changsheng, this matter is far more complex than we imagined." Before he could finish, he suddenly tasted blood, coughing violently as he slumped to the ground. Chapter 6. The Dissipation of Grievance, the Exorcism of the Female Corpse. The instant Old Man Xie fell, my heart plummeted into an abyss of despair, my mind a whirlwind of panic. Yet at that moment, the dark energy, which had seemingly dissipated, began to coalesce once more, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing shriek, more ferocious than before. Charging straight towards Old Man Xie, a surge of fearless courage welled up within me, and without a second thought, I resolutely positioned myself in front of him. The dark force's tremendous power collided with my body, the excruciating pain coursing through me like 1,000 electric currents, as if my very being were being torn asunder. My vision darkened, a sickly sweetness flooding my mouth, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet in this moment of dire peril, my senses erupted like a torrent, flooding my mind. I saw it. At the core of the swirling dark energy, there flickered a minuscule point of light, shimmering erratically, fragile as if it could extinguish at any moment. That must be its weakness. In the face of life and death, I recalled the dispelling incantation Old Man Xie had taught me. Ignoring the piercing pain coursing through me, I clenched my teeth, rapidly forming the hand signs and chanting, "Heaven and earth, the profound origin, the source of myriad energies." Cultivating for eons, I attained divine powers. Upon completing the incantation, I summoned every ounce of my spiritual energy and unleashed it towards that flickering light. A shrill, heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night sky as the dark energy writhed violently, as if engulfed in raging flames. Twisting and contorting in agony, I endured the pain, continuously channeling my spiritual power until the light was extinguished. At last, the dark energy vanished, leaving the surroundings in tranquil silence. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, my body feeling as if it had shattered into pieces. My heart swelled with the joy of victory. And I turned to Old Man Xie, only to find his face as pale as paper, his breath barely perceptible. I hurriedly propped him up, my anxiety mounting as I called out, "Old Man Xie! Old Man Xie, how are you?" He slowly opened his eyes, offering a weak smile as he said, "Changsheng, you did well." He extended a trembling hand, withdrawing a cloth pouch from his robe, presenting it to me. "Take this. This is..." Before he could finish, a gust of chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the oil lamp in the room. I in the darkness. A sinister voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Kid, do you think this is the end?" Old Man Xie's hand fell limply, the pouch tumbling to the ground as I quickly retrieved it. I in the darkness. The ominous voice echoed once more, dripping with mockery. "Useless. You cannot save him, nor can you save yourself." Suddenly, the surroundings began to warp and twist. The dilapidated ancestral hall morphed into a terrifying graveyard, countless ghostly figures crawling from the graves, emitting bone-chilling wails, decayed corpses, severed limbs, and bloody entrails. Horrific scenes assaulted my senses. Overwhelming my vision and nerves, I fought against the nausea and fear, silently reciting the calming incantation Old Man Xie had taught me. I understood that these were mere illusions, the malevolence's final desperate struggle. It refused to concede defeat, attempting to disrupt my mind, to throw me into chaos. Taking a deep breath, I sat cross-legged, gripping the cloth pouch tightly in my hand. Within this pouch lay Old Man Xie's last hope. I needed to remain calm and fulfill the unfinished business he had entrusted to me. I returned to the female corpse, examining her face under the faint moonlight. Though a hint of resentment lingered, it was overshadowed by profound sorrow and helplessness. I opened the cloth pouch Old Man Xie had given me, revealing a jade pendant carved with plum blossoms, exuding a subtle fragrance and a yellowed note. The note bore elegant handwriting. "My wife, Mainyang, wrongfully deceased. I hope you can exonerate her. A jolt of realization surged through me as I finally understood the identity and cause of death of the female corpse. She was old man Xie's wife, Mei Nyang, wrongfully killed. Her lingering grievances transformed her into a vengeful spirit, haunting the village. I gently placed the jade pendant in the female corpse's hand and began reciting the exorcism sutras. As I chanted, the aura of resentment surrounding her gradually diminished, and her face transformed into a picture of serenity. The malevolent energy in the ancestral hall began to dissipate, warm rays of light streaming through the broken roof. At that moment, I sensed a chilling presence creeping up behind me. I whirled around to see a shadow standing at the door, clutching a bloodied dagger. "Who are you?" The shadow grinned wickedly, its voice gravelly like stones scraping together. "I am here to take your life." It lunged at me, the dagger aimed straight for my heart. In a split second, I instinctively sidestepped, the dagger grazing my ribs, sending a jolt of pain through me as I stumbled back. It was then I recognized my assailant, Zhang Laosan, the usually taciturn butcher from the village. Clutching my wound, I asked in disbelief, "Zhang Laosan, why do you want to kill me?" His eyes gleamed with madness as he shrieked, "It's all your fault. You killed Mei Nyang. She was mine." He charged at me again, dagger raised, intent on delivering fatal blows, utterly disregarding my life. A sudden chill gripped my heart. Zhang Laosan had harbored a secret infatuation with Mei Nyang. Her death had transferred all his resentment onto me. I dared not let my guard down, enduring the pain as I dodged his attacks, searching for an opportunity to counter. Without a weapon, I could only rely on the rudimentary self-defense techniques old man Xie had taught me. Barely fending off Zhang Laosan's relentless assault. His strength was immense, his strikes merciless, and I gradually felt my energy waning, several new wounds marring my body. Just as I felt I could hold on no longer, the jade pendant in my hand suddenly burst forth with radiant light. The luminosity enveloped Zhang Laosan, who let out a piercing scream, dropping the dagger as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up the dagger and pointed it at Zhang Laosan, demanding, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Zhang Laosan groaned in agony, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. He looked at me, his eyes filled with remorse and fear. As the ritual of exorcism progressed smoothly, the vengeful aura surrounding the female corpse dissipated entirely, her visage transforming into a serene slumber, as if all her suffering had departed. The oppressive energy within the ancestral hall also faded away, and the moonlight streamed through the shattered openings, illuminating every corner of the hall. The village was on the cusp of returning to its former tranquility. I exhaled deeply, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within me. What delighted me even more was the sudden realization of my deepening understanding of feng shui and divination, as if I had received a sudden enlightenment. Many of the confounding aspects that had previously eluded me were now crystal clear. This was an unexpected boon from the harrowing experience. I approached the elder Xie and gently helped him to his feet. Though his breathing was faint, a hint of color had returned to his face. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the ancestral hall, followed closely by a familiar voice calling out, "Changsheng, are you in there?" I turned to the entrance, and to my astonishment, it was Mei Nyang's sister, Xiaoer. She carried a basket filled with food and herbs. Upon seeing me safe and sound, a relieved smile broke across her face as she hurried over to my side. Concern etched in her features. "Changsheng, are you all right?" I heard from the villagers that the ancestral hall was haunted, and I was worried something might have happened to you. So I rushed over. I shook my head, indicating that I was fine, and then briefly recounted the events that had transpired within the hall. Upon hearing my account, Xiaoer's expression turned grave. She moved to Elder Xie's side, deftly taking out the herbs from her basket to tend to his wounds. Watching her meticulous care, warmth surged within me. Elder Xie slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Xiaoer, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He smiled weakly and murmured, "Xiaoer, it's good that you are here." Outside the ancestral hall, the dawn began to break, dispelling the shadows of night. Elder Xie and I stood at the entrance, gazing at the tranquil village, our hearts filled with solace. The successful resolution of this supernatural incident had only strengthened my resolve to explore the unknown and safeguard the peace of our village. Elder Xie patted my shoulder, his tone imbued with significance as he remarked, "Changsheng, you did well, but this path is long and arduous. You must remember." Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted, and pointing towards the village entrance. He exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, "What is that?" Following his gaze, I saw a villager stumbling towards us, pale as death, repeatedly crying out, "Help! Help!" Chapter 7. The female corpse's matter resolved, yet hidden dangers emerged. The morning light gently bathed the village. A time that should have been serene and peaceful. Yet, an unsettling gravity permeated the AI in the wake of the ancestral hall incident. I had believed everything was settled, only to find that villagers were falling ill one after another. Each of them appeared sallow, their spirits drained, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. Fear spread through the village like a contagion, with some asserting that the vengeful spirit of the woman in red had not yet dissipated and was exacting revenge upon the village. After Xiao'er had bandaged Elder Xia's wounds, she left with a troubled heart. Before departing, she cast a worried glance at me, hesitating to speak, ultimately leaving me with a simple warning: be careful. Watching her retreating figure, I felt as though a heavy stone had settled in my chest, an oppressive discomfort engulfing me. The villagers' whispers pierced my ears like sharp needles. Changsheng has tried his best. But alas, this matter of evil spirits, who can truly understand it? I clenched my fists, a profound sense of helplessness washing over me like a tidal wave. The fearlessness I had felt in the ancestral hall seemed to evaporate in an instant. And for the first time in my life, I found myself grappling with intense doubts about my abilities. Elder Xia's countenance darkened as he leaned on his cane, making his way toward a sick villager. He reached out, gently probing the villager's forehead, his brow furrowing deeply. "Something's amiss. This is no ordinary ailment," he murmured gravely. I was consumed with urgency as I asked, "Elder Xia, have you discerned anything?" Elder Xia slowly shook his head, his gaze penetrating and solemn as it swept across the village, ultimately resting on the old locust tree at the village entrance. That tree had stood there since my childhood, its branches lush and vibrant, a symbol of the village. Yet now, under Elder Xia's scrutiny, I inexplicably sensed an eerie and unfathomable aura emanating from it. "Changsheng," Elder Xia's voice jolted me back to reality. "Go, fetch your compass." A jolt of realization coursed through me. That compass was something Elder Xia had solemnly entrusted to me days prior, claiming it could sense certain elusive phenomena. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed home to retrieve the compass and hurried back to Elder Xia's side. Breathless, the compass's needle spun wildly, emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if it were narrating some hidden terror. Elder Xia's gaze fixated on the compass, his expression darkening further. Indeed, the village's feng shui has shifted. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with intensity, locking onto the old locust tree with unwavering focus. Gripping my arm tightly, he urged, "Changsheng, follow me." With that, he strode purposefully towards the old tree, and I dared not hesitate. Closely trailing behind, my heart brimming with confusion and unease. Upon reaching the old locust tree, Elder Xia abruptly halted. He bent down, cautiously unearthing the soil beneath the roots. The earth exuded a potent stench of decay, far more nauseating than the scent of the coffin within the ancestral hall. Elder Xia dug a few times, revealing the faint outline of a white cloth. He cautiously lifted it, and in that moment, my breath caught in my throat. Beneath the cloth lay a woman's embroidered shoe, red-soled with golden thread. Indeed, it belonged to the woman in red. Elder Xia's face turned ashen, and with a forceful throw, he cast the shoe aside, muttering darkly, "Damn it! This thing's spirit lingers." A chill gripped my heart. We had performed the exorcism on the female corpse in the ancestral hall. How could her shoe appear here? Had she never truly departed? A bone-deep cold surged through me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The air around us felt as if it had solidified, heavy enough to stifle my breath. The villagers' ailments, this sinister atmosphere, could it all truly be attributed to this embroidered shoe? Yet, upon further contemplation, I sensed an underlying complexity. If the female corpse's spirit had indeed lingered, why had she intentionally left behind this shoe? Was it a deliberate provocation, or was there something more concealed? I inhaled deeply, striving to calm my racing thoughts. Elder Xia paced restlessly, his brow furrowed, murmuring incantations under his breath. I noted that the compass's needle continued its frantic rotation, showing no sign of slowing despite the shoe's appearance. "This isn't the female corpse's vengeful spirit," I suddenly asserted. Elder Xia halted in his tracks, swiftly turning to me, surprise flickering in his eyes. What did you say? The village's feng shui has shifted. I pointed to the spinning compass. This shoe may merely be a decoy. The true malevolence lies elsewhere. My excitement at uncovering this clue surged within me, indicating that I was beginning to grasp the intricacies of feng shui. However, Elder Xia scoffed dismissively, nonsense. You've only studied for a few days. How dare you make such bold claims? This is clearly the residual malice of the female corpse at play. I attempted to explain. If it truly were the female corpse, the compass's reaction wouldn't be so intense. Moreover, the villager's ailments don't seem to align with being afflicted by a vengeful spirit. You know nothing, Elder Xia interrupted roughly. I have traversed the world for years. What bizarre malevolence have I not encountered? You, a mere novice, dare to question my judgment? Just then, Elder Xia summoned several respected elders from the village to deliberate on the matter. They gathered around, their expressions filled with skepticism and confusion. Standing amidst the crowd, I felt a twinge of anxiety, yet I remained steadfast in my convictions. I began by conducting a thorough preliminary assessment of one villager's ailment, clearly outlining how it did not align with the typical characteristics of being afflicted by vengeful spirits. Then, I performed a simple yet illustrative feng shui experiment, demonstrating the subtle changes in the feng shui patterns through the compass's directional responses. The villagers began to waver in their beliefs, while Elder Xia's frustration grew. Yet, I pressed on, unwavering. Elder Xia, I know you possess immense experience, but I truly believe this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. The village's feng shui has exhibited subtle changes compared to just a few days ago. This is the crux of the issue. Elder Xia glared at me, seemingly convinced of my obstinacy, and resumed his anxious pacing, muttering obscure terms like yin energy and killing qi. Amidst our heated debate, a crucial detail from the exorcism of the female corpse suddenly surfaced in my mind, an easily overlooked yet potentially pivotal clue. Lingering in the recesses of my thoughts, now illuminating my understanding, I shot up my head, addressing Elder Xia urgently. Elder Xia, I think I may have unraveled the mystery. During the exorcism in the ancestral hall, before I could finish, Elder Xia's furious bellow cut me off. Silence. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Elder Xia erupted in a fit of rage, his beard bristling with indignation. I was momentarily taken aback by his sudden outburst, yet the idea that had been crystallizing in my mind grew ever more resolute. As if on the brink of emergence, taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage to speak again. Elder Xia, do you recall that pivotal moment in the ancestral hall when we were performing the rite for the female corpse, and the inexplicable gust of wind swept through? Elder Xia paused, his stride faltering, and the fury on his face diminished somewhat. The strange wind. Are you referring to that sudden chill that enveloped us? He furrowed his brow, straining to recollect, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, that very wind. Its timing was far too coincidental, occurring precisely as we were on the verge of successfully completing the rite for the female corpse. Moreover, it was distinctly peculiar, not resembling an ordinary breeze but rather carrying an eerie, bone-chilling aura, as if it had wafted up from the depths of the underworld. The more I spoke, the more animated I became. Sensing that the truth was within arm's reach, Elder Xia did not respond immediately, instead fixing his gaze upon me, his eyes filled with curiosity and contemplation. Seizing the moment, I continued. I have grave suspicions that this wind is the very culprit responsible for the disruption of the village's feng shui. It may have brought with it some unclean entity or altered the very ley lines of the village. My words plunged Elder Xia into profound thought. He ceased his pacing and stood still, the compass in his hand continuing to spin slowly, yet its pace had evidently slackened. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. What you say is not without merit. That wind was indeed strange. While I sensed something amiss at the time, I did not delve deeper into this line of thought. Elder Xia's tone had noticeably softened, filling me with a surge of joy. He was finally beginning to take my perspective seriously. I hastily added, furthermore, the villager's ailments seem more akin to the result of some malevolent sorcery rather than mere resentment. If my deductions are correct, then the embroidered shoes are likely a mere diversion, a deceptive ploy to mislead us. Elder Xia nodded slightly, a glimmer of barely perceptible admiration flickering in his eyes. You possess a keen eye for observation, It seems I may have underestimated you. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, an immense sense of accomplishment surged within me, as if I had received the most exalted commendation. What shall we do next? I inquired eagerly. First, we must meticulously investigate the feng shui layout of the village. Elder Xie's expression sharpening with intensity. We must ascertain what changes have transpired. Along the winding path at the village's edge, we observed each blade of grass and every tree with unwavering focus. The compass in Elder Xie's hand spun rapidly at times, then became eerily still, as if guiding our way forward. After a considerable distance, we arrived at a desolate area on the village's western flank. Here, the weeds flourished and a pervasive chill lingered, rendering one ill at ease upon entry. This is the spot, Elder Xie declared, pointing to bizarre markings on the ground, his tone grave. These markings are unlike anything I have ever encountered. I crouched down, scrutinizing the peculiar symbols with rapt attention. They were painted in a vivid, blood-red hue, taking on strange shapes that resembled ancient, mystical runes or perhaps the unique totems of some rare creature. What could these be? Just as I was about to voice my inquiry, Elder Xie abruptly pulled me back, lowering his voice. Be cautious, a chilling dread surged through me, a bone-deep cold racing from my feet to the crown of my head, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. Elder Xie's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on the markings, his lips quivering as if he beheld a nightmarish vision, at that moment. A series of uncanny phenomena erupted around the desolate land. Eerie green lights flickered among the grass, and ominous clouds rapidly gathered overhead, contorting into grotesque shapes that resembled the ghastly visage of a demon. Elder Xie's body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he produced an ancestral talisman from his robes, which emitted a brilliant glow and trembled violently when brought near the blood symbols. This, he gasped, his voice barely audible. This is a blood curse. My heart jolted at the realization. Blood curse? The mere mention of it radiated a sinister aura. Elder Xie yanked me behind him, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The compass in his hand spinning wildly, its needle quaking like a leaf caught in the wind. This place is ensnared by a malevolent prohibitive spell. His tone was urgent. We must leave at once. Though fear gripped me, I recognized that this was no time for hesitation, and I swiftly followed Elder Xie's lead as we fled. We sprinted away from the markings, fervently hoping to uncover the trail of the one who had set them. The path of the markings twisted and turned, resembling a serpent concealed in darkness, stealthily slithering through the village's corners. Ultimately, we arrived at a dilapidated house at the western edge of the village. It exuded an eerie aura, with surrounding trees withered and gnarled, and the air thick with the stench of decay. Elder Xie halted, pointing toward the house with a solemn tone. The source of the markings lies within. Just as I was about to step forward and investigate, a dense fog suddenly enveloped us, rendering everything indistinct. I found myself plunged into an impenetrable darkness, hearing Elder Xie's frantic calls. Changsheng, Changsheng, where are you? I strained to respond, but found my voice utterly silenced. I felt as if I were ensnared within an endless void, the silence profound, save for the frantic pounding of my heart echoing in my ears. Suddenly, a frigid hand grasped my shoulder with an iron grip. During my studies of feng shui, I had endured numerous trials. Elder Xie was an exceedingly stern master, intolerant of even the slightest error. I recall one occasion when I misidentified a direction on the compass. He erupted in fury, forcing me to kneel under the scorching sun and recite intricate feng shui incantations until I could recite them flawlessly. My knees throbbed and were swollen from kneeling, my clothes soaked with sweat, yet I dared not utter a word of complaint. On another occasion, while accompanying Elder Xie to survey a burial site, I inadvertently stepped onto a forbidden area, nearly inciting his wrath to the point of expelling me from his tutelage, forcing me to reflect outside the burial site for an entire day and night. I was both hungry and terrified, feeling deeply wronged. In his youth, Elder Xie had dealt with a similar incident. It took place in a remote town, where an ancient residence was said to emit eerie cries and strange sounds at midnight. Elder Xie was invited to investigate and discovered that the feng shui had been maliciously tampered with sinister objects buried underground. After a harrowing investigation filled with cunning and wits, Elder Xie ultimately uncovered the mastermind, an enemy of the house's owner who had set a nefarious feng shui trap for revenge. With his wisdom and courage, Elder Sia unraveled the trap, restoring peace to the homeowner. As the narrative unfolded, the clash of personalities between Elder Sia and myself intensified. I insisted that we could not solely rely on traditional methods, but should integrate modern thinking to solve problems. While Elder Sia believed I was challenging his years of experience and authority. For instance, when seeking the source of the malevolent forces, I proposed utilizing modern tools and technologies for assistance, yet Elder Sia regarded this as a sacrilege against feng shui. We quarreled vehemently over this matter. However, when faced with critical moments, we set aside our disputes and confronted the challenges together. Chapter 8. Unraveling the markings crisis. Lurking, that icy hand clamped down on me like a vice. Its grip so fierce it felt as though it would crush my bones in an instant. Terror surged like a tidal wave, engulfing me completely. I struggled frantically, yet felt as if I were a prisoner bound by iron chains. Unable to escape the terrifying grasp, suddenly, the hand vanished without warning, replaced by Elder Sia's anxious voice. "Changsheng, are you all right?" I gasped for breath, shaken, my voice trembling as I replied, "Elder Sia, something just grabbed me." Elder Sia's expression darkened ominously, as if he could weep. "I know, this fog is peculiar. We have both fallen victim." Although the fog remained thick around us, I could barely discern Elder Sia's serious silhouette. The light from his compass flickered dimly like a candle in the wind, the needle spinning wildly, clearly disoriented by the enigmatic fog. "Elder Sia, aren't you supposed to know everything? Can you dispel this fog?" A tremor of anxiety crept into my voice. In my mind, Elder Sia had always been an omnipotent figure, but now, witnessing his bewildered and helpless demeanor, my own heart began to pound violently. Elder Sia forced a wry smile and shook his head. "Changsheng, this time it may not be so simple. This fog is not an ordinary illusion but rather akin to a prohibition, a very ancient and powerful one." An ancient and powerful prohibition? My heart sank. The fog was indeed formidable, to the extent that even Elder Sia found it challenging. I bit my lip hard, striving to maintain my composure, reminding myself that this was not the moment for fear. I had to devise a way to escape this dreadful place. The fog continued to churn and swirl around us, resembling a monstrous creature, poised to open its maw and consume us whole at any given moment. I clenched my fists tightly, my nails digging deeply into my flesh, attempting to use the pain to stay awake. Suddenly, I became acutely aware of something moving slowly within the mist, a chilling aura surging in from all directions like a tidal wave, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. "Old Sia, do you sense something approaching?" My voice trembled with fear, turning sharp and high-pitched. Old Sia's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and he urgently whispered, "Not good. Hold your breath." He swiftly covered my mouth and nose with his hand, taking a deep breath himself before sealing it tightly. Although I did not comprehend his reasoning, I complied with his request out of trust. The mist thickened around us, so dense that it felt as if I could reach out and grasp a cold, cotton-like mass. My heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, beating faster and faster, as though it might leap from my throat at any moment. That moment, I heard a strange sound, akin to someone whispering in my ear, or the rustling of dry leaves stirred by the wind. The sound was elusive, as if it emanated from a distant place, yet simultaneously felt right beside me, sending chills down my spine. "Shoo!" Old Sia suddenly leaned close to my ear, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do not make a sound. They are coming." I closed my eyes, striving to calm my racing heart, attempting to ignore the eerie whispers surrounding us. I focused all my attention on my own senses, feeling the air around me as if it possessed life, gently flowing and trembling. Old Sia was right. The mist was indeed peculiar, but not without its vulnerabilities. I kept my eyes shut, meticulously sensing the subtle movements of the air around me, detecting faint breaths flickering in the mist, like gossamer threads wavering in the breeze. These breaths indicated the direction of the mist's flow, revealing its weakness. My heart surged with excitement as I abruptly opened my eyes, my gaze resolutely following the path of the faintest breath, cautiously advancing forward. Old Sia followed closely behind me, though he could not perceive the air's movements. He placed unwavering trust in me. "Over there," I whispered excitedly, pointing to a slightly less dense area of mist ahead. Without hesitation, Old Sia grasped my arm and propelled us towards that direction. I felt as though we had burst through a transparent membrane. and the scene before us suddenly became clear. The thick mist dissipated in an instant, revealing an expanse of open land. The surrounding trees were grotesquely twisted, as if subjected to an irresistible force that had warped and stretched them. And a nauseating stench filled the air, reminiscent of long-decayed animal carcasses. Before I could catch my breath, a biting cold wind surged towards us, accompanied by spine-chilling howls. From the surrounding woods, several shadowy figures emerged like specters. Their forms were grotesquely distorted, their faces horrifically contorted, exuding a suffocating malevolence that was even more fierce and terrifying than the entities we had encountered before. "Changsheng, be careful," old Xie shouted, brandishing his peachwood sword. A radiant golden light flashing as it struck back one of the malevolent spirits several paces. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my dagger, swiftly joining the fierce battle. These malevolent spirits moved with lightning speed, their strength astonishing. Despite our utmost efforts to resist, old Xie and I gradually felt ourselves overwhelmed. They charged at us relentlessly, heedless of their own safety. As I desperately dodged their frenzied attacks, I observed the situation around me with trepidation. I discovered that while their assaults were ferocious, there seemed to be a certain pattern to their movements. Their goal was not to kill us directly, but to prevent us from approaching a particular direction. Gazing towards that direction, I could vaguely discern a dilapidated stone platform, covered in strange symbols, strikingly similar to the markings I had seen at the village entrance. Could it be that these malevolent spirits were guarding something of vital importance? A bold thought flickered through my mind. I strongly sensed that whatever was being guarded might be the key to unraveling those mysterious symbols. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, I deftly evaded a lethal strike from one of the spirits. Then quickly utilized the environment and the spirit's movement patterns to carve several deep lines in the ground with my dagger, breaking some dry branches around me and meticulously arranging them over the lines, creating a seemingly simple yet cleverly concealed trap. When a portion of the spirits charged through the predetermined pattern once more, they stumbled and fell, sprawling in disarray. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, while the other spirits were still preoccupied with old Xie, I darted towards the stone platform like an arrow released from its bow. "Changsheng, come back," old Xie's anxious voice called out, but he was ensnared by several ferocious spirits. Unable to free himself to stop me, I gritted my teeth, quickening my pace. The stone platform was within reach, and I could almost touch it. Suddenly, a cold, clammy hand grasped my ankle without warning. The wave of icy dread surged from my feet to my head. Instinctively, I looked down to find a pallid, bony hand, resembling a decayed branch, tightly clutching my ankle. I shook my leg violently, attempting to dislodge it, but the hand clung like a vice, unmoving that a jolt of fear coursed through me. This entity's strength far surpassed that of the spirits I had encountered previously. Turning my gaze, I saw a decayed corpse in tattered funeral garments slowly rising from the ground. It was grotesquely decomposed, emitting a repulsive stench, and its hollow eye sockets glimmered with 2 points of eerie green fire, fixated on me as if it intended to devour my very soul. The moment the corpse emerged, the leaves on the surrounding trees turned a sickly yellow and then withered and fell. Mysterious symbols appeared on the ground, seemingly intertwined with the markings on the stone platform, and the corpse appeared to have clawed its way out of these symbols like a horrific creature. The corpse opened its mouth, revealing uneven, yellowed teeth, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing scream that reverberated in my ears, threatening to rupture my eardrums. Suddenly, I recalled a small incantation old Xie had taught me to deal with zombies. In a flurry of anxiety, I rummaged through my pocket, producing a talisman paper, reciting incantations rapidly before hurling it towards the zombie. The talisman stuck accurately to the corpse, causing it to freeze momentarily as if ensnared by a binding spell. Seizing the opportunity, I struggled to rise, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, and continued to sprint towards the stone platform. The corpse attempted to obstruct me but was firmly entangled by old Xie, who had arrived just in time. I reached the stone platform, my eyes fixated on the strange symbols above. They resembled those I had seen at the village entrance, only more intricate and bizarre. I slowly extended my hand, gently touching the symbols, and an icy chill surged through my fingertips into my body, as if my consciousness was being violently pulled into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the stone platform emitted a deep, resonant sound, slowly shifting to reveal a dark, gaping hole, a cold, damp breeze surged forth, mingled with a peculiar scent that made me feel intensely dizzy. Changsheng, be careful. There's something strange in there. Old Xie's voice came from behind, filled with concern and caution. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my fear and overwhelming curiosity, resolutely stating to old Xie, "Let us go in and take a look." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded gravely. He knew well that this cave might conceal the crucial clues needed to decipher the mysterious markings, representing our only hope of unraveling the malevolent spirit's conspiracy. We cautiously entered the cave, the entrance narrow enough for only one person to pass through at a time. I walked ahead, with old Xie closely following. The cave was engulfed in darkness, the air thick with a nauseating stench reminiscent of rotting plants and animal corpses fermenting together, causing a wave of nausea to wash over me. As I carefully groped my way forward, my foot suddenly pressed against something soft. What is this? I instinctively bent down to touch it, finding it icy and slippery. Changsheng, don't move. Old Xie's voice rang in my ears, filled with terror. Speaking of old Xie, he had encountered numerous harrowing encounters with malevolent spirits in his youth. Once, he ventured to an ancient village where a long-abandoned temple stood. Each night, eerie cries and strange noises would emanate from the temple. After meticulous investigation, old Xie discovered that a malicious feng shui trap had been set up underground, containing cursed artifacts and malevolent objects. In a bid to address this crisis, the elderly Xie dedicated day and night to researching countermeasures, enduring multiple assaults from malevolent spirits. Yet, armed with unwavering conviction and profound knowledge of feng shui, he ultimately discovered the means to dismantle the nefarious geomantic configuration, restoring tranquility to the village. On another occasion, he was summoned to a wealthy household to resolve a peculiar predicament. The master of the house had been tormented nightly by dreams of a vague woman demanding his life, while inexplicable movements of objects and the mysterious deaths of animals plagued the home. After careful observation, Xie discerned that the family's ancestral grave had been tampered with, disrupting the feng shui. After considerable effort, he pinpointed the source of the disruption and rearranged the feng shui, thereby restoring peace to the household. As I designed the trap, my focus sharpened, various potential strategies flashing through my mind. I meticulously examined the surrounding terrain and the movements of the malevolent spirit, calculating its speed and stride. The marks I etched into the ground with my dagger each bore specific angles and depths, crafted to ensnare the spirit to the greatest extent possible. The carefully selected and arranged branches would ensure that should the spirit step upon them, it would lose its balance. The moment I completed the trap, I silently prayed for its efficacy, my palms slick with anxious sweat. When invoking the spell against the corpse, I tightly closed my eyes, the incantation rolling off my tongue imbued with ancient power. Each syllable resonated clearly and forcefully, causing the air around me to tremble as they escaped my lips. My fingers clutched the talisman paper with fervor, channeling all my spirit into this small artifact. Sensing the mysterious force it contained, the instant I cast the talisman, an invisible energy surged from my body, propelling the paper toward the corpse. Chapter 9. Unveiling the truth, the zombie crisis unfolds. Don't move. Xie barked sharply, pulling me back with urgency. By the dim flicker of the flame in his hand, I beheld a decaying snake carcass beneath my feet, its corpulent body coiled there, exuding a repugnant stench that churned my stomach. Xie, seasoned and composed, navigated the cave walls with care, his hands resembling withered branches yet firmly supporting him, each step akin to conversing with the enigmatic cavern. This place is eerily treacherous, rife with traps, Xie remarked, his voice low and tinged with tension, his wrinkled visage reflecting a cautious demeanor, honed from years of confronting peril. And no sooner had he spoken than a soft click echoed, an arrow whizzing past my ear and embedding itself in the stone wall behind me. I gasped, cold sweat breaking out across my skin. This cave was not only hauntingly sinister but fraught with danger. I heightened my alertness, closely trailing Xie, my eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning every corner for hidden threats. Xie seemed intimately familiar with the traps, each step deliberate and steady, skillfully guiding me past several lethal snares. My heart raced with an escalating rhythm, adrenaline coursing through my veins, the thrill of life and death exhilaration both terrifying and intoxicating. At last, after maneuvering through a narrow passage, we arrived at a relatively spacious chamber. At the center stood a stone table, upon which lay an ancient tome. Xia cautiously lifted the book, gently brushing away the dust. And by the flickering light, we glimpsed its title, Chronicles of Strange Tales from Western Hunan. As he turned the pages, we discovered a myriad of bizarre accounts, one chapter detailing the origins of the red-clad female corpse. It revealed that the corpse was not a vengeful spirit, but a particular type of zombie, concocted through an ancient secret art. The purpose of creating such a zombie was to guard a far greater secret, the impending zombie calamity. A chill coursed through me as I realized that the red-clad corpse was merely the tip of the iceberg. A much larger crisis loomed ahead. Chongqing, we must leave at once and inform the villagers. Xia urged gravely, closing the book. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from the cave entrance, causing Xia's expression to shift dramatically. Chongqing, run! That beast is beyond our capability. He shoved me toward the exit, turning to confront the staggering zombie emerging from the shadows. The zombie, its body in a state of decay, emitted a noxious odor, its sunken eye sockets glimmering with 2 points of eerie green fire, reminiscent of a summons from the netherworld. It moved sluggishly yet possessed immense strength. Striking the stone wall with a fist that left a deep imprint, armed with a peachwood sword, Xia charged forth, his hunched form transforming into that of a fearless warrior. The clash of the sword against the zombie's hardened flesh rang out like the tolling of a death knell. As the zombie swiped at Xia, its black claws glinting like blades, he narrowly evaded, only to have his clothing torn, revealing a bleeding wound that dripped ominously onto the ground, glaring in the dim light. Seeing Xia injured ignited a fierce anger within me, a wrath at the harm done to my protector. Gritting my teeth, I charged back, fully aware of the peril yet driven by an innate stubbornness. I knew that ordinary assaults would prove futile against the zombie. Only the treasured talisman I carried might hold any efficacy, albeit the spell's complexity required immense focus and precise timing to approach the zombie. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my resolve, silently reciting the incantation. My gaze fixed on the zombie's every movement. The moment the zombie turned its attention towards Xia, exposing its back, I seized the opportunity. Launching myself forward like a leopard, channeling all my strength to affix the talisman to its back. The instant the talisman was applied, it erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the entire chamber. The zombie let out a soul-piercing shriek, its movements visibly slowing, as the air quivered in response to the light and its wail. "Well done," Xia praised, casting a glance my way. "Now, strike its head." Nodding, I drew my dagger and aimed for the zombie's cranium. The blade pierced its forehead, a surge of black blood gushing forth. The zombie emitted a deafening roar, its body trembling violently. "It's going to explode." "Get back," Xia shouted, pulling me aside just in time. With a thunderous boom, the cavern shook violently, stones raining down from above. Xia shielded me with his body, and I felt as if the world was spinning. Coughing amidst the dust, Xia pushed aside the debris weighing him down. Struggling to rise, supporting him, I caught sight of a massive crack forming in the ceiling, a sense of dread washing over me. "We must escape," I exclaimed in panic. Xia's face paled, yet he remained remarkably composed. He pointed toward the depths of the fissure, his voice hoarse. "Chongqing, look." Following his gaze, my pupils dilated with horror. Deep within the crack, countless pairs of eyes flickered with ghostly green flames, an ominous sight that sent shivers down my spine. Debris cascaded around us, the cacophony nearly deafening. Xia grasped my arm, urging me to flee toward the entrance. "Quickly! The cave is collapsing," he bellowed, his voice drowned out by the crashing stones. I glanced back, only to find the zombie still standing amidst the debris. Shrouded in dust, its ghostly green flames glimmering more ominously, like a demon risen from the depths of hell, letting out a chilling roar. The multitude of eyes within the crack resembled stars twinkling in the night sky, yet carried an icy chill of death that sent chills through my bones. "Damn it!" I cursed inwardly, pushing forward without pausing. The cave trembled increasingly, threatening to entomb us alive. Xia, though aged, pressed on, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon him. With gritted teeth, I half-dragged him as we tumbled toward the entrance. Fresh air flooded my lungs as I greedily inhaled, the sensation of survival rendering me weak. Xia collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion ghostly pale. "Chongqing, this is merely the beginning," he asserted, gesturing toward the cave entrance, his voice quaking. Following his gaze, I saw that the once dark entrance was now sealed by fallen debris, only a few strands of eerie green light seeping through the cracks. Akin to a dying beast's final gasp, we returned to the village with the fractured ancient tome. The incident of the red-clad female corpse had finally reached a conclusion, the villagers rejoicing in their narrow escape. Yet, my heart was far from light. The text disclosed that the zombie was not a solitary entity, but rather a harbinger of a vast, looming horde. With the cave's collapse, we had not eradicated it. Instead, we risked awakening the entire clan. "Xia, what shall we do next?" I inquired, my heart laden with despair. Xia remained silent, slowly opening the ancient tome, poring over its pages by the dim oil lamplight. His brow furrowed, his expression grave, as though a tempest were imminent. Suddenly, he snapped the book shut, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. "Changsheng, gather glutinous rice, black dog blood," and he paused, his tone resolute. "Tonight is likely to be far from peaceful." A shiver coursed through me, creeping from my toes to the crown of my head. Outside, the night had descended, clouds obscuring the moon, enveloping the village in a suffocating stillness. The wind whispered through the treetops, emitting a series of mournful wails, akin to the distant cries of phantoms and wolves. Chapter 10. The undead approached the village. Crisis strikes. Outside the window, the wind's lament resembled the weeping of a woman, as though the sorrowful sounds emanated from the depths of the underworld. Faintly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from afar, reminiscent of a call from the very bowels of hell, each utterance seemingly a knock upon the door of death. Sending shivers down my spine, panic surged within me, as this scene conjured memories of the zombie tales recounted by the elders in my youth, their terrifying imagery flashing through my mind, making it feel as if the nightmares of my childhood had materialized. Old Xia's expression was grave as he distributed the prepared glutinous rice, black dog blood, and cinnabar to the villagers, muttering as he did so, "Make sure you all take these. They are vital for your survival." He then cautioned blacksmith Zhao, Old Iron, "Quickly distribute those crafted weapons to everyone. We must not be negligent at this moment." The atmosphere was as taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. "They're here!" Old Xia's low shout shattered the oppressive silence. Following his gaze, I beheld shadowy figures emerging at the village's edge. No, they were zombies. These creatures appeared as if they had crawled from the darkest corners of hell. Their skin was a sickly shade of blue-black, reminiscent of putrid flesh steeped in filth for far too long, riddled with pockmarks, and in some places, stark white bones protruded. There was no sign of life in their eyes, only endless darkness and a ravenous hunger for the living. The foremost zombie gaped its mouth wide, revealing yellowed, sharp teeth, with decaying flesh lodged between them, its growl capable of shattering the very soul. A potent stench of decay wafted from them, a nauseating blend of long-rotted fish and putrid refuse, making one want to retch as they drew nearer. The odor intensified, as if the very essence of death was encroaching upon us. "Ah, the zombies are coming!" someone cried out, and chaos erupted among the villagers, who fled in all directions, crying for their parents. My heart sank. Damn it. I have yet to find a definitive way to deal with these monsters. "Everyone, don't panic. Use your weapons. Use your weapons," Blacksmith Zhao shouted, brandishing his wolf-toothed club, his voice booming. "We cannot let these rotten bones intimidate us. Charge at them." He was the first to rush towards the zombies. I had thought that the weapons crafted by Blacksmith Zhao would deliver a substantial blow to the zombies, but reality dealt us a harsh blow instead. The wolf-toothed club struck the zombie with a resounding thud, leaving only a shallow wound. The zombie didn't even falter in its advance, lunging forward with arms outstretched, its emaciated yet powerful limbs resembling 5 sharp daggers, aimed straight for Blacksmith Zhao's face. He quickly sidestepped, but the zombie pivoted and kicked him in the leg, causing him to stumble. "How is this possible?" Zhao's face turned pale as he retreated, shouting, "Why are these creatures so resilient?" He was troubled by the thought that his painstakingly forged weapons were utterly ineffective. Was he destined to perish here today? His wife and children were relying on him. He could not fall here. The other villagers also attacked the zombies with their weapons, only to discover that their efforts bore little fruit. These zombies were impervious to blades and fire, an insurmountable horde of indestructible monsters. Despair began to spread through the crowd. I surveyed the chaotic scene before me, anxiety gripping my heart. Were we truly to await our doom? Suddenly, I sensed a chilling presence approaching from my left. I turned sharply to see a towering zombie lunging towards Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou, be careful, I shouted, rushing forward without a second thought. Though I, Gu Changsheng, was merely an ordinary villager, a stubborn resolve surged within me. I would not allow anyone to be harmed before my eyes. This was my bottom line. Moreover, Granny Zhou had cared for me since childhood. In my heart, she was like family. How could I stand idly by while she was threatened by a zombie? Memories of her delicious meals and her vigil by my side during my illnesses flooded my mind. Propelling me forward even faster, I lunged at her, shoving Granny Zhou aside just as the zombie-esque claws grazed past my nose, the stench overwhelming my senses and causing my stomach to churn violently. That was close. My heart raced, cold sweat instantly soaking my clothes. I thought to myself, had I hesitated for even a moment, I would have perished. But if I didn't save Granny Zhou, what meaning would my life hold? Yet, there was no time to ponder. More zombies stumbled closer. Taking a deep breath, I focused intently, striving to perceive the trajectories of the zombies around me. Before my eyes, a bizarre tableau appeared, the paths of those zombies resembling intertwining red threads, complex and chaotic. Run towards the ancestral hall. The terrain is higher over there, I shouted, leading the charge towards the hall. Old Xie followed closely behind, urging, everyone, follow Changsheng. The ancestral hall can provide us some respite. Although the villagers were in a state of panic, witnessing my and Old Xie's actions felt like grasping at a lifeline, and they began to follow us towards the ancestral hall. As I ran, I remained vigilant of the zombies' movements, continually adjusting my direction and calling out to the villagers, this way, hurry up. Gu Changsheng, well done, Blacksmith Zhao shouted, swinging his wolf-toothed club while encouraging me. The other villagers cast trusting glances in my direction, which weighed heavily upon my shoulders. I had to protect them. They were my kin, having grown up and labored together. This bond transcended mere trust. It was a familial connection forged in blood. Finally reaching the ancestral hall, we hurriedly secured the doors. Built upon elevated ground, the hall was defensible and, for the moment, we were safe. The villagers huddled together, their faces pale with fear, the atmosphere thick with dread. What now, Old Xie? Blacksmith Zhao asked gruffly. Before Old Xie could respond, Scholar Sun adjusted his glasses and shook his head, saying, the ancient texts state that to deal with zombies, one must pierce their hearts with a peachwood sword and douse them with black dog blood. A peachwood sword. Do you think this is a play? Old Xie interrupted him without reservation. These zombies are impervious to weapons. What good will a peachwood sword do? I believe we need to resort to fire. Nonsense. You would set the ancestral hall ablaze. Destroying the tablets of our ancestors? Scholar Sun retorted angrily, pointing a finger at Old Xie. Old Xie, don't be reckless. We cannot disturb our forebears' possessions. Scholar Sun continued to argue. Old Xie, you are being foolish. You cannot disregard the records in the ancient texts. This is the wisdom of our ancestors that we must not profane. His earnest demeanor elicited a mix of frustration and amusement from the surrounding villagers. Old Xie thought to himself that Scholar Sun was merely a bookworm at such a time. Clinging to ancient texts was futile. If this continued, we would all perish. Scholar Sun, on the other hand, felt that Old Xie was too rash, disrespecting the wisdom of our ancestors. If his recklessness led to greater disaster for the village, he would be a sinner for all time. The two argued heatedly, their faces flushed, my heart raced with anxiety. How could they bicker at a time like this? Just then, Old Xie suddenly seized the ancient text from Scholar Sun's hands, pointing at a particular page. Wait, here. His voice trembled, and his eyes widened as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Old Xie pointed to the yellowed page, his voice quavering. Exorcism talisman, ink line, glutinous rice, he murmured, as if deciphering an ancient incantation. We all held our breath, the silence in the ancestral hall palpable enough to hear each other as heartbeats. Scholar Sun adjusted his glasses and leaned closer. His expression shifted. It truly is the long-lost Tiangang exorcism array. This ancient text contains such a secret method. though I did not comprehend these arcane matters. I sensed that a turning point might be at hand. Old Xie grasped my shoulders excitedly. Changsheng, your perceptive abilities are crucial. You can sense the movements of the zombies, guiding us to set up the array. Time was of the essence. We sprang into action. Old Xie directed everyone, while also encouraging the younger villagers, young men, don't be afraid. As long as we follow the steps, we can overcome this challenge. These zombies are nothing to fear. Scholar Sun took on the task of interpreting the steps in the ancient text, reverently clutching the book as he muttered to himself, as if conversing with our ancestors. This step must be done this way? Yes, that's right. Blacksmith Zhao swung a heavy hammer, dismantling the tables and benches in the ancestral hall to craft simple wooden stakes. Each blow of the hammer resonated like the drums of war against the zombies. The deep thuds echoing in the hall as he shouted, "Watch me drive these stakes in solidly, preventing those zombies from entering." Granny Zhou, trembling, retrieved her sewing kit, her hands slightly shaking from anxiety, yet her gaze remained resolute as she muttered, "These little brutes think they can harm us. It won't be that easy." With each stitch she made, the delicate thread seemed to carry the hopes of us all, and she occasionally added, "The stitches must be tight. We can't let the glutinous rice spill out." Even the timid carpenter Qian trembled as he assisted in securing the wooden stakes, stammering, "I will contribute my share." I hope this proves useful. Following the old man Xia's instructions, I closed my eyes, attuning myself to the movements of the zombies outside the ancestral hall. The red threads in my mind grew increasingly vivid as I guided the villagers to drive the stakes into the ground at specific positions, binding them with hemp rope soaked in black dog's blood, and hanging the glutinous rice bag sewn by Granny Zhou upon the ropes. Heavenly Gang's evil-repelling formation. Rise, with a thunderous shout, old man Xia forcefully swung the chalk line in his hand, drawing a black arc in the air that landed perfectly on the wooden stake. In that instant, the black line seemed imbued with life, swiftly spreading outwards, and an invisible barrier radiating a mysterious glow appeared around the ancestral hall. Outside, the furious roars of the zombies echoed, as they wildly collided with the stakes, only to be repelled as if striking a solid wall, their bodies tumbling grotesquely through the air. The glutinous rice bags burst open, scattering white powder upon the zombies, emitting a sizzling sound, and a burnt odor permeated the air. The zombies writhed in agony, as if scorched by fierce flames, releasing plumes of black smoke. Effective, truly effective, the villagers cheered, their previously despairing faces lighting up with joy. Zhao the blacksmith, in particular, excitedly swung his wolf-toothed club, smashing down upon the zombies while shouting, "Look at you rotten bones, so arrogant, today, you shall learn our might." Yet in his heart, he pondered the uncertainty of whether they could withstand this onslaught for long. If they failed to survive the day, what would become of his wife and children? He was that kind of man, seemingly reckless. Yet with a tender heart within, a surge of hope welled up within me. Perhaps we could indeed overcome these monsters. However, just as we began to catch our breath, I sensed the red threads multiplying and thickening. The number of zombies outside the ancestral hall far exceeding our expectations. I abruptly turned to old man Xia, only to see his face ashen, lips trembling as he uttered, "This is bad. Their numbers are too great." He grasped my arm tightly, his eyes filled with terror. "Changsheng, we must." Just as despair threatened to engulf us, a peculiar zombie emerged from the horde, clad in strange attire reminiscent of an ancient priest's robe, adorned with bizarre runes that emitted a ghostly green light point. One side of this zombie's face was decayed, while the other appeared preserved, revealing remnants of its former visage, its eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light, as if capable of piercing our souls. This zombie seemed different from the others, possessing a strange wisdom in its gaze. The unexpected appearance of this creature left us momentarily stunned. We had assumed all zombies were mindless husks. Yet this one complicated the situation, rendering it more perilous. At this moment, Old Man Xia and Scholar Sun began to quarrel once more. Old Man Xia regarded the special zombie, contemplating that this might be a turning point. Perhaps confronting it could unveil a method to deal with all zombies. He was unwilling to simply wait for death within the ancestral hall. Conversely, Scholar Sun deemed it too risky. Should they fail? The entire village would be doomed. He observed the zombie with a sense of unknown dread, believing it wiser to hold their ground in the ancestral hall. Their disagreement escalated, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The villagers watched their dispute, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, uncertain of whom to support, all pondering if truly there was no better solution, with their families waiting for their return. Outside, the zombies' howls grew increasingly deafening. As if the roars of hell itself were assaulting my eardrums, I watched helplessly as the red threads converged, forming an immense web of blood that surrounded the ancestral hall. Though the Heavenly Gang's evil-repelling formation proved effective, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Damn it. How can this be an endless endeavor? Zhao the blacksmith swung his club, shattering one zombie's skull after another, yet still unable to halt their relentless advance. Scholar's son cowered in a corner, trembling as he rifled through ancient texts, muttering incantations, yet found no solution, feeling despondent that all his reading had proven futile in this critical moment, lamenting, "Why are there no more methods in these ancient texts?" Granny Zhou's supply of glutinous rice bags had been exhausted, leaving her to helplessly watch the zombies draw closer, sighing, "Alas, what shall we do?" At her advanced age, she wondered if today would be her last. Lamenting she had yet to witness the village return to tranquility, even the typically composed old man Xia appeared flustered, gripping my arm tightly, his nails nearly embedding in my flesh. "Changsheng, we must devise another plan." I clenched my teeth, striving to maintain my composure. I thought to myself, everyone is counting on me. I cannot falter. Yet what could be done? The talismans, chalk lines, and glutinous rice were merely stopgaps. To truly resolve this crisis, we must uncover the source of the zombies. Taking a deep breath, my mind drifted to the desolate graveyard behind the village, a place shrouded in malevolence, perpetually cloaked in thick fog, resembling a dark corner forgotten by the world. The tombstones leaned at precarious angles, some shattered into pieces, the ground overrun with wild grass swaying in the mist, akin to countless ghostly hands in motion. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the echoes of our footsteps, each step feeling like a descent into deeper darkness. Occasionally, I could hear strange sounds, resembling hushed cries or the whispers of spirits. I suddenly turned my head, speaking with conviction, "Old man Xia, we must go to the graveyard." Old man Xia paused momentarily, then a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "All right, let us go for broke." He turned to the trembling carpenter Qian, commanding, "Qian, you know the graveyard best. Lead the way." Carpenter Qian's face turned pale, his lips quivering as two voices wrestled within him. One protesting, "I do not wish to go to that cursed place. It would surely mean death," while the other insisted, "Everyone is striving. If I back down now, how shall I face the village again?" Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, summoning his courage, and declared, "Very well, I shall lead." We set forth, armed with rudimentary weapons, toward that unknown realm of terror. As we stepped into the graveyard, a chill more penetrating than before enveloped us, the fog thickening to the point of obscuring our hands. It coiled around us as if alive, chilling us to the bone, like countless icy hands brushing against our skin, raising goosebumps. Carpenter Qian clung tightly to my arm, his teeth chattering audibly. "Changsheng, I am frightened," he stammered, his trembling voice abruptly cut off. Chapter 11. The source of the zombies, perilous situations. Carpenter Qian's scream halted abruptly, his entire being stiffening as though under a paralyzing spell. Following his gaze, I beheld the fog thickening like viscous ink, a heavy mass coalescing as a vague figure slowly emerged from the depths, each step echoing with the sound of impending death. By the dim light, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, I barely discerned its outline. Green-faced, with sharp fangs, clad in tattered funeral garments, it was the horrifying zombie. "Zombie! It's a zombie!" Carpenter Qian's voice quivered with a whimper, his eyes widening like a startled deer, desperately trying to retreat behind me, his body uncontrollably shaking. His terror surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. Even Zhao the blacksmith, once resolute, now wore an expression of unease, gripping his hammer so tightly his knuckles turned white, eyes fixed intently on the slowly approaching figure, legs slightly apart, poised for defense. "Stay calm," I hissed, striving to steady myself, though my heart raced uncontrollably. Old man Xia, regaining his composure, stammered with determination, "Changsheng is right. Panic will only make us more vulnerable to attack with that." He straightened his chest, as if bolstering his own resolve. I inhaled deeply, focusing my senses on the surroundings, and my perceptive ability came into play. I could feel cold currents swirling through the graveyard, like countless icy spectral tendrils silently weaving beneath the fog. I closed my eyes, meticulously discerning the strength and direction of these chilling presences, the silence amplifying our heavy breaths, their urgency resonating in the stillness. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, pointing down a narrow path. This way. We proceeded cautiously along the path, constantly adjusting our direction to evade the powerful currents of dark energy. Carpenter Chien clutched the hem of my garment tightly, his fingers turning pale, his body still trembling slightly. Stealing glances behind him as he muttered incessantly, "May the Bodhisattva protect me. May the Bodhisattva protect me." I turned to him, meeting his anxious gaze with determination, gently patting his hand that clutched my clothing. Whispering reassuringly, "Do not worry. I am here." On multiple occasions, I sensed the presence of zombies drawing near, the coldness threatening to penetrate my very bones, causing my body to stiffen momentarily, yet we narrowly avoided detection each time. I silently rejoiced. Had it not been for my unique ability, we would have surely been surrounded by the zombies long ago. "Changsheng, your perceptive ability is truly remarkable," Old Man Xie murmured in low tones. His eyes brimming with admiration as he nodded slightly. I forced a smile, remaining silent. At that moment, my nerves were taut, my gaze warily scanning the surroundings, unwilling to allow even the slightest relaxation. As we walked, Granny Zhou suddenly halted, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Pointing at a seemingly inconspicuous cluster of herbs by the roadside, her voice trembled with excitement. "This is the purple-backed Tian Kue. It can restrain corpse poison." After speaking, she crouched down carefully, her eyes fixated on the herb as she harvested it, as if the dangers surrounding us had vanished entirely. "Granny Zhou, this is not the time for herb gathering," Blacksmith Zhao exclaimed, his brow furrowed with anxiety, worry evident in his eyes. "What use are these herbs? Can they withstand the claws of a zombie?" Granny Zhou lifted her head, her gaze resolute and tinged with stubbornness. "Of course they are useful. With the purple-backed Tian Kue combined with my unique secret formula, it will surely—" Her voice abruptly ceased, her eyes widening in terror as they fixated on something behind me, the muscles in her face twitching slightly. "Changsheng, be careful." Granny Zhou's finger trembled as it pointed behind me. A chill ran down my spine as I turned abruptly, yet saw nothing. The thick fog remained an impenetrable wall, obscuring everything. Could it be my imagination? Yet, Granny Zhou's terror was so palpable. Her lips had begun to turn a shade of blue. "Granny Zhou, what is it?" I whispered, my fists clenched tightly as sweat began to bead in my palms. Scholar Sun leaned in nervously, adjusting his glasses, fear flickering in his eyes behind the lenses, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "Brother Changsheng, could there be something sinister nearby? We should proceed with caution." He tightened his grip on the ancient tome in his hands. "The purple-backed Tian Kue, combined with my unique secret formula, will definitely—" Granny Zhou continued to murmur about her herbs. As if entranced, her eyes glazed over. Blacksmith Zhao seized her arm, irritation flashing in his gaze. "Granny, this is not the time for such talk. We need to leave this cursed place. What do you know?" Granny Zhou retorted fiercely, shaking off Zhao's grip, her eyes ablaze with fury. "The purple-backed Tian Kue can counteract corpse poison. It could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Herbs can save lives. I see them as a liability. My hammer is far more useful," Blacksmith Zhao shouted hoarsely, raising the hammer in his hand and swinging it through the air. "One strike from this, and I'll take down any demon or ghost." My heart raced with anxiety. How could they still argue at such a moment? Frowning, I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, and focused on my perceptive abilities. Deep within the graveyard, a potent malevolent aura loomed like a lighthouse in the dark, exuding an unsettling presence that gripped my heart like an invisible hand. "It's there. Enough of this bickering," I commanded sharply, my eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Their quarrel ceased abruptly, both staring at me in astonishment. "Follow me." I pointed towards the depths of the graveyard, my tone unwavering, my gaze filled with resolute determination. Old Man Xie glanced at me, a flicker of appreciation crossing his features, his eyes reflecting trust. "Changsheng, what have you discovered?" I offered no explanation, merely quickened my pace. Old Man Xia hurried to keep up, his steps somewhat hurried. Blacksmith Zhao and Granny Zhou had no choice but to follow, Zhao occasionally glancing back with a look of discontent and worry. Scholar Sun matched my pace, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a glint of confusion in his eyes. Brother Chongqing, have you made a special discovery? I can't shake the feeling that this graveyard exudes an inexplicable eeriness. I met his gaze, shaking my head slightly, then whispered in a tone only we could hear. You'll find out soon enough. As we delved deeper, the malevolent aura intensified, and I could feel a subtle prickling on my skin. As if countless tiny needles were stabbing me, my brow furrowed involuntarily. The fog in the graveyard thickened, dense as impenetrable ink, obscuring my vision and rendering it difficult to breathe. I relied solely on my perceptive abilities to discern the path, each step feeling like a plunge into an unknown abyss. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath my feet. My heart sank. I realized something was amiss. With a resounding crack, the ground collapsed beneath me. Before my startled cry could escape, a hand firmly grasped my arm. I looked up to find it was Scholar Sun. His frail form seemed to harbor immense strength at that moment. Veins bulged on his forehead, his glasses askew. His eyes filled with reckless determination as he gritted his teeth, pulling me upward with all his might. Chongqing grabbed my hand. His voice was hoarse from exertion, urgency lacing his tone. I clenched my jaw and, leveraging his strength, began to climb. Just then, Blacksmith Zhao sprang into action, rushing over with urgency in his eyes, yanking me up with a fervor that belied his bulk. Breathless, I turned to Scholar Sun, whose face was as pale as a sheet. Breathing rapidly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clearly drained from the effort. Thank you, I stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude. I had always perceived Scholar Sun as timid and pedantic, yet in this critical moment, he had selflessly risked himself to save me. My gaze was filled with appreciation and guilt. I recognized the prejudice I had harbored against him. Scholar Sun adjusted his glasses, managing a strained smile. A hint of shyness in his eyes. It is only right. We should help each other as fellow townsfolk. The warmth spread through me, and I regarded him with newfound respect. Turned out this seemingly fragile scholar possessed a courageous spirit. In his gaze, there seemed to be a flicker of admiration for me as well, which made me feel somewhat bashful, and I lowered my head slightly. Old Man Xia examined the pit, his expression grave, as if a storm were looming. This is a trap. Fortunately, Chongqing reacted quickly, though he has sustained only minor abrasions. He retrieved some herbs from his medicine box and handed them to me, concern evident in his eyes. Apply these. I accepted the herbs, murmuring my thanks. Granny Zhou hastened to my side, worry etched in her features, softly inquiring if I was unhurt. I smiled and shook my head. Blacksmith Zhao, meanwhile, stomped his feet in frustration, cursing the graveyard as cursed and fraught with traps, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. We continued onward, now even more cautious. The surroundings were eerily silent, reminiscent of a desolate ancient tomb, with only the sound of our footsteps echoing, each step resonating heavily in the stillness, as if we were treading upon our own heartbeats. Not long after, I sensed the malevolent aura reaching its zenith. Suddenly, the fog parted as if torn by an invisible hand, revealing an ancient formation before us. Carved into a stone at the edge of the formation were strange symbols, resembling an archaic script or mysterious totems, emanating an air of enigma. I pondered. Could these symbols be linked to the origins of the zombies? Were they some mark left by those who created the zombies or orchestrated this graveyard? Yet, there was no time for deep contemplation. I silently committed this detail to memory, intending to explore it further when the opportunity arose. At the center of the formation, a thick, ominous aura swirled like black smoke, pulsating and emitting a noxious stench reminiscent of a corpse decayed for millennia, overwhelming my senses. The intricate patterns of the formation resembled countless writhing serpents intertwined, flickering with an eerie light, as if countless eyes were watching us from the shadows, sending chills down my spine. I stifled my discomfort, scrutinizing every detail of the formation, and my eyes remained fixed on it. Brow furrowed, expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. This is a gathering in formation, Old Man Xia declared solemnly, surprise and concern flickering in his gaze. This formation can amass the surrounding energy, nourishing the zombies. No wonder they are so ferocious in this graveyard. The knowledge of feng shui and geomancy that old man Xia had imparted flashed rapidly through my mind, piecing together like fragments of a puzzle. I quickly discerned the flaw that had been overlooked by everyone else, an essential weakness laid bare before me like prey exposed to a hunter's gaze. Elation surged within me, yet I was also puzzled. How could such a formation contain a flaw? Was it intentional, or was there a deeper secret? Did this conceal a more significant conspiracy? My brow furrowed deeper, the confusion in my eyes intensifying as I glanced at the others, all wearing expressions of uncertainty and unease. A wave of exhilaration coursed through me, as if I had grasped something pivotal. This might be the key to annihilating the zombies. Eagerly, I yearned to attempt to unravel this formation, a rush of excitement swelling within me. My eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, I felt the surrounding energy suddenly turn violent. The ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, the earth beneath our feet becoming increasingly unstable. Not good. The zombies are coming, Blacksmith Zhao shouted, eyes filled with tension and resolve as he raised his hammer, bracing himself for battle, his body leaning slightly forward, poised for confrontation. Qian Mujiang's face turned as pale as frost, resembling a frightened child as he cowered behind Granny Zhou. Trembling in terror, he clutched her arm tightly, his eyes filled with dread, and his voice quivered as he asked, "Granny, are we going to die here?" Granny Zhou gently patted his hand, her gaze conveying reassurance as she replied, "Do not be afraid, we have everyone here." Although I had identified the flaw in the formation, I was at a loss as to how to exploit it. I pointed at the altered pattern, my brow furrowed, my eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Old Xia stroked his beard, his expression grave as a mountain. The gathering in formation was perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to our own destruction. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently, and a chilling wind surged forth from the center of the formation, carrying a bone-chilling cold that seemed intent on freezing our very souls. I couldn't help but shiver. "It's coming," Zhao Taijian bellowed, brandishing his hammer as if facing a formidable enemy. His muscles bulged as he fixed a fierce glare ahead. Qian Mujiang nearly cried out in fright, prompting Granny Zhou to hurriedly cover his mouth, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Although Sun Xiaocai was terrified, he forced himself to remain calm, his lips trembling as he perused the ancient texts in his hands, desperately seeking a countermeasure, muttering, "Surely there is something documented in these ancient texts." A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. I took a deep breath, gripping the talisman that old Xia had given me tightly. This malevolent force was more potent than any I had encountered before, and I felt an unprecedented pressure, causing my hands to tremble slightly. Amidst the chilling winds, grotesque, decaying figures began to materialize one by one. The zombies crawled forth like malevolent spirits risen from hell, their rotting flesh hanging precariously from their skeletal frames. With each step, maggots tumbled from their bodies, their eerie green eyes resembling will-o'-the-wisps, exuding a palpable aura of death that enveloped us like a tangible darkness. The low, guttural howls echoed like curses from the depths of the soul, reverberating painfully in our ears and filling our hearts with terror. I tightened my grip on the peachwood sword, feeling sweat seep from my palms. My gaze was resolute and unwavering. Despite the overwhelming fear within, I understood that retreat was not an option. Suddenly, old Xia shouted, "Changsheng, now is the time. Let your blood fall upon that flaw." Without hesitation, I bit my finger. Crimson blood flowing forth in an instant, I raised my finger high, that droplet of blood seemingly infused with all my courage and resolve, plummeting towards the breach in the formation. As the blood dripped down, I felt my own strength surge into this ancient formation, a powerful force erupting from within me, igniting my eyes with a blazing fervor. The earth trembled violently, and a brilliant light erupted from the center of the formation, shooting upwards like countless swords piercing the heavens, shattering the surrounding malevolence. The zombies howled in agony beneath the radiance, their bodies twisted and contorted as if being pulled by an unseen force. The scene resembled a doomsday judgment, the intense light illuminating the entire graveyard and reflecting the complex expressions on our faces. Fear, astonishment, and reverence. I heard a piercing scream, followed by, Chapter 12, the zombie calamity vanquished, and the village restored to peace. Blood dripped like tears, falling steadily at the formation's center, which soon erupted into blinding white light, as if to tear apart the dark night sky. A chilling scream echoed like a vengeful spirit demanding a life, resonating in the night and causing my eardrums to throb, as if a million ants were crawling within my ears. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing a vast void at the heart of the formation, akin to a gateway to hell, exuding an endless chill. Those once fearsome zombies writhed as if scorched by fierce flames, howling in pain, their bodies emitting black smoke before turning to ash, a putrid scent mingling with the acrid odor of charred flesh filling the air. Yet before we could breathe a sigh of relief, more zombies surged forth from the graves, a tide of darkness clawing at us, their stench overwhelming. We were instantly surrounded, the situation reaching a critical point. Zhao Taijian gripped his hammer tightly, its cold sheen glinting in the moonlight as he swung it towards a zombie's head, sparks flying like miniature fireworks. However, the zombies continued their relentless advance, seemingly unaffected by the blows. Sun Xiaozai crouched behind Granny Zhou, his face as pale as a blank sheet of paper, trembling uncontrollably, his lips incessantly chanting Amitabha, "May the Bodhisattva protect us," his eyes wide with fear. Qian Mujiang collapsed to the ground, his legs feeling like cotton, powerless to do anything but watch as the zombies approached. I gripped my peachwood sword, feeling as insignificant as a leaf in a storm, overwhelmed by despair. Was I truly destined to perish this night? In that moment of hopelessness, old Xie suddenly straightened, his formerly hunched back erect, the wrinkles on his face smoothed as if by an invisible hand, rejuvenating him by a decade. He now held a peachwood staff, its head inscribed with intricate runes, radiating a gentle golden light that shone like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. "Changsheng, do not fear." Old Xie's voice resonated powerfully, filled with unwavering determination. "I have found the spell to subdue the zombies." He began to chant incantations, as if reciting an ancient poem. A stream of golden light shot forth from the staff, resembling a golden dragon as it surged toward the surrounding zombies, repelling them and granting us a glimmer of hope. "Excellent, old Xie!" Zhao Taijian roared, his voice brimming with excitement and courage, charging forward once more with his hammer. Old Xie and I coordinated seamlessly, utilizing the new spell and the formation's flaw to combat the zombies. They continued to rush at us, their claws glinting coldly in the moonlight, while we fought back with relentless determination. I in a close-quarters struggle, my peachwood sword struck a zombie's spine, and a realization dawned upon me. "Old Xie, look!" I exclaimed, pointing at the disintegrating zombie, my eyes sparkling with exhilaration. At that moment, my arm muscles were taut, like a drawn bowstring, as my sword pierced the zombie's spine. I felt a resistance coursing through the blade, traveling up to my shoulder, a sensation both resilient and decayed. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of hope surged within me, as if I had discovered the key to dealing with the zombies. More zombies charged at us, their foul stench assailing our senses, carrying the essence of death. I forced down my discomfort, slashing at one with my sword, which cut through the air in a silvery arc. Old Xie also wielded his staff, driving back a group of zombies. His peachwood staff seemed almost enchanted, causing the zombies to retreat wherever it struck. "Changsheng, look," I urged, "their spines appear to be their weak point." Old Xie nodded after a careful observation. "Indeed, the spine is their fatal vulnerability." My spirit surged, and I turned to shout to the others, "Zhao Taijian, Sun Xiaozai, Qian Mujiang, Granny Zhou, aim for their spines." Zhao Taijian roared like an enraged bull, swinging his hammer down onto a zombie's back, the sound resounding sharply in the still night. As he struck, the muscles in his arms bulged, every sinew straining with power, channeling his fear and anger into that blow. The zombie's spine shattered, dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling black liquid. This invigorated our spirits. The previously timid Sun Xiaozai and Qian Mujiang found their courage. Though Sun Xiaozai was no warrior, he had studied ancient texts extensively. Now, with his eyes closed, he seemed to recall something, and then he began to chant an exorcism spell. The incantation echoed through the air, as if a mysterious force spread within, affecting the zombies and slowing their movements. Qian Mujiang, leveraging his knowledge of grave architecture, began to scout the surroundings for suitable terrain to set traps. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if engaged in a meticulous project. He combined seemingly useless materials, creating a new trap structure, watching with satisfaction as the zombies turned on each other, a triumphant smile gracing his face, knowing that after the battle, he would apply this inventive thinking to the village's defensive designs. Granny Zhou grasped a scythe, its cold sheen glinting in the moonlight, and without hesitation, she swung it at the zombie's spine. Once a healer, she did not neglect to offer simple aid to the wounded villagers amidst the chaos. Her technique was practiced, her eyes filled with concern, and after our victory, she brewed special herbs to bolster the villagers' health against potential ailments brought by the zombies, as we fought valiantly against the zombies. The clash of blades and the cries of battle filled the air. Moonlight bathed the battlefield, illuminating our determined faces. As we witnessed the dwindling numbers of zombies, a sense of relief washed over me, as if I could envision the village returning to peace. Yet suddenly, the ground shook violently, the gravestone at the center of the cemetery swaying like a drunken giant before collapsing, revealing a colossal figure rising slowly. I gasped, a chill of fear slithering up my spine. Old Xie said gravely, "This is not good." It is the zombie king die in its hands. The peachwood staff glowed even brighter, yet trembled slightly, as if it feared something. I tightened my grip on the peachwood sword, my palms slick with sweat, droplets trickling down the hilt. "Prepare for battle," Old Xie declared, his voice low but resolute. The earth continued to quiver, and the silhouette of the zombie king became increasingly clear, its oppressive aura suffocating the entire graveyard. Suddenly, Old Xie looked up at the distance, his expression shifting dramatically. "What is that?" The zombie king towered over the ordinary zombies, its body grotesquely larger, the decaying skin glowing with an ominous greenish hue. Its hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames, reminiscent of infernal fire, while sharp fangs glinted coldly, as if ready to rend anything asunder. He emitted a deafening roar, and a formidable aura of darkness surged forth like a tangible wave of black, suffocating me. Old Xie's peachwood staff radiated brilliantly, forming a golden barrier that barely held against the onslaught, flickering uncertainly under the pressure of the dark energy. At that moment, the surrounding environment grew increasingly oppressive and shadowy. Ominous clouds began to gather above the cemetery, obscuring the already feeble moonlight, as if the darkness sought to devour us whole. The spine of the undead king was its vulnerability, yet striking it was no easy feat. Old Xie's voice was grave. I inhaled deeply. Though fear gripped me, I was resolute. I knew I could not falter, as the safety of the village, the lives of my loved ones and friends, depended on it. "Everyone, let us go," I shouted, charging ahead, my silhouette appearing steadfast and courageous in the moonlight. Zhao the blacksmith followed closely behind, swinging his hammer towards the undead king's back. Scholar Sun recited incantations with increasing urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on the undead king. Carpenter Qian busied himself laying traps to hinder the undead king's movements, the materials glinting faintly in the moonlight. Though elderly, Granny Zhou swung her scythe towards the undead king's legs without hesitation, her gaze resolute. However, the undead king's strength was beyond imagination. With a mere sweep of its arm, it sent Zhao the blacksmith flying. He soared through the air like a fallen leaf, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. My heart raced, and I thrust my sword towards its spine. The blade pierced the decaying flesh but felt as if it struck against solid rock, making little progress. Just then, the undead suddenly mutated, a layer of hard bony armor sprouting around its spine, rendering its former weakness far less accessible to attack, and we found ourselves in peril once more. Suddenly, I recalled an extraordinary experience from my childhood, where I had acquired a special ability to infuse my peachwood sword with unique spiritual energy. I immediately channeled that energy into the sword, which burst forth in a brilliant radiance, shining as fiercely as the midday sun. Old Xie suddenly bellowed, "Now!" The light from his peachwood staff surged, a beam of golden light shooting directly into the undead king's eyes. The undead king howled in agony, a sound that seemed to tear the night sky asunder, its movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, I concentrated all my strength into the peachwood sword, using the spiritual energy to effortlessly penetrate the undead king's newly mutated defenses. Striking once more at its spine, this time, the blade sank deep into the bone. The undead king let out a chilling scream, its massive form trembling, the dark aura dissipating, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Reduced to a heap of bones, we had succeeded. The gloom above the village lifted, sunlight pouring down as if cloaking it in a golden veil. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, expressing their gratitude. Zhao the blacksmith excitedly embraced me, his grip nearly choking the breath from my lungs, as he exclaimed in my ear, "Brother, it's all thanks to you. I thought I was done for today." I patted his back, saying, "You were impressive too. That hammer strike was something else." Scholar's son approached, still somewhat shaken but predominantly filled with joy, stating, "That was truly perilous. Thankfully, we all worked together." Carpenter Chin chuckled, "Yes, after this, I must study how to enhance my traps." Granny Zhou looked at us, her eyes filled with pride. "Children, you are the heroes of the village." Gazing at the tranquil village, my heart swelled with contentment, as if all my fatigue had been washed away by this joy. This encounter with the undead had deepened my understanding of feng shui and mysticism, and the portions of ancient texts I had previously found incomprehensible now became clear. As I opened the ancient text, a line of words caught my eye, causing my pupils to constrict. Old Xie stood beside me, following my gaze, his expression growing grave. "Longsheng, it seems this is merely the beginning." The morning light bathed the reconstructed houses, gilding everything in warm gold. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth and faint floral notes, and the sound of birdsong filled the air. As though the shadows of the undead had never existed, I took a deep breath, my weary body suffused with a sense of satisfaction. Zhao the blacksmith went from house to house, boasting about the zombie-slaying hammer, a proud smile illuminating his face as he reflected on his blacksmithing skills, pondering how to enhance the power and technique of his hammer for future battles. Scholar's son vigorously explained the ancient texts, his gaze exuding confidence, transitioning from fear to bravery during the fight, initially feeling guilty for hiding at the back, but subsequently working harder to find exorcism spells. Granny Zhou brewed a calming soup, its aroma wafting through every corner of the village, instilling a sense of peace. Old Xie stood beside me, patting my shoulder with satisfaction. "This time, it was all thanks to you, Longsheng." I scratched my head, replying, "It's all due to Old Xie's excellent guidance." As I flipped through the blood-stained ancient texts, the words were clear, and it felt as though fireworks were bursting in my mind. I finally understood. My gaze fell upon a line of small characters on the page, causing my pupils to constrict sharply. Old Xie followed my gaze, his expression turning somber. "Longsheng," he began, but suddenly I felt the familiar chill enveloping the village. I looked up to see a group of figures emerging from the distant ridge. "No, this can't be," I muttered, my voice trembling. Those figures were unmistakably zombies, more numerous and terrifying than before, moving with greater agility. Their faces twisted in a bloodthirsty snarl, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. "Old man." My voice was hoarse, fear crashing over me like a tidal wave. Old Xie grasped my arm, his gaze sharp. "Prepare for battle." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. I witnessed a villager being overwhelmed by the zombies, blood staining the earth. Old Xie pushed me behind him, the peachwood staff glowing fiercely. "Quick! Go alert everyone!" He charged alone towards the horde of undead, and I gripped my peachwood sword tightly, turning to flee, my mind consumed with a singular thought: protect the village. Just then, I saw Old Xie stumble slightly. Chapter 13. The Return of the Undead. A desperate struggle. The sky darkened. Heavy clouds loomed like a massive leaden slab pressing down upon the village, and a fierce wind howled, causing the branches to rustle as if demons were growling softly. Seemingly heralding the impending zombie invasion, I ran desperately, my heart racing wildly in my chest, fear gnawing at my rationality like maggots. Old Xie's figure grew smaller and fainter, ultimately swallowed by the tide of advancing zombies. I dared not look back, terrified of witnessing the sight of him being torn apart. "Zombies! The undead are coming again!" I shouted, my voice hoarse and ragged. The once tranquil village erupted into chaos, chickens flapping, dogs barking, cries and curses filling the air. The villagers were in a state of sheer panic, scattering in all directions. Some villagers fell in their haste but quickly scrambled to their feet to continue running. Others clutched their children tightly, their eyes filled with despair, while some stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Observing this scene filled me with dread, If this continued, everyone would be slaughtered by the zombies. No, I must remain calm. I took a deep breath, striving to steady myself. Closing my eyes, I sensed the chilling aura surrounding us and realized that the zombies' movements seemed to follow a pattern. Their objective appeared not to be indiscriminate attack, but rather to advance toward the village's ancestral hall. Everyone, don't run chaotically, I shouted, gather under the old locust tree at the village entrance. Quickly! My voice trembled slightly, yet carried a firmness that seemed to possess a certain magic, causing the panicked villagers to instinctively halt and turn their gazes toward me. Longsheng, what are you saying? Granny Zhou's voice quivered with distress. Trust me. Run to the old locust tree, I shouted again, simultaneously sprinting towards the direction of the tree. Perhaps my tone was too resolute, or perhaps the fear of death instinctively urged them to seek a glimmer of hope. But the villagers truly began to converge towards the old locust tree. As I ran, I continued to observe the zombies' movements. Indeed, they disregarded the fleeing villagers, heading straight towards the ancestral hall. Longsheng, you were right. Scholar Sun gasped as he reached my side. According to the ancient texts, zombies thrive in darkness, and the ancestral hall is a gathering place for the village's negative energy. Their target must be the ancestral hall. I nodded, a sense of accomplishment welling within me. It seemed my perceptive abilities could indeed aid us in combating these malevolent forces. As the last villager reached the old locust tree, the horde of zombies had already closed in on the ancestral hall. What do we do now? Carpenter Qian's voice trembled. Are we going to be eaten? Before I could respond, Zhao the blacksmith's rough voice boomed. What are we afraid of? Last time we drove them back. We can do it again, he declared, preparing to charge out. Wait. Scholar Sun seized him. This time there are even more zombies, and they're stronger. We can't engage them head-on. Then what? Just wait to die? Zhao the blacksmith shouted, glaring that I watched as the two argued incessantly, a foreboding sense of unease surging within me. From the direction of the ancestral hall came a thunderous crash. A deafening noise erupted from the ancestral hall. As if something had been shattered, my heart raced, a chill coursing from my feet to the top of my head. Zhao the blacksmith continued to bicker with Scholar Sun, one shouting to charge, the other insisting to wait, like two roosters squabbling, driving me to distraction. Be quiet, I barked, my unexpected outburst halting both of them, and the surrounding villagers fell silent, their terrified gazes fixed upon me. I pointed toward the ancestral hall, my voice trembling with tension. Look over there. Is this really the time for arguing? The grand door of the ancestral hall had been shattered, revealing several enormous zombies standing at the entrance. They towered over ordinary zombies, their decaying muscles twisted together like writhing black worms, exuding a nauseating stench. Interspersed among the muscles were thin strands of white tendons, as if they were on the verge of snapping. Their eyes were a murky gray-white, devoid of life, yet glimmering with a cruel ferocity. Their teeth were jagged and yellowed, coated in viscous slime, as if they had just torn flesh from some foul carcass. The fingers of their desiccated hands bore long, sharp nails, resembling blackened hooks, stained with a dark red substance that could have been either dirt or blood. I gasped in horror. These fiends must surely be the leaders of the undead. What do we do? Changsheng! The voice of old Granny quivered with despair as she clutched my sleeve tightly, as if I were her last lifeline. Zhao the blacksmith swallowed hard, gripping his hammer tightly, his earlier bravado replaced by a flicker of fear. These creatures are different, he murmured. Sun the scholar's face turned pale as he adjusted his glasses, muttering to himself, this type of zombie is not recorded in ancient texts. I took a deep breath, striving to calm my racing heart. Previous tactics might suffice against ordinary zombies, but against these leaders, they would likely prove ineffective. We needed a new strategy. My gaze swept over the terrified villagers. Landing on the old locust tree, this tree, the guardian of our village, had withstood centuries of storms, still flourishing with verdant leaves. An audacious idea sparked in my mind. I grasped Sun the scholar's arm. Urgency lacing my words. Scholar, do you recall that tome on yin-yang and feng shui? Does it contain any formations? Sun paused, then his eyes brightened. Yes, I remember now. It does describe a simple defensive formation that can utilize the surrounding terrain and trees. Excellent. We'll use that, I declared resolutely. With little time to elaborate, I swiftly directed the villagers to begin setting up the formation around the old locust tree. As I orchestrated their movements, memories of my childhood surfaced. I had once learned from an eccentric mentor who always emphasized the importance of remaining calm in the face of danger and protecting the vulnerable. This was why I fought so fiercely now. I must safeguard every villager. Though fearful, the villagers rallied under my command and began their tasks with determination. Zhao the blacksmith temporarily set aside his argument with Sun and swung his hammer to help dig trenches and stack stones. I kept watch on the zombies, who seemed to sense our activity and quickened their pace toward us. My anxiety escalated, palms growing clammy. The formation needed to be completed faster. Just then, a wave of ominous energy emanated from the direction of the ancestral hall. I turned abruptly to see a towering zombie clad in Qing dynasty official robes emerging slowly. Its grotesque visage appeared as if twisted by a malevolent force, skin dry and cracked like a parched riverbed. Deep fissures concealing unfathomable darkness. Its eyes glowed like ghostly green flames, radiating a chilling light that felt as if it could pierce one's soul. The tattered official robes it wore reeked of decay, billowing slightly as though animated by unseen hands. The surrounding zombies knelt in reverence, and as moonlight bathed it, the official robes fluttered, the green glow intensifying. It raised its hands and emitted a low, thunderous growl, causing the very air around us to feel stifled. We, ensconced within the formation, stared in trepidation. I clenched my fists, while Old Man Xie brandished a peachwood sword, ready for battle, as the villagers huddled together in fear. This must be the Zombie King, I thought, a sinking feeling settling in my chest. Quick, the formation, speed it up, I bellowed, my voice hoarse. Suddenly, I felt the ground tremble beneath me. I looked up to see a mass of dark figures emerging from the distant hillside. It's a horde, Qian the carpenter pointed, his voice trembling, unable to articulate further. My heart sank. Were there more zombies? I directed everyone to quickly establish a rudimentary defensive formation centered around the old locust tree, using vermilion, glutinous rice, and stones, as outlined in the tome. Oddly, as soon as the formation was completed, the branches of the locust tree began to sway without wind, enveloping the village in a faint golden light. The once ferocious zombies halted at the formation's edge, emitting low growls, as if wary of its power. A surge of hope filled my heart. The formation was indeed effective. Old Man Xie stood beside me, stroking his beard, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Changxing, you truly possess remarkable skills, he praised, and I felt a swell of joy. However, my elation was short-lived, as Old Granny encountered yet another predicament. While her herbal smoke bombs initially bewildered the zombies, they soon adapted and began closing in on her. Granny, watch out, I shouted, grabbing a wooden stick and rushing to her aid. Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter followed closely, wielding their hammers and axes against the approaching undead. Though these zombies were immensely strong, their sluggish movements allowed us to evade their grasp, enabling us to engage them. Sun the scholar remained within the formation, frantically flipping through the tome and reciting incantations, seemingly searching for a more effective countermeasure. Just then, the Zombie King sprang into action. It leaped directly over the defensive formation, landing mere feet from us. A wave of malevolent energy washed over me, freezing my blood. Zhao and Qian turned pale, dropping their weapons in terror. Changsheng, watch out! Old Man Xie's voice rang out from behind me. Before I could react, a tremendous force sent me tumbling to the ground. Struggling to rise, I saw Old Man Xie standing before me, wielding a gleaming peachwood sword, blocking the Zombie King's strike. As the undead monarch lunged at the crowd, I suddenly recalled a mysterious power I had inadvertently discovered in a hidden cave, a plot point previously foreshadowed. During a foraging trip, I had fallen into a concealed cavern where I discovered a crystal emitting an otherworldly glow. Upon touching it, the crystal fused with my very being, bestowing upon me this enigmatic power. Each use left me utterly drained, allowing only 3 applications within a single day. My heart raced with both anxiety and excitement. The tension stemmed from my incomplete mastery of this power. Should I fail, we would all perish here. Yet the exhilaration arose from the realization that this might be our sole chance to confront the Zombie King. I silently prayed for this force to manifest, to rescue us from peril. With a mighty shout, I radiated a golden light as the power surged within me. I charged forward, delivering a single devastating punch that sent the zombie king flying into a throng of its minions. This unexpected counterattack stunned the villagers and momentarily disoriented the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, I directed the villagers to reinforce the formation while leading Zhao and Qian into the fray, wielding my stick with newfound vigor. Each strike sending a zombie sprawling, allowing everyone to feel the exhilarating rush of my newfound strength. During this chaotic battle, the villagers began to connect and communicate more. "Brother Blacksmith, please protect me. These old bones can't withstand the zombies' onslaught." Qian the carpenter exclaimed nervously, "Fear not, my brother. With me here, no zombie shall harm you." Zhao replied as he swung his hammer. Old Granny cheered us on. "Children, we can drive these zombies away." The villagers encouraged one another, and though fear lingered, they united against the undead threat. Sun the scholar, despite his vast knowledge, was quite timid. Yet, he faced the zombies resolutely to protect the ancient texts he valued above all else. Zhao's impulsive urge to charge at the zombies stemmed from the loss of a family member to their wrath, fueling his deep-seated hatred. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was Old Granny. I whipped around to see a green-faced zombie with razor-sharp fangs gripping her arm, its claws sinking deep into her flesh, my vision blurred with rage as I seized the nearest stick and charged back. Striking the zombie squarely on the head, the creature recoiled in pain, releasing Old Granny, and I quickly supported her. Her face was ashen, lips trembling. "Changsheng, my leg." I glanced down to see a ghastly black wound seeping dark blood on her leg. "Damn it!" Zhao the blacksmith let out a furious roar, raising his hammer to strike at the undead creature. Qian the carpenter, summoning his courage, swung his axe and joined the fray. Sun the scholar trembled in the doorway of the ancestral hall, muttering, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Supreme Lord Laozi, grant us your manifestation." Inside the hall, I tore off a piece of my clothing to hastily bandage Granny Zhou's wound. Yet the dark blood would not cease its flow. Granny Zhou clutched my hand tightly, her eyes filled with terror. "Changsheng, am I destined to become a monster like them?" Her voice grew weaker, and my heart sank as I turned to look outside the hall. The figure of old Xia had vanished, leaving only the sounds of battle and the chilling howls in the air. Suddenly, the door of the ancestral hall was flung open, and a figure staggered in. "Changsheng, the formation? The formation is nearly failing." Chapter 14. The secret of the zombies. Breaking the routine, the door of the ancestral hall was smashed open, and Zhao the blacksmith rushed in, his face a mask of terror, his eyes wide with panic. "Changsheng, the formation is on the verge of collapse." My heart tightened. Granny Zhou was still bleeding beside me, and I was at a loss, inwardly cursing old Xie for disappearing at such a critical moment. Zhao the blacksmith's voice trembled as he shouted at me, "Gu Changsheng, what do we do now? These zombies are not afraid of the Peachwood sword." The deep gash on his arm was horrifying. Black blood oozing continuously. I gritted my teeth. "Zhao the blacksmith, Qian the carpenter, help me lure the zombies to the drying yard." Qian the carpenter turned pale with fright. "The drying yard? It's so open there." "What if?" I interrupted him. "There's no time for explanations. Just do as I say." I helped Granny Zhou to a corner of the hall, while Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter exchanged a glance, steeling themselves to brandish their weapons and cautiously lead the zombies out. Sun the scholar huddled in the corner, trembling, muttering to himself, "I had thought that by luring the zombies to the drying yard, the sunlight would resolve the crisis, but I was dreadfully mistaken." Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter finally managed to draw the zombies to the drying yard, but the sunlight shone down upon them without effect. Instead, the creatures became even more ferocious as they lunged at the two men. Zhao the blacksmith screamed in terror. "Changsheng, they are not afraid of sunlight." A chill ran through me. This was entirely beyond my understanding. Could these zombies differ from the legends? I anxiously watched as they faced peril under the onslaught of the zombies, but I had to tend to Granny Zhou and could not assist them. Granny Zhou's condition worsened, her gaze becoming vacant. Her breath shallowed. At that moment, I suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the zombies. Squinting, I observed strange runic symbols on their bodies, shimmering with an eerie light under the sun. "Wait!" I stood up, pointing at the runes on the zombies, shouting, "Look, there is something strange about them." Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter were forced to retreat before the zombies, unable to heed my words. Zhao the blacksmith yelled. Changsheng, this is not the time for that. Help! He swung the peachwood sword, but it was utterly ineffective. I shouted hoarsely. Those symbols are the key. My heart raced with anxiety. If not for Granny Zhou needing care, I would have rushed out. The runes instilled in me a sense of both familiarity and malevolence. Sun the scholar, quivering in the corner, peeked out. Symbols? What symbols? I shouted at him. The ones on the zombies. Quickly, check if your ancient texts have any records. Sun the scholar then noticed the runes on the zombies, his expression shifting as he hurriedly flipped through his cherished ancient text. Muttering incantations, time dragged on, and Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter were nearing their limit. I found it. I found it. Sun the scholar suddenly exclaimed with excitement. This is a corpse-controlling talisman. The ancient texts state that such runes can control corpses, impervious to blades and fire, and even unaffected by sunlight. I asked urgently. How do we break it? Sun the scholar pointed to a passage in the ancient text. It says here that mixing black dog blood with cinnabar and applying it to the runes will break the control. Hope ignited within me. I knew that there was black dog blood and cinnabar in the ancestral hall, and I quickly began searching. Soon, I found them. Zhao the blacksmith, Qian the carpenter, bring them here, I called, pouring the prepared mixture into a bowl. Upon hearing my words, the two men clung to the hope as if it were a lifeline, exerting every ounce of strength to draw the zombies to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself, throwing the mixture onto the runes of the foremost zombie. As the mixture made contact, a plume of black smoke erupted, accompanied by a piercing scream. The runes flickered and then vanished, causing that zombie to collapse to the ground. The villagers around us erupted in cheers at the sight of the fallen zombie. Qian the carpenter's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, his voice trembling. Wonderful. Finally, we have a way. Zhao the blacksmith also let out a sigh of relief, though the pain from the wound on his arm caused him to grimace. A wave of elation washed over me. Dispelling the previous tension and anxiety, it worked, I thought, elated. Quick, again. However, before I could douse the second zombie, Qian the carpenter suddenly discarded his weapon and cowered behind me. I can't do it. It's too terrifying. I can't. Zhao the blacksmith's face flushed with anger. Qian the carpenter, you coward. Falling apart at a critical moment, Qian the carpenter retorted, you go then. I'm afraid. Is that a crime? I roared. Silence. What time is it now? Internal strife? Have you forgotten that there are old and young in the village waiting for us to protect them? I pointed at the fallen zombie. See that? It fears black dog blood and cinnabar. We have a chance to win. What are you afraid of? Zhao the blacksmith and Qian the carpenter were momentarily stunned by my outburst and fell silent. Taking a deep breath, I composed myself. Zhao the blacksmith, you're brave and strong. You'll be responsible for luring the zombies. Qian the carpenter, though timid, you're clever. You'll help me mix the black dog blood and cinnabar. How does that sound? Upon hearing he wouldn't have to face the zombies directly, Qian the carpenter nodded vigorously. All right, I can do that. Zhao the blacksmith grumbled in agreement. Fine, Changsheng, we'll follow your lead. I turned to old Xie. He stroked his beard, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Excellent. We shall proceed as Changsheng suggests. I will lend you my hand. Old Xie took charge, and we coordinated with great efficiency. As Zhao the blacksmith lured the zombies, I noticed beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. I offered him an encouraging nod, which he returned with a slight acknowledgement. I was responsible for dousing the black dog blood and cinnabar mixture. With each application, I felt we were one step closer to saving the village. Old Xie provided support, occasionally using his peculiar cane to strike the zombies while muttering incantations, as if performing some mysterious spell. Though Granny Zhou was weak, she persevered alongside Sun the scholar to care for the frightened villagers. Granny Zhou gently reassured a crying child. Do not fear. With Changsheng and the others here, we will be all right. Meanwhile, Sun the scholar hurriedly distributed protective charms to the villagers, chanting, Fear not, fear not. Righteousness prevails over evil. 1, 2, 3. More and more zombies fell, and we glimpsed the dawn of victory. A surge of heroism welled up within me, as if I were the savior of the world. However, just as we believed victory was within our grasp, old Xie's expression suddenly changed. He pointed towards the village entrance. his voice low and urgent. Not good. There are more, and those zombies are different. I followed old Xia's gaze, only to see a dark mass surging towards us. The symbols on those zombies were red. What do the red ones mean? I murmured. Old Xia grasped my arm tightly, trembling. Those are blood corpses, far more powerful than ordinary zombies. He turned to me, his eyes filled with dread. Changsheng, run, run. I, Gu Changsheng, am not one to flee out of fear for my life. I seized old Xia's arm. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? The runes on these zombies are the key. I pointed to a fallen ordinary zombie. Its black runes had begun to peel away, and I realized that as long as we destroyed these markings, the zombies would lose their mobility. Old Xia paused, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. You mean? I nodded vigorously. Exactly. Instead of passively defending. We must take the initiative. Zhao the blacksmith, lend me your axe. Without hesitation, Zhao the blacksmith handed me his gleaming axe. I took the axe, inhaled deeply, and charged towards the nearest zombie adorned with red runes. I, Gu Changsheng, gripped the axe tightly. My eyes locked onto the blood corpse before me, its red symbols blazing like flames. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, and everything around me blurred. The blood corpse was my singular focus. I am akin to a cannonball, propelled forth with fearless courage and unwavering resolve, charging towards the bloodied corpses. The earth beneath my feet is marked by deep impressions, as if the very soil is rallying for my cause. As I reach the fallen cadaver, I swiftly evade the outstretched arm, seizing its shoulder with force, causing its body to lurch in an instant. I raise my axe and bring it down with ferocity, striking the sigil emblazoned upon the zombie's chest. The sigil shatters with a resounding crack, and the creature's movements falter for a moment. An overwhelming sense of valor surges within me, as if I have been transformed into a god of war. The axe in my grasp transcends the ordinary, becoming a divine weapon capable of cleaving through all malevolence. With a fierce roar, I charge towards more of the bloodied corpses, each swing of my axe accompanied by the sound of sigils breaking, a symphony of triumph. Suddenly, old Xia's voice pierces the air. Changsheng, be cautious. Instinctively, I glance back, only to witness a once fallen ordinary zombie rising anew. Its dark sigils have transformed into a ghastly crimson. In this tense moment, the villagers descend into chaos. One cries out in terror, Heavens, how can it rise again? Are we all doomed? Another hastily reassures him. Do not panic. Changsheng and the others surely have a plan. Meanwhile, a villager murmurs in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I've never seen such a zombie before. Chapter 15. The annihilation of the undead, guardians of the village. The night envelopes the village like ink. Heavy and oppressive, the blood-red sigils flicker ominously in the thick darkness, their eerie glow reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps dancing upon a graveyard, sending shivers down one's spine. The trees surrounding us tremble in the night breeze, emitting mournful wails, as if they too are terrified by the sudden emergence of these zombies. The once sluggish, ordinary zombies have transformed into ferocious entities, moving with astonishing speed. They roar, their decaying limbs thrashing about, trampling the wild grass beneath them as they surge forth. A putrid stench wafts through the air, like a shadow of death spreading relentlessly. Alas, they appear to have been provoked, Sun Xiaozai exclaims, his face ashen, his frail form appearing even more fragile against the night wind, as though he might be toppled by the zombies' howls at any moment. I can see beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his lips quivering slightly, clearly overwhelmed by the horror unfolding before us. I grit my teeth and swing my axe, cleaving a zombie that lunges at me to the ground. Yet, more zombies swarm towards me, and I feel like a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, poised to be engulfed by towering waves, and my feet sink into the soft earth, each lift requiring immense effort, as if the ground itself seeks to hinder my escape from the onslaught. My heartbeat thunders in my chest, resonating like war drums. Sweat streams into my eyes, stinging painfully, but I have no time to attend to it, for before me, the zombies are lunging with bared fangs. At the critical moment, old Xia suddenly bellows, forming an intricate seal with his hands. A golden light erupts from him, spreading like ripples in a pond. This radiance shines brilliantly in the darkness, dispelling some of the surrounding gloom and decay. The zombies ensnared by the golden light momentarily freeze, resembling statues frozen in place. Despite his pallor, old Xie's eyes radiate determination. His tattered robe flutters in the night wind, as if recounting tales of his past glories and tribulations. I see the veins on his forehead bulging, sensing the strain of his spellcasting. He must be exerting every ounce of his strength. Old Xie, you've recovered? I exclaim with uncontainable excitement. Old Xie, though pale, manages a faint smile. At last, I have regained some of my power. These mere minions cannot threaten me. Seeing this, my heart swells with joy. Indeed, old Xie's magic is formidable, capable of controlling so many zombies simultaneously. However, the moment of triumph is fleeting. A few zombies marked with crimson sigils manage to break free from the golden light's grasp, roaring as they charge towards us. Their sigils flicker with an ominous glow. With each escape, their brilliance intensifies, as if taunting us. Their roars reverberate in my ears, and the stench of decay grows more potent, as if the very essence of death is invading my nostrils. Changsheng, be careful! Zhao Taixian bellows, brandishing his iron hammer, positioning himself before me. His bronze skin glistens under the night, muscles taut with raw strength. His gaze remains fixed on the approaching zombies, devoid of fear, only resolute guardianship. I feel an overwhelming sense of safety with him standing before me, as if he were an unyielding shield. With a thunderous clang, the hammer meets the zombie's claw, sparks flying. The brilliance of the sparks arcs through the darkness before extinguishing swiftly. Zhao Taixian is jolted back, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, his palms splitting open as blood trickles down the handle of his hammer. I hear a muffled groan escape him. A sound of pain, yet he shows no sign of retreat. Sun Xiaocai, though trembling, seizes a wooden stick, joining the fray. His grip is tight, knuckles whitening as he fights against his fear, stealing glances at Zhao Taixian for courage. I see his lips silently moving, as if encouraging himself. Meanwhile, Granny Zhou hides behind Qian Mu, muttering incantations, her voice sharp and grating in the tense atmosphere, akin to a saw rasping against nerves. Though Qian Mu is also afraid, he straightens his back, striving to provide greater protection for Granny Zhou. Taking a deep breath, I swing my axe once more, grappling with a bloodied corpse. These zombies possess extraordinary strength, each attack imbued with a force that threatens to overwhelm. My arms feel as though they might go numb. The axe grows heavier in my grasp, akin to a colossal stone, while sweat cascades from my forehead, pooling on the ground, instantly absorbed by the parched earth. The sound of the zombies' thrashing limbs rushes towards me like a gale, as if summoned by death itself. Suddenly, I observe that while these zombies are powerful, their movements are somewhat stiff, particularly at the ankles, which seem less agile. An audacious idea sparks within me. Zhao Taixian, Sun Xiaocai, target their ankles, I shout. These ostensibly formidable zombies harbor a fatal weakness. Watch as I eradicate these fiends today. Zhao Taixian pauses. Ankles? They re so slender. Can that work? You won't know until you try, I roar, aiming for the ankle of a bloodied corpse, raising my axe high and channeling all my strength into a mighty strike. The axe arcs through the air, slicing down with a resounding crack as the ankle breaks, sending the massive body crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, never to rise again. It truly works, Zhao Taixian exclaims in delight, swinging his hammer in a circle, adjusting his stance before delivering a powerful blow to another zombie's ankle. The hammer strikes true, causing the zombie to lose its balance and topple. Though timid, Sun Xiaocai gathers his courage, biting his lip, closing his eyes, and thrusting the wooden stick forcefully towards a bloodied corpse's ankle. The stick quivers in his hand, but successfully finds its mark. I hear him exhale deeply, a sigh of relief following the tension. With a clear target, our efficiency in attacking skyrockets point one by one. The bloodied corpses fall, their ankles severed, collapsing in agony. Each zombie falls in various contorted positions. Some twisting their bodies, others thrashing their limbs mindlessly, issuing low, guttural growls as if cursing us. The emptiness in their eyes sends chills down my spine, yet I feel grateful that we have discovered this method to subdue them. Even those controlled by the crimson sigils cannot withstand our concentrated assaults on their ankles, falling to the ground lifeless, as the zombies succumb. The villagers erupt into jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the village. Dispelling the lingering fear, Children emerge from their hiding places, their faces alight with excitement. Women embrace one another, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. Men brandish their farming tools, celebrating this hard-won victory. Granny Jo ceases her prayers, a smile of relief gracing her face. She shuffles over to us, patting my shoulder, saying, "Changsheng, it is thanks to you." Even the timid Qian Mu finds courage, plunging his chisel into the skull of a fallen zombie. Though his movements are clumsy, they are imbued with strength as the chisel pierces deep, black ichor splattering onto his hands. Yet he shows no signs of retreat. I watch as his gaze shifts from fear to determination, as if undergoing a profound transformation in that moment. Old Xie, though pale, wears a smile of pride. "Changsheng, you are truly clever. To think of targeting their ankles." I wiped the sweat from my brow, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Just as we believed victory was within our grasp, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful malevolent force surged forth from the cemetery at the heart of the village. This dark energy swirled like a black tornado, carrying sand and withered branches, tearing off roof tiles and uprooting trees in its wake. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped me, as though invisible hands were squeezing my very essence, making it difficult to breathe. "Not good," Elder Xie exclaimed, his face paling. "There is something even more formidable." Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure began to rise slowly from the graveyard. Towering over 3 meters, it radiated a suffocating aura of evil. Its eyes glowed like 2 crimson lanterns, flickering with a bloodthirsty light. With every inch it ascended, the air around it seemed to solidify, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. I sensed a chilling drop in temperature, as a frigid breeze surged from my feet to my heart. With a deafening roar that echoed throughout the village, the creature bellowed, its voice akin to thunder, causing windows to rattle and fragile glass to shatter, sending shards flying into the air. The sound pierced my ears, leaving a stinging pain, and my head buzzed as if swarmed by a multitude of bees. The Zombie King rose with a deliberate slowness, its massive form casting a shadow over the village like an ominous cloud. The villagers stood frozen in terror, the cries of children abruptly silenced, washing basins clattering to the ground, and the men's hose slipping from their grasp. The entire village seemed shrouded in the grim shadow of death, enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the resounding roar of the Zombie King. I could see the expressions of dread on the villagers' faces. Their eyes filled with despair, and a deep chill coursed through me, not solely from the terror of the Zombie King, but from a profound concern for the fate of the entire village. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on my heart. Elder Xie's voice trembled as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. The Zombie King, gripping my axe tightly, a singular thought consumed me: fight with all I had. The Zombie King was even more monstrous and terrifying than I had imagined. Its decaying flesh exuded a nauseating stench, a tangible miasma that surged toward us. The moment I caught a whiff of it, my stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. Its blood-red eyes fixated on us, as if intending to devour us whole. I tightened my grip on the axe, my palms slick with sweat, yet amidst the fear, a resolute determination surged within me. "Elder, its weakness lies at the center of its forehead." Elder Xie's voice was hoarse and urgent as he wielded a peachwood sword, sending beams of golden light toward the Zombie King, momentarily stalling its advance. The sword danced in his hands like a serpent, each swing leaving a luminous trail. I noticed beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his arms trembling slightly, revealing his exhaustion and tension. "Understood," I shouted, rallying Zhao the blacksmith, Sun the scholar, and the others. "Aim for its forehead, together." Zhao the blacksmith hefted his heavy iron hammer and charged forward without hesitation. Each step he took left deep imprints in the ground. Brimming with power, he gripped the hammer tightly, lifting it high before bringing it crashing down toward the Zombie King's brow. The hammer cut through the air with a whistling sound, akin to the scythe of death slicing through the atmosphere. I saw his eyes filled with determination, devoid of fear. Sun the scholar shed his earlier cowardice, taking a deep breath, a flicker of resolve crossing his gaze. He gripped the sharpened wooden stick tightly, lunging toward the Zombie King's forehead with all his might. His body leaned forward, resembling a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Despite his slight tremor, his eyes remained unwavering. I heard him murmur to himself, "I must succeed." Though terrified and pale, Qian the carpenter shakily raised his chisel, trailing behind. His legs felt as heavy as lead, yet he pressed onward, the chisel glimmering faintly in the light. I could see the sweat on his face. Sensing the internal struggle and fear within him, yet he chose to confront it bravely. We charged at the zombie king like moths drawn to a flame, each of us attacking in succession. The zombie king, possessing immense strength, swatted with a single hand, sending Zhao the blacksmith flying. Zhao's body soared like a cannonball, crashing against the wall, which instantly cracked under the impact. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his shirt crimson. The sound of his collision with the wall made my heart lurch, and I felt the weight of his suffering. Sun the scholar's wooden stick was snatched away, snapping in two. The zombie king discarded the broken pieces with a disdainful grunt. I caught a glimpse of despair in Sun's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. Changsheng, use this. Granny Zhou appeared at my side, handing me a cloth pouch, her face etched with urgency, yet her eyes glimmering with trust. Upon opening it, I discovered a sharp dagger, inscribed with strange runes that emanated a soft golden light. In the darkness, this glow resembled a beacon of hope, instilling courage within me. Joy surged through me as I grasped the dagger tightly. Taking a deep breath, I leaped at the opportune moment. Like an agile monkey, I sprang onto the back of the zombie king. My hands gripped its rotting flesh, cold and slimy. Yet I did not flinch. I could feel the icy touch seeping through my palms, sending shivers down my spine. But my resolve only strengthened. I raised the dagger high and thrust it fiercely toward its forehead. The zombie king thrashed violently, its immense form attempting to overturn the world itself. It writhed and shook, trying to dislodge me. The wind howled around me as my body swayed with its movements, feeling as though I might be thrown off at any moment. Yet, I harbored no fear. I clung to its decaying flesh as though grasping the reins of victory. The dagger plunging deeper until the golden light burst forth. With a piercing wail, the zombie king let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its colossal body trembling violently, it swung its arms madly, trying to toss me off. But I held on fiercely to its rotting flesh, refusing to let go. The dagger penetrated deep into the zombie king's forehead, the golden light blazing brightly. A powerful force surged from the blade, engulfing the creature entirely. This force, like a roaring tide, began to consume the zombie king's malevolence. I felt its strength attempting to swallow me as well, yet I clung to the dagger with unwavering resolve. The zombie king's form began to disintegrate rapidly, turning to ash, leaving behind only a pile of black dust, which scattered in the wind like dissipating shadows. With the downfall of the zombie king, the remaining zombies fell like marionettes with severed strings, collapsing into nothingness. Calm returned to the village. The villagers erupted in joyous cheers, surrounding us with gratitude. Their faces radiated the elation of having survived. Their eyes brimming with admiration for us. As I beheld their joy, a sense of accomplishment filled my heart. Elder Xia approached, patting my shoulder with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Changsheng, you did exceptionally well. I smiled at Elder Xia, suddenly struck by a question. Master, where did these zombies come from? Elder Xia gazed solemnly toward the cemetery at the village's center, his expression turning grave as he slowly replied. Some matters are not yet for you to know. The morning sun bathed the village in light. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking resumed, as if everything had returned to normal. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that imbued the village with tranquility and harmony. I stood at the village entrance, watching children frolic, women washing clothes and cooking, and men heading out to work with their hoes. A profound sense of peace swelling within me. Elder Xia stood beside me, puffing on his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke as he remarked, Finally, some peace. I nodded, gripping the dagger tightly in my hand. This dagger, etched with mysterious runes, still retained a hint of warmth. Changsheng, Elder Xia suddenly turned to me, his gaze heavy with a seriousness I had never seen before. Some things cannot be avoided. I was about to pursue the matter further when Granny Zhou hurried over. Her face a mask of terror, exclaiming, This is bad. Qin Mujiang pointed towards the western edge of the village, his voice trembling violently. I exchanged a glance with the old man Xia, a foreboding sense of dread rising within us. Before we could react, a piercing scream shattered the morning's tranquility. My expression shifted dramatically as I sprinted towards the west of the village, with Xia following closely behind, murmuring, What was meant to come has indeed arrived. Upon reaching the threshold of Qian Mujiang's home, the sight that met my eyes plunged me into an icy abyss. Qian Mujiang's complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes bloodshot, as he ferociously tore at Zhao Taijiang. Chapter 16. The Corpse's Mutation, a perilous quest for survival. Zhao Taijiang's reckless behavior stemmed from his impoverished upbringing. Having endured hardship from a young age, he relied solely on his strength as a blacksmith for sustenance. This adversity fostered a blunt, straightforward demeanor, leading him to disdain the methodical approach of Sun Xiaozai, who was leafing through books for solutions, prompting Zhao to angrily seize Sun's collar. Sun Xiaozai, hailing from a scholarly family, had been excessively reliant on ancient texts, rendering him somewhat pedantic. His discontent with Zhao's impetuosity flared, especially after the prior incident of villagers being bitten, resulting in a sharp retort aimed at Zhao. Qian Mujiang, timid and conflict-averse, bore the scars of a haunting childhood memory, instilling in him a deep-seated psychological trauma. Thus, his voice quivered as he attempted to mediate between Zhao and Sunday old man Xie. Seasoned and composed, had cultivated his demeanor through years of experience and encounters with various dangers, allowing him to quell the turmoil with a mere admonishing tone. As for me, Changsheng, my perceptiveness and rational calmness were products of meticulous observation of my surroundings since childhood, coupled with encounters with minor crises. When Zhao Taijiang's anguished cries abruptly ceased, they were replaced by a chilling hissing sound. His eyes rolled back, skin rapidly adopting a hue of blue and purple. As he stood rigidly, a wave of icy dread coursed through me. This was no ordinary corpse transformation. Qian Mujiang and now Zhao Taijiang were mutating at a pace several times faster than previous zombies. A profound sense of guilt surged within me. If only we had detected the anomaly sooner, perhaps we could have averted this calamity. I gripped my dagger tightly, sweat beading in my palm. Changsheng, be cautious. Xie's voice pierced through my thoughts, snapping me back to reality. I beheld more villagers emerging from their homes, their terrified screams echoing as they scattered in panic. Yet, mere steps into their flight, one by one, they collapsed onto tables, convulsing in agony, before transforming into monstrosities akin to Qian Mujiang and Zhao Taijiang. Damn it! We have been caught off guard. The hellish scene before me weighed heavily on my heart. The methods we previously employed against zombies had become utterly ineffective. These newly mutated zombies moved with increased swiftness and strength, and they appeared less sensitive to sunlight, able to roam freely even under its rays. Sun Xiaozai cowered behind me, reciting obscure passages from ancient texts, which were of no use in this dire moment. Granny Zhou sought to employ herbal remedies to staunch the bleeding of the bitten villagers. Yet her herbs proved futile against this bizarre corpse toxin. Even the typically bold Xie wore a furrowed brow, rendered speechless. What shall we do? What can we do? Qian Mujiang's wife cried out, her voice a wail of despair. As hopelessness spread through the crowd, I forced myself to remain composed. Now was not the time for panic. We needed to devise a new strategy. Drawing a deep breath, I closed my eyes, focusing intently to sense everything around me. Suddenly, I detected a faint yet chilling aura emanating from the newly mutated zombies. This aura was starkly different from that of the earlier zombies. Xie. I opened my eyes, turning to him, as a realization dawned upon me. I inhaled deeply, striving to cast aside the fears and chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind, concentrating instead on the peculiar essence surrounding us. Xie had once mentioned that I possessed an innate sensitivity towards these malevolent entities. Yet I had never before experienced such clarity. The oppressive darkness of our environment not only clouded my perception but seemed to amplify the eerie aura radiating from the zombies, leaving me with a more terrifying impression. As if tendrils of frigid air, akin to venomous serpents, coiled around these new mutated creatures. This aura was colder and more sinister than that of the older zombies, laced with a strange, Swedish scent. Wait, a Swedish scent? My eyes widened as an epiphany struck. This odor bore a remarkable resemblance to a type of wildflower I had once encountered on the back mountain. This flower thrived in dark, damp locales and was rumored to be highly toxic. Could it be that the zombies' mutations were linked to that wildflower? A rush of exhilaration surged through me. I felt I was inching closer to the truth. If this were indeed the case, we might just discover a means to counter these new zombies. Xie. I grasped his arm excitedly. I believe the mutations of these new zombies may be connected to the poisonous plant with purple flowers on the back mountain. However, before Xie could respond, Zhao Tiejiang's boisterous voice interrupted me. Nonsense. There are countless wildflowers on the back mountain. How can anyone discern which one you mean? Sun Xiaocai, you've read so many books. Does the ancient text mention how to deal with such mutated zombies? Sun Xiaocai's face turned ashen, his lips quivering. You reckless fool. If it weren't for your rash actions, so many villagers wouldn't have been bitten. I am currently perusing the ancient texts. Please refrain from interrupting. Still perusing. What time is it, and you are still reading? Zhao Taijiang roared, seizing Sun Xiaocai's collar at that moment. As Zhao held Sun Xiaocai's collar, Granny Zhou suddenly shouted, "Stop your bickering if you keep this up. We will all perish." Her voice stunned the crowd into silence. In that instant, Qian Mujiang, typically timid, stepped forward to address Zhao Taijiang. "Brother Taijiang, you have indeed been reckless, but this is not the time for blame." Zhao Taijiang scoffed and released Sun Xiaocai, who straightened his clothing, wishing to voice his thoughts but swallowed them instead. Enough. Xie's low growl silenced the two. This is not the moment for infighting. Changsheng, what does that flower you mentioned look like? Lead me to it.as. I prepared to respond. I heard Granny Zhou's frail voice. Wait, my herbs seem to have some effect on these new zombies. Xie dashed to Granny Zhou's side, urgency in his demeanor. Granny Zhou, are you serious? What herbs? Shakily, she produced a cloth bag from her bosom, revealing some withered purple flowers, the very ones whose sweetish scent I had detected earlier. This is the Zixing flower. I used it to concoct a salve that can slow the spread of the corpse toxin when applied to the wounds. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder the villagers previously bitten had shown a slower transformation under Granny Zhou's care. Changsheng, lead the way, Xie exclaimed, pulling me along as we hurried towards the back mountain. Zhao Taijiang and Sun Xiaocai momentarily set aside their quarrels to follow suit. Along the way, I shared my knowledge of the Zixing flower with Xie. While it was indeed poisonous, it also possessed potent medicinal properties, capable of detoxifying, albeit requiring a specific combination with other herbs for effective use. Upon reaching the back mountain, I guided Xie to the location where the Zixing flowers thrived. Xie scrutinized the flowers meticulously, inhaling their scent as his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, this is it. Though the flower is toxic, if applied correctly, it can counteract the corpse toxin within the zombies. Upon returning to the village, as Xie directed the collection of Zixing flowers, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, meticulously inspecting each bloom, discarding any flawed or underdeveloped specimens. He muttered, "We must not afford the slightest negligence with these Zixing flowers. Any error could jeopardize our efforts." While instructing the villagers on how to apply the juice for maximum effect, his unwavering focus suggested that nothing else mattered as much in that moment. Zhao Taijiang worked tirelessly through the night, forging a new batch of weapons coated in the essence of the Zixing flower. We resolved to launch a tentative offensive against the newly mutated zombies before nightfall. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight cast a mottled shadow upon the dilapidated structures of the village. The crooked thatched huts flanking the narrow paths bore the scars of time, some roofs gaping open, quivering under the night breeze. These crumbling edifices had once been witnesses to the village's tranquility, now ravaged by zombies, narrating the villagers' tragic plight and underlining our imperative to triumph over the undead to restore peace. Fully armed, we stealthily approached the zombies' gathering place. The battle commenced, with zombies surging towards us. I inhaled deeply, once more concentrating to sense the malevolent aura. The oppressive darkness drained my perceptive capabilities more rapidly, simultaneously obscuring my judgment of the zombies' movements. As if the once clear dynamic map in my mind had been thrown into disarray. Each deployment of this ability left me feeling increasingly fatigued, beads of sweat forming on my brow. I recognized that this capacity was crucial not only for combating the zombies, but also for unearthing the source of their mutations, compelling me to wield it with utmost caution. As a zombie lunged at me from the left, a jolt of fear coursed through my heart. However, relying on my heightened senses, I swiftly darted to the right and thrust my dagger towards its side. I silently rejoiced in my ability, yet I couldn't help but worry about how long it would last. Zhao the blacksmith wielded a massive sword smeared with the juice of the purple star flower, descending upon the undead like a god of war. Each strike of his blade unleashed a shimmering purple aura, and the zombies it struck emitted a chilling wail as if their very souls were being siphoned away. Enveloped in dense purple smoke, their once swift movements slowed to a crawl, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, felt a flicker of hope ignite in their previously despondent eyes. Cheers and shouts erupted as they summoned their courage, gripping their weapons coated in the purple star flower juice, charging towards the horde of zombies. In an instant, a veil of purple smoke spread across the battlefield, significantly dampening the onslaught of the newly emerged zombies. We seemed to catch a glimpse of victory on the horizon. Yet, just as we believed triumph was within our grasp, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, veiling the moonlight. The darkness thickened instantaneously, and the zombies appeared invigorated by this shadow, becoming even more frenzied. Those previously subdued by the purple star flower juice began to regain their vigor, launching fiercer attacks, with several of them rushing towards the more vulnerable spots among the villagers. The villagers' cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by terrified cries. A tightness gripped my heart. The sudden change in the dark environment urged me to exercise greater caution with my perceptive abilities. All the while fearing whether we could withstand the zombies' renewed assault, I sensed the ominous presence described by old Xie drawing nearer, sending chills down my spine. The purple star flower juice could only delay the transformation into the undead, not eradicate these monsters. We needed to uncover the source. Old Xie, this purple star flower merely treats the symptoms, not the root cause. We must find the source, I shouted to old Xie, my voice carried by the wind. Old Xie nodded solemnly, his gaze scanning the surroundings like that of a hawk. What Changsheng says is correct. We must head to the graveyard. His tone was resolute and left no room for dissent. Upon hearing the word graveyard, Qian the carpenter turned pale and trembled, stuttering, "The graveyard?" Sun the scholar shook his head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Ancient texts warn that intruding upon a graveyard may disturb the restless souls, bringing forth greater calamities." I too felt a twinge of fear in my heart, yet I grasped Qian the carpenter firmly, bolstering his courage. What is there to fear? With old Xie here, we need not fear any monsters. Zhao the blacksmith, filled with bravado, hefted his sword and declared, "Let us go. What is there to be afraid of? I shall cleave them down." We set forth towards the graveyard, yet the path was littered with newly transformed zombies, their attacks more ferocious than before, exhibiting a semblance of rudimentary cooperation. Suddenly, old Xie seized my arm and whispered urgently, "Changsheng, look." Following his gaze, my pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 17. Exploring the source of the zombies. Overwhelmed by dangers, the wind lashed against my face like a razor-sharp blade as dark clouds loomed over the graveyard, resembling a lurking monstrous beast. Old Xie was indeed right. The transformation of these zombies was disturbingly unnatural, and we had to swiftly identify the source. Along the way, the newly emerged mutated zombies proved to be far more vicious than those we had previously encountered, moving with the speed of lightning and possessing the strength of wild bulls. More terrifyingly, they no longer fought alone but rather in groups of 3 or 5, exhibiting a form of tacit coordination. I witnessed a zombie struck by Zhao the blacksmith's heavy sword remain upright, defiantly roaring and drawing the attention of other zombies, quickly surrounding Zhao without respite. Had it not been for old Xie's timely assistance, Zhao's life would have surely been forfeit. These abominations are far more troublesome than before. Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. My own heart raced with anxiety, yet I gritted my teeth and forced myself to remain calm. Old Xie had taught me some rudimentary feng shui techniques. Perhaps they could prove useful now. I carefully surveyed the landscape around us and noticed several scattered stones by the roadside. With a flash of inspiration, I instructed everyone to wait, then focused intently on arranging the stones into a seemingly simple trapping formation. As old Xie had taught me, "Changsheng, what are you doing?" Qian's voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. "Enough chatter. Follow Changsheng's lead." Old Xie immediately recognized my intention and hurriedly directed the others to assist me. Once the formation was complete, the results were immediate. The incoming zombies were ensnared within the trap, flailing about like headless flies, unable to escape for the time being. Watching the trapped zombies, my heart surged with exhilaration. This was the first time I had successfully set up a trapping formation following old Xie's teachings. It felt as though I had seized control of the situation, and my previous fear of the zombies dissipated significantly with this small victory. Zhao the blacksmith clapped me on the shoulder with great enthusiasm, and while it was a powerful gesture, I felt no pain. Rather, I perceived it as a mark of acknowledgement. My face beamed with pride as I proclaimed, "Look, old Xie's method is indeed effective. We now have a strategy to deal with these zombies." The gazes of those around me now held a glimmer of trust and hope. We continued forward, and along the way, I managed to set up several more similar trapping formations. While they did not completely eliminate the zombies, they did buy us some time to breathe. Just as I reveled in my cleverness, Qian suddenly screamed, "I'm not going. I'm not going. It's too terrifying. I want to go home." His face turned as pale as a sheet, and he turned to flee. Zhao the blacksmith was infuriated, grabbing him by the collar. "You spineless coward. Want to run now? What if you endanger everyone?" He thought to himself that all his efforts in crafting those weapons were to protect the villagers. And at this critical moment, Qian could not simply abandon them. "Old Qian, I understand your fear, but retreating now is far more perilous. We are all from the same village. We must support one another. If you're truly terrified, just stick close to me." I quickly stepped between them, offering my counsel. Qian nodded shakily, clutching my sleeve as if it were a lifeline. Though Zhao was still fuming, he recognized that this was not the time for infighting and shot Qian a fierce glare. I took a deep breath, refocusing my thoughts to sense the chilling aura that permeated the air. The sensation was far more intense now, all pointing towards a specific location, the depths of the graveyard. My heart raced as I surmised that was likely the root of the zombie's mutation. "Old Xie, I can feel it. It lies ahead." I pointed toward the depths of the graveyard, my tone resolute. "We must hasten our pace." Old Xie nodded, casting an approving glance my way. "Good lad. Your perceptive abilities have improved quickly." With that, the others rallied behind me. "Let us confront whoever is orchestrating this chaos." We quickened our pace. Although sporadic zombies continued to emerge, we managed to handle them with the formations taught by Old Xie and the weapons forged by Zhao. Sun the scholar and Grandma Zhou, though not martial artists, contributed as best they could. Sun, deeply engrossed in ancient texts, sought hidden wisdom within them, while Grandma Zhou, with her kind heart, used herbal remedies to tend to the wounded, feeling the pain for each injured villager as if they were her own children. The further we ventured into the graveyard, the more oppressive the cold aura became, as if the very trees had been drained of their vitality, wilting one after another. The stench of decay filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. My heartbeat quickened, and my palms grew clammy. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelmingly potent force surge from the depths of the graveyard, akin to an invisible wall blocking our path. I reached out to touch it, sensing it was like encountering a cold, unyielding membrane. "What is going on? It seems something is obstructing the way." Zhao pushed against it with all his might, yet it did not budge. "What is this?" Qian the carpenter's face drained of color, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Old Xie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the barrier before us, his expression grave. He extended his hand to gently probe the obstruction, then withdrew it to sniff. "It's a barrier," Old Xie said slowly, "a very formidable one." A sinking feeling gripped my heart. It appeared the situation was far more complicated than we had anticipated. Who had created this barrier, and what secrets lay hidden behind it? Old Xie retrieved an 8-trigram compass from his robes, muttering incantations under his breath. The needle on the compass began to whirl ominously before finally settling in a particular direction. Old Xie pointed towards it, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing that the weak point of the barrier lay in that direction. Following his finger, we gazed ahead and beheld a towering ancient tree, its grandeur surpassing that of the surrounding foliage, its lush branches and leaves obscuring the sky above, resembling a colossal guardian standing sentinel in the depths of the graveyard. Countless vines coiled around the tree's trunk like serpents, exuding an air of mysterious eeriness. According to Old Xie, the weakness of the barrier was situated at the roots of this ancient tree. Old Qian, the carpenter, trembled even more violently, cowering behind me and gripping my arm tightly, terrified that the tree might swallow him whole. "Fear not, Old Qian, I am here," I reassured him, though I, too, felt a surge of terror within. Yet, I knew I had to maintain composure. Otherwise, panic would ensue among the others. We approached the ancient tree cautiously, a putrid stench assailing our senses, almost making me retch. Suppressing my discomfort, I scrutinized the roots of the ancient tree and discovered a small hole, its perimeter shimmering with a faint golden light, the very weak point of the barrier that old Xie had mentioned. Sun Xiaocai, do you see any method to breach this barrier in the ancient texts? I turned to Sun Xiaocai, hoping he might possess a solution. Adjusting his glasses, Sun Xiaocai earnestly flipped through the ancient tome in his hands. Muttering to himself, the weak point of the barrier lies with the ancient tree. Suddenly, he looked up, excitement illuminating his face. The text reveals that this type of barrier can be shattered using specific incantations and runes. Splendid! Zhao Taijiang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. Sun Xiaocai hastened to recite the incantation. Sun Xiaocai nodded, producing a piece of yellow paper talisman from his bosom, beginning to chant incantations while tracing incomprehensible symbols upon it. As he recited the spell, the symbols on the talisman began to shimmer with a soft golden light, resonating in harmony with the glow emanating from the hole at the tree's roots. A low, resonant hum filled the air, causing the atmosphere around the ancient tree to tremble, and the invisible barrier began to crack. Quickly, put in more effort, I shouted excitedly, sensing that victory was within reach. Sun Xiaocai increased the speed of his incantation, the light on the talisman growing ever brighter. The cracks widened and multiplied until, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. We erupted into cheers, ready to venture behind the ancient tree to uncover its mysteries. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth from the hole, violently throwing us back. I struggled to rise, only to witness thick black smoke billowing from the entrance, as a colossal shadow gradually emerged. Old Xie's expression shifted drastically. He seized me and urgently hissed, "Run!" That force felt akin to an unseen hand, hurling us a great distance. I crashed heavily to the ground, my insides feeling as though they had been rearranged. A metallic taste rising in my throat. Dazed, I saw old Qian sprawled on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, mumbling, "It's over, it's over." Zhao Taijiang struggled to stand, clutching his chest and groaning. While Sun Xiaocai's talisman lay discarded on the ground, its light dimmed, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Granny Zhou frantically rummaged through her medicinal box for herbs, muttering incantations I could not comprehend. Old Xie pulled me up, his eyes filled with seriousness. "Changsheng, what lies beyond this barrier is far more formidable than we imagined." He pointed at the swirling black smoke, his voice low and urgent. "That is no ordinary zombie. It is," he paused, seemingly pondering his choice of words, "something far older, far more sinister." Within the black smoke, the massive shadow became increasingly distinct. I discerned a pair of blood-red eyes. Glinting with a chilling malevolence, it slowly extended a withered hand towards us. Suddenly, old Xie drew a handful of red powder from his cloak and cast it towards the looming hand. "Run!" he shouted. Yanking me away as we fled, I glanced back, witnessing the red powder ignite like fire, temporarily obstructing the monstrous hand. Yet, I knew this defense would only last a moment. Behind us, the sound of bones scraping together sent shivers down my spine. Accompanied by Zhao Tiejiang's terrified scream, I dared not look back, focusing solely on fleeing alongside old Xie. "Old Xie, what do we do now?" I gasped, panting heavily. Old Xie did not respond, his grip on my hand tightening, and I caught a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed ahead, where stood Chapter 18. The zombie catastrophe ends, villagers find peace. We crashed heavily to the ground, the force surging from the barrier akin to a ferocious beast. Crashing into us with relentless fury, my insides felt as though they had been twisted into chaos. Zhao Taijiang let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast against his pallid complexion. Resembling a crimson plum blooming in the bleak winter, tragic yet striking. Sun Xiaocai appeared ghostly pale, clutching the wall as he retched, as if something within him was desperately trying to escape, to make matters worse. The zombies, temporarily repelled by the red powder, swarmed in once more, the stench of decay thickening to a palpable miasma, threatening to engulf us entirely, leaving us dizzy and disoriented. We found ourselves ensnared, despair crashing over us like a tidal wave, as doubts crept in. Could we truly succeed? This uncertainty spread through me like a dark cloud. In that critical moment, old Xie suddenly let out a low growl. a sound erupting from the depths of his soul. His once crooked figure straightened with sudden vigor, like an ancient tree defiantly standing against a tempest, radiating an extraordinary brilliance as if a celestial being had descended to earth. The golden light, interspersed with glimmering silver strands, cascaded down like sunlight piercing through dense clouds. Wherever the light reached, the zombies were driven back by an invisible force, swirling dust rising as a formidable aura coalesced around him. It dawned on me that he had hidden his true strength all along. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of power akin to a raging gale, sending the zombies soaring as if they were fragile leaves caught in a storm. The black mist of the barrier was pierced by this force, creating an opening. "Changsheng, now is the time." Old Xie's voice resonated like a battle drum, igniting a flame of hope within me. I sprang to my feet as if propelled by a spring, and Zhao Taijiang, Sun Xiaocai, and the others found renewed vigor, rallying together without hesitation to charge into the breach of the barrier. Upon breaching the barrier, a chilling sight greeted us. In the center lay a massive blood-red formation, slowly rotating like a vortex, exuding an aura of death, mercilessly devouring all vitality surrounding it. Countless corpses were arrayed around it, creating a scene reminiscent of a silent ocean of death. Black mist billowed forth from the formation, akin to spectral shadows silently infiltrating the corpses, animating them into shambling husks. At the heart of the formation stood the zombie leader, its colossal form radiating a suffocating malevolence, its blood-red eyes fixed upon us with a predatory glare. It slowly rose, a sinister smile curling upon its lips as it ominously declared, "Fresh blood for the feast." As we surged into the barrier, an icy chill enveloped us, akin to countless icy needles piercing our very bones. The vast blood-red formation spun at the center, surrounded by an uncountable number of corpses, black mist swirling incessantly, as though we had descended into hell. The zombie leader, hulking and fanged, exuded a voracious hunger in its bloodthirsty gaze. Upon spotting us, it emitted an ear-splitting roar, and like a bolt of lightning, it lunged forward, a foul wind howling in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, I recited an incantation, a flash of golden light momentarily disrupting its advance. Zhao Taijiang seized the opportunity, gripping his specially crafted giant hammer tightly. A testament to his ironworking prowess, he swung the hammer mightily, aiming for the zombie leader's head. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaocai remained focused, intently studying the blood-red formation. Muttering incantations while rapidly recalling passages from the ancient texts, his concentration rendering the world around him irrelevant. "Changsheng, to the left!" Zhao Taijiang bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Reacting instinctively, I sidestepped with the agility of a sleek panther, narrowly evading the zombie leader's claws. Enraged by its failure, it lunged at me again, its claws poised to strike. Panic surged within me, yet drawing upon the unspoken bond forged with my companions, I deftly raised the Bagua mirror before me. The mirror's surface reflected a blinding light, acting as a barrier that forced the zombie leader back several paces. "This beast possesses formidable strength," Zhao Taijiang gasped, his gaze fixed upon the giant hammer in his grasp, which now bore a crack. A flicker of concern crossed his features, quickly replaced by steely resolve. He was determined to vanquish the zombie leader without hesitation. At this moment, Sun Xiaocai's complexion was as pale as a sheet, and beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, continuously dripped from his forehead. The formation appeared to have been forged through the sacrifice of living beings, which explained its malevolent nature. Sacrificing the living? A surge of fury ignited within me. How could these villagers endure such cruelty? I silently vowed to eradicate this wicked entity. Just as the fierce battle raged on, I suddenly noticed a crystal atop the zombie leader's head, shimmering with a sinister black light. It seemed to be the very source of its power. "The source of its strength lies within the crystal atop its head," I exclaimed, upon hearing my words. Zhao Tixin and Sun Xiaocai unhesitatingly altered their strategy, both concentrating their efforts on attacking the crystal above the zombie leader's head. Meanwhile, I focused my energy on employing feng shui techniques to disrupt its movements, creating opportunities for their assault. The zombie leader sensed the impending danger and began wildly slashing with its claws, attempting to thwart our attack. In its eyes, we were like insignificant ants daring to challenge its authority, which only fueled its rage, making its onslaught even more ferocious. Its claws narrowly missed us on several occasions. Yet, bolstered by our indomitable will and profound teamwork, we narrowly evaded its strikes time and again. With each dodge, our movements became increasingly agile and our coordination tightened, resembling a finely tuned machine. Just as we were poised to deliver a fatal blow, a mysterious force surged forth from the formation. As if imbued with life, swiftly mending the cracks in the crystal atop the zombie leader's head. This sudden turn of events caught us off guard, but we did not relent. After an even more intense and nerve-wracking struggle, Zhao Tiexin's mighty hammer struck the crystal once more, leaving a fissure upon its surface. One more time. Zhao Tiexin bellowed, his eyes filled with determination as he raised his hammer high. Elder Xie stood nearby, a glint of wisdom in his eyes, slowly raising his hand, murmuring incantations. A powerful force emanated from him, enhancing Zhao Tiexin's hammer. Break! Zhao Tiexin shouted with all his might, the hammer crashing down upon the black crystal with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the crystal shattered into oblivion. The zombie leader emitted a chilling shriek as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, as it fell, the surrounding lesser zombies, akin to puppets devoid of strings, ceased their movements and slumped to the ground. The vast blood-red formation began to crumble, the black miasma gradually dissipating. Revealing the earth beneath, I exhaled a long, relieved breath, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This fulfillment stemmed not only from our success in vanquishing the zombie leader, but also from the growth I experienced throughout this battle. From the initial trepidation I felt when confronting the zombies to my newfound ability to remain composed, I recognized my significant progress in the practical application of feng shui techniques, and I had also come to appreciate the importance of teamwork. Sun Xiaocai excitedly rushed forward to inspect the corpse of the zombie leader. Muttering, indeed, this crystal is its source of power and the key to controlling the other zombies. Zhao Tiexin plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grin. Finally dealt with this guy. What a workout! Granny Zhou and Qian the carpenter approached, their faces alight with the joy of survival. Granny Zhou hurriedly retrieved herbs, diligently tending to our wounds. Qian the carpenter made his way to the damaged houses, preparing to assess the repairs needed. We had utterly dismantled the source of the zombie plague, and the small zombies that lay on the ground began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing without a trace. The village was finally liberated from the threat of zombies, and the villagers erupted in cheers, offering their finest food in gratitude for our heroism. Throughout the battle, I had contemplated the exceptional opportunity to enhance my practical skills in feng shui. I resolved to become stronger, so I could protect even more people. This experience deepened my and Elder Xie's understanding of feng shui techniques. In the stillness of the night, Elder Xie and I sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. Changsheng, Elder Xie's tone suddenly turned grave. What has transpired may merely be the beginning. A chill ran through me, and just as I was about to inquire further, a commotion erupted at the village entrance. A villager rushed towards us, his face ashen, stammering. In the mountains, someone saw something. What did you see? I quickly pressed. The villager swallowed hard, trembling as he pointed towards the depths of the mountains. His voice quivering, saw some strange figures. Elder Xie's expression shifted instantly, and he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the mountain's direction, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He grasped my arm firmly. His voice resolute, we must go. My heart sank. What could Elder Xie mean by the beginning? Before I could ponder further, an even greater uproar erupted at the village entrance. Another villager tumbled in, his face a mask of terror. Stuttering as he pointed towards the mountains, there's something in the mountains. He collapsed in fright upon uttering those words. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Xie seized me and began striding towards the mountains. What could possibly be lurking there? Had the turmoil of the zombies merely subsided, only to give rise to a new malevolence? My heart sank further. The mountains had always been shrouded in mystery, and countless legends of strange creatures dwelling within them circulated through the village. What could those strange figures be that the villager had seen? When we reached the village entrance, we found the villagers gathered in a heated discussion, voices overlapping in a cacophony of speculation. Some claimed to have seen enormous shadows darting through the woods, while others recounted eerie sounds, and some were adamant that mountain demons were at play. Zhao Tiexin pounded his chest, asserting he would venture up the mountain, his expression a mix of bravery and recklessness. Sun Xiaocai, however, shook his head, frowning gravely, cautioning against rash actions and suggesting we consult ancient texts for guidance. Granny Zhou rummaged through her belongings, producing various herbs, muttering that these could ward off evil. Qian the carpenter cowered behind the crowd, trembling, his eyes filled with fear. Observing this chaotic scene, I felt a headache coming on. The villagers were divided, and unifying their opinions seemed an insurmountable challenge. Elder Xie stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to me, his gaze resolute. Changsheng, it seems we must venture into the mountains. Chapter 19. The Emergence of the Mountain Spirit. Clouds of suspicion over the village. Elder Xie and I pushed through the throng, where the villagers were exchanging their observations in a clamorous uproar, reminiscent of a nest of startled sparrows. Zhao Tiexin, a robust figure with dark skin and bulging muscles, bellowed, "What is there to fear? I'm heading up the mountain with my weapon. Whether it's human or ghost, I'll deal with it." His voice resonated like thunder, causing ears to ring. Sun Xiaocai, a frail scholar, cowered behind Granny Zhou, peering out timidly as he flipped through a tattered old book, its pages yellowed and edges frayed, muttering, "We mustn't act rashly. Ancient texts warn that mountain spirits require special countermeasures." His eyes reflected fear, and his lips quivered slightly while scalp tingled with unease. This chaotic scene was even more vexing than the zombie encounter. Elder Xie patted my shoulder, his rough yet reassuring hand seemingly instilling a sense of calm. "Changsheng, use your observational skills," I nodded, inhaling deeply. The air was thick with the scent of dust. Focusing my gaze, I noticed a faint gray mist coiling around the old locust tree at the village entrance, chilling and damp, as if it had emerged from a dark cavern, carrying an odd, fishy odor reminiscent of decaying fish and damp earth. A stark contrast to the stench of corpses I had encountered before. A shiver ran down my spine. Could this aura be the malevolent energy of the mountain spirit? An indescribable thrill coursed through me, for I felt more attuned to the truth than the villagers. A sense of inexplicable accomplishment blossoming within me. I conveyed my observations to Elder Xie, who stroked his long, white beard, reminiscent of icicles hanging from a rooftop in winter, his eyes glinting with insight. "It appears your intuition is correct. The entities within these mountains are extraordinary." At that moment, Uncle Wu, hefting a hunting rifle, pushed his way through, a towering figure whose heavy footsteps seemed to shake the earth, gruffly declaring, "I say it's just a pack of wolves coming down from the mountain. I heard their howls echoing through the valley days ago, chilling to the bone. They must be starving and come seeking food." He attempted to rally the villagers for a hunting expedition. Zhang the peddler, a lean man with darting eyes, smirked, "Uncle Wu, are you certain it's wolves? Could it be that someone is intentionally stirring trouble, attempting to shift the blame onto the villagers from another hamlet?" Uncle Wu, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, his face reddening like a ripe persimmon, and he bellowed, "Zhang Hualang, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person?" The two men argued fiercely, their faces flushed with anger, each refusing to yield an inch. The onlookers wished to intervene but found themselves at a loss for words. I hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Yet they were completely unresponsive, hurling accusations at one another with such fervor that their spittle nearly flew onto each other's faces. Elder Xie stood silently to the side, observing the scene with eyes as deep and inscrutable as an ancient well, as if he could see through all facades to the very essence of the matter. Suddenly, he grasped my arm firmly, his fingers tightening around my bicep with considerable strength, and whispered, "Changsheng, someone is approaching." Elder Xie pulled me back to the fringes of the crowd. Following his gaze, I beheld an individual clad in a tattered Taoist robe stumbling toward us. The robe, once a vibrant blue, was now a dull gray, adorned with unidentifiable stains, suggesting it had not been washed in ages. He waved a spirit-summoning banner, which was similarly ragged, covered in crooked runes that rustled ominously in the wind, reminiscent of a flickering candle struggling against the breeze. This man possessed a pointed face and sunken cheeks, his beady eyes darting suspiciously, clearly not a reputable character. "Chen Banzian has arrived," someone called out, and the crowd fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. "Chen Banzian?" I scoffed inwardly. With such an appearance, he could hardly be a soothsayer. Surely, he was just a charlatan peddling trickery. I watched as he theatrically circled the old locust tree with his spirit banner, muttering indistinct incantations that sounded akin to a mosquito's incessant buzzing. Finally, he stomped his foot, raising a cloud of dust, and declared loudly, "This tree exudes malevolent energy, surely harboring an evil spirit. We must perform a rite to exorcise it to ensure the village's safety." I nearly erupted in laughter. This charlatan was truly adept at posturing. Uncle Wu and Zhang Hualang ceased their quarrel, regarding Chen Banzian with skepticism. Elder Xie, however, remained silent, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness passing through his gaze. Akin to a chill wind on a winter's day, icy and cutting, Uncle Wu, believing him, rushed forward to inquire, "Chen Banzian, what should we do?" Chen Banzian pretended to ponder deeply, stroking his beard slowly and deliberately, and replied, "We must prepare 3 sacrificial animals and 5 livestock, along with incense, candles, and paper money. Only then can I perform a rite for 49 days to dispel the evil spirits," I inwardly cursed. This charlatan was indeed asking for a king's ransom. The offerings were no trivial matter, and for this small village, it amounted to a fortune. At that moment, an unusual sensation surged within me, a chill, sinister aura emanated from a distance, piercing through my skin like a fine needle. Instinctively, I turned in the direction of the aura, realizing it stemmed from the carpenter Feng's home. The chilling presence slithered toward me like a cold serpent. My heart raced. Disregarding Chen Banzian's drivel, I said to Elder Xie, "Master, I feel something is amiss at Feng's house. We must investigate." Elder Xie regarded me with a profound look, his eyes reflecting trust and encouragement. And without further questions, he nodded. We circumvented the crowd and proceeded toward the carpenter's home. My heart raced wildly, akin to a rabbit in my chest. The cold aura intensified, instilling a sense of unease within me. As we approached Feng's doorstep, I noticed the door was tightly shut, a faint, rancid odor wafting through the cracks, a putrid stench reminiscent of decaying fish and rotten meat, causing me to wrinkle my nose. "Master," I began, but Elder Xie gestured for silence and gently pushed the door open. It creaked ominously, akin to the groan of a long-suffering patient. My gaze immediately fell upon Feng's daughter, seated beneath a tree in the yard. Her eyes vacant like 2 unfathomable black holes, a strange smile etched upon her lips, rigid and unnatural, as if painted onto her face. She clutched a crude clay doll, its dull, muddy hue suggesting it had been soaked in foul water, emanating an inexplicable, unpleasant odor that filled the air, making me feel nauseous. Feng's daughter mechanically caressed the doll, humming an eerie tune, sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down my spine. "What has happened to her?" I gasped, realizing this was no longer the lively girl I once knew. She appeared as though her soul had been snatched away. Elder Xie remained silent, his gaze fixated on the doll, his brow furrowed in concentration, as if the knot held the key to unraveling the mystery. He retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe, its surface slightly wrinkled, yet the vermilion characters remained vibrant. Chanting softly, the incantation resembled an ancient ballad. He abruptly flung the talisman toward Feng's daughter. Before it could touch her, it ignited spontaneously, turning to ash, which floated through the air like gray butterflies. "Indeed, it is a mountain spirit." Elder Xie's expression darkened, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes, akin to flames igniting. "This girl has been bewitched by a mountain spirit." We hastily relayed Feng's daughter's condition to the villagers. Although Uncle Wu was a burly man, he had always looked after Feng's family, and upon hearing this, he stomped his feet anxiously, his heavy footfalls echoing like drumbeats. "What shall we do?" "Mountain spirits are known to consume human beings." Zheng Hualang, however, remained skeptical. "Changsheng, surely you must be mistaken. What mountain spirits could possibly exist?" Just as I was about to clarify, Elder Xie interjected, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, akin to thunder rumbling from the depths of the earth. "I would wager my life that what Changsheng says is true. This girl is indeed under the influence of a mountain spirit." Elder Xie's esteemed reputation in the village silenced Zheng Huilang, who dared not object further. Even Chen Banzian, who had previously boasted of performing rituals, now shrank back, resembling a frightened quail. With Elder Xie's endorsement, I felt a wave of reassurance wash over me. I gestured toward Feng's daughter, asserting, "Look, the clay doll in her hands is the evidence. It radiates malevolent energy, serving as the medium through which the mountain spirit controls her." The villagers finally took note of the doll, leading to a flurry of murmurs and discussions. Some began to believe my words, while others remained doubtful, whispers circulating through the crowd. Just then, a shrill voice piped up from the outskirts. "Nonsense. This is clearly the work of a malevolent ghost, which mere mortals like you cannot comprehend." I turned to see Chen Banzian had somehow maneuvered his way to the front of the crowd. Waving his spirit-summoning banner with a smug expression, reminiscent of a fox that had raided the henhouse, I was about to retort when he interrupted, pointing at Feng's daughter and proclaiming, "This girl is possessed by a malevolent ghost. Only I can save her. What trickery was this charlatan attempting to pull? A malevolent ghost? Pure nonsense," I shouted in anger. Chen Banzian was clearly attempting to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Feng's daughter was bewitched by a mountain spirit, and here he was, playing the role of a mystic. What was his true intent? Chen Banzian smirked, his demeanor dismissive, the corners of his mouth curling upward in disdain. "Young man, what do you know? Mountain spirits and wild beasts are not for mere mortals to behold. This girl has clearly committed a sin, attracting a vengeful spirit." As he spoke, he began to shake the spirit-summoning banner, reciting incantations with an effortless grace that left the villagers in rapt attention. Uncle Wu, known for his gullibility, readily chimed in, "Chen Banzian speaks the truth. I believe this girl has indeed fallen prey to evil." My heart raced with urgency, but Elder Xia grasped my arm and shook his head, signaling me to remain calm. Whispers spread through the crowd, and those who had once believed in my account began to waver. I felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible net was ensnaring me. Elder Xia leaned closer to my ear, whispering, "Changsheng, do not act rashly. Observe the situation." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Banzian suddenly shouted, "The malevolent ghost reveals itself." He pointed the spirit-summoning banner at Feng's daughter, who let out a piercing scream that sliced through the air before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chen Banzian, seeing this, allowed a barely perceptible smirk to play upon his lips, and then proclaimed loudly, "Tonight at midnight, I shall perform a rite here to exorcise the malevolent ghost and restore peace to the village." As I gazed at the unconscious Feng's daughter, a surge of intense unease welled within me. Elder Xia placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, his expression grave. "It seems this night shall not be peaceful." He turned toward the unconscious girl, crouching down to reach for her. As Chen Banzian resumed his theatrics, I scoffed quietly, stepping forward with an air of confidence. I stood tall, my gaze resolute and bright. "Chen Banzian, cease your nonsensical babbling. If you claim she is possessed by a malevolent ghost, do you even understand the differences between the symptoms of possession and the bewitchment by a mountain spirit?" With a piercing gaze fixed upon him, I spoke eloquently without awaiting his reply. "The possessed by malevolent spirits exude a noxious stench, their bodies cold and rigid, while those ensnared by mountain spirits carry the distinct scent of their captors, akin to the daughter of Feng the carpenter." Approaching the carpenter's daughter, I grasped the clay effigy, which felt heavy in my hands, imbued with an essence of malevolence. This effigy, a creation of the mountain spirit, bore an aura of dark energy that an ordinary person might overlook, yet I perceived it with clarity. Whispers began to circulate among the villagers, many casting trusting glances in my direction. I continued, "You, charlatan, seek merely to exploit this opportunity for personal gain. If you truly possess any skill, why did that soul-calling banner merely cause the girl to faint, with no sign of any nefarious spirit departing?" Chen Banzian was rendered speechless by my words, his complexion fluctuating like the shifting colors of a Sichuan opera mask, while the villagers began to murmur disapprovingly at him. A wave of satisfaction surged within me. Regarding the protagonist Changsheng, in addition to the observational prowess and relentless pursuit of truth he currently exhibits, it would enrich his character to incorporate a backstory. For instance, he could have apprenticed under the Elder Xia, enduring numerous failures and the ridicule of his peers. However, through an indomitable spirit and a fervent passion for the arcane, he diligently honed his skills to attain his present level of proficiency. This background would not only fuel his desire to expose Chen Banzian's deceit, but also serve as a testament to his abilities and the knowledge he has acquired. Elder Xia, in addition to his esteemed reputation, could be further characterized by his past. Once a fervent youth, he traversed the land, encountering various supernatural occurrences. With a simple satchel and a peachwood sword in hand, he journeyed through mountains and rivers, pausing at every locale rumored to harbor malevolent spirits. His wealth of experience rendered him knowledgeable about the diverse tactics and behaviors of such entities. His quiet observation in the village, refraining from overt declarations, stems from his understanding that the complexities of supernatural affairs often lie hidden beneath the surface. He awaits the opportune moment to strike decisively. Moreover, his trust in Changxing arises from recognizing in him the reflection of his own youthful zeal for the arcane and the spirit of exploration. Uncle Wu, though straightforward and honest, could have his personality influenced by his familial background. Raised in a household that emphasized kindness and helpfulness, his parents, humble farmers, instilled in him the importance of caring for others. This upbringing explains his particular concern for the carpenter's family. However, his limited education, having attended only a few years of private school, leaves him ill-equipped to discern supernatural phenomena, making him susceptible to the charms of seemingly knowledgeable figures like Chen Banzian. Zhang Hualang's suspicion can be attributed not only to his inherent nature, but also to his extensive travels, during which he has encountered numerous scams. Carrying his goods, he has traversed many villages and towns. Setting up stalls at various markets, he has witnessed countless swindlers employing various ruses to deceive the unsuspecting, leading him to adopt a skeptical outlook on all matters. Yet, he possesses a benevolent side. Despite doubting Changxing's assertions, he harbors a desire to discover a genuine solution upon witnessing the carpenter's daughter's pitiable state. When Chen Banzian proclaimed that the carpenter's daughter was possessed by a malevolent spirit and prepared to perform exorcisms, I resolved to break my silence. Stepping into the center of the yard, I found the ground beneath my feet firm, and I stood resolutely. With intricate gestures of my fingers, I recited incantations that reverberated through the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, swirling like a tide of darkness. A faint light emanated from my fingertips, infused with a mysterious power, and surged toward the clay effigy held by the carpenter's daughter. The effigy trembled violently, and a thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, coalescing into the faint form of a mountain spirit, which lunged at me with outstretched claws, emitting a low growl. Unfazed, I drew a peachwood sword from my robe. Its surface etched with glowing runes that emanated a sacred aura. I shouted, "You insignificant mountain spirit, how dare you wreak havoc here?" and wielded the sword, which sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow of the mountain spirit, the villagers were spellbound, having never witnessed such a spectacle, holding their breath in rapt attention while swordplay was fierce, each strike repelling the spirit's assaults. And with every blow, the shadow emitted pained howls. The final strike pierced the spirit's form, causing it to dissipate, and the clay effigy shattered with a resounding crack. This scene left the villagers astounded, and Chen Banqian's fabrications fell apart before their eyes. Chapter 20. Truth and Deception. The mountain spirit disturbs the order. I am Changxing, and from a young age, I have harbored a deep disdain for those who feign the supernatural. My family once fell victim to a con artist, resulting in our ruin, and from that moment, I vowed to unveil the true faces of such deceivers. Furthermore, I had previously encountered a mountain spirit. On a fog-laden evening, the sunset's glow was obscured, leaving only a faint halo, and the entire forest was shrouded in an ethereal mist. I intended to take a shortcut home, but inadvertently strayed into the territory of the mountain spirit. The trees surrounding me were towering and grotesque, their branches resembling twisted arms that creaked ominously in the breeze, as if issuing a warning. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched beneath my feet like some hidden beast exhaling. I beheld the mountain spirit, human-like yet suffused with an aura of malevolence, its eyes flickering with an eerie green light, akin to ghostly flames dancing in the dark. Terrified, I feigned calmness and ultimately escaped by employing the minor spells taught to me by Elder Xie, coupled with my wits. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Banqian's theatrics, I recognized him for the fraud he was. Elder Xie's fingers rested upon the carpenter's daughter's pulse, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he rose, saying nothing but casting a profound glance my way, laden with unspoken meaning that eluded my understanding. Chen Banzian, resembling a triumphant general, arrogantly directed the villagers to prepare the altar for his so-called exorcism. The altar was adorned with red fabric, yellow paper, and the usual trappings of charlatans, prompting a chuckle from me. Yet, the villagers appeared entranced, obediently following his commands, with some even chastising me for questioning him and obstructing his efforts to save the girl. A sense of frustration welled within me, longing to explain and argue. Yet I found myself at a loss for words. They had fallen under the spell of Chen Banshan's flowery rhetoric, rendering them impervious to any reasoning. This feeling of being misunderstood and isolated weighed heavily upon my chest. Akin to a boulder, stifling my breath, I glanced at Elder Xie, hoping he would speak out against Chen Banshan's deceit. However, he merely stood aside, observing with a detached demeanor, as though none of this concerned him. His indifference further chilled my heart. Gritting my teeth, I resolved that even if no one believed me, I would uncover the truth and prove that it was the mountain spirit at play. Not some malevolent ghost. I needed to devise a way to evade the villagers' scrutiny and sneak a look at the carpenter's daughter. As night fell, Chen Banshan's exorcism commenced in earnest, with drums and firecrackers creating an eerie atmosphere that enveloped the village. Seizing the moment of chaos, I stealthily entered the carpenter's home. The carpenter's daughter lay upon the bed, her complexion pale and breathing shallow. I approached her bedside, carefully scrutinizing her expression. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gaze vacant and unfocused, resembling a marionette as she turned her head toward the window, which faced the depths of the mountains. My heart raced as I held my breath, fixated on her. After a moment, she turned her head back, her eyes returning to their previous emptiness. I quietly exited the room, my mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. I hurried to Elder Xie's side, lowering my voice to say, "Elder Xie, I've noticed that the carpenter's daughter periodically gazes toward the mountains. She must be under the control of the mountain spirit. It is summoning her." A sense of pride in my keen observation welled within me. Chen Banshan's theatrics paled in comparison to my meticulous scrutiny. Elder Xie stroked his beard, his gaze contemplative. "Let us not rush. Let us observe the unfolding events." His cryptic demeanor left me somewhat unsettled. Yet it was all I could do for the moment. Chen Banshan's exorcism continued, his incantations mingling with animated gestures, resembling a shaman in a trance. I felt a surge of indignation, unable to contain myself, and exclaimed, "Chen Banzian, what purpose does your charade serve? The carpenter's daughter is not possessed. She is ensnared by the mountain spirit." Upon hearing my declaration, Chen Banzian abruptly ceased his incantations, his beady eyes narrowing at me as if he were ready to devour me whole. "You foolish boy, what do you know? Do not spread your heretical words here. I am a renowned seer, and your doubts are intolerable." "Renowned seer, indeed," I retorted without hesitation. "I witnessed the carpenter's daughter gazing toward the mountains on a regular basis. It is the mountain spirit that beckons her. If you truly possess any skill, explain this." At that moment, the villagers began to gather around, their faces etched with anger, their eyes filled with discontent directed at me. A group of robust villagers unconsciously advanced, and at that moment, they began to murmur amongst themselves, "This fellow, how utterly thoughtless! Chen Banzian has come to rescue the carpenter's daughter. Indeed, he must be envious of Chen Banshan's abilities. Causing turmoil here. Perhaps he is possessed by a mountain spirit." Spouting nonsense, my palms began to sweat, yet I knew I could not falter. Chen Banshan's expression shifted, only to revert to his lofty demeanor. "Humph. Utter nonsense. That is merely a normal reaction of the patient. Cease your alarmist rhetoric. A normal reaction. She consistently gazes precisely towards the depths of the mountains. Is that what you call normal?" I pressed forward, refusing to yield. Chen Banshan's eyes darted, clearly caught off guard by my inquiry. He cleared his throat and argued weakly, "It's the spirits deceiving her, compelling her to look towards the mountains, seeking to lure her into the depths for consumption. I am performing a ritual to protect her." "What do you know?" I scoffed. "You claim to protect her. It appears you are only safeguarding your reputation and purse. If you truly possess skill, then heal the carpenter's daughter." The surrounding villagers began to whisper, and some cast glances at Chen Banzian, their eyes tinged with doubt. Fuming with indignation, Chen Banzian pointed at me, cursing, "You little brat, daring to thwart my efforts. You too must be bewitched by the mountain spirits." "Someone, seize him," I boldly retorted. "You wish to capture me? You deceitful charlatan. Today I shall expose your true nature for all to see. Do you think the villagers will remain deceived forever?" At that moment, a voice pierced through the crowd. "Wait!" Zheng Hualang squeezed through, stepping forward with a hint of hesitation on his face. This fellow, usually slick-tongued, surprisingly found the courage to stand up at a critical moment. A few days ago, while collecting goods near the mountain god temple, I noticed strange lights flickering there at night. It was quite unsettling. "Could it be the mountain spirit?" he stammered, yet his words rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into water. Many villagers, already skeptical of Chen Banzian, wavered further upon hearing Zhang Hualang's account. I gazed at Chen Banzian with newfound confidence, stating, "You see, the eyes of the people are sharp. They cannot be easily fooled by you." Chen Banzian's face turned ashen, and he pointed a trembling finger at Zheng Hualang, shouting, "You speak nonsense. You are clearly attempting to sow discord." "I am not speaking nonsense. I witnessed it with my own eyes," Zheng Hualang retorted, shrinking back slightly but maintaining his stance. "What a brave lad." I silently commended him. Seizing the moment of chaos, I quietly slipped into the carpenter's backyard, retrieving several copper coins and some yellow papers adorned with runes from my pocket. Old Xie had taught me some simple formations, claiming they could temporarily suppress malevolent energies. Following his guidance, I arranged the coins and yellow papers in specific positions, murmuring incantations. Strangely enough, once the formation was set, the carpenter's daughter indeed quieted down somewhat, her gaze becoming slightly clearer. She looked around in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Seeing my method yield results filled me with confidence. It seemed that old Xie's teachings were genuinely effective. I approached the carpenter's daughter, softly inquiring, "Do you remember what happened?" She shook her head, her eyes brimming with fear and bewilderment. At that moment, I noticed a peculiar red mark on her wrist, resembling a symbol I had never encountered before. Could this be some mark left by the mountain spirit? I pondered, sowing the seeds for future developments. Just then, Chen Banzian pushed through, and upon seeing the carpenter's daughter's condition, his expression darkened further. He glared at me with malice. Gritting his teeth, "You little brat, what sorcery have you employed?" "Sorcery? This is a legitimate formation, unlike some who merely feign the supernatural," I retorted defiantly. Chen Banzian's face turned pale with rage. "Very well, since you are so capable. Let us compete to see who can resolve this matter first." Compete? What scheme is this old fellow concocting? As I contemplated this, old Xia approached me, patting my shoulder, whispering, "Be cautious. This Chen Banzian is not as simple as he appears." Before he could finish, the carpenter's daughter let out a piercing scream and fainted once more. Her sudden collapse sent a jolt through me. Indeed, Chen Banzian harbored ill intentions. He grinned ominously. "So, what now? Do you still dare to compete with me?" I scoffed. "Let us compete. Who fears whom? I detest the pretentiousness of charlatans." With confidence, I declared, "You, old fraud, are merely putting on a show. I have already identified the true source, so prepare to be embarrassed." I then resolutely sprinted towards the back mountain. The back mountain of our village has always been shrouded in mystery. Legends speak of an ancient cave within, home to various malevolent beings. Several audacious villagers who ventured into the back mountain never returned, as if swallowed by its depths. Approaching the back mountain, one could hear faint, low growls emanating from deep within, akin to the murmurs of a great beast in slumber, or the howling winds traversing ancient caverns. Sending chills down one's spine, as I ran towards the back mountain, I felt a tinge of trepidation, yet my resolve to uncover the truth overshadowed my fears. Old Xie tugged at my sleeve. His eyes filled with concern, but I was already committed. Chen Banzian clearly sought to drive me away to monopolize the benefits. I would not grant him that satisfaction. Chen Banzian pretended to calculate with flair, reciting incomprehensible incantations, shaking a rickety bell that dazzled the villagers. They were momentarily captivated, their gazes filled with suspicion towards me. I internally cursed. This old fox was indeed skilled at manipulating public sentiment. I needed to devise a plan to break his hold and not let him lead the narrative. I closed my eyes, calming my mind, striving to sense the surrounding energies. Suddenly, a faint trace of malevolent energy flickered from the west of the village. Disappearing in an instant, I snapped my eyes open, gazing towards the west. There lay the back mountain. Without a second thought, I seized the cloth bag old Xie had given me, calling out, "Old Xie, take good care of the carpenter's daughter." With that, I dashed towards the back mountain. Behind me, old Xie's anxious voice echoed, "Changsheng, be careful." Chapter 21. The truth revealed. The mountain spirit submits to the forest. The truth revealed. The mountain spirit submits to the forest. The back mountain was shrouded in shadows. The night wind howled as I ran with the frantic heartbeat of a rabbit. Chen Banzian was still feigning supernatural prowess in the village. I needed to locate the mountain spirit swiftly to expose his true nature. The village was alive with the clang of gongs and drums. As Chen Banzian performed his rituals with fervor, he splashed water and scattered rice, chanting incomprehensible spells, driving the villagers into a state of anxiety. Uncle Wu stamped his feet in frustration. "What is this Chen Banzian up to? He is utterly useless." Zheng Hualang chimed in. "Exactly. I see him as nothing but a fraud." As I listened to the commotion in the village, my anxiety only intensified. The mountain spirit was cleverly concealed. I circled the back mountain several times, yet found no trace of it. Time ticked away, and I felt the mounting pressure. Wait. Suddenly, I recalled old Xie's words. The mountain spirit favors hiding in auspicious spots that gather wind and energy. Where in the village would such a configuration exist? I racked my brain over the village's geography until a light bulb moment struck me. The mill, that place, bordered by hills and surrounded by water on three sides, was indeed a prime hiding spot. I immediately turned and sprinted towards the mill. As I neared the mill, I sensed a powerful surge of malevolent energy, far stronger than what I had sensed in the village. Clearly, my suspicions were correct. The mountain spirit was indeed hiding here. I almost shouted with excitement. I had finally found it. I stealthily approached the mill, peering through the crack in the door in the dim moonlight. I spotted a shadowy figure, small and childlike, standing motionless beside the millstone. I held my breath and quietly pushed the door open. With a creak, the wooden door emitted an ear-piercing sound. The figure suddenly spun around, its pair of green eyes fixating on me. "Who are you?" A shrill voice emerged from its lips. Those green eyes glimmered like ghostly flames in the dim mill, sending chills down my spine. "Who are you?" The voice inquired again, laced with fear. I scoffed. "After all this time pretending, it's about time you reveal your true form." No sooner had I spoken, the figure began to contort and transform, quickly morphing into a massive wolf, baring its fangs and lunging towards me. I had long been prepared. With a swift sidestep, I evaded its attack while drawing forth a talisman that old man Xie had bestowed upon me. As I chanted incantations, I hurled the talisman towards the wolf. With a resounding crack, the talisman adhered to the beast, releasing a plume of azure smoke. The wolf emitted a harrowing cry, its form beginning to morph into a swirling vortex. Intent on sweeping me away, I dared not hesitate. I swiftly inscribed a binding array upon the ground. The whirlwind became ensnared within the formation, thrashing violently yet unable to breach my defenses. It appeared infuriated, its transformations becoming increasingly frenetic. One moment a venomous serpent, the next a fierce tiger, then a soaring avian creature, incessantly assaulting me. Relying on the geomantic techniques imparted by old man Xie, I countered each of its strikes. With every successful defense, my confidence surged, and I felt akin to a general commanding legions. That moment, Uncle Wu burst into the scene, brandishing his hunting rifle. "Changsheng, I'm here to assist you," he shouted. Raising his weapon to fire, I was struck with alarm. The mountain's capricious nature meant that Uncle Wu's reckless intervention could spell disaster. Indeed, the mountain spirit transformed into a mass of black mist, instantly confronting Uncle Wu, who staggered back in terror, nearly engulfed by the dark cloud. Realizing I could no longer afford to place the villagers in peril, I resolved to expedite matters. Drawing a deep breath, I summoned all my vital energy, swiftly forming hand seals while reciting an incantation. The trees surrounding the mill seemed to come alive, their branches extending, leaves rustling, as a larger array gradually materialized, trapping the mountain spirit within. Within the confines of the formation, the spirit writhed, emitting a series of furious roars as I approached, my gaze icy. "Now, it is time for a conversation." My voice resonated within the mill, imbued with an undeniable authority. The mountain spirit spun wildly within the array, akin to a cornered beast, releasing sharp, ear-piercing shrieks. "Enough!" I commanded, my voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing dust to cascade from the mill's rafters. "I know what you are. Cease your tricks." The whirlwind abruptly halted, suspended in midair, then slowly coalesced into a hazy humanoid shape, vaguely resembling a young woman. She gazed at me in horror. "Why, you can actually see my true form?" I scoffed. "You, a mere mountain spirit, dare to flaunt your abilities before me?" I gestured towards some wild fruits and leaves scattered in the mill's corner. "These are the very things you used to beguile Feng the carpenter's daughter, making her believe she was favored by the mountain god. And the scratches on the old locust tree at the village entrance. Those are your handiwork as well." The mountain spirit flickered, seemingly attempting to transform and flee, yet was firmly ensnared by the array. "Do not waste your efforts," I stated coldly. "Your paltry skills are but child's play in my presence. Should you continue to wreak havoc, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." The spirit trembled, ultimately bowing its head. "I merely sought a place to cultivate. I harbor no malice." "Cultivate?" I interrupted sharply. "You disturb the villagers' lives, masquerading as a deity. This is your path to cultivation?" The spirit fell silent. Clearly at a loss for words, a sigh escaped me. The mountain spirit was ultimately just a creature of nascent intelligence, ignorant of human conventions. "I may spare your life," I softened my tone, "but you must promise me that you shall never again set foot in the village. And instead, cultivate diligently in the mountains, causing no further harm to humanity." After a moment's hesitation, the spirit nodded. "I agree." I performed the necessary gestures and recited the incantation, dissolving the array. The mountain spirit transformed into a gentle breeze, vanishing through the mill's broken opening. Returning to the wilderness, as the spirit departed, Feng the carpenter's daughter gradually awoke, her eyes regaining clarity. Uncle Wu stood in bewilderment, still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. Zhang the merchant approached, his demeanor obsequious. "Brother Gu, you truly are remarkable. Even the mountain spirit has yielded to you." Chen the fortune teller left the village with a sullen expression, defeated. Villagers gathered around me, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces, showering me with praise. This sense of commanding the situation filled me with profound fulfillment. However, just as I bade farewell to the last grateful villager and prepared to return home for a well-deserved rest, I spotted peculiar footprints along the village's edge. Old Man Xie stood behind me, observing the tracks with meaningful intent. It appears that the matter is far from resolved. After sending off the final villager, I exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow. At last, tranquility had returned, the mountain spirit's ruckus having instilled fear among the people. Just as I was about to head home for a proper respite, my peripheral vision caught sight of some strange footprints along the path. These prints varied in depth and size, unmistakably not those of any ordinary beast. A chill crept up my spine. Could this be the true mastermind behind the chaos? I crouched down, meticulously examining the tracks. They were scattered chaotically along the path, as if some large creature had dragged a heavy body across. The remnants of a foul odor lingered in the soil, causing my stomach to churn. Unbeknownst to me, Old Man Xie had positioned himself behind me, his hunched figure and hawk-like gaze fixed on the footprints, silent yet contemplative. "Master," I whispered, "what manner of creature left these tracks?" Old Man Xie slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his face shrouded in an air of mystery. "This entity is likely far more troublesome than that mountain spirit," he replied gravely, a hint of unspoken concern in his tone. I inhaled sharply. If even Old Man Xie regarded this with such caution, it seemed the trouble I faced was of a far more significant nature. The mountain spirit had merely been a minor annoyance, easily exposed, but I dared not speculate on the owner of these tracks. "Changsheng," Old Man Xie placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. "You have made remarkable progress recently. But remember, there are always greater powers beyond our comprehension. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine." His words struck me like a heavy hammer, awakening me to the stark realization that what I had encountered was perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 22. Tracing the mystery, the mountain spirit's conspiracy begins to emerge. Old Man Xie's words resonated within me, awakening a sense of urgency. Indeed, This world was far more complex than I had envisioned. I took a deep breath, determined to pursue this investigation further. Following the massive footprints, I ventured beyond the village, in the depths of the forest. The path was treacherous, overgrown with vines, each step requiring utmost caution. The towering trees loomed overhead, casting ominous shadows that heightened my unease. The owner of these footprints seemed to have deliberately concealed its passage. The prints varied in depth, appearing sporadically. I followed the trail, but soon found myself at a pile of jagged stones where the tracks abruptly vanished. Leaving me frustrated, I crouched down, thoroughly inspecting my surroundings in hopes of uncovering new clues. Could it be that this creature had taken flight? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Stay calm. Changsheng, stay calm, I silently admonished myself. Old Man Xie had taught me that in moments like these, maintaining composure was essential. I inhaled deeply, striving to steady myself, and began to apply the geomantic knowledge imparted by Old Man Xie. Keenly observing the terrain around me, the surrounding mountains rose and fell, the trees thick and lush, streams babbling. A seemingly ordinary yet potentially significant landscape. I closed my eyes, attuning myself to the subtle shifts in the energy surrounding me. Suddenly, I sensed an unusual energy fluctuation just behind the pile of stones. My heart leaped with joy. It appeared that the creature had not escaped but rather employed some method to obscure its trail. The mountain spirit did indeed possess some skill. The realization of having discerned its trick filled me with exhilaration. Clearly, Old Man Xie's teachings had not been in vain. Carefully, I navigated around the rocky pile, parting the dense underbrush, and was met with a sudden revelation. Before me lay a concealed cave, its entrance shrouded by vines, nearly impossible to detect without meticulous scrutiny. A faint, foul odor wafted from the cave. Identical to the stench I had encountered earlier along the path, a sense of foreboding washed over me. It seemed I had found the right place. Drawing my machete, I cautiously approached the cave's mouth. At that moment, a wildcat suddenly leaped forth, lunging at my face. I swiftly dodged its attack. Beast! I exclaimed, realizing it was a mere illusion conjured by the mountain spirit. Its emerald eyes gleamed with ferocity. Arching its back, emitting a low, menacing growl, poised to strike again, I chuckled coldly, drawing the peachwood branch given to me by Old Man Xie, infusing it with a modicum of vital energy. It shimmered with a faint golden light. The wildcat seemed to sense the impending danger, a flicker of fear passing through its eyes, yet it charged forward with ferocity. "Begone, vile creature!" I bellowed. "Reveal your true form." With a flourish, I swung the peachwood branch, which seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking the wildcat squarely on the forehead. A flash of golden light erupted as the wildcat let out a pained shriek, flung several feet away, landing heavily upon the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. Before I could catch my breath, a buzzing sound emanated from the cave, as a swarm of venomous bees surged forth like a dark cloud, heading straight for me. Anticipating this, I swiftly retrieved the exorcism powder provided by Old Man Xie and cast a handful into the air. The powder dispersed, and the bees, as if encountering a phantom, plummeted to the ground, writhing briefly before falling lifeless. "Merely a trivial trick," I scoffed, parting the vines at the cave's entrance and stepping inside. The cave was dark and damp, a pungent stench assailing my senses. Nearly inducing nausea, I followed the energy fluctuations I had detected earlier, cautiously venturing deeper within. "Changsheng, wait for me!" Uncle Wu's voice suddenly called from behind. As I turned back, I saw him rushing towards me, panting heavily while clutching a shotgun. "Changsheng, this mountain is truly sinister. Let me accompany you inside." "Uncle Wu, you should return. It's too dangerous here." I attempted to dissuade him, knowing full well the mountain spirit was cunning and feared that Uncle Wu would only complicate matters. "Enough of your nonsense. Have I been frightened into cowardice? I must see what kind of monsters are at work." Despite his pale face and trembling grip on my sleeve, Uncle Wu's eyes radiated determination. "Changsheng, we cannot ignore this. The villagers are counting on us. Although I am afraid, I cannot let you face this peril alone." Without waiting for a response, he squeezed past me into the cave. With a resigned sigh, I followed him. After a brief walk, we emerged before a dilapidated mountain shrine. The doors stood ajar, revealing an ominous darkness within. I sensed a disturbance in the air. It was here, the lair of the mountain spirit. Just as I prepared to push the door open, Uncle Wu suddenly seized my arm, his expression tense as he pointed at the symbols carved above the shrine's entrance. Changsheng, look! I glanced up to see strange symbols etched above the door. Blood-red and chilling, I had encountered similar markings in the ancient texts of Old Man Xie. These symbols, twisted and serpentine, resembled an archaic script, perhaps an evil totem. I recalled that these were cryptic markings used by the mountain spirit to communicate with other malevolent entities. Was it possible that this spirit was not acting alone, but in collusion with other creatures of the mountain? A shiver ran down my spine as I realized I was entangled in a far greater conspiracy. Changsheng, what are these wicked symbols? Uncle Wu inquired, his voice trembling with confusion. I took a deep breath and pointed to one of the symbols, explaining, this is the blood pact, symbolizing a nefarious agreement. The other symbols represent various spirits. There are mountain goblins, fox demons, and my voice faltered as disbelief washed over me. How could such a small village conceal so many malevolent beings? By heavens! This mountain is truly cursed, Uncle Wu exclaimed, tightening his grip on the shotgun. I nodded, my earlier suspicions solidifying. The mountain spirit's torment of the village was no mere prank. It sought to harvest the villagers' fear to augment its own power. Those bewitched villagers and the missing livestock were sacrifices for its dark rituals. A surge of righteous anger welled within me. I had to stop it. I could not allow it to wreak further havoc upon the world. I scrutinized every corner of the shrine, hoping to uncover the mountain spirit's lair. Suddenly, I noticed a loose stone tile in the corner behind the idol. Approaching it, I shoved with all my might, and the tile gave way with a resounding crack, revealing a dark opening. Just then, a chilling gust wafted from the entrance, carrying with it a nauseating stench. The air seemed to morph into grim faces, clawing towards me. Startled, I steadied myself, quickly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. A golden light emanated from me. Dispersing the ghastly visages, I fixed my gaze on the opening, declaring, "Today, I shall unveil your true form." I understood this was the entrance to the mountain spirit's inn, as I prepared to enter the dark passage. An eerie laughter echoed from within. Finally, you've arrived? Uncle Wu gripped my arm, his face ashen. Changsheng, we should retreat and reconsider our approach. I shrugged off his hand, drawing a peachwood branch. What is there to fear? Follow me. That sinister laughter clawed at my nerves, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. Uncle Wu, trembling, clutched my sleeve once more. Changsheng, perhaps we should delay and strategize. With determination, I dismissed his fears. The mountain spirit was a dire threat, and I was resolute in my quest to confront it. Fear not. What Old Man Xie taught me is not mere folly. Reaching into my pocket, I retrieved a handful of glutinous rice, casting it at the cave's mouth. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by hissing, monstrous cries akin to a serpent's hiss or a beast's growl. A sense of dread filled me. This cave was likely more perilous than I had imagined. Glancing at Uncle Wu, whose terror was palpable, I realized I could not rely on him. Just then, Old Man Xie's voice echoed from behind us. Changsheng, be cautious. The mountain spirit has likely grown formidable. Unbeknownst to me, Old Man Xie had appeared behind us, brandishing a bagua mirror that reflected an eerie glow. He handed it to me, assuring, with this, you shall be safeguarded. I accepted the mirror, feeling a modicum of reassurance, and took a deep breath as I stepped into the dark tunnel. Wait for me. Old Man Xie followed closely behind. Chapter 23. Perils in the Dark Tunnel, defying the enemy's tricks inside the dark tunnel. Visibility was non-existent, and a putrid stench invaded my nostrils. The dampness so oppressive one could almost wring water from the air. Groping forward, the bagua mirror served as my sole source of illumination, casting a faint glow on the moist walls, reminiscent of a monstrous hide, making my stomach churn. I had anticipated encountering the mountain spirit immediately upon entry, yet after a considerable distance, only the sound of dripping water and our own breaths filled the eerie silence. It was unnervingly quiet, a stillness more disconcerting than any noise. Changsheng, don't you think it's too quiet? Uncle Wu's voice quavered, his nerves palpable, just as I was about to admonish him for scaring himself. He let out a sudden shriek. Oh no! Startled, I nearly dropped the bagua mirror. What is it? I demanded, my heart racing. A mouse? Uncle Wu stuttered, pointing at the ground where a small gray rodent had scurried away. I exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been a false alarm. Uncle Wu's cowardice was comical for a hunter. Enough with the theatrics, I chided softly. If your racket attracts the mountain spirit, we'll be in trouble. Regaining my composure, I retrieved a stone given to me by Old Man Xie. Holding it tightly, I closed my eyes, attuning myself to the ambient energies. Indeed, a chill emanated from the depths of the cave. Growing nearer and clearer, I opened my eyes, signaling for silence from Old Man Xie and Uncle Wu, and stealthily advanced toward the source of the cold presence. The tunnel narrowed, and I pressed against the damp wall. The glow from the Bagua mirror gradually illuminating the scene ahead. A figure came into view, hunched over, obscured but radiating an icy aura. I held my breath, gripping the Bagua mirror, preparing for a surprise attack. Chongqing, wait! Old Man Xie suddenly grasped my arm, his tone grave. He seemed to have noticed something. I edged closer, firmly clutching the Bagua mirror. The mountain spirit had caused enough havoc. Today, I would teach it a lesson. At last, I beheld it, a hunched figure, facing the wall where a swirling black mass coiled. The mountain spirit appeared to be consuming that dark mist. What a stroke of luck! I shouted. Fiend, take this, raising the Bagua mirror. I charged forward. The mountain spirit reacted swiftly, turning to reveal its menacing, emerald eyes and jagged teeth, as if preparing to devour me. It howled, its body swelling into that of a massive python, its gaping maw resembling a dark abyss. Exhaling a foul, frigid breath, its teeth glimmered menacingly, each as long as my arm, glistening with viscous slime. I was ready. Whispering an incantation, I flicked my fingers, unleashing a burst of fire that shot toward the serpent. Hiss! The python recoiled, its body emanating a charred odor. Yet the creature was cunning. Undeterred, it morphed again, transforming into a colossal spider. Its 8 hairy legs scuttled across the ground, spinning strands of white silk to ensnare me. I would not be so easily trapped. With swift reflexes, I seized a sharp stone from the ground and sliced through the web. Seizing the moment, I delivered a powerful kick to its bloated abdomen. With a resounding thud, the spider was sent crashing against the cave wall. Just as I prepared to pursue, I realized the spider was not attacking me. Instead, it scurried back to its previous position. Shielding the swirling black mist, it crouched low, emitting a deep growl, its eyes betraying an unexpected hint of fear. Was it protecting the mist? Chongqing, be careful. Old Man Xie's voice warned from behind, tinged with awe. As if summoned, Uncle Wu, Zhang the peddler, and the carpenter's daughter entered the scene. Uncle Wu brandished a torch, illuminating the cave, revealing the swirling mist to be a black orb, radiating an eerie glow. What in the world is that? Uncle Wu's eyes widened in terror. Zhang the peddler paled. It looks exceedingly ominous. Chongqing, you must be cautious. Only the carpenter's daughter appeared vacant, her gaze fixated on the orb. As if entranced, my heart sank. She was still under the mountain spirit's thrall. Chongqing, that orb is the mountain spirit's demon core. All its power originates from it, Old Man Xie declared solemnly. Destroy it, and the mountain spirit will be vanquished. I immediately comprehended the intent behind the words of the Old Man Xie. The mountain spirit fiercely guarded the precious orb, evidently regarding it as its lifeblood. If I could destroy it, I would be able to eradicate this menace once and for all. Yet the enormous spider, transformed from the mountain spirit, clung tenaciously to the orb, rendering it impossible for me to approach. This beast was rugged and resilient, making standard attacks utterly ineffective. I needed to devise a strategy to divert its attention. A spark of inspiration ignited within me. Drawing a deep breath, I silently recited incantations, swiftly forming hand seals as a powerful surge of energy erupted from my being, coalescing into a miniature whirlwind that surged towards the mountain spirit. Vile creature, taste my might, I bellowed. The mountain spirit became ensnared by the whirlwind. Emitting furious roars of rage, it thrashed desperately, its 8 long legs flailing wildly, yet it could not break free. An opportune moment. Seizing upon the mountain spirit's entrapment, I dashed forward to the orb. It felt icy to the touch. Releasing a nauseating stench, I dared not hesitate. Raising the stone in my hand, I struck down with force. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the orb fissured, black mist gushing forth from the cracks, accompanied by a horrifying wail. The mountain spirit seemed to sense the disturbance, its howls growing more anguished and frantic. The hairs on its body stood on end, as if ready to explode at any moment. A sense of foreboding washed over me. The mountain spirit was preparing to fight with all its might. Just as I readied for another strike, I suddenly heard a piercing cry from the mountain spirit, a sound reminiscent of a summons. Humph! Even if the mountain spirit king arrives, what of it? Today, having dared to enter this dark cave, I possess ample confidence to eradicate all of you vile entities. Old Man Xia's expression shifted dramatically as he yanked me behind him. Exclaiming, "No good! Retreat quickly!" He seized my arm, pulling me towards the cave's entrance. Before I could fully grasp the situation, a thunderous noise erupted behind us. Old Man Xia's face paled as he gripped my arm tightly, urging, "Hurry! It is calling for its kin." It was then that I discerned the mountain spirit's cries were not those of agony, but rather a peculiar melody, sharp and jarring, reverberating throughout the cavern. A chill surged from my feet to the crown of my head, and I realized the gravity of our predicament. With no time to spare, I followed Old Man Xia as we fled towards the cave's mouth. Uncle Wu and Zheng the merchant soon realized the peril and fell in line behind us. Only Feng the carpenter's daughter remained, standing dazed, her gaze vacant as if she had heard nothing. Anxiously, I grasped her arm, pulling her along. Just as we were about to burst from the cave, a deafening crash resounded behind us, and debris began to rain down from the cavern's ceiling, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. I glanced back to see a colossal shadow rising from the depths, obscuring the light and exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. With the thunderous noise echoing, the stones above fell like raindrops, while the immense shadow gradually ascended, its malevolent essence manifesting as a tangible black mist that enveloped the cave. "This is dire. It is the mountain spirit king." Old Man Xia exclaimed in horror, his complexion ashen. "Changsheng, quickly, use your whirlwind." He abruptly pushed me towards the mountain spirit king, simultaneously producing a yellow talisman from his robes and muttering incantations. Taking a deep breath, I summoned every ounce of my strength, rapidly forming hand seals, unleashing a whirlwind that roared forth, now infused with brilliant lightning, aimed directly at the mountain spirit king. Wherever it passed, the stones of the cave were pulverized. At that moment, I noticed the talisman in Old Man Xia's hand burst into flames, radiating a blinding light. He pressed the burning talisman against my back and forcefully propelled me forward. Chapter 24. The Demons Defeated. Peace restored to the mountain village as the whirlwind collided with the mountain spirit king. An earth-shattering roar erupted, causing the cave to tremble even more violently. Debris fell like rain, and I was jolted backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The talisman on my back radiated searing energy, coursing through my entire being as if intent on incinerating me. Gritting my teeth, I endured the excruciating pain and summoned my strength anew. The mountain spirit king let out a pained roar, its massive form quaking violently, yet it did not collapse. Rather, it became even more frenzied. I could hear the calls of the mountain spirit. The air around us seemed to chill further. I understood that I must swiftly destroy the orb, the source of the mountain spirit's mysterious green glow. However, the mountain spirit struggled even more fiercely, the whirlwind barely managing to contain it. Time was running short. Old Man Xia weakly called out, "Changsheng, hold on. Its weakness lies within that orb." Uncle Wu and Zheng the merchant joined the fray, wielding their weapons in a desperate attempt to assault the mountain spirit king. But their strikes seemed akin to mere tickles against its gargantuan form. Feng the carpenter's daughter finally regained her senses, her eyes wide with terror as she trembled at the unfolding spectacle. Just as the mountain spirit seemed on the verge of breaking free, I concentrated all my energy, channeling a spell into the orb. The orb began to tremble violently, and the mountain spirit screamed in agony. I observed its form fluctuating wildly, at times resembling a giant spider, at others a ghastly human visage, and then morphing into a towering tree. This instability indicated that my method was effective, filling me with a sense of accomplishment. In the moment the orb seemed on the brink of shattering, the mountain spirit king suddenly ceased its struggles, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as its massive body began to shrink rapidly, ultimately condensing into a cloud of black mist. vanishing without a trace. The cave ceased its tremors, and the falling debris came to a halt. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from me. Old Man Xia approached, patting my shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Well done, young man. You performed admirably." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the cave's entrance. "Well done? I think not." Chun Banjian appeared at the cave's mouth. Wielding a black dagger, his eyes glinting with avarice, the mountain spirit, disregarding all, charged towards me, intent on preventing the destruction of its source of power. It transformed into a colossal mountain eagle, its sharp talons slicing through the air as it lunged at my face. I executed a roll just in time, narrowly avoiding its onslaught, cold sweat breaking out across my back before I could regain my footing. The beast dove at me again. I kicked out fiercely, striking its abdomen. And in that moment of pain, I scrambled towards the orb to continue channeling my spell. The mountain eagle, now enraged by my kick, screeched and lunged again. Just as the situation seemed dire, Uncle Wu bellowed. Raising his shotgun to fire at the eagle, bang! The gunshot reverberated through the cave. Although it missed the cunning mountain spirit, it successfully diverted its attention. Seizing this precious opportunity, I poured every ounce of strength into the orb. Its radiance intensified, trembling violently as the mountain spirit emitted agonized howls, its form becoming increasingly unstable, shifting between a giant spider, a grotesque human face, and even a towering tree. The spirit's painful struggles only affirmed the efficacy of my method. Clenching my teeth, veins bulging from my forehead, I exerted every last bit of energy into the orb. At that moment, Chun Banjian's icy voice resonated from the cave's entrance. "Is this all you are capable of? What a waste of my time." He stepped into the cave, the black dagger in his hand gleaming ominously, aimed directly at my back. A chill ran down my spine, an icy dread flooding my being. The orb emitted a piercing scream, reminiscent of shattering glass, or perhaps the final cries of a dying beast. With a thunderous explosion, the orb shattered, disintegrating into dust. In an instant, the mountain spirit lost a significant portion of its power. Reverting to its original form, a grotesque creature, no larger than a palm, covered in black fur. Gazed at me in terror, its eyes filled with dread and despair. I regarded it coldly, my voice frigid as ice. "Begone. Leave the village at once, or I shall ensure your utter obliteration." The mountain spirit trembled in fear, scrambling away from the cave. I pursued relentlessly, with Uncle Wu brandishing his shotgun close behind. Emerging from the cave, the sunlight was blinding, and the villagers had gathered at the entrance, anxiously observing. Upon seeing me, they erupted into cheers. "Jiu Chongsheng, well done," Uncle Wu exclaimed, excitedly patting my shoulder with such force that I nearly stumbled. I paid him no mind, instead focusing intently on drawing a massive exorcism array around the mountain spirit. I pricked my finger, using my blood to inscribe intricate symbols upon the ground, chanting under my breath. As the final symbol was completed, the array blazed with radiant light, trapping the mountain spirit within. The creature struggled within the array, emitting heart-wrenching cries, but no matter its efforts, it could not escape. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing into the deep, ancient woods, the villagers witnessed this spectacle, erupting into joyous celebration, their respect for me palpable. Feng the carpenter's daughter regained her composure, gazing at me with gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Chongsheng, you are truly the hero of our village," Zheng the merchant said, approaching me with a sycophantic grin, presenting a bag of peanuts. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." I cast him a sidelong glance, but did not take the peanuts. Meanwhile, Chun Banjian stood silently to the side, his expression dark as thunder. Not uttering a word, I am acutely aware that he must harbor intense resentment towards me. I gaze in the direction where the mountain spirit vanished. A profound sense of unease wells up within me, akin to an insidious parasite that clings to my very being, refusing to be shaken off, though I have succeeded in banishing the spirit. Can I truly consider the matter resolved? The obsequious grin of Zhang Hualang lingers in my mind, especially as I recall the glimmer of something elusive that flickered in his eyes when he presented me with that bag of peanuts. This was no mere expression of gratitude. Chen Banxian's sullen countenance also stirs my suspicions. Will he truly let this matter rest? Old Xia approaches, his deep-set eyes seeming to pierce through all fa-aids. He hands me a wooden carving that feels icy to the touch, depicting a peculiar creature that is neither dragon nor snake. Before I can examine it further, he whispers in my ear, "This is merely the beginning." And no sooner had he spoken than warmth surged through my palms, and the carving began to tremble as if animated by some unseen force. I quickly look up at old Xia, only to find that he has already turned away, leaving behind a silhouette imbued with meaning. Gripping the wooden figure tightly, my unease intensifies. Chapter 25. In search of clues in the deep mountains, malefic forces resurface. I stand at the spot where the mountain spirit once lingered, surveying the vast, shadowy expanse of the ancient forest before me. The oppressive silence enveloping me only heightens my anxiety. The mountain wind howls like a beast's low growl, rustling the leaves in a sinister manner. What secrets lie hidden within these deep woods, I cannot fathom. Seeking new clues here is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What lies beneath the surface of the mountain spirit's disappearance? Can I truly unravel the conspiracy that lurks behind it? A wave of powerlessness washes over me. Suddenly, I feel a chill at the nape of my neck, a sensation both familiar and unsettling. I close my eyes, centering myself, striving to catch even the faintest hint of anomaly in my surroundings. Old Xia had taught me that a shift in the atmospheric energy signifies the presence of malevolence. Indeed, a faint trace of sinister energy wafts into my nostrils, reminiscent of the mountain spirit's essence, yet colder and more elusive, barely perceptible. A flicker of hope ignites within me. Perhaps this is the new lead I seek. I open my eyes to find Uncle Wu crouched on the ground, meticulously examining the traces left behind, occasionally sniffing the air. "What have you discovered, Uncle Wu?" I inquired. He rises, ruffling his disheveled hair, his voice gruff yet thoughtful. "This mountain spirit is quite cunning. The footprints are shallow and vanish quickly." He gestures towards several broken branches on the ground. "These breaks are fresh. The spirit must have fled in this direction." Unbeknownst to me, Zhang Hualang has crept closer, his beady eyes darting eagerly, his face adorned with a wide grin. "Brother Gu, you are truly remarkable. You managed to chase off that mountain spirit in an instant." "How impressive!" As he speaks, he produces another bag of peanuts. "Please, accept this small token of my appreciation." I cast him a sidelong glance, still refusing to take the peanuts. Zhang Hualang is known for his opportunistic nature, and his current enthusiasm unsettles me. At this moment, Qian Banxian approaches, his expression still dark, silently glaring at me with eyes full of resentment. I understand that he continues to harbor a grudge for having thwarted his plans. "Changsheng," old Xia's voice calls from behind. As he steps closer and places a hand on my shoulder, "Trust your instincts." I nod in acknowledgement, disregarding the others, and proceed towards the faint trace of malevolent energy. Old Xia whispers in my ear, "Be cautious. The complexities of these mountains surpass your expectations." I take a deep breath, clutching the wooden carving firmly, and step into the depths of the forest. "Wait for me." Uncle Wu shouts as he hoists his hunting rifle and hastens to follow. I glance back at him, saying, "Uncle Wu, the situation in these mountains is precarious. It would be best if you didn't accompany me. It's too dangerous." "What's there to fear?" Uncle Wu scoffs, thumping his chest confidently. "That I've hunted in these mountains for half my life. I've seen it all. Besides, with my rifle in hand, what can those ghostly entities do to me?" Recognizing his stubbornness, I cease my attempts to dissuade him. I know full well that not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Taking a deep breath, I follow the faint trail of malevolent energy, treading cautiously into the wilderness. This peculiar sensory ability is akin to a beacon in the darkness. Though faint, it distinctly guides my path, preventing me from losing my way in this vast, shadowy expanse. The trees grow denser, blocking out the sun, and the air is thick with a damp, decaying odor. After approximately half an hour, I suddenly sense a violent shift in the atmosphere, the trace of malevolence intensifying. Taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment, a chill runs down my spine as I realize the gravity of the situation, and I urgently warn Uncle Wu, "Be careful." No sooner do I utter the words than a shadow darts from the thicket, lunging directly at my face. I squint to focus, only to discover it is a fox-like malevolence. Its fur is pitch black, eyes glowing with a sinister green light, sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. The creature moves with astonishing speed, and for a moment I falter, nearly being overwhelmed. Yet, I quickly regain my composure, reciting incantations under my breath, swiftly forming seals with my hands, invoking the feng shui techniques taught by old Xie to erect a rudimentary protective barrier around us. A flash of pale blue light envelopes us in a transparent shield. The fox collides with the barrier, emitting a piercing shriek before rapidly retreating. It circles around us, wary of this unexpected obstruction. Seeking an opportunity to breach our defenses, a resolute determination surges within me as I concentrate, channeling radiant golden energy from my fingertips, akin to arrows launched towards the fox. The golden light cascades upon the creature like a torrential downpour, each impact erupting in a dazzling flare, forcing the fox to retreat with a series of sharp, anguished cries, dark smoke billowing from its body as it scurries through the trees while steps remain unrelenting. The speed of my hand seals accelerating, my incantations growing louder, an overwhelming power surging within me as if I could command the very tide of battle. Just as I believe I can seize the fox, it suddenly opens its maw, expelling a cloud of black smoke. The dark mist spreads like the tendrils of a demon, engulfing the space in an instant. I find myself plunged into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. The silence oppressive, broken only by my rapid breaths. I close my eyes, centering my thoughts, recalling every detail of the feng shui techniques that old Xie had imparted. Suddenly, I perceive the surrounding energy flowing like water, and I can distinctly sense the fox's location. In that critical moment, I form an unfamiliar seal with my hands and shout, "Break!" A brilliant golden light erupts from my body, dispersing the black mist, and the terrified expression of the fox comes into view. Seizing the opportunity, I release a concentrated beam of golden light toward the fox. It shrieks in agony, dark smoke billowing from its form. Elation surges within me. It seems this creature is not as formidable as I had feared. I unleash several more beams of golden light, each strike bolstering my confidence. As the smoke dissipates, frustration wells up within me, only to be interrupted by the glint of something shimmering on the ground. I pick up a small, palm-sized scale, distinct from the fox's own, etched with peculiar patterns resembling ancient script. I glance at old Xie, who is intently observing the scale in my hand. His expression complex, he slowly articulates, "It appears that matters are far more intricate than we anticipated." Frustrated, I pound my fist into the ground, so close. That wily creature. Just then, I notice something else glimmering on the ground. Picking it up, I discover another small scale, similar in size, adorned with strange etchings reminiscent of archaic symbols, eerily unsettling in the dim light. As I scrutinize the scale, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washes over me. Those patterns. I suddenly recall the folk taboo symbols old Xie had taught me to recognize. The etchings on this scale bear an uncanny resemblance to the fragmented symbols on the walls of the mountain god's temple. Could it be that this fox is somehow connected to the entities within the temple? This revelation sends a jolt through me, bringing me closer to the truth while an icy dread creeps from my toes to the crown of my head. I turn to old Xie, who was still fixated on the scale in my hand, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with complexity. He speaks slowly. It seems that the situation is far more convoluted than we had imagined. Old Xie, the patterns on this scale resemble those from the mountain god's temple, don't they? I inquire eagerly. Old Xie nods, contemplating before responding. Indeed, the markings on this scale are correlated with those in the mountain god's temple. Moreover, this scale is not an ordinary one. It retains a trace of pure demonic energy. Demonic energy? Does that imply that this fox is a demon? Uncle Wu gasps in disbelief, his eyes wide. Old Xie does not answer directly but instead gazes at me, asking, "Chang Sheng, do you remember the fragmented mountain god statue in the temple?" I nod, recalling the eerie visage of the statue, headless and riddled with cracks. This scale likely fell from the mountain god statue. Old Xie asserts gravely. A chill runs down my spine. If this is true, the implications are far more intricate. How could the mountain god, revered in the temple, be linked to a demon? Could it mean that the mountain god itself is a demon? Holding the cold, scaly fragment in my hand, I resolve to make another pilgrimage to the mountain deity temple, in hopes of uncovering further clues. The old man Xie expressed his desire to accompany me. Although Uncle Wu felt a twinge of fear, he summoned his courage and joined us. We traversed the rugged mountain path toward the temple. The trail was steep and uneven, with towering trees casting ominous shadows. Creating a foreboding atmosphere, an unsettling sensation crept over me, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon us, sending chills down my spine. I glanced back, yet saw nothing amiss. "What's wrong?" Xia inquired, his attention caught by my unease. I shook my head and replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overly anxious." And no sooner had I spoken than I sensed a powerful, malevolent aura emanating from ahead. Xia abruptly grasped my arm and whispered, "Be cautious." Clutching the chilling scale tightly, I quickened my pace, yearning to reach the temple and unravel this bizarre mystery. The mountain winds howled, stirring the leaves into a cacophony of whispers that heightened my unease. Xia and Uncle Wu followed closely behind, the latter gripping his hunting rifle tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Changsheng, wait!" Xia suddenly called out. Sensing something was amiss, I halted abruptly, my heart racing. The feeling of being watched intensified. Akin to a needle prickling at my back, evoking terror. "I feel it too. Xia, it seems something is observing us," I confessed. The three of us stood back to back, warily scanning our surroundings. Aside from the dense thicket, there was nothing else in sight. Was it merely my imagination? Yet, the prickling sensation was all too real. "Show yourself," Uncle Wu bellowed, raising his rifle toward the woods. "Stop your ghostly antics." The only response was the rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. At that moment, a shadow flitted past my peripheral vision, darting through the depths of the forest with such speed that I could scarcely believe my eyes. "Xia, over there," I whispered, pointing in the direction the shadow had vanished. Xia's eyes narrowed as he followed my gesture, his expression turning grave. "Let us go." He seized my arm, urging me to pursue the direction of the shadow. We sprinted through the dense foliage until we reached the edge of a precipice. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind us, "Don't bother. You cannot escape." Chapter 26. Unveiling the temple's secrets, the forbidden truth emerges. The cold voice pierced my heart like an icicle. I spun around, only to find the desolate cliff behind me, utterly empty. "Stop with your tricks," Uncle Wu roared, raising his rifle to fire into the abyss. Impulsive by nature, his fiery temperament drove him to confront the elusive entity with gunfire, disregarding the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Yet, his intentions were noble. He wielded the rifle in defense of our safety. Xia restrained him. "Don't be rash. It has already fled." Uncle Wu, begrudgingly lowering his weapon, demanded, "What on earth was that? How can it vanish so effortlessly?" Xia did not reply, but instead moved to the cliff's edge, scrutinizing the surroundings. Following his gaze, I noticed a concealed path winding its way down the cliff, leading into the depths of the valley. "Changsheng, do you recall the mountain deity temple we discovered earlier?" Xia suddenly asked. A jolt of recognition surged within me as I recalled the peculiar symbols we encountered there, along with the enigmatic scale. "Yes, I remember," I affirmed. Xia nodded. "Exactly. I believe we should revisit the mountain deity temple." We descended along the narrow path, soon arriving before the temple. The door stood ajar, an eerie chill seeping from within, sending shivers down my spine. Uncle Wu, taking the lead, forcefully pushed the door open. The creaking sound echoed ominously as the entrance slowly yielded. Inside, the dim light cast shadows, and the air was thick with a putrid, damp odor that made me gag. Entering the mountain deity temple, I felt a sense of dread envelop me. Recalling the evidence of sinister collusion I had previously uncovered, I understood the lurking dangers I must face alone. Xia and Uncle Wu began to examine the interior while I retrieved the scale, meticulously comparing it against the symbols etched upon the temple walls. These cryptic symbols had eluded my understanding until now. However, as I positioned the scale alongside them, I was astonished to discover that the patterns on the scale aligned perfectly with certain aspects of the symbols. A surge of excitement coursed through me. This scale was the key to unlocking the secrets of these symbols. I carefully maneuvered the scale along the contours of the symbols, and to my amazement, the lines began to emit a faint luminescence. I held my breath, continuing to guide the scale. Gradually, the once chaotic symbols began to coalesce into a coherent pattern. As I discerned the image, my astonishment grew. It was a map. Moreover, the destination it indicated was, my heightened intuition kicked in. sensing a more potent malevolent presence behind the statue. This solidified my belief that there were deeper secrets concealed within. Taking a deep breath, I approached the statue, each step resonating with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The atmosphere within the temple was eerily quiet, save for the sound of my soft footfalls. Suddenly, as if propelled by an unseen force, the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, reverberating like thunder in the confined space, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, shadows appeared to dance, enveloping me in an overwhelming sense of dread. My heart raced, nearly ceasing to beat. My heightened perception intensified, and I sensed an even stronger malevolent energy behind the statue, akin to a slumbering beast radiating an oppressive aura. I was certain that more secrets lay hidden there, perhaps the very truths behind all these supernatural occurrences. With a steadying breath, I cautiously approached, clearing away the debris. Behind the statue lay a pitch-black opening, a chilling wind spiraling forth as if it were the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Ready to consume me, gathering my courage, I ignited a match and stepped inside, and no sooner had I crossed the threshold than a swarm of small demons erupted from the darkness, their grotesque faces twisted with sharp teeth and glimmering. Sickly green eyes, their breath reeked of decay, and their claws glinted ominously in the dim light, moving with the speed of black lightning as they lunged toward me. My heart raced. These abominations were formidable, and the only defense I had was the talisman Sia had given me. I swiftly retrieved it, my hands trembling as the air around me felt thick and oppressive. Reciting the incantation I had learned, I intoned, "Boundless heaven and earth, I invoke the power of the cosmos. Swift as the law commands." The talisman radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the dark, foreboding temple like a beacon of hope. The demons were repelled, emitting shrill cries that echoed through the temple, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Yet this was merely the beginning. They swiftly regrouped, emitting a chilling growl. Determined, I forced myself to remain calm. The feng shui technique Xia had taught me proved invaluable as I chanted the incantation, forming hand seals to manipulate the moisture in the air. A torrent of water materialized, resembling a sword as it surged toward the demons. Upon impact, hissing sounds filled the air, accompanied by plumes of black smoke as they writhed in agony. Gradually dissipating, as the demons dispersed, the once collapsed statue began to tremble violently, debris scattering in all directions. A rancid wind swept through, and an enormous, clawed hand, covered in black scales, emerged from behind the statue. This hand, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, glimmered ominously in the dim light, exuding a force capable of annihilating everything in its path as it lunged toward me. In that moment, I felt the chilling grip of death closing in, the very air around me freezing in terror as I was assaulted by the nauseating stench emanating from it, causing me to nearly retch. I rolled to the side just in time to evade the strike. The unexpected attack left me momentarily disoriented as I looked up at the colossal hand, my heart sinking. "Xia!" I instinctively cried out. The protective talisman he had given me radiated warmth, as if issuing a warning as I rolled aside. The monstrous hand crashed down, sending debris flying. I finally comprehended the enormity of the creature. It was far more formidable than I had anticipated. In that critical moment, I recalled a method Xia had taught me to counter malevolent entities, the binding dragon formation. Without hesitation, I bit my finger, the sharp pain jolting me into clarity. Blood dripped onto the ground as I meticulously traced a complex formation, pouring my strength and resolve into every stroke. The scarlet blood stood out starkly against the dust, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. A peculiar force emanated from the formation, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, lifting my hair in its wake. The sinister hand seemed to sense a lethal threat, unleashing a deafening roar that made the entire mountain shrine tremble. It lunged towards me with ferocity, its massive shadow blotting out the sun, and I could almost perceive the foul odor it exuded. I held my breath, silently reciting an incantation, channeling the power of the formation. "Dragon binding formation, arise!" With my commanding shout, the formation's brilliance surged, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, enveloping the sinister hand within its tangible chains. The hand thrashed wildly, its strength astonishing. Each struggle sent ripples through the golden light, yet it remained bound. Witnessing this, joy surged within me. a sense of dominion blossoming as if I were the ruler of this mysterious and supernatural realm. My blood boiling with fervor, wiping the sweat from my brow, I approached the ensnared Sinister hand. What exactly is this creature? Upon closer inspection, I found its black scales to be immensely hard, radiating an eerie glow. Suddenly, I noticed a tattered tome peeking out from where the Sinister hand was sealed. I carefully retrieved the book, brushing off the dust, and discovered it was inscribed with ancient characters I had never encountered before. What could this be? As I opened the tome, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped me. What secrets might these characters unveil? Could this be the true agenda of the mountain spirit? Just as I was lost in thought, I heard footsteps approaching from behind. Changsheng, are you all right? Uncle Wu's voice was laced with urgency and concern. His call jolted me back to reality. I swiftly concealed the tome within my clothing. I'm fine. Uncle Wu! He quickly approached, inspecting me from head to toe, and upon confirming my well-being, he sighed in relief. Well done, young man. You've actually managed to trap this monster. His tone carried a hint of admiration, mixed with a touch of trepidation. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Huolang rushed over, panting heavily, his face drained of color from fear, his body trembling slightly. He immediately began recounting the harrowing scene I had just experienced, his words tumbling out like a rapid-fire barrage. Oh, when I saw that Sinister hand, I nearly fainted. I thought for sure you were done for, Changsheng. What a disaster that would have been. I almost wanted to run, but my legs felt like jelly. I offered a few perfunctory responses, my gaze returning to the ensnared hand, though my mind was preoccupied with the mysterious tome. This object might very well be the key to unraveling the mountain spirit's secrets. I needed to find an opportunity to study it thoroughly. At that moment, old Xia arrived as well. He glanced at the trapped hand and then regarded me with a knowing look, his eyes flickering with a blend of pride and concern. He slowly spoke. Changsheng, your actions today have temporarily subdued this malevolent entity, but this is merely the tip of the iceberg. You must understand that in this supernatural world, every secret harbors a greater danger. Take heed of your own safety. As night fell, I returned home, eager to examine the tattered tome. Under the dim light, I scrutinized the characters inscribed upon its pages. They twisted and contorted, resembling some ancient runes, none of which I could comprehend. So I turned a page. An eerie light flickered across the text, sending a jolt through me. As a powerful force surged into my mind, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, and everything around me began to blur. What was I witnessing? A colossal figure loomed within the darkness, whispering in a raspy and terrifying tone. Sacrifice, rebirth. My breath quickened. I abruptly closed the tome, my heart pounding like a drum. This book was no ordinary tome. I swallowed hard and reached out once more to touch the pages. Chapter 27. The truth unveiled, the malevolent spirit vanquished. I gazed at the tattered tome, the ancient characters writhing like tadpoles, sending shivers down my spine. The mountain spirit's sinister hand remained ensnared. Time was of the essence, and I needed to decipher this cursed object swiftly. Yet, the more anxious I became, the more perplexed I felt, my frustration mounting to the point where I wanted to tear my hair out. My impulsive nature often led me astray at critical moments, and I silently berated myself for my foolishness. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Old Xia had previously taught me techniques for interpreting ancient script. How could I have forgotten? I took a deep breath, striving to calm myself, and applied the method old Xia had shared, smearing my fingertips blood across the pages while reciting a chant. Strangely, the tadpole-like characters seemed to come alive, twisting and reshaping until they transformed into comprehensible text. I scanned the pages voraciously, my heart racing as I realized the shocking truth. The mountain spirit was not collecting the villagers' fears for itself, but to awaken an even more powerful malevolent spirit. This entity lay dormant deep within the mountains behind the village, requiring an abundance of fear to awaken. Once it stirred, the entire village, and even neighboring settlements, would descend into a living hell. Good heavens, the mountain spirit was indeed a formidable foe. I gasped, a chill running down my spine. Yet I felt exhilarated to have uncovered the truth in advance. It was akin to playing a game, having foreknowledge of the boss's weaknesses, just waiting to gear up and defeat it. I closed the tome, feeling the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders. This was no trifling matter. If that malevolent spirit were to awaken, the consequences would be unimaginable. I had to prevent this calamity. At that moment, I once again employed my unique perceptive abilities. Sensing a gathering aura of fear near the village mill, this was bad. The mountain spirit was continuing its malevolence. I grabbed my weapon and dashed towards the mill. Old Xie had once said that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Now that I grasped the mountain spirit's secret, it could no longer wreak havoc. Mountain spirit, your end is nigh. I silently vowed, quickening my pace. Suddenly, I felt a chilling presence, like an icicle piercing my back. This sensation was more intense than any I had experienced before. I hurried my steps, my heart racing, feeling as if it might leap from my throat. Upon reaching the mill, I immediately spotted the mountain spirit. It was no longer in the guise of the carpenter's daughter, but had transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, surrounded by several small malevolent spirits resembling rats, squeaking and creating an eerie atmosphere. These little creatures greedily absorbed the fear emanating from the mill, causing my stomach to churn. The mountain spirit seemed to sense my approach, and the black mist swiftly coalesced into a gigantic wild boar. Its tusks sharp and its eyes blood-red, charging directly at me. Incredible, it can shapeshift. I rolled to the side just in time to evade its attack, the boar crashing into the millstone with a thunderous sound. Sending stone fragments flying, I dared not hesitate, immediately forming a seal and chanting an incantation to harness the surrounding geomantic energies. A bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the wild boar. It let out a horrific scream, a plume of black smoke erupting from its body. I thought this would be the end, but to my astonishment, the black smoke swiftly coalesced again, this time morphing into a swarm of bats. Darkening the air as they emitted piercing shrieks, rushing towards me. I was prepared, pulling out a palm-sized bronze mirror given to me by old Xie. This was no ordinary mirror. It was a magical artifact specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits. As I brandished the mirror, it vibrated in my hand. Sensing the presence of the evil entities, I directed the mirror towards the swarm of bats, reciting an incantation, and the mirror's light erupted with brilliance, shooting forth like solidified arrows towards the bats. Upon contact with the light, the bats disintegrated into dust, falling without a trace, their struggles rendered futile. Just as I was about to advance and deal with the mountain spirit once and for all, I suddenly heard a commotion from the village. This was not good. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I turned to see the rat-like malevolent spirits heading towards the village. Damn it! I cursed under my breath, clenching my fists. It seemed you had accomplices. I glared at the remnants of the black mist on the ground, coldly asserting, "You wretched creature." Gritting my teeth, I thought, how dare you create a diversion? I stole a glance in the direction of the village, where flames soared high and smoke billowed ominously, my anxiety escalating. Those little malevolent spirits surged forth like a tide, rushing towards the defenseless villagers. I had to act swiftly. Taking a deep breath, I swiftly formed hand seals, reciting an incantation. The stones, branches, and even the dust in the air around the mill began to tremble, as if summoned by an invisible force. Gathering overhead in the village's direction, they first flickered with faint light, which grew stronger, intertwining and merging to form a massive, faintly golden shield that enveloped the village entirely. The surface of the shield bore intricate, rune-like patterns that seemed to tell tales of ancient and mysterious powers. This was the golden bell formation that old Xie had taught me. Though simplified, it should suffice to hold off those little minions for a time. Having completed this, I turned sharply, my gaze fierce, locking onto the roiling mass of black mist. Now, it was time to settle the score. With a cold chuckle, I formed a seal with my hands, and a multitude of azure runes surged forth from my fingertips. Weaving through the air like dancing dragons, ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal cage, ensnaring the mountain spirit within. The mountain spirit seemed to sense the imminent danger, its dark mist swirling violently as it emitted piercing shrieks of despair. It relentlessly battered against the prison, striving for escape, yet the cage remained utterly unmoved, emanating an overwhelming force of confinement. "Yield," I declared icily, watching it with disdain. "Your schemes have been laid bare. Surrender now, and perhaps you may suffer less." The mountain spirit paid no heed to my warning. Instead, It grew increasingly frantic in its attempts to breach the cage. A glimmer of cold light flickered in my eyes. It appeared that it would not shed tears until it beheld the coffin. I pressed my palms together and began to chant the incantation to vanquish the malevolent spirit. As the words flowed from my lips, a golden radiance gradually illuminated the cage, growing ever more resplendent. Akin to a miniature sun, under the brilliance of the light, the mountain spirit howled in agony, its dark mist slowly dissipating. At that moment, I sensed an unusual aura behind me. I whirled around to see old Xie standing nearby. His gaze profound, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Changsheng, you have done well, but the true trial is only just beginning," he remarked. The mountain spirit was still engaged in its desperate struggle. I intensified the power of the cage. The golden runes shining even brighter, striking the mountain spirit like bolts of lightning. I let out a pained roar, the dark mist swirling more violently, yet it remained unable to shatter the prison's hold. I recited the incantation to eradicate the malevolent spirit, each word resonating with thunderous intensity. The mountain spirit writhed in increasing torment, the dark mist gradually fading until it emitted a wretched shriek, ultimately reduced to ashes. The golden light that enveloped the village also dissipated, and the lesser malevolent spirits, witnessing the mountain spirit's demise, retreated like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. The villagers emerged from their hiding places, their jubilant cheers echoing through the air. "Changsheng, you are truly remarkable," Uncle Wu exclaimed, his hand pounding joyfully on my shoulder. Zhang, the merchant, approached with obsequious admiration, while the carpenter's daughter gazed at me with eyes full of adoration. A profound sense of pride surged within me. I had succeeded. I had protected the village. I turned to share this joy with old Xie, only to find him fixated on the ancient locust tree at the village entrance. His expression grave. Following his gaze, I observed that the tree's leaves were rustling inexplicably, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Old Xie spoke slowly. "Changsheng, the matter is far from concluded." Chapter 28. The Malevolent Spirit's Counterattack. The cornered beast's struggle. Old Xie's words extinguished my elation like a bucket of cold water, an ominous premonition swelling within me. Indeed, in the following days, strange occurrences plagued the village. Crops withered overnight, as if drained of life. Livestock fell ill for no apparent reason, their eyes glazed over, refusing food and water. Whispers of fear began to circulate among the villagers, casting a shadow of dread over the entire community. Uncle Wu was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, approaching anyone he could find. "Changsheng, what is happening?" he implored. "Didn't you eliminate the mountain spirit?" Zhang joined in, worry etched on his face. "Yes, Changsheng, think of something. If this continues, our village is doomed." Even the carpenter's daughter, who had previously admired me, now regarded me with a hint of skepticism. I felt as though an immense weight pressed upon my chest, stifling my breath. Had my previous efforts been in vain? I was loath to accept this. Retreating home to delve into the ancient texts old Xie had given me, I pored over them repeatedly, searching for any clue. The sound of turning pages echoed in the silent room, my heartbeat quickening with anticipation. Suddenly, my gaze settled on an inconspicuous corner, which described a special feng shui arrangement known as the Gathering Spirit Array. This formation could gather the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing all living things, while also dispelling the residual dark energy of malevolent spirits. I had previously overlooked this array, deeming it too simplistic compared to the more intricate formations. Yet now, it appeared to be the key to resolving our predicament. I leapt to my feet, a flame of hope igniting within my heart. I immediately set about arranging the Gathering Spirit Array throughout the village. I selected several locations rich in spiritual energy, burying special talismans and connecting them with red thread. As the formation took shape, a warm aura enveloped the village, and the withered crops began to revive, while the sick livestock gradually improved. The gloom on the villagers' faces lifted, replaced by the light of hope. I let out a long sigh, a heavy stone finally lifting from my heart. I turned to old Xie to share in this joy, only to find him staring at the locust tree behind me, his complexion pale. "Changsheng," he said, his voice trembling, "be careful." And no sooner had old Xie's words left his lips than a chilling aura surged from behind me. I spun around to see that the residual dark power of the mountain spirit had coalesced into a hazy humanoid form beneath the old locust tree, lunging towards me with clawed hands. It moved with astonishing speed, and before I could react, a powerful force struck me, sending me crashing to the ground. "Changsheng," Uncle Wu shouted, grabbing his hunting rifle. Rushing towards me, I struggled to rise, disregarding the pain coursing through my body. Swiftly forming seals and reciting spells, directing a beam of golden light towards the dark figure. But that entity was exceptionally cunning, deftly evading my attack. Next, a cloud of black mist billowed from it. Ensnaring Uncle Wu as he charged forward, he struggled within the dark fog, perspiration beading on his forehead as panic set in. "Uncle Wu," my heart tightened. I knew I could not afford to delay any longer. Though the mountain spirit's dark power had been significantly weakened, it remained formidable, and it seemed even more cunning and ferocious than before. If I allowed it to regain strength, the consequences would be dire. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to maintain composure. A direct confrontation was clearly unfeasible. I needed another strategy. My gaze swept the surroundings as my mind raced through potential solutions. Old Xie had previously taught me numerous feng shui techniques, some specifically designed to counter malevolent spirits, though these methods were quite complex and required specific conditions to execute. I gritted my teeth and quickly set up several smaller formations around me. Though simple, these formations were adaptable and could interlink to create a larger array. As I arranged them, I observed the dark figure's reactions. Indeed, as the formations were completed, its movements began to slow, as if constrained by an unseen force. Unable to move freely as before. Seeing this unfold, I felt a surge of joy. Realizing my strategy was effective, I continued to reinforce the formations, integrating more into the scheme to form a more sophisticated encirclement. The dark figure thrashed about increasingly, emitting sharp, anguished howls, akin to a cornered beast. "Old Xie," I whispered. "It seems the real spectacle is just beginning." Old Xie stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Little Changsheng, hold your ground. This creature is cornered and may yet have hidden tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark figure emitted an ear-piercing shriek, suddenly swelling in size, as if on the verge of exploding. A chill ran through me, and I hastily bolstered the array's power, binding it firmly. "You think to self-destruct? Not so easily." I snorted coldly, swiftly forming seals with my hands, golden light entwining around the dark figure like chains. Preventing any further expansion, it struggled violently, the black mist roiling like boiling ink, relentlessly battering against my formation. I clenched my teeth, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, refusing to relent for even a moment. This mountain spirit proved to be more resilient than I had anticipated, repeatedly attacking the array, each strike threatening to topple it. I continually adjusted the formation's layout, channeling surrounding spiritual energy to reinforce its strength. I felt as though I were embroiled in a perilous game of strategy, where a single misstep could lead to total defeat. Uncle Wu shouted anxiously from within the black mist, "Changsheng, be careful." Zhang, hidden at a distance, appeared pale, muttering prayers, while the carpenter's daughter stood dumbfounded, her eyes filled with terror. Qian, the soothsayer, had somehow slipped to the back of the crowd, stealthily observing the situation with a glint of greed in his eyes. I took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, focusing intently on controlling the array. I sensed a profound connection between myself and the environment, as if I were the sovereign of this mountain forest. I could clearly perceive every movement of the mountain spirit's dark figure. With every struggle, I could anticipate its next actions and respond accordingly. As time passed, the dark figure's thrashing gradually waned, its black mist beginning to dissipate. Joy surged within me. Victory was within reach. I amplified the output of spiritual energy, the golden light piercing the dark figure's form like a blade, emitting crackling sounds of energy. "I've done it," I thought triumphantly. Just as I was about to exhale in relief, the dark figure erupted into maniacal laughter before vanishing into a streak of black light. I was taken aback, a wave of foreboding rising within me. Old Xie's expression darkened as he murmured, "This is beyond in the blink of an eye." The dark figure had vanished. I stood frozen in place, the formation still maintained, golden light flickering, yet it felt as futile as grasping at air. A chill surged from my feet to the crown of my head, and I inwardly lamented. This is not good, old Xie. It has escaped. I cast a desperate glance at old Xie, only to find his countenance ashen. Brows furrowed in concentration, a diversion, he murmured, this creature is exceedingly cunning. It has likely ulterior motives. Uncle Wu burst forth from the inky mist, brandishing a shotgun, his expression one of bewilderment. Escaped? How did it flee? I didn't see a thing. Zheng the merchant peeked from behind a tree, his face a mask of terror. Oh dear, this monster is far too formidable. Meanwhile, Feng the carpenter's daughter stood vacantly, her eyes devoid of thought. Only Chun the fortune-teller approached with a smirk. Ah, it seems your abilities are not as grand as one might presume, young brother. Would you like this old man to lend you a hand? I shot him a fierce glare, dismissing the charlatan. Old Xie stroked his beard, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Xiao Changsheng, follow me, he commanded, striding towards the direction where the malevolent entity had vanished. My heart raced, and I hastily trailed after him. Suddenly, old Xie halted, pointing towards a towering ancient tree. Right there, he whispered. Chapter 29. Pursuing the trail, the evil shadow emerges following old Xie. We trudge through the dense, ancient forest, each step a perilous endeavor. This eerie place, even in daylight, bore a foreboding atmosphere. The treetops obscured the sun, allowing only a few rays to timidly break through, casting mottled patterns on the ground. The path was treacherous, strewn with thorns and jagged stones, and I stumbled perilously close to falling several times. What was most alarming, however, was the almost imperceptible aura of the malevolent entity, as faint as a wisp of smoke. Ready to dissipate at any moment, my heart raced like a trapped rabbit, fearing it might seize the opportunity to wreak havoc while we searched in vain. Old Xie, what could this creature possibly want? I could not help but inquire. Old Xie's expression remained grave, offering no reply, instead sniffing the air like a hunting hound. I suppressed my growing anxiety, focusing intently on the sounds around us. I kept reminding myself of my unique perceptive abilities. I must remain calm, for I would surely locate it. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated my mind. Beside a fallen, withered tree, I noticed some trampled grass, with a faint trace of dark energy lingering at the severed ends. This must be the mark left by the malevolent entity. I excitedly pointed to the patch of grass, exclaiming to old Xie, I found it. It went this way. Old Xie approached, scrutinizing the area, and nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is, well done, Xiao Changsheng. His affirmation filled me with pride. It seemed my skills were not to be underestimated. Employing the tracking technique old Xie had taught me, I followed the path marked by the disturbed foliage. Strangely enough, while this technique appeared straightforward, its execution was profoundly intricate. I closed my eyes, concentrating, feeling as if I had melded with my surroundings, the essence of the malevolent entity becoming clearer. I could even sense its speed and direction. We are getting closer, I murmured. We quickened our pace, traversing through a thicket before arriving at a valley. A chilling wind swept through the valley, the air thick with a foul stench. My heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, a swarm of dark creatures surged from every direction, small in stature but resembling monkeys, baring their teeth as they lunged toward us. Xiao Changsheng, be careful, old Xie shouted. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that these diminutive beings radiated an aura of malevolence. While individually weak, they were numerous and overwhelming, sending shivers down my spine. Their shrill cries crescendoed like a tidal wave crashing towards me. I quickly retreated a few steps, rapidly forming hand seals while chanting incantations. Wind, arise! A powerful whirlwind materialized from nowhere, sweeping the approaching creatures away. Old Xie, I called out as the whirlwind subsided. I found myself breathless. Beads of perspiration forming on my forehead. These seemingly inconsequential beings were surprisingly taxing to contend with. Before I could regain my composure, the little malevolent creatures regrouped, their glistening green eyes shimmering with a greedy light in the dim valley. Repulsing me further. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. These pesky creatures were indeed relentless. I attempted to conjure a more potent spell, only to discover my energy reserves dwindling to near exhaustion after the previous whirlwind had nearly depleted my magical power. Sensing my inactivity, the creatures grew bolder, their piercing cries echoing like a pack of ravenous wolves closing in on their prey. Instinctively, I stepped back, only to find myself against a massive boulder, blocking my escape. This was dire. I silently cursed my luck. In that moment of desperation, my gaze fell upon the boulder beside me. Towering as high as 2 men, its rectangular shape stood resolutely on the ground. I had occasionally noted this boulder, always feeling an inexplicable force emanating from it, as if it silently guarded something. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Drawing a deep breath, I summoned the last vestiges of my strength. Swiftly forming hand seals as I intoned, "Art of mountain shifting, the stone serves my will." As I uttered the incantation, the boulder trembled slightly, beginning to levitate, with my hands forming intricate seals and my voice resounding like thunder. The boulder ascended, the surrounding air swirling chaotically in response to its rise. The patterns on its surface shimmered with mysterious light under the sun, standing before me like a towering peak, while the little malevolent creatures appeared as mere ants in comparison. The creatures crashed against the boulder in a frenzy, only to be repelled, some even rendered unconscious upon impact, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Emitting pained cries, I sought refuge behind the boulder, finally allowing myself a moment of relief. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. I needed to devise a plan to break free, so I pondered my next move. My hands subconsciously brushed against the ancient bronze mirror nestled within my robes. Each time I touched it, a chill coursed through my fingers. The peculiar power within it seemed to stir restlessly. I retrieved the palm-sized bronze mirror gifted to me by old Xit felt icy to the touch. Its surface smooth as water, faintly radiating an enigmatic energy. Old Xia had once mentioned it was a protective talisman passed down through generations, to be used only in dire circumstances, and now, it seemed, that moment had come. Taking a deep breath, I funneled the last of my energy into the mirror. In an instant, it blazed forth with brilliant light, the radiance akin to tangible flames shooting skyward, cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire valley in its glow. The little malevolent creatures writhed and screamed in the luminous deluge, instantly disintegrating into dust before they could even dissipate, leaving no trace behind. I stood in the center of the brilliance, akin to a deity descended upon the earth. Without hesitation, I seized the opportunity and swiftly dashed out of the valley. Having evaded the clutches of the little malevolent creatures, I resumed my pursuit of the malevolent entity's trail. Old Xia had imparted a tracking technique, enabling me to discern the creature's south hiding place through the residual dark energy. I pressed onward along the mountain path, carefully discerning the lingering malevolent aura in the air, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a concealed cave. The cave's mouth was shrouded in dense vines, making it nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. As I parted the vines, a wave of chilling air greeted me, sending a shiver down my spine. The essence of the malevolent entity was palpably strong here. I knew it lurked within. I was on the brink of uncovering the truth. Drawing my dagger from my waist, I cautiously stepped into the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped me, obscuring my vision entirely. I felt my way forward. The crunch of gravel underfoot echoed ominously in the silence. After traversing several meters, I was suddenly startled by a peculiar sound, reminiscent of something massive shifting within, accompanied by a foul stench. "Who's there?" I called out, gripping my dagger tightly. There was no response. Only the strange sound growing nearer. I raised my dagger, holding my breath as I cautiously advanced towards the source of the noise. "Come out! Who's there?" I shouted again, the cold gleam of my dagger illuminating my tense expression. My voice reverberated within the cave, yet still, there was no reply, only that eerie sound inching closer, as if some colossal entity was slowly approaching. My grip tightened around the dagger, my palms slick with sweat. Could it be the malevolent entity? Yet the noise didn't seem like something a humanoid could produce. My heart raced, wavering at the thought of entering further. Uncle Wu's warning echoed in my ears. "The things in the mountains are treacherous. Changsheng, be cautious." Zhang the merchant's shrewd face surfaced in my mind, as he mysteriously remarked, "Recently, the mountains have been unquiet. There are whispers of sightings of monsters. Even Feng the carpenter's daughter had become eerily cryptic, muttering incomprehensible phrases. All these signs pointed to something amiss in the mountains. I clenched my jaw, Resolving that these demons and spirits would not intimidate me, today, I would dismantle their lair. I could not afford to back down. Not with old CS entreaties and the villagers' hopeful gazes urging me onward. Drawing a deep breath, I declared, I know you are inside. I am coming in. With that, I charged into the cave. Chapter 30. The Annihilation of Evil Spirits, Eternal Peace for the Mountain Village. I took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. The interior was dark and damp, visibility was poor, and a pungent mixture of decay and putrid odors filled the air. I tread cautiously, each step fraught with the apprehension of stumbling into a hidden trap or being met with a sudden onslaught. My nerves are drawn taut, akin to a bowstring poised for release. Suddenly, an icy shiver runs down my spine, an uncanny sensation surging within me. It is that familiar feeling. I halt abruptly, holding my breath, acutely attuned to the sounds around me. Indeed, it is here, the mountain spirit. My heightened senses inform me that it lies not far ahead. I stealthily advance, parting the obstructing vines, and before me unfolds a vast cave. The cave's center. A nebulous humanoid silhouette faces the stone wall. Seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual, I can discern the malevolent aura emanating from it. Thick enough to provoke nausea, it is absorbing some dark power to augment its strength. This presents an exquisite opportunity. My heart swells with delight as I seize the moment, swiftly invoking the anti-evil incantation taught to me by Old Man Sia. A beam of golden light erupts from my hand, striking the humanoid figure. The piercing scream reverberates through the cavern, disrupting its process of absorption as it whips around. In the dim light, I finally discern its visage. A grotesquely contorted face, sunken eye sockets glimmering with ferocity. Its body cloaked in a shroud of black fur, a true monster. I am exhilarated by my chance to confront this creature, yet I am acutely aware that the true battle has only just begun. Who dares to interrupt my cultivation? It howls, its voice a harsh, beastly screech. I respond with a cold smirk. I am here to put an end to you. Enraged, the creature emits a deafening roar, its form beginning to swell and contort. Its arms elongate rapidly, claws sharpening to deadly points. You seek death. It snarls, transforming into a colossal black wolf, its rancid breath assaulting my face as it lunges at me. The wolf's gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, gleams ominously, and the fetid stench emanating from it nearly induces retching. Its eyes blaze with savagery as it charges at me with alarming speed, a foul wind trailing in its wake. Even the air itself seems to howl as its claws slice through. Reacting swiftly, I execute a sideways roll, narrowly evading its lethal talons. The fiery spell taught by Old Man Sia comes into play. I clasp my hands in a specific pattern, chanting incantations. A searing flame surges forth, striking the wolf that the mountain spirit has morphed into. The beast writhes in agony as the fire engulfs its black fur, desperately contorting its body in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. I stand by, coldly observing, my heart swelling with disdain for this malevolent entity, and I declare, you vile spirit, today marks your demise. The wolf emits a heart-wrenching wail, the scent of charred fur pervading the air. A flicker of joy ignites within me. It seems this creature fears fire. Yet, my elation is short-lived as the flaming wolf morphs into a massive black python, its colossal body coiling around stalactites. Its crimson tongue flicking ominously, icy vertical pupils fixated upon me. What a cunning beast! I dare not underestimate it, employing the gliding step taught by Old Man Sia, my form becoming elusive as I narrowly evade the serpent's constricting coils. The python, incensed by its failure, lashes out with its mighty tail, compelling me to dodge hastily, seizing a sharp stone from the ground to slash at its underbelly. Black serpent blood spurts forth as the python hisses in pain. My heart leaps with delight. Perhaps this creature is not invincible after all. Just as I feel victory within my grasp, a torrent of dark energy surges from the depths of the cave. Swiftly absorbed by the python, its wounds heal at a visible rate, its form expanding, black scales shimmering with an eerie radiance. This is dire. The mountain spirit is siphoning the cave's malevolent energy. A wave of dread washes over me. This spirit is proving more formidable than I had anticipated. It strikes at me once more, its speed and strength magnified several-fold. I find myself on the defensive, barely managing to parry its attacks. Several wounds now marring my body, I am cornered, the situation growing increasingly precarious. Regret wells up within me. If only I had practiced the 7 stars locking the soul formation more diligently. Yet, regret is futile now. I must rally myself, for I promised the villagers I would vanquish this malevolence. I cannot let them down. The humanoid figure of the mountain spirit emits a shrill laugh, as if already envisioning my demise. Prepare to die, it roars, its enormous claws slicing through the air towards me. I in despair. I shut my eyes. Wait. A thought suddenly pierces through my mind. Old Man Xie once mentioned a formation, an exceedingly powerful one. I snap my eyes open, a glint of determination igniting within them. You wretched beast, the outcome is yet to be determined. In a moment of critical urgency, I recall the 7 stars locking the soul formation taught by Old Man Xie. This formation is intricate. I have only seen it in his notes and never practiced it. But at this moment, it is my only hope. As I reach for the vermilion powder, the mountain spirit lashes out with a claw, and I narrowly evade. Scattering the powder upon it clings to its form, emitting a cloud of black smoke as it recoils in pain, providing me with a chance to continue assembling the formation. I force myself to maintain composure, recalling the steps from memory, swiftly retrieving vermilion powder, yellow paper, coins, and other items from my bag. I bite my finger, using my blood as ink to draw the formation upon the ground. The humanoid figure of the mountain spirit seems to sense my intent, its attacks intensifying, yet I can afford no distractions. Sweat mingles with blood, blurring my vision, yet I dare not relent. At last, the final stroke is drawn. 7 coins land precisely upon the 7 star points, activating the formation. My hands move rapidly, reciting the ancient incantation, each gesture executed with pinpoint accuracy. The vermilion diagram on the ground seems to come alive, radiating a soft golden light. The air around us feels as though it has solidified, the coins drawn by an unseen force, settling accurately into their designated positions. As the last coin descends, the entire cavern is flooded with golden radiance. A beam of golden light shoots skyward, illuminating the cave. The humanoid figure of the mountain spirit is ensnared in the center of the formation, emitting deafening roars yet unable to escape. I inhale deeply. Sitting cross-legged, my hands forming seals as I recite the incantation taught by Old Man Xie. The ancient words resonate throughout the cavern, a powerful force surging from within me into the formation. The mountain spirit's struggles weaken. Its form begins to distort, dissipating until it transforms into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing completely, I collapse to the ground, utterly drained. Yet my heart swells with joy. I have triumphed. I have vanquished the malevolence plaguing the mountain village. The villagers rush into the cave, witnessing the devastation and my prostrate form, immediately grasping the situation. Uncle Wu excitedly helps me to my feet, while Zhang the peddler babbles incessantly about the peculiar events that have transpired in the village. The carpenter's daughter has returned to normal, timidly approaching me to express her gratitude in a hushed tone. As I gaze upon their jubilant faces, warmth floods my heart. Upon returning to the village, the villagers host a grand celebration in my honor. They sing and dance, rejoicing as though it were a festival. Old Man Xie stands among the crowd, watching me with an expression of pride. I approach him and bow deeply, saying, "Thank you, Master." However, amid the festivities, the ancient well in the village suddenly emits a strange sound, gurgling and bubbling. The jubilant sounds of drums and gongs abruptly cease, replaced by an eerie gurgling noise, as if something deep within the well stirs, stirring a primal fear within the hearts of the villagers. Their smiles freeze, and they turn their anxious gazes toward the well. Uncle Wu clutches his rifle tightly. Zhang the peddler retreats into the crowd, while the carpenter's daughter pales, gripping her father's sleeve tightly. Old Man Xie approaches me, his brow furrowed, and whispers, "It seems the matter is not yet resolved." I nod. An icy chill emanating from the well sends a shiver down my spine. I step closer to the well. Peering down into its depths, the water is as dark as ink, unfathomable, as if it leads to another realm. Suddenly, the water churns violently, a pale hand shooting forth from its depths, grasping the edge of the well. Chapter 31. The Abyssal Well. The emergence of the water monster. The water roils more violently, the pale hand exerting a tremendous force, attempting to pull itself free. A tightness grips my chest. This entity is indeed more formidable than I had anticipated. The surrounding villagers scream in terror, scattering in all directions, leaving only myself and Old Man Sia at the well's edge. Old Man Sia remains calm, his eyes narrowed as if contemplating something. Alone, I confront this unknown danger. To claim I am unafraid would be a lie. The seal on this ancient well is immensely powerful. I cannot find a way to breach it immediately, and anxiety gnaws at me. I circle the well, scrutinizing the surrounding feng shui patterns. Old Master Xie had imparted to me a few rudimentary principles of feng shui and divination, and now the moment had come for their application. Changsheng, be cautious. Master Xie suddenly warned. I turned around hastily, only to see a ghastly pale hand already clawing its way onto the edge of the well, revealing a portion of its arm, the skin devoid of any color, appearing exceedingly horrifying. Instinctively, I took a step back, my heart sinking with trepidation. At that instant, I caught sight of an unusual stone on the eastern side of the well's mouth. This stone was slightly darker than those surrounding it, and its surface seemed to be inscribed with strange patterns. A flicker of realization struck me. Could this be? I swiftly approached the stone, crouching down to examine it closely. Indeed, the stone bore ancient runes, most of which had faded, yet I still recognized some of them. These were ancient sealing runes. My heart leaped with joy, as if I had glimpsed the dawn of victory. These ancient seals felt like a treasure deliberately left for me by the heavens. If I could decipher them, I would become the master of this enigmatic well. The sensation was akin to having groped in darkness for an eternity, only to suddenly grasp the key to enlightenment. My excitement causing my blood to surge, eagerly looked up at old Master Xie. Master Xie, I have found the breakthrough. He approached, glanced at the runes, and nodded. Indeed, you possess some insight. This stone is the key to the seal. Once it is broken, the seal shall be undone. I was itching to act, but was halted by Master Xie. Do not rush. This seal is not easily broken. You must first. He leaned close and whispered an incantation into my ear. His eyes filled with seriousness and concern, his voice low and hoarse, as if each word bore unfathomable secrets. Changsheng, you must commit this incantation to memory. It pertains to matters of life and death. His hand gripped my shoulder tightly, his rough palm transmitting warmth and unwavering strength. I silently memorized it, then took a deep breath and placed my hand upon the stone. Closing my eyes, I chanted the incantation silently, a warm current flowing from my palm into the stone. The runes began to emit a faint red glow, and the well's water calmed in response. The ghastly hand retracting, I opened my eyes, sensing a powerful force emanating from the depths of the well. As if something was about to burst forth, I turned to Master Xie. Master Xie. He gestured for silence, his eyes indicating I should look at the well's mouth. It was about to emerge. The glow of the runes intensified, while the water in the well remained eerily still, like a crouching beast poised to unleash a more ferocious attack. I inhaled deeply, mentally repeating the incantation Master Xie had taught me 3 times, gathering warmth at my fingertips. This warmth felt different, imbued with a hint of heat, as if it could penetrate any obstruction. Master Xie was right. This seal was indeed formidable. A powerful resistance surged from the well's mouth, akin to an invisible net attempting to sever my perceptual abilities entirely. Yet I was no ordinary villager. I possessed an innate sensitivity to such malevolent entities. Gritting my teeth, I concentrated my perception into a beam, akin to a blade, piercing through that layer of obstruction. Break! I cried out, and the warmth at my fingertips erupted like a brilliant golden light, shooting into the well like a dragon. Wherever that golden light touched, the seal's barriers tore apart like fragile paper, revealing a vast fissure through which my perceptual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The depths of the well were shrouded in darkness, cold and damp, a pungent stench assailing my senses. I suppressed my discomfort and continued my exploration. Suddenly, my perception brushed against a massive shadow, cold and slick. Lurking in the depths, the shadow seemed to sense my probing, and it stirred violently, a powerful force rebounding and leaving me dizzy. I staggered back a few steps, nearly losing my balance. Changsheng, Master Xie caught me, asking, "What did you see?" I took a deep breath to steady my tumultuous energy. I saw a colossal shadow, deep within the well. Just then, the The well's water began to churn violently, a tremendous force bursting forth from its depths. Rushing toward me, anticipating this, I swiftly sidestepped and formed a barrier with my hands, a pale golden shield materializing before me. Boom! The force collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound and sending countless droplets flying. I steadied myself, coldly staring at the well's mouth. I knew this was the water monster's warning, a signal that I should cease my attempts to uncover its secrets. But I, Gu Changsheng, was not one to surrender easily. Wiping the droplets from my face, a glimmer of determination flashed in my eyes. I gathered my perceptual energy once more, preparing to delve deeper into the well's mysteries. Suddenly, I sensed someone approaching. Turning, I saw the fisherman Song. His face pale, gripping his spear tightly, his body trembling slightly. He seemed eager to assist but hesitated. Stopping a few paces from the ancient well, his lips quivering as he attempted to speak but could not muster the courage. I cast him a cold glance, thinking to myself, useless. I then redirected my focus to the ancient well, slowly gathering a more potent force in my hands. Master Xie, I began, but Song's stammering voice interrupted. Gu Changsheng, that thing is coming out again. His spear shook like a leaf in the wind, more a burden than a weapon. I shot him a glance, a cold smile forming within. With such a demeanor, he sought to assist. Relying on these villagers was less reliable than depending on myself. I took a deep breath, ignoring him, my hands swiftly forming seals as I chanted incantations. The feng shui techniques old Master Xie had taught me were not to be taken lightly. They would suffice against this minor water monster. As I recited the incantation, the tumultuous water in the well gradually settled. Like a tamed beast lying docile, a surge of joy filled my heart. The opportunity had arrived. I approached the ancient well step by step, each movement steady and resolute. The well's mouth was a vortex of cold wind, carrying a biting chill, yet I felt no fear. I extended my hand toward the well's mouth, sensing the frigid aura. The seal lay there, like a thin membrane, blocking my contact with the water monster. I focused my mind, channeling a faint warmth from within. Cautiously touching the seal, a faint crackling sound echoed. As a small fissure appeared in the seal, my heart raced. Success! This initial step had been accomplished. I pressed on, continuing to weave my magic, as cracks spread like a spider's web. With each success, my confidence soared, and I felt myself drawing closer to the truth. However, just as I grazed the edge of the seal, a deep, resonant growl erupted from the well, as if warning me to cease my advance. This roar tightened my chest. Master Xie, what lies beneath the depths of this well? I turned to him, only to find him gazing intently at the well, his expression grave, his lips moving as if reciting something. The growl sent a shiver down my spine, yet a surge of courage welled within me. I, Gu Changsheng, was not one to be intimidated. I intensified my output of spiritual energy, the fissures in the seal rapidly widening. As the well's water surged violently, a powerful torrent shooting skyward, reeking of a foul stench and biting cold, I held my breath, gritting my teeth, and plunged my hand into the well. Break! I shouted, as the seal shattered in response. In that instant, the well's mouth opened like a gaping maw, a powerful vortex of suction roaring from the depths. I felt like a helpless leaf, caught in this dark whirlpool. Everything around me blurred, the biting cold and nauseating stench overwhelming my senses, and my body spun in the air, my clothes whipped by the gale, my eyes nearly shut against the fierce wind. Yet within me, there was no fear. Only an insatiable desire to unveil the secrets at the bottom of the well. I spread my arms wide, as if embracing the challenge of fate, plunging into the unknown darkness. Changsheng, Master Xie's voice echoed from above. But it was soon swallowed by the chaos surrounding me. I reached out, attempting to grasp something, yet only found emptiness. Then, I beheld it. Chapter 32. The illusionary array bewilders the heart, breaking the cycle with a counter-strategy in a flash of white light. I found myself enveloped in a space shrouded in fog. The surroundings were chaotic, visibility abysmally low, the scenery shifting erratically, akin to a revolving lantern. I strained to discern direction, but no matter which way I moved, the landscape remained unchanged, as if trapped in a vast labyrinth. A chill, damp atmosphere enveloped me, saturated with a pungent fishy odor that was nauseating. I realized this was the water monster's illusion, I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure. Following Master Xia's teachings, I needed to identify the illusion's weak points and concentrate my energy to break through. Yet for some reason, a phrase Master Xia had previously uttered resurfaced in my mind. Sometimes, following the enemy's line of thought can also be a means to break the stalemate. A spark ignited within me. Following the enemy's thought process, could it mean intentionally delving into the core of the illusion? This notion startled even me, but upon reflection, rather than floundering aimlessly, perhaps it was worth a gamble. I held my breath, concentrating intensely, no longer attempting to seek out the so-called weaknesses. Instead, I followed my instincts and moved towards the densest part of the fog. With each step forward, the stench grew more pungent, and the mist thickened to the point where I could hardly see my own hand before me. I sensed my body becoming increasingly heavy, my breath growing more labored, as if an invisible hand was tightly choking my throat. Suddenly, I felt an unusual sensation beneath my feet. Looking down, I was astonished to find a surface of water appearing beneath me. The water was as still as a mirror, reflecting the enigmatic and mysterious scenes within the fog. A chill ran through my heart as I realized this was a trap conjured by an illusion. I dared not be careless and carefully walked along the edge of the water, striving to avoid this bizarre surface. At that moment, I heard a faint sound, akin to someone sobbing softly. Following the sound, I caught a glimpse of a figure dimly appearing within the fog not far away. "Who is there?" I called out tentatively. The figure did not respond, but the weeping grew louder. After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to approach for a closer look. As I drew nearer, the figure became increasingly distinct. It was a woman clad in a white robe, her long hair cascading down, obscuring her features. She was crouched on the ground, her shoulders trembling incessantly, her cries piercing and filled with despair. A sense of foreboding surged within me. Something was amiss with her, yet she emanated a faintly familiar aura. "Who are you?" I inquired again, my voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Slowly, the woman turned to face me, revealing a pallid visage. It was none other than the widow Qin. "Changsheng, save me," she implored, extending her pale hand, her voice hoarse with desperation. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively wanted to retreat. But at that moment, the widow Qin suddenly seized my hand and yanked me forcefully. I felt a powerful force pulling me into the water. Just as I was submerged, a memory surfaced. Old Man Xia had once given me a talisman for protection. This talisman emitted a brilliant light in water, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and the water monster's control, causing the creature to wail in agony. "Changsheng," a voice echoed through the fog. Was it Old Man Xia? I gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air. I realized that this was not the widow Qin at all, but a manifestation conjured by the water monster. Cursed be it, I had been deceived. Old Man Xia's shouts faded into the distance as I felt myself being dragged into an endless abyss. I struggled desperately, but it was futile. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, a warm current surged from within me, coursing through my body. This warmth was my unique sensory ability. In the face of death, it had activated autonomously, allowing me to accurately perceive the flow of energy from the water monster's illusion amidst the dense fog. It was akin to finding a lighthouse in the darkness, and I swam vigorously towards that direction. Indeed, the monster's grip began to weaken, and I finally broke free from its control, surfacing above the water. The exhilaration of surviving against all odds filled me with elation. My special sensory ability had once again proven its worth. It not only allowed me to sense malevolent presences, but also guided me in critical moments. Yet, before I could catch my breath, the environment shifted once more. A myriad of grotesque creatures emerged from the mist, lunging at me with claws bared. I understood these were mere illusions, yet they appeared strikingly real, sending chills down my spine. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to remain calm. Old Man Xia had taught me that fear was the greatest weapon of illusion. As long as I did not succumb to terror, I could break the spell. I quickly formed a seal and chanted an incantation, sending forth a beam of golden light from my fingertips that arced through the air. Wherever the light touched, the creatures emitted piercing wails, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. I knew this was merely a test from the water monster. The true trial lay ahead. Sure enough, the surrounding scenery transformed again, this time revealing familiar villagers, fisher song, Butcher Zhu, and the son of the widow Qin. Their expressions were vacant, devoid of emotion. As they advanced towards me, armed with various weapons, I recognized their innocence. They had fallen under the water monster's control. Previously, I had experienced minor conflicts with Fisher Song over fishing territories, and now, alongside my rational understanding that I could not retaliate with full force, a momentary surge of anger welled within me, urging me to strike back recklessly. Yet, I ultimately restrained myself. While dodging their attacks, I attempted to awaken them, but they were like puppets, deaf to my calls, mechanically swinging their weapons. I found myself in a dilemma, trapped between two choices. Just when I believed I had grasped the patterns of the illusion, the environment shifted yet again. Fisher Song brandished a harpoon, Butcher Zhu swung a cleaver, and the widow Qin's son wielded a kitchen knife. Each of them advancing towards me with vacant stares and emotionless faces. I recognized their innocence. They were ensnared by the water monster's mind control. I could not fight back with full force, for it would harm them. Cursed water monster, employing such despicable tactics. I quickly adjusted my strategy. A direct confrontation would not suffice. I had to outsmart them. I bit my finger, using my blood as a medium, and swiftly drew a talisman on the ground while reciting incantations. This was the phantom clone technique taught to me by Old Man Xie. I had a sudden inspiration to combine this technique with my special sensory ability, allowing me to not only confuse the enemy but also perceive the weaknesses within the illusion through the clones. Once the talisman was complete, several identical phantoms of myself appeared, dispersing in all directions. Indeed, those villagers under control were immediately drawn to the clones, redirecting their attacks towards them. Seizing this opportunity, I executed the 7-star step and dashed towards the core of the illusion. The illusion morphed once more, this time into a sea of flames, the roaring fire threatening to consume me. I was aware this was yet another of the water monster's illusions, yet I charged forward unflinchingly. The searing flames licked at my skin, but I felt no pain, for I understood that all of this was an illusion. With each layer of the illusion I overcame, I drew closer to the water monster. The sense of control over the situation filled me with a profound sense of achievement. Water monster, do you truly believe such trivial tricks could ensnare me? You are woefully naive. I sliced through each obstacle, the illusion continuously shifting, presenting me with mountains of blades, seas of fire, and fathomless abysses, all of which I dismantled one by one. I felt akin to a gamer, challenging level after level, constantly upgrading and growing stronger. As I approached the core of the illusion, a formidable force suddenly obstructed my path, akin to an invisible wall. This force was cold and damp, reeking of a foul stench, starkly different from the illusions I had faced earlier. It seemed to emanate from the very essence of the water monster. Had it sensed my intentions? I scoffed, gathering all my true energy into my palms, preparing for a full-force strike. Come forth, water monster. Let me see just how capable you truly are. At that moment, a voice echoed in my ear. Changsheng? Be careful. It was Old Man Xie's voice. Could it be that he had entered as well? A flicker of joy surged within me, quickly followed by a tinge of unease. This force was so powerful that I felt strained. An Old Man Xie's entry could spell greater danger. Just as I was about to respond, the force intensified, and I felt as if I were a leaf in a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse. Clenching my teeth, I exerted all my strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Just as I was about to falter, a frail yet powerful hand pressed down on my shoulder. Fear not, lad, I am here to lend you a hand. Old Man Xie's voice resonated beside me, and I saw his serious expression, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. He had always regarded me as his grandson, which was why he had risked entering the illusion. He recounted his own experiences in the illusion during his youth. A warm current surged throughout my body, and I felt my strength multiply instantly. The defense that had been on the verge of collapse stabilized, opened my eyes wide. Seeing Old Man Xie beside me, gripping an ancient peachwood sword, its tip aimed directly ahead. Following the direction of the sword's tip, I beheld the water monster's true form. It was a massive, dark shadow, churning through the water, emanating a nauseating stench. It seemed to have sensed our arrival, letting out a thunderous roar as its gigantic tentacles lunged towards us. Old Man Xie bellowed, swinging the peachwood sword, which radiated a brilliant light. Starkly contrasting with the water monster's dark shadow, I formed seals with my hands and recited an ancient and mysterious incantation. Causing the surrounding space to suddenly freeze, the water monster's tentacles halting midair. Then, Old Man Sia and I exchanged knowing smiles before charging towards the water monster, the air around us igniting with an otherworldly glow. Chapter 33. Exorcising Demons and Restoring Peace to the Ancient Well. Old Man Sia bellowed, "Abominable beast, do not act so arrogantly." The peachwood sword blazed with brilliance, a beam of golden light shooting directly at the dark shadow. Only then did I realize that what I had thought was merely a shadow was, in fact, a colossal octopus. Its body was covered in dark green scales, with tentacles as thick as pythons. Swirling through the water, the stench intensifying, I felt as though I were a leaf caught in a tempest. This force was even more formidable than I had anticipated, and my body began to struggle under the strain. Each second of resistance demanded immense effort. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascade down my forehead as I grit my teeth, resolute in my determination not to waver in the slightest. Old Master Sia stands unwavering as a mountain, the deepening lines upon his weathered face seemingly encapsulating the myriad tales of his years spent vanquishing malevolent spirits. The peachwood sword in his grasp dances through the air, sending forth golden beams that pierce like blades towards the water monster. Compelling it to retreat continuously, I realize that I cannot rely solely on Old Master Sia. I must discover a breakthrough. Suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through my body, I summon all the power of my geomantic arts, simultaneously utilizing my unique perceptive abilities to diligently seek the flaw within this formidable force. Memories of my childhood surface, where my father's stern teachings of geomantic arts resonate. Those arduous training sessions have now transformed into the strength that propels me forward. I refuse to be defeated by this water monster. I aspire to become a great geomancer, just like my father. The surrounding waters ripple, sending up splashes in a chaotic dance, my vision blurring, yet my perception sharpens with clarity. At long last, I have found it. At the very core of this overwhelming power lies a subtle fluctuation, akin to a mere ripple upon a tranquil lake's surface. This is it. A surge of joy fills my heart as I concentrate all my energy into a single point and launch an attack at this flaw. Break! My shout reverberates like thunder tearing through the chaos. A beam of golden light shoots forth from my fingertips, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness, striking directly at that minuscule disturbance. With a thunderous roar, the mighty force disintegrates like fragile glass, and I can feel the oppressive pressure receding from me like a retreating tide. My body liberated from countless shackles, every pore rejoicing in elation. I, once nearly crushed under this force, have now, through sheer will, uncovered the water monster's vulnerability and shattered it. This sense of achievement blazes within me like an unquenchable flame, urging me to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Suddenly, the water's surface erupts as a colossal creature leaps forth from the depths. Be careful. Old Master Sia's voice rings in my ears, tinged with an unmistakable tension. I glance up sharply, locking eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs that fixate upon me. It seems different, I murmur. The beast that has emerged is no mere octopus. It is a gigantic toad. Its body is cloaked in dark green scales, glistening with a nauseating slime, more robust than a water buffalo. Its crimson eyes bore into me, and the stench from its maw nearly robs me of breath. Old Master Sia's expression turns grave as he wields the peachwood sword with increased ferocity. Golden light flashing like serpents striking at the creature. With a deafening croak, the toad demon opens its gaping maw, unleashing a foul wind that assaults me. I hastily sidestep, narrowly avoiding its attack. How terrifying. The creature's speed is astonishing. Without a moment to lose, I swiftly form a seal, chanting, "Thunder, come." A brilliant bolt of lightning descends from the heavens, crashing down upon the toad demon. A charred scent fills the air as the demon emits a pained howl. Its massive body quivering, my heart leaps. It seems the thunderous incantation is effective. Yet, before I can revel in my triumph, the toad demon plunges headfirst into the ancient well, emerging with its injuries miraculously healed. My heart sinks. This creature can absorb the well's power. Longsheng, do not let it near the well. Old Master Sia exclaims. Having discerned the danger, I immediately grasp his intent. I must lure this monster away. With this in mind, I feign a weakness, tempting the toad demon to attack as he takes the bait. Clumsily lunging towards me, I engage in a tactical retreat, persistently employing my geomantic arts to harass it, gradually guiding it toward the village pond. Song the fisherman, Zhu the butcher, come help, I shout while dodging the toad demon's onslaught. The two, drawn by the commotion, approach, their faces drained of color at the sight of the horror before them. Although Song the fisherman trembles as he clutches his net, his kind heart compels him to advance, murmuring prayers for protection. Zhu the butcher, undeterred, shouts defiantly and charges forward, wielding his cleaver as if confronting a mere pig rather than a fearsome toad demon. Qin the widow's son, go alert the others in the village to hide. I call out to the boy, who stands at a distance, witnessing the chaos. The quick-witted lad takes off without hesitation, with the arrival of Song the fisherman and Zhu the butcher. My burden lightens significantly, allowing me to focus on luring the toad demon. Yet the creature, sensing my intentions, grows increasingly frenzied and ferocious in its attacks. I continue to evade while employing geomantic techniques to hinder its return to the well. At last, we reach the edge of the village pond. I gaze upon the seemingly placid surface, a faint smirk tugging at my lips. You wretched beast, your doom is at hand. The pond, while appearing tranquil, conceals a hidden peril. I have long recognized the unique geomantic configuration here, wherein energy converges, creating an ideal trap for this malevolent creature. Feigning defeat, I retreat step by step, and the toad demon, emboldened, croaks with glee, its massive form clumsily pursuing me, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Now, I abruptly halt, pointing my peachwood sword at the calm water's surface, reciting the incantation I had long prepared. In an instant, the serene pond transforms into a titanic beast awakened, the water roiling violently, a colossal whirlpool forming like an entrance to the underworld, exuding immense suction. The toad demon's terrified croaks echo throughout the village. Its vast body appears diminutive before the whirlpool, struggling futilely as its dark green scales glimmer with despair under the sun. Yet all efforts are in vain. The more it fights, the greater the whirlpool's pull becomes. Slowly drawing its massive form beneath the surface, its viscous fluid seeping out, staining the pond red, as if marking its final struggles and lamentations. With a piercing scream, the toad demon vanishes entirely within the whirlpool. And in that moment, I feel as though I am a deity presiding over this spectacle, my heart brimming with unparalleled exhilaration. The water settles back into tranquility. As if nothing had transpired, I exhale deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow, relieved to have vanquished this scourge. The villagers rush towards me, their cheers echoing with gratitude. Song the fisherman and Zhu the butcher are in awe, praising my prowess. I behold their jubilant expressions, filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Old Master Xia approaches, placing a hand on my shoulder, his tone laden with significance. Longsheng, you have done well, but remember, malevolent forces never truly disappear. We must remain ever vigilant. I nod in agreement, poised to respond when an unsettling chill emanates from the direction of the ancient well. I whip around, gazing at the seemingly calm well, a sense of foreboding washing over me. Old Master Xia, I begin, only to find him fixated upon the well, his expression grave and silent. The villagers' cheers still resonate in my ears, Song the fisherman flushed with excitement, and Zhu the butcher clapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly crumble. I stifle the pain, forcing a smile, though unease gnaws at my core. Old Master Xia is right. This is far from over. The ancient well looms like a lurking beast, exuding an unsettling chill. I distinctly sense that while the toad demon has been vanquished, a colder, more formidable presence lurks deep within the well. Stirring restlessly, I turn to Old Master Xia, who remains fixed on the well, his brow furrowed, his countenance graver than before. Old Master, what lies within this well? I begin. But he raises a hand to interrupt me, producing a crumpled yellow talisman from his robes. Longsheng, what resides at the bottom of this well is far more potent than that toad demon. You must not let your guard down. He hands me the talisman, its cold touch sending a peculiar energy coursing through my fingers, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Old Master Xia's voice resonates again. Deep and commanding, Longsheng. It seems tonight we are to face a formidable adversary. And no sooner Had he spoken, then ripples began to form upon the surface of the well, expanding outward as though something were preparing to breach the water. I grasped the peachwood sword and the talisman tightly, my gaze fixed on the well, holding my breath. "It comes," I whisper. Chapter 34. Delving into the ancient well, shadows gradually surface. The ripples in the well grow increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a gurgling sound that intensifies, as if a colossal beast stirs beneath the water. The villagers, pale with fear, retreat, distancing themselves from the ominous well. Song the fisherman trembles, muttering incessantly, the water monster is about to emerge. Though Zhu the butcher is robust, his complexion pales as he clutches his cleaver tightly. Only the son of Qin the widow, though frightened, displays a keen intelligence, hiding behind the crowd, observing the well's transformation with keen eyes. I take a deep breath, tightening my grip on the peachwood sword and the talisman bestowed by Old Master Xie, feeling the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders. Everyone is relying on me. I cannot falter. Old Master Xie stands beside me, his voice low and serious. "Longsheng, be cautious. This creature is malevolent in nature." I nod, once more focusing my mind, extending my perception deep into the ancient well. The chilling presence lingers still, intensified beyond its previous state, as if it could erupt at any moment. "I shall descend to investigate," I declared to the old man Xie. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Chongqing, though you are young, you are the most gifted child I have ever encountered. The secret of this ancient well rests upon your shoulders, and I hold complete faith in you. Exercise caution. I shall be here to assist you from above." I procured a rope and secured it to the old locust tree by the well's edge, inhaling deeply before descending slowly along the damp, cold walls of the well. The ancient well was profound, its walls slick with moisture and coated in moss, emanating a foul, musty odor. I climbed down carefully, utilizing my perception to survey the surroundings. This unique ability served as a beacon in the darkness, guiding my path forward. Fortunately, it was a natural gift I possessed. Otherwise, the oppressive blackness of the well would have truly unnerved me. It's approximately 10 zhang deep. The chilling presence intensified, nearly suffocating me. I halted and directed my flashlight around. Strange symbols were etched into the well's walls, unrecognizable yet deeply unsettling. The water was as black as ink, unfathomably deep, as if it led to another realm. Suddenly, I sensed a disturbance in the water, a powerful force surging upward from below. Alarmed, I grasped the rope to steady myself. The water began to churn violently, a nauseating stench assaulting my senses. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the surface, my palms clammy with sweat. "Chongsheng, what is happening?" came the voice of old man Xie from above. "There is something down below," I shouted, barely finishing my sentence before I felt movement along the well's walls. My flashlight illuminated the scene, causing my expression to shift dramatically. Tendril-like appendages emerged from the walls with alarming speed, coiling towards me like serpents. Though fear coursed through me, thoughts of the village awaiting my revelation of the well's mystery and the peril it posed steeled my resolve. I could not falter. This was not only a test of my abilities, but also a duty to safeguard others. Cursing under my breath, I swiftly drew my dagger, striking down several of the encroaching tendrils. Yet, these vile entities seemed inexhaustible. The severed tendrils rapidly regenerated, advancing upon me relentlessly. This cursed thing. I gritted my teeth, one hand clutching the rope while the other wielded the dagger, spinning like a top within the well. Severing the approaching tendrils, however, their numbers only multiplied, and my movements grew increasingly labored. I could not allow this to continue. I needed a different strategy. An epiphany struck as I observed the source of the tendrils' growth, a core-like entity. Recalling the feng shui techniques old man Xie had taught me, I initiated an offensive, combining the principles of feng shui with my peachwood sword to unleash a powerful wave of energy, directly severing the tendrils' core and causing them to wither instantly. The surrounding tendrils' assault was temporarily halted, granting me a moment to breathe. "Chongsheng, how is it down there? Are you all right?" Old man Xie called from the well's mouth. "I am fine. Do not worry, old man Xie," I responded loudly, though unease gnawed at my heart. Just as I thought I could continue my descent, the water surged upward rapidly, rising visibly before my eyes. The frigid water quickly engulfed my ankles, an icy chill racing up my spine. I realized this was the ancient well's mysterious force attempting to prevent my further exploration. I had to devise a countermeasure. Lest I be submerged, I attempted to employ the whirlwind technique once more to halt the rising water, but this time it bore no fruit. The water continued its ascent, now at my waist. The immense pressure making it difficult to breathe, I glanced upwards, noting the light from the well's opening dwindling. As if darkness were poised to consume it entirely, I felt ensnared in a colossal water prison, trapped with no means of retreat. Suddenly, I perceived a change in the speed of the water's rise. A thought flashed through my mind. Old man Xia, pull me up quickly. The water's ascent abruptly ceased, the surface halting at my chest as if time itself had frozen. Gasping for breath, my heart raced wildly. Indeed, I reveled internally, recognizing the well's peculiarity lay in a feng shui formation at its bottom, capable of controlling the water's ebb and flow. In that critical moment, I recalled a special formation mentioned by Old Man Xia for countering floods. Armed with exceptional memory and comprehension of feng shui, I swiftly set up the formation, not only halting the water's rise but also forcing it downward, creating a safer passage towards the well's depths, leaving those above in awe. Changsheng, what is the situation down there? Are you all right? Old Man Xia shouted anxiously. I am fine. Do not worry. I shall ascend shortly, I assured him, feeling a surge of confidence in my feng shui mastery. As the water ceased its ascent, I continued to slide down the rope, finally reaching the bottom of the well. Contrary to my expectations, the bottom was not a mire of muck but rather remarkably clean, carpeted with smooth stones. In the dim light, I discerned a peculiar symbol etched into the center of the well's floor, emanating a faint golden glow as if it were breathing, flickering in and out of visibility. I immediately recognized it as an ancient sealing rune, one I had encountered in Old Man Xia's tattered tomes. Could this be the key to the well's secrets? My heart raced with excitement. Peering over the edge of the well, Song the fisherman called down, Changsheng, is there anything down there? Is it a water monster? Silence, Zhu the butcher scolded, pulling him away. Changsheng is at work. Why are you making such a racket? I inhaled deeply, cautiously approaching the symbol. Upon closer inspection, I found the rune to be more intricate than I had imagined, its convoluted lines seemingly imbued with a mysterious power. I reached out, gently touching the symbol, and a jolt of electricity coursed through my body. The rune erupted in a brilliant light, the images it projected no longer fleeting, but playing out like a film. I witnessed a woman in white weeping by the well, her tears transforming into droplets that fell into the water, inciting the monstrous presence within to become more frenzied. The scene shifted to an ancient ritual, where a group of oddly dressed individuals encircled the well, chanting enigmatic incantations. The environment morphed dramatically in response to the ritual. With the sky changing hues and the earth trembling, I felt as though I were immersed in this scene, every sensation vivid, until the vision abruptly ended, casting me back into reality. Startled, I withdrew my hand, my heart racing with tumultuous questions. What did these images signify? Changsheng, Changsheng, are you all right? Old Man Xia's voice pierced through from above. Tinged with concern, I lifted my gaze to the narrowing circle of light at the well's mouth. An overwhelming sense of dread surging within me, I felt as though I had stumbled upon a forbidden secret, awakening something ominous. Old Man Xia, pull me up. My voice trembled as the rope tightened rapidly, drawing me away from the well's depths. The feeling of unease intensified, as if a malevolent force were pursuing me from behind. As I emerged from the well, Song the fisherman exclaimed, Changsheng, why does your face look so pale? Have you seen a ghost? Zhu the butcher shoved him aside, patting my shoulder with concern. Changsheng, you did well. You did not disappoint us. Old Man Xia grasped my arm, his expression grave as he inquired, did you touch the seal at the bottom of the well? I nodded, recounting my discovery. Upon hearing my account, Old Man Xia gasped in shock. Indeed, this could spell trouble. Just as I was about to press for further details, I sensed a disturbance from the well's depths. The waters began to churn violently, gurgling ominously, a chilling aura wafting upwards, causing the temperature to plummet. Not good, Old Man Xia shouted. The seal has been disturbed. We must leave at once. Before I could react, a tremendous force erupted from the well's depths, sending me crashing to the ground. Changsheng, Old Man Xie reached out in an attempt to rescue me, but the billowing black mist that surged from the well enveloped him instantly. I struggled to rise, only to be met with a dizzying flash of pain, the jarring images before me flickering chaotically, threatening to split my head asunder. Damn it! What is this? I groaned, massaging my temples in a futile attempt to piece together the fragmented visions, which danced elusively before my eyes, refusing to reveal their secrets. My urgency mounted, akin to a cat's claws scraping against my insides, desperate to see clearly. Logically, I should focus all my energy on deciphering these images, as they might hold the key to Old Man Xie's safety and the fate of the entire village. Yet, I recalled that the more I forced it, the more elusive it became. I took a deep breath, consciously relaxing my mind, ceasing my frantic attempts to grasp the fleeting images. To my surprise, this approach proved effective. The visions gradually stabilized, becoming clearer, akin to an old film projector finally finding its focus. I felt a surge of satisfaction. Sometimes, retreating can indeed be an effective strategy. I observed shadowy figures moving around the well, their actions peculiar as if engaged in some ritual. Wait, what was that? I squinted, striving to discern the details within the scene. It appeared to be a stone tablet, inscribed with cryptic characters I could not comprehend. A chill coursed through me, a sense of having brushed against something forbidden, as an icy shiver ascended from my feet to the crown of my head. Suddenly, a colossal shadow materialized on the screen, darting past so swiftly that I almost mistook it for a mere illusion. Changsheng, Changsheng, are you all right? The anxious voice of Song Yufu jolted me back from my reverie. I opened my eyes to find myself still lying on the ground, with Zhu Tufu gazing at me with concern, while Song Yufu pointed at the well with a face full of terror. Following his gesture, I beheld a swirling black mist emanating from the well, a chilling aura spreading outward. Old Xie, my voice emerged hoarse, an unsettling premonition swelling within me. At that moment, I saw a familiar figure slowly emerging from the black fog. Old Xie, I exclaimed in surprise, yet upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. His complexion was ashen, his eyes vacant, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at me, and spoke in a tone I had never encountered before, chilling and foreboding. You should not have awakened it. I beheld a scene from centuries past, where a peculiar group of individuals encircled the well, clad in black robes adorned with dark red runes that flickered as if alive with their movements. Each face bore an expression of solemnity and mystery. They chanted in low, resonant tones, as though reciting an ancient incantation. In their hands, they wielded various strange instruments. Some resembled flutes crafted from bone, while others were wooden staffs inscribed with runes. Shimmering with ghostly light as the incantations flowed from their lips, a massive shadow writhed within the well. It was a gigantic python. Bound by chains, it emitted a deafening roar. I witnessed those figures casting a stone inscribed with runes into the well, and the python's roar abruptly ceased, the waters calming once more. It turned out that this ancient well was a seal, and the water creature was a mutation influenced by the power of the seal. I inhaled sharply, a surge of elation coursing through me. I had finally glimpsed the truth. This sensation of clarity, akin to breaking through a fog to behold a clear sky, was more exhilarating than a shot of strong liquor. It felt as though a perplexing question that had long troubled me had finally found its answer, and the relief was sublime. Simultaneously, I sensed the fluctuations of energy around me becoming increasingly distinct. I could see the swirling malevolence at the well's mouth, and the faint vitality radiating from old Xiedum. My unique perceptive ability felt as though it had donned an energy-augmented lens, enabling me to analyze the power structure within the ancient well more effectively. It was akin to activating a cheat code in a game. Pure delight. Changsheng, are you all right? Zhu Tufu's rugged face was etched with worry as he patted my shoulder with a heavy hand. Nearly knocking the breath out of me, I waved my hand dismissively, indicating I was fine, then turned to Song Yufu, whose face was pale and lips trembling as he pointed at the well. Stammering, Old Xie, following his finger, I saw Old Xie still standing there, his face ghastly white, eyes hollow, and that eerie smile still plastered on his lips. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at me, and reiterated in that chilling voice, "You should not have awakened it." A shiver ran down my spine. This was unequivocally not old Xie. Though his temperament was eccentric, his eyes always sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. This moment, however, his gaze was devoid of life. Resembling a puppet under someone else's control, "Old Xie, please, snap out of it," I shouted, simultaneously channeling the energy I sensed within me, ready to confront any sudden danger. Yet, it seemed he did not hear me, merely repeating in that eerie tone, "You should not have awakened it." Suddenly, he jerked his head up, a flicker of red light flashing in his eyes, and that sinister smile twisted grotesquely. He let out a bone-chilling laugh. "Since you have awakened it, you shall become its sacrifice." No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of dark, murky substance surged forth from the well. I focused intently, nearly losing my last meal in horror. A horde of water spirits, drenched and with pallid skin, eyes glowing green, lunged at me, claws outstretched. Though their forms were ethereal, their attacks were fierce, the chilling wind they conjured stinging my face. I dared not hesitate. I swiftly formed a hand seal, chanting, "Heaven and earth, the laws of the cosmos, protect my golden body, and let no evil invade." A flash of golden light enveloped me, creating a semi-transparent protective barrier. The water spirits collided against the shield, emitting a hissing sound, akin to droplets splattering in a hot oil pan. "Heh, you think you can challenge me? I am a man who has unlocked his potential." A smug smile crept across my lips, reveling in my advantage. Although the number of water spirits was considerable, their attack patterns were singular. If I could withstand this onslaught, I could discern their weaknesses. While maintaining the barrier, I meticulously observed their movements. They seemed driven by some unseen force, frantically assaulting me yet failing to breach my defenses. An idea sparked within me. If you so enjoy clustering together, then I shall not be polite. I formed another seal, chanting, 5 elements, 8 trigrams, borrow the laws of heaven and earth, gather. An unseen force radiated from me, gradually drawing the water spirits together, as if they were moths to a flame. Seeing the opportune moment arise, I took a deep breath, channeling all my energy, and bellowed, "Scatter!" A tremendous purifying force erupted from my palm, transforming into a blinding white beam that enveloped the water spirits. Within that radiant beam, golden runes flickered, representing the purest and most yang energy clashing against the malevolent entities. The anguished wails of the water spirits grew increasingly desperate under the white light's embrace. Their forms melting away like ice subjected to searing heat, ultimately dissipating into wisps of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. With a sigh of relief, I wiped the sweat from my brow, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over me. Eliminating these minions had finally allowed me to vent my frustrations, however, before I could revel in my triumph. I sensed the situation was far from simple. The waters within the ancient well continued to churn restlessly. A more potent malevolence gradually rising, I glanced toward the well's depths, where the ancient sealing runes glimmered ominously, seemingly intertwined with the water creature. What on earth was happening? What did old Xie's earlier words mean? I turned sharply, only to find old Xie had vanished, leaving behind Song Yufu, Zhu Tufu, and the son of Widow Qin, all gazing at me in terror. Changsheng, Zhu Tufu trembled. What is that thing?" I shook my head, speaking in a grave tone. "We must leave this place." The well's waters continued to roil, bubbling like a boiling cauldron. Yet, I could not ignore the enigmatic actions of old Xie, coupled with his cryptic words, which gnawed at my mind like a cat scratching. What connection lay between the ancient well's seal and the water creature? An unsettling feeling stirred within me, indicating that matters were far more complex than I had anticipated. Song Yufu, pale as a ghost, trembled as he pointed at the well. "Changsheng, perhaps we should leave. This place is too sinister." Zhu Tufu, usually bold, also appeared wan, echoing, "Yes, Changsheng, this place is eerie. I feel uneasy." Only the son of Widow Qin, sharp-witted and perceptive, darted his eyes around, seemingly concocting some plan. I could not abandon this place. My village had once suffered a similar malevolence, and at that time, I was powerless to help. Now armed with the ability to confront such evils, I must uncover the truth. I could not allow tragedy to strike again. Ignoring their protests, I once more directed my gaze toward the well's depths. The sealing runes flickered erratically, as if breathing, an inexplicable force beckoning me closer. I reached out, delicately touching the water's surface when, suddenly, a powerful suction yanked me downward. I shouted in alarm, "Not good." Chapter 36. The evil is vanquished, and the ancient well is restored to tranquility in my village. I was known as a warm-hearted young man, eager to assist others despite my youth. Whenever someone required help, I would readily extend my hand, earning the villagers' fondness, though some harbored doubts about my studies in feng shui. The frigid waters of the well enveloped me in an instant, a formidable force dragging me downwards. I struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Damn it! I cursed silently. This ancient well was indeed problematic as I descended. I sensed an extraordinarily potent connection between the well and the water creature, akin to an invisible iron chain binding them together. I attempted to employ feng shui techniques to sever this chain. Yet my efforts were as futile as a drop in the ocean. Each attempt felt like battering against an indestructible wall, draining my energy with little progress, leaving me disheartened. Was there truly no way out? Suddenly, I recalled a technique old Xie had taught me, one that fused various feng shui methods and was said to be a lifesaver in critical moments. I immediately endeavored to utilize this technique, concentrating my power into one point, akin to forming a sharp blade. My unique perceptive ability proved invaluable, guiding my power to pinpoint the weak link binding the ancient well and the water creature. A rune flickering with a faint red glow. Hope glimmered before me. With unwavering focus, it felt as though the waters around me had stilled, my heartbeat resonating in my ears. The flickering red rune became increasingly vivid in my sight, my concentrated power resembling a blade radiating divine light. I bellowed, "Break!" The sound reverberated within the ancient well, as the rune shattered instantaneously. The surrounding water appeared to ignite, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Almost simultaneously, I sensed a formidable force surging from outside the well. The water monster seemed to have detected the impending danger and was hastily retreating back into the ancient well from the village pond. "Changsheng, be careful." I heard the fisherman's song's alarmed shout from the well's mouth. Without a moment to ponder, I channeled all my strength into that rune. "Break!" I cried out, and the rune shattered in response. A tremendous wave of energy surged from the bottom of the well. Causing the water to churn violently, I was forcefully ejected from the well's mouth, landing heavily on the ground, where a chorus of gasps filled the air. "Changsheng, are you all right?" came Zhu the butcher's anxious voice. Struggling to rise, I glanced at the well's mouth. The water had returned to calm, but an unsettling aura lingered in the air. "It's back," pointed the widow Qin's son, his face as pale as a ghost. Following his finger, I beheld a massive shadow rolling within the well's water, emitting a deep, menacing growl. Seizing the opportune moment, I launched my attack. Almost simultaneously, I felt a powerful force surging from outside the well. The beast had sensed danger and was making its way back to the ancient well from the village pond. It charged at me, creating a massive splash and exuding a suffocating stench. Its lantern-like eyes glimmered with viciousness. Reacting swiftly, I sidestepped just in time to evade this deadly strike, landing and swiftly performing incantations, conjuring a brilliant red flame that shot directly towards the water monster. The creature let out a chilling cry as the flames struck it, thrashed its enormous tail in a frenzy, sending a gust of foul wind and bloodshed, causing the ground around the well to crack under the force. Not daring to be careless, I leapt high to evade this overwhelming blow while simultaneously employing my wind and water techniques. A powerful force, akin to an invisible giant hand, seized the water monster, firmly binding it in midair. Realizing that frontal attacks were futile, the creature resorted to underhanded tactics. It opened its gaping maw wide, spewing forth murky well water, distorting the surrounding scenery in an instant. I felt as though I had been plunged into hell. Decaying corpses, wailing spirits, rivers of blood. Various horrific visions unfolded, attempting to shatter my resolve. "Humph, mere parlor tricks," I scoffed, thinking, does this water monster believe these terrifying illusions can intimidate me? I have faced countless trials. Today marks your demise. I closed my eyes, calming my mind, and recited the clear mind incantation 3 times, as taught by the old man Xie. Upon reopening my eyes, the surrounding phantoms shattered like glass. Restoring everything to normal, I could clearly see the water monster lurking at the bottom of the well, manipulating the water to create illusions, hoping to ambush me when I was unprepared. I would not grant it another opportunity. Taking a deep breath, I summoned all my strength and charged toward the beast. The villagers widened their eyes, holding their breath, as if time itself had frozen. They placed all their hopes upon me. Just as I was about to make contact, it emitted an eerie shriek, and the well water surged violently as a powerful suction pulled me downward. "Changsheng, be careful," I heard the old man Xie's urgent voice from the well's mouth. "This is bad," I thought. "The creature intends to drag me to the bottom of the well." I struggled fiercely, filled with rage. This water monster was exceedingly cunning, and I was determined to eradicate it. Ensuring it could no longer threaten the village, I felt my body grow heavier, as though gripped by an invisible hand. Just as despair loomed, I suddenly sensed a warm force surging from my chest. This warmth was the protective talisman, the talisman that old man Xie had given me. I felt a surge of joy. The talisman was indeed effective. This power quickly spread throughout my body, counteracting the monster's pull. I steadied myself, gathering my strength once more, and thrust my peachwood sword forcefully toward the bottom of the well. I soared into the air, like a majestic eagle, the sword radiating a chilling gleam. For the first time, fear flickered in the water monster's lantern-like eyes. With a fierce roar, I plunged the sword into the creature with unstoppable momentum, causing the well water to erupt skyward, creating a spectacular curtain of water. While I appeared as a god of war within this curtain, at that moment, time seemed to stand still, the villagers captivated by this breathtaking scene. With a resounding boom, the well water shot into the sky like a dragon. Surging towards the clouds, I felt a powerful force rebound from the well's depths, sending me flying backwards. I landed heavily, my body aching, yet my heart brimmed with exhilaration. I did it. I succeeded. Struggling to my feet, I gazed into the well's depths. The water had returned to tranquility, and the presence of the water monster had vanished entirely. I breathed a sigh of relief. I had finally put an end to this scourge. The villagers erupted with joy, their cheers and shouts resonating throughout the village, their eyes brimming with tears of joy as they gathered around me, hailing me as a hero. The fisherman's song rushed over. Grasping my hand tightly, stammering with excitement, "Changsheng, you are truly remarkable. You really eliminated the water monster." Zhu the butcher echoed enthusiastically, "Changsheng, you are the hero of our village. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will stand against them." Even Ma the feng shui master, who had previously mocked me, stared in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. I scratched my head and smiled at the villagers, saying, "This isn't solely my achievement. Without your support, I couldn't have accomplished this." I surveyed the crowd, witnessing the radiant smiles on the villagers' faces, my heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This was the fruit of my wisdom and effort. I had safeguarded the village's peace with my own strength. The admiration of the crowd filled me with immense pride. At that moment, old man Xia approached, patting my shoulder with a knowing expression. "Changsheng, you have performed admirably. However, this is merely the beginning." Before he could finish, I felt a strange power surging within me, distinct from the warm force I had sensed at the bottom of the well. It was imbued with a chilling aura that I glanced at my hands, which were trembling slightly. Old man Xie's words struck me like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of my heart. This cold energy, unlike the previous sensing of malevolent forces, was far more potent and enigmatic. I attempted to harness it, but it felt like a wild stallion, wholly beyond my control. Instead, it seemed to be consuming my original perception, rendering my awareness of the surrounding environment increasingly vague. Song the fisherman continued to extol my heroic deeds, while Zhu the butcher's booming voice buzzed in my ears, and even Ma the feng shui master's expression of disbelief seemed to blur. I took a deep breath, suppressing my unease. What was this power? Was it the remnants of the water monster's resentment, or something else entirely? I stole a glance at old man Xia, whose expression remained inscrutable, as if he had everything under control. Could it be that he knew something? Just as I was about to inquire, the ground beside the ancient well suddenly cracked open, a stream of black mist seeping forth. I turned abruptly, gazing at the seemingly tranquil ancient well, a chill coursing from my feet to the crown of my head. Old man Xie seized my arm, his voice low and urgent. "This is not good. The seal has weakened." Chapter 37. The seal shatters. Evil shadows returned, the black mist twisted like serpents, exuding a nauseating stench. I felt the uncontainable force within me growing increasingly restless, nearly bursting forth from my body. The villagers began to panic. Song the fisherman turned pale, trembling as he pointed at the ancient well. It's back. That thing has returned. Despite his strength, Zhu the butcher's face turned ashen, instinctively cowering behind me. Muttering, Changsheng, what do we do? Old man Xie gripped my arm tightly, his tone grave. Changsheng, it seems we have underestimated this creature. It is far more formidable than we imagined. I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure. The water monster incident had barely passed, and a new danger loomed. I felt as if fate was propelling me forward against my will. Yet, I could not retreat. The safety of the village rested upon my shoulders. What do we do now, old man Xie? I inquired. Let us assess the situation first, he replied, producing a handful of copper coins from his bag. His eyes reflected disdain for the malevolent force, and his fingers moved with a unique rhythm as he chanted incantations. Scattering the coins toward the well, the coins clinked as they hit the ground but failed to elicit any reaction, unlike when we confronted the water monster. The black mist continued to pour forth from the fissure. Even beginning to spread, I noticed that I could actually see the black mist. It appeared almost alive, swirling and hovering in the air. This sensation was peculiar, as if I had gained a new perspective. I could distinctly perceive the weakening of the seal's power. The once stable flow of energy had become chaotic, flickering like a dying oil lamp. Was my perception ability changing? This transformation filled me with both excitement and trepidation. I was thrilled to delve deeper into the condition of the seal, yet apprehensive about the implications of this uncontrollable power. Just then, I suddenly sensed an unusual presence, amidst the dense, swirling black mist. A faint breath lingered, distinct from that of the water monster, resembling instead an ancient curse. I abruptly lifted my gaze to the old man, Xie, only to find him staring back at me, a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible astonishment flickering in his eyes. I opened my mouth to speak, but he interrupted me with a sharp shoo, placing a finger to his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient well. Someone was approaching. The black mist roiled, and the essence of that ancient curse grew increasingly vivid, akin to a slender thread tugging at my senses, inciting a vague thrill within me. I felt as though I was inching closer to the truth. What secrets lay hidden behind this bizarre seal? Suddenly, from the fissures of the seal, billowed forth swathes of black, smoke-like malevolence, twisting and writhing as if composed of countless tormented souls entwined together. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and the black mist they exhaled resembled corporeal tongues, licking at the air and emitting a silent, anguished roar, akin to demons from the depths of hell, charging towards me. A surge of alarm gripped my heart, and instinctively, I summoned the restless power within me. I swiftly formed seals with my hands, golden rays of light emanating from my fingertips, intertwining in the air to instantaneously form a pale golden barrier, adorned with shimmering, mysterious runes that seemed to writhe as if alive. Bang, bang, bang. The malevolent entities collided against the barrier with frenzied force, producing a muffled thud. The barrier trembled violently, and I gritted my teeth, concentrating fiercely to maintain it, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. It felt as though I were straining every ounce of my strength to hold back a door on the verge of being breached, ready to collapse at any moment. Changsheng, I'm coming to help, boomed Zhu, the butcher, brandishing his cleaver as he rushed forward. Stay back, I admonished sharply. I could sense the chilling aura emanating from these malevolent entities, a palpable dread that ordinary folk could scarcely endure. Although Zhu was valiant, he, too, was visibly pale with fear, stumbling as the cleaver clattered to the ground. Trembling, he could only point at the entities, his lips quivering. Unable to utter a word, I was left to confront this alone. The pressure on the barrier intensified, and I felt my strength waning rapidly. These malevolent beings appeared to possess a certain intelligence. They ceased their blind assaults, instead probing for vulnerabilities in my defenses like a pack of cunning hounds, waiting for the right moment to strike. I could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. I realized that I must take the initiative to break this deadlock. Taking a deep breath, I began to counterattack with my feng shui techniques. I summoned the last remnants of my strength, searching for the weak point among the throng of malice, As they sought my defensive flaws, I intentionally exposed a small opening, which was a trap in disguise. When the entities surged forward, I suddenly unleashed a new feng shui method, sending forth several beams of blue light to temporarily repel a portion of them. This technique had been painstakingly mastered through countless failures during my studies of feng shui, a journey fraught with challenges that had led me to this moment. Eureka! My eyes widened with realization, a spark of brilliance igniting within. The barrier's brilliance surged, and seizing the opportune moment, I thrust my hands forward, unleashing a powerful force akin to a bolt from a crossbow. Aimed at the throng of malevolence, crack! Suddenly, Xie placed a hand firmly on my shoulder, his voice low and grave. Wait! His bony fingers clamped down like iron, and I could feel the strength radiating from his fingertips. Impulsive lad, he admonished, his murky eyes sparkling with insight. These malevolent entities are not corporeal. Brute force is futile. Realization dawned upon me. I had acted rashly, and the barrier's glow began to wane as my internal power dwindled. Xie released his grip and produced an ancient copper coin from his robe, murmuring incantations as his fingers danced. The coin seemed to come alive in his grasp, spinning and leaping before shooting towards the malevolent entities with a whoosh. The coin passed through the entities, inflicting no tangible harm, yet disrupting their formation. I seized this opportunity, channeling the last vestiges of my strength to retract the barrier, shielding myself while meticulously observing the movements of the malevolence. They buzzed like an enraged swarm of bees, darting about, yet dared not approach the copper coin thrown by Xie. I noted that they seemed to deliberately avoid certain positions, which corresponded precisely with the feng shui layout surrounding the ancient well. Could it be that they were seeking a weakness in the seal? The thought sent a jolt through me. I followed the direction from which the malevolence surged, scrutinizing the fissures in the seal. Indeed, in the northeast corner of the seal, there was a crack larger than the others, emanating a faint chill. There lay the ghost gate of the ancient well's feng shui layout. Taking a deep breath, I addressed Xie. Old Xie, I found their weakness. He stroked his beard, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Well done, lad. Your sight is sharp. This seal's ghost gate has been eroded by the malevolence. It must be repaired swiftly. I immediately followed Xie's instructions, utilizing my feng shui knowledge to adjust the surrounding elemental layout. I placed several rune-inscribed stones in specific positions to form a small formation that would seal the ghost gate. As the formation activated, a warm current surged from the ground towards the fissure in the seal. The black, smoke-like malevolence emitted a piercing howl, as if scalded, and retreated in haste. The fissures in the seal gradually diminished, finally vanishing entirely. The ancient well returned to tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. I exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from my brow, a surge of pride swelling within me. I had resolved this crisis through my own efforts. Changsheng, you did exceptionally well, Xie said, patting my shoulder, his tone laced with appreciation. Yet, I understood that this was merely a temporary calm. The essence of that ancient curse lingered, and I sensed it scheming in the shadows. I turned to Xie, poised to speak, only to see his expression shift drastically as he suddenly turned to face the village entrance. His lips moved, uttering two words. They've arrived. Chapter 38. Seeking the source of the curse. A perilous journey to unravel the mystery. Xie's expression was grave, and his gaze towards the village entrance sent a chill through me. Who was coming? Who could instill such anxiety in Xie? Following his gaze, I beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, a compass in hand, striding towards us. His prominent brow and piercing gaze indicated that he was no ordinary person. A feng shui master? I recognized him as Ma Banxian, the man who had previously vied with Xie for the position of feng shui master in the village. It was said that he was ruthless, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. What business did he have here? Suppressing my unease, I turned to Xie for clarification, but he merely cast me a profound glance, uttering nothing. To uncover the source of that ancient curse, I began to scour the village for clues. However, the villagers, still haunted by the recent water monster incident, regarded me with a mix of gratitude and trepidation, reluctant to cooperate. Changsheng, I know you possess great abilities, but this matter of malevolence is too terrifying for us ordinary folk to confront, said Song, the fisherman, cautiously mending his net. Even the usually bold butcher, Zhu, avoided me, muttering, This kid has become quite ominous. It's better to keep my distance. I felt as though I were battling an invisible foe, the isolation weighing heavily on my spirit. Yet, I refused to surrender. Drawing upon my knowledge of feng shui and folk taboos, I deduced that the feng shui layout of the pond outside the village might be connected to the source of the curse. Arriving at the pond, I employed my special perception abilities and, indeed, sensed that the malevolent aura here bore striking similarities to the cursed essence at the ancient well. A surge of excitement coursed through me. "Changsheng, what are you doing here?" Xie's voice suddenly emanated from behind. Startling me, he approached my side, gazing into the pond with a profound look. Beneath this pond lies secrets unknown to the world. His words sent a shiver down my spine. Secrets hidden beneath the pond? What kind of secrets? Were they related to the curse? I inhaled deeply, suppressing my fear, and concentrated once more, utilizing my special perception ability. A powerful malevolent aura emanated from the pond's depths. Far stronger than what I had previously sensed at the ancient well. My perception sharpened, and I could even glimpse a hidden passageway beneath the mud at the bottom of the pond. This passage loomed dark and foreboding, akin to a gaping maw ready to devour, radiating a chilling malevolence. I was nearly certain this was the route leading to the source of the curse. Just as I prepared to share my discovery with Xie, a sudden, icy current surged from the passage, followed by several water ghost-like malevolences springing forth from the water. They were drenched, their bodies seeming to be composed of black sludge and icy pond water. Adorned with aquatic plants, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light. Their movements resembled a surreal blend of floating in water and crawling on land, as they lunged towards me with clawing hands. The nauseating stench assailed my senses. "Changsheng, be careful," Xie shouted. I dared not hesitate, quickly forming seals and incantations, summoning forth blazing flames to assault the water ghosts. With a whoosh, the flames enveloped several of the creatures, who writhed in agony, shrieking as the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. A surge of elation coursed through my heart. It appeared that the flames had indeed proved effective against them. However, my joy was short-lived. Once the flames extinguished, the water specters regrouped, their skin singed but their movements swifter than before, lunging toward me once more. At that moment, their assault was imminent. I could feel their icy claws nearly grazing my skin. As the air around me thickened with the stench of death, I hastily dodged, fending off their attacks while contemplating a strategy. These water specters seemed far more formidable than I had anticipated. Ordinary flames inflicted only fleeting harm, failing to obliterate them entirely. Just as I struggled to withstand their onslaught, I suddenly recalled an unusual method for dealing with water specters that old Xie had once mentioned. Casting a glance at old Xie standing beside me, I noticed his grave expression and tightly pressed lips, as if he were deep in thought. I inhaled deeply, directing my focus towards the pond before me. The water within the pond, coupled with the principles of feng shui, could lead to salvation. Old Xie's voice broke through my thoughts, low and urgent. "Be cautious." His warning was abruptly cut off as I spun around, only to find another water specter silently emerging from behind me, its claws aimed directly at my back. In a split second, I rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. This specter was even more ferocious and faster than the previous ones, leaving me momentarily struggling to defend myself. "Utilize the water from the pond." Old Xie's voice echoed again, tinged with urgency. In an instant, I recalled his mention of employing water to combat water. Gritting my teeth, I suppressed my fear, swiftly forming seals with my hands while murmuring incantations. I summoned the water from the pond, harnessing the principles of feng shui to create a unique formation. The moment the formation materialized, a powerful suction drew the surrounding water specters within. They writhed frantically within the formation, their bodies being torn by the currents, emitting piercing wails. While the pond's waters churned violently, I remained composed, expertly controlling the formation until I finally eradicated the water specters entirely. As the rancid odor gradually dissipated and the pond returned to tranquility, I exhaled a sigh of relief. "Well done, my boy. Your reflexes are commendable." Old Xie approached, patting my shoulder with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I grinned. "All thanks to your excellent teachings." Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt into the passageway at the pond's bottom. The passage was enveloped in darkness, devoid of light. the icy water soaking through my garments, sending a shiver down my spine. I groped my way forward, the passage twisting and turning, leaving me uncertain of its destination. After an indeterminate period, I finally glimpsed a faint glimmer ahead. Quickening my pace, I rushed toward the light. The brightness intensified, and eventually, I reached the end of the passage. Before me lay an expansive underground chamber, at the center of which stood a colossal stone tablet. As I approached the tablet, the air around me seemed to freeze, and I could hear the sound of my heartbeat echoing in the vastness. The runes engraved upon the tablet suddenly flickered with a faint luminescence, as if acknowledging my presence. Utilizing the dim light, I scrutinized the runes carefully. I had previously seen these runes within Old Sia's collection. Although I could not fully comprehend them, I recognized portions of their content. These runes unveiled fragments of the curse's truth. It turned out that this curse was not a natural calamity but rather a malevolent act by human hands. A surge of exhilaration surged within me as I mused. After so long wandering in darkness, misunderstood by villagers and battling malevolence, this glimmer of hope illuminated my path. I was determined to unravel the complete truth behind this curse and restore peace to the village. I was one step closer to breaking the curse. The sensation of gradually grasping the truth filled me with immense satisfaction and excitement. Yet, the truth revealed by these runes was incomplete. I sensed that an even greater secret lay hidden behind the stone tablet, one that could potentially bring forth greater danger. I reached out to touch the tablet, its surface chilling to the touch. Suddenly, it emitted a deep rumble, slowly shifting aside to unveil a dark, profound chasm. "Who goes there?" A chilling voice emanated from the depths. The black hole behind the stone tablet resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, its frigid aura sending shivers down my spine. The voice spoke again, laced with mockery. Curiosity killed the cat, young one. I gripped my peachwood sword tightly, undeterred, and stepped into the darkness. A foul odor, mingled with damp earth, invaded my nostrils, nearly suffocating me. The cavern was deeper than I had imagined. I advanced cautiously, the sound of shifting stones underfoot echoing ominously. Suddenly, a flicker of eerie green light caught my attention ahead, causing my heart to race as I quickened my pace. The light drew closer, and I finally discerned its source. An ancient bronze lamp, suspended from the cavern wall, emanating an uncanny glow. Beneath it stood a figure, motionless, its back turned toward me. I held my breath. Inching closer, my grip on the peachwood sword tightening. "Who are you?" I summoned my courage to inquire. The figure slowly turned, revealing a ghastly pale face, hollow eyes fixated on me, and a mouth twisted into a sinister grin. "I am the source of this curse," it rasped, its voice akin to sandpaper scraping against stone. It extended a withered hand. Pointing behind me, I spun around abruptly. Chapter 39. Breaking the curse and dispelling evil. The ancient well's piece I whirled around, only to find nothing there. "Stop your tricks," I exclaimed, glaring back at the figure, but it had vanished, leaving only the eerie bronze lamp flickering in the darkness. Doubt gnawed at me. Had I imagined it? I approached the bronze lamp, scrutinizing my surroundings. The cavern walls were etched with bizarre runes, and I strained to decipher them, yearning to uncover the complete truth. Yet, the runes twisted like tadpoles, seemingly intent on concealing vital information. The more I gazed, the more my head throbbed, beads of sweat forming on my brow. Time slipped away, and I worried that I might not unravel the curse in time. Lest the ancient well's peril resurface, I must remain calm. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to steady my mind. As I endeavored to decode the runes, memories of my previous struggles with them resurfaced, along with the painful experiences endured. I had spent countless days and nights attempting to decipher these runes, only to be met with frustration that nearly engulfed me. Yet now, I would merge all that old Xia had taught me about feng shui and folk prohibitions with my own experiences, striving to approach the runes from a fresh perspective. Suddenly, fragments of knowledge in my mind began to coalesce under a mysterious force, and in an instant, the runes seemed to come alive, aligning themselves into a coherent sequence before my eyes. Accompanied by a faint glow around me, as if resonating with the runes, I felt as though I had opened a door to the truth. Those once chaotic runes now appeared crystal clear, and I finally grasped their meaning. It revealed that the curse of this ancient well did not stem from a water monster, but rather from an ancient grudge, sealed behind the stone tablet. And this bronze lamp was the key to maintaining that seal. Overwhelmed with excitement, I finally held the key to breaking the curse. Just then, an icy sensation crept over me, and the raspy voice echoed once more, "You have found it." I turned sharply to see old Xie standing at the cave's entrance, his face pallid and his eyes filled with terror. "Langsheng, you must leave this place," he urged. Trembling, I inhaled deeply, my heightened perception reaching its peak in this critical moment, allowing me to discern that the core of the curse lay behind the stone tablet. The chill emanating from it pierced my skin like needles, reinforcing my conviction. Reciting the incantation silently, I formed seals with my hands, a warm current flowing from my dantian throughout my body. The heavy stone tablet appeared to lose its weight before me, and I effortlessly moved it aside, revealing a small, dark wooden box exuding an ominous aura. The box was unremarkably sized, entirely black, adorned with strange runes and emanating a repulsive stench. This was the source of the curse. As I prepared to destroy the box, a sudden upheaval occurred. The box began to tremble violently, a surge of malevolent power erupting from it, swiftly morphing into a colossal demonic figure, its claws poised to strike at me. The demon's visage was grotesque, shrouded in dark energy, its crimson eyes fixated on me as if intent on consuming me whole. I dared not hesitate. I swiftly invoked feng shui techniques, chanting incantations as my fingers danced, summoning lightning and flames to assault it. Crack! The lightning lashed out like a silver serpent, striking the demon fiercely. Boom! The flames roared like a wild beast, engulfing the demon entirely. Yet, the demon seemed extraordinarily powerful. It effortlessly withstood my onslaught. The lightning merely caused it to shudder, while the flames only singed a portion of its dark aura. Failing to inflict any substantial damage, let out a deafening roar. Swinging its massive claws toward me, I observed the demon's colossal claw descending with cataclysmic force. I felt like a feather, gracefully evading its strike at the critical moment. While my hands swiftly inscribed the dragon binding formation upon the ground, in an instant, blinding golden light flashed, and the earth appeared to rend asunder, unveiling a vast pit beneath the demon's feet. The colossal demon plummeted with a thunderous crash, thrashing wildly and emitting a deafening roar as it sought to escape the binding formation that ensnared it. The swirling dust coalesced into terrifying shapes, and I took cover behind the surrounding stones while evading its onslaught. As I set up the dragon trapping formation, the energy of the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The once tranquil cave was suddenly filled with howling winds, intertwined with golden light. This luminescence resonated with the golden radiance of the formation, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A cold smile spread across my face as I felt my spiritual energy surge toward my fingertips, transforming me into a being imbued with divine power. I channeled my lifelong learning, all my beliefs and strength, into my fingertips, directing it toward the small wooden box that emanated an aura of malevolence, and shouted, "Break!" A brilliant beam of golden light, akin to a blazing sun, shot forth like a sword, distorting the very fabric of space wherever it touched. Upon striking the small box, a resounding explosion erupted, and the dark, sinister energy within was swept away by an unseen gale. Vanishing without a trace, along with the grotesque demon itself, I collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Yet my heart brimmed with elation. The ancient well regained its tranquility, the water crystal clear, devoid of the repugnant stench that once lingered. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. The fishermen, Song, joyously leaped into the well, swimming a few laps to prove the water's newfound safety. Zhu, the butcher, was so exhilarated that he hoisted me into the air, startling me considerably. Even the timid son of Widow Qin rushed over, grasping my hand and showering me with words of gratitude. Old Xia approached, patting my shoulder with admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Changsheng, you have done exceptionally well, surpassing my expectations," I chuckled, scratching my head. It felt wonderful to be acknowledged. However, Ma Fengshui stood at the edge of the crowd, his countenance ashen and silent. He fancied himself a master of feng shui. Yet I, a mere novice, had outshone him, likely leaving him resentful. Yet I had no intention of concerning myself with his discontent. In that moment, I was the village hero, and the sensation was profoundly gratifying. Just as I was reveling in the adoration of the crowd, an eerie wailing erupted from the village's morning hall. I whipped around, my heart plummeting. The cheers had not yet dissipated, and Ju's hefty hand still rested on my back, shaking me to my core. When a chilling wind abruptly pierced through the jubilant noise, striking my spine, then came a heart-wrenching wail, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld, shredding the celebratory atmosphere surrounding the ancient well. I turned swiftly to face the morning hall in the eastern part of the village, an ominous premonition enveloping me. The wailing was intermittent, sharp, and unlike any I had heard before. Old Sia's expression shifted, and he moved closer, speaking in a grave tone. Changsheng, I fear there is more to this. Before I could respond, a figure draped in mourning attire stumbled toward me. It was Aunt Yang. She pointed at me, her voice raw with anguish. It's you. It has to be you. You brought this calamity upon us. My heart sank as I glanced toward the morning hall. Chapter 40. The morning hall's unraveling. Shadows of doubt. Aunt Yang's cries doused my earlier joy like a bucket of icy water. I had no time to explain. I bolted toward the morning hall, with old Sia close behind. Before we could reach the entrance, Aunt Yang seized my arm, her sharp nails digging into my flesh. "Itsu. It must be you, you disaster bringer. Ever since you arrived, the village has known no peace." Her murky eyes brimmed with malice, as if I were the very source of all misfortune. Villagers gathered around, whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with suspicion and fear. I felt like a beast cornered by hunters. Utterly alone. "Aunt Yang, please calm down. I'm here to find out what has happened and help resolve the issue," I implored, attempting to maintain my composure, but she would not listen, continuing her lamentations. "You are the greatest problem. The morning hall was fine until you came. First, the well was haunted, and now even my son's morning hall is disturbed. You are a harbinger of doom." Lu, the scholar's brother, squeezed through the crowd, sneering. "Gu Changsheng, are you trying to steal the spotlight again? It seems you are deliberately causing chaos." His spiteful expression relished my predicament, as if my distress brought him the utmost delight. I took a deep breath. Suppressing my rising anger, in such moments, one must not lose their composure. I surveyed the crowd. The villagers wore expressions of doubt, fear, or indifference. None bore a friendly countenance. I suddenly realized I faced a crisis far more terrifying than any malevolent spirit, a crisis of trust. I turned back to Aunt Yang, attempting to explain, but she shoved me aside and rushed into the morning hall. I followed closely, finding chaos within. Offerings were overturned, incense burners toppled, and an eerie, foul stench permeated the air. Scanning my surroundings, I recognized that the feng shui arrangement of the hall had been deliberately disrupted, undoubtedly the work of a malevolent force. Yet, the scene was in disarray, offering scant clues. Su, the carpenter, cowered in a corner, his face pale, stuttering. "I saw someone who looked like you causing trouble here." Old Sia approached, speaking in a hushed tone. "Changsheng, be cautious. Someone is framing you." Before he could finish, Aunt Yang let out a piercing scream. Her shriek pierced my taut nerves like a steel needle. I rushed over to find her crumpled on the ground, trembling and pointing at the coffin in the center of the hall. Unable to utter a word, a chill coursed through me, climbing from my feet to the crown of my head. Old Sia parted the crowd and approached the coffin, examining it closely. His expression grew serious. "The coffin has been tampered with," he said gravely. "Tampered with?" Su's voice trembled. Is it a case of corpse resurrection?" I fought to suppress my unease, scrutinizing the morning hall. Old Sia was correct. The coffin's ceiling nails had been disturbed. Though they had been reattached, the craftsmanship was crude, clearly the work of an amateur. A faint, foul stench, mingled with the odor of decay, wafted from the cracks of the coffin, causing my stomach to churn. "Everyone, remain calm," I shouted sternly, attempting to stabilize the situation. "We must not jump to conclusions. We haven't clarified the matter yet." However, my words had little effect. The villagers continued to murmur among themselves, fear spreading like wildfire. Lu's brother scoffed. "Gu Changsheng, stop your pretense. The morning hall's troubles surely relate to you." I dismissed him, closing my eyes to concentrate, tuning into the surrounding energies. My unique perception revealed a faint trace of malevolent energy within the morning hall. Though feeble and nearly dissipated, It was undoubtedly a crucial lead. I followed this energy, slowly making my way toward the rear of the hall. "What are you doing?" The apprentice of the village physician suddenly blocked my path. His face ashen and his gaze evasive, stammering his words, a thought struck me. This boy was hiding something. Though typically somewhat dull, he was not this frantic. Moreover, he carried a faint, foul odor, identical to that wafting from the coffin. I was almost certain he was under the control of a malevolent force. I fixed my gaze on his eyes and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" His eyes flickered nervously and he stuttered. "I was just passing by," and I let out a cold laugh, choosing not to force my way past him, but instead stealthily followed in his wake. He slinked out of the morning hall. Scurrying down a secluded alley in the village, I concealed myself in the shadows, watching as he met with a shadowy figure. The figure handed him something before swiftly disappearing into the night. My heart raced. This shadow was undoubtedly linked to the disturbances in the morning hall. Seizing the opportunity while the apprentice was distracted, I dashed forward, snatching the item from his grasp. It was a talisman. I paid no heed to the apprentice's protests. His shifty demeanor indicated he was guilty. I stealthily trailed him, eager to uncover his ulterior motives. He darted down the alley like a rabbit, suspiciously furtive. Further confirming my suspicions, indeed, a shadow emerged from the depths of the alley, quickly handing the apprentice another item before vanishing into the night. The figure's movements were lightning quick. I caught only a glimpse of a vague outline. Yet the chilling aura sent shivers down my spine. Once the shadow had disappeared, I lunged forward, gripping the apprentice's collar and pinning him against the wall. "Speak. What is that?" I demanded fiercely. The apprentice's face drained of color. Trembling and unable to utter a word, I snatched the item from his hand, and by the dim moonlight, I discerned that it was a talisman adorned with strange symbols, emanating the same repugnant stench as that from the coffin. I approached the old man Xie with the talisman in hand. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized it for a moment, and his expression suddenly turned grave. "This is a heart control talisman, a most insidious form of sorcery capable of manipulating one's mind and forcing an individual to act against their own will. So, does this mean that Bai Longzhong's apprentice has been controlled?" I inquired. Old man Xie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It appears that someone seeks to frame you." He patted my shoulder and reassured, "Changsheng, do not worry, I believe in you." With the old man's support, I felt a significant sense of relief. The suspicious gazes of the villagers and the scornful remarks from Lu Xiaocai's younger brother had weighed heavily on my heart. Now, at least there was one person who believed in me and was willing to investigate the truth together. "Old man Xie, what shall we do now?" I asked. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Our immediate priority is to uncover the mastermind behind this. Although the heart control talisman is malevolent, its effects do not last long. We must locate the practitioner swiftly to prevent their next move." Just as we were about to discuss our next steps, a villager rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Not good! Gu Changxing has been discovered at the morning hall." Breathless and pale, he pointed in my direction. Unable to articulate further, my heart sank. An ominous premonition washed over me. What had they discovered about me? My heart raced as I felt a chill creeping from my feet to the top of my head. Before I could react, the villager stammered out a few words. "Your shroud." I gasped in shock. The shroud? How could my shroud appear in the morning hall? I had never possessed a shroud. This was clearly a deliberate frame-up. Old man Xie's face darkened, and he murmured, "It seems we have underestimated the strength of the hidden adversary. This tactic is truly ruthless." We hurried to the morning hall, and before we could enter, we heard Aunt Yang's piercing wails. "What a sin! Truly a sin! Gu Changxing is a harbinger of doom. Not only has he caused Lu Xiaocai's demise, but now he seeks to bring calamity upon our entire village." The morning hall was crowded with villagers, their eyes filled with fear and loathing as they pointed at me. Lu Xiaocai's brother pointed an accusing finger at my face, shouting, "Gu Changsheng, you murderer! What do you have to say for yourself?" I saw my shroud placed beside Lu Xiaocai's coffin, conspicuously stained with dark red marks that resembled blood. The wave of icy dread coursed through me. This was clearly a meticulously crafted trap. "I didn't. That's not mine," I protested loudly, but my voice was quickly drowned out by the villagers' furious shouts. Old man Xie squeezed beside me and said gravely, "Changsheng, this is not the time for explanations. We must leave this place. I shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaotsai's brother and turned to depart, only to be seized by someone gripping my arm. Turning back, I saw it was Su Muji, his face pale and lips trembling as he stammered, "Changsheng, I saw." Chapter 41. The secrets of the morning hall. Clues begin to surface. Su Muji trembled, pointing at Lu Xiaotsai's coffin, his face ashen. "Changsheng, I saw the coffin. It moved." A chill ran down my spine as I gazed at the coffin. Could it be a case of resurrection? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I dismissed it. I had witnessed Lu Xiaotsai's death. His soul had been utterly drained, making resurrection impossible. Nonsense. Lu Xiaotsai's brother shoved Su Muji aside, glaring at me with hostility. "Jiu Changsheng, you must provide us with an explanation today. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude." The villagers grew increasingly agitated. Some began to shove me, hurling vile insults. I felt like a rat in a street chase, everyone clamoring for my downfall. Old man Xie shielded me, whispering, "Changsheng, let us leave." We finally managed to extricate ourselves from the crowd. My heart heavy with indignation. I had done nothing wrong, yet I had become the target of their wrath. "Do not lose heart, Changsheng." Old man Xie observed my despondency. "The truth will eventually come to light." "Old man Xie, who do you think is behind this?" I could not help but ask. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In my view, this hidden adversary not only wishes to harm you, but also seeks to disturb the tranquility of the entire village." He paused before continuing, "We must swiftly uncover the truth. Otherwise, more will suffer." We made our way toward the cave in the back mountain, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. Suddenly, a few wild rabbits charged at us as if possessed, their eyes blood-red and flashing with an eerie light. Immediately afterward, a flock of crows descended from the sky, their sharp cries piercing our ears. "This is bad. These creatures have been possessed by malevolent forces." Old man Xie exclaimed, pulling out a handful of copper coins from his robes and chanting incantations as he scattered them into the air. The coins spun and danced, forming a barrier that repelled the rabbits and crows. However, the onslaught of these small creatures did not cease. They seemed endless, attacking us from all directions. I stood back to back with Old Man Xie, each employing our respective feng shui techniques for defense. I wielded my peachwood sword, striking down the oncoming rabbits. Although these rabbits were under malevolent control, they remained ordinary animals, and my sword proved effective against them. "Changsheng, be careful," Old Man Xie suddenly shouted. I turned to see a massive rat bursting forth from the ground, its gaping maw lunging at me. I swiftly dodged, but its claws still grazed my arm. Clutching my wound, I glanced at the relentless tide of animals and suddenly had an inkling. Their attacks seemed to be concealing something. Narrowing my eyes, I scrutinized my surroundings. "Old Man Xie," I pointed toward a peculiar boulder not far away. "Look, that boulder." I indicated the oddly shaped rock, noting the vegetation around it was noticeably sparser, with a faint swirling black mist surrounding it. Old Man Xie followed my gaze, his expression shifting. "That is a hidden feng shui array." My unique perception also detected a familiar malevolent energy emanating from this array, identical to that found in the morning hall. It seemed this feng shui array was designed to conceal something, and what it hid was likely the key to all these events. These creatures were shielding the array. Suddenly enlightened, I understood why they charged at us relentlessly. It was to prevent us from discovering this secret. "Changsheng, can you sense the array's core?" Old Man Xie inquired gravely. Aware of my special abilities, I closed my eyes, focusing on the flow of energies around me. The core, there. A chill coursed through me, like a poisonous thorn, hidden within the seemingly tranquil feng shui array. I abruptly opened my eyes, pointing to an inconspicuous stone beneath the boulder. There, good Old Man Xie wasted no time. Retrieving a pouch of vermilion powder, chanting incantations as he sprinkled it onto that stone. Upon contact, the powder hissed and released a cloud of black smoke. Simultaneously, the animals attacking us seemed to lose control, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The feng shui array was shattered. The boulder slowly shifted, revealing a dark and foreboding cave entrance, a chilling wind wafting from within, carrying a putrid stench. The cave in the back mountain. Old Man Xie and I exchanged glances, excitement flickering in our eyes. "Let us go." Without hesitation, we stepped into the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped us, our hands outstretched unable to discern anything. Old Man Xie ignited a firebrand, casting a dim light over a small area. The cave walls were inscribed with strange runes, exuding an eerie aura. Scattered across the ground were animal bones and tattered garments, the air thick with a stifling sense of oppression. We cautiously ventured forward until Old Man Xie halted abruptly, pointing to a pile of objects on the ground. Changsheng looked up by the flickering firelight. I discerned that the pile consisted of tattered ancient texts, densely inscribed with characters in vermilion. I picked up a page, meticulously deciphering the text, my expression growing increasingly grave. Blood sacrifice. In soul. Resurrection, I murmured, a chill racing up my spine. It seemed we were drawing closer to the truth. Old Man Xie's voice was low and hoarse. Just then, I sensed a cold presence behind me. I whirled around. The flickering light illuminated the darkness behind me. Lu Xiaozai's brother, with a sinister expression, stood at the cave's entrance. Flanked by several villagers, he brandished a torch, its flames casting grotesque shadows across his twisted face, resembling a clown on a stage. Gu Changsheng, I knew you were up to no good. Sneaking into this cave for some illicit dealings? He screeched, his tone dripping with jealousy and malice. The other villagers joined in, clamoring to seize me. I let out a derisive laugh, waving the tattered page in my hand. Which of your eyes saw me committing any wrongdoing? It is you, bringing so many people here. What exactly are you intending to do? Enough with the pleasantries. What malevolent nonsense is inscribed upon this tattered page? It seems you are possessed by a sinister force. He reached out, attempting to snatch the remnants of the page from my grasp. I deftly sidestepped, my gaze icy. This is the evidence we have uncovered, proving that someone is scheming behind the scenes to frame me. Should you dare to take it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Old Xie stood beside me, his expression grave. Lu Lar, it would be prudent for you to maintain your composure. We are investigating the strange occurrences in the village. And your interference suggests you are shielding the true culprit, does it not? Lu Lar, momentarily cowed by Old Xie's imposing presence, succumbed to jealousy, losing all rationality. Old Xie, do not attempt to intimidate me. You two are birds of a feather. Perhaps it is you who are conjuring these specters. He shrieked in hysteria, malice radiating from his eyes as if it could materialize. I clenched my fists, yearning to land a blow upon his detestable face. Yet I understood that now was not the time. We must first preserve the evidence to unveil the true face of the shadowy puppeteer. Just as we found ourselves in a stalemate, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the cave, sending shivers down my spine as if it emerged from the very depths of hell. A cold dread coursed through me, and I instinctively tightened my grip on Old Xie's hand. Who's there? Lu Lar's voice trembled, his face a mask of terror. Old Xie's countenance grew serious as he whispered, Be cautious, and no sooner had he spoken than the eerie laughter resonated once more from the cave's depths. Now alarmingly closer it comes. Old Xie abruptly shoved me behind him, drawing forth a dagger inscribed with runes. The sinister laughter reverberated within the cave, akin to the whispers of countless phantoms, while Lu Lar, pale and trembling, cowered behind the others. Old Xie shielded me with his presence, the dagger glinting ominously in his hand, as if he faced a formidable adversary. Conjuring specters, I uttered sharply, thrusting the tattered page toward the torch. The page ignited spontaneously, enveloped in a ghostly green flame that illuminated the depths of the cave. A vague silhouette began to materialize, contorting and transforming as it emitted a spine-chilling shriek. Lu Lar collapsed in fear, while the other villagers recoiled in horror, leaving only Old Xie composed, his eyes alight with determination. Abomination, reveal thyself, he bellowed, aiming his dagger at the apparition. The green fire cast an ethereal glow upon Old Xie's face. Resembling a deity descended from the heavens, exuding an unassailable authority. The figure seemed to recoil from the flame, emitting a wretched scream as it fled deeper into the cave. Old Xie grasped my hand firmly, urging, Pursue. I felt an overwhelming force propelling me forward, the wind howling in my ears, blurring my surroundings. Wait, what is that? I pointed ahead, my voice quavering. Chapter 42. The Truth of the Spirit Hall, a grievance resolved. The green flames flickered erratically, revealing a monstrous entity that resembled a grotesque shadow. writhing and exuding a nauseating stench. My stomach churned violently, nearly betraying me. What in the world is that? Lu Lar's voice had shifted, tinged with a whimper. The other villagers, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. Abomination! Old Xie hissed, his dagger slicing through the air like a silver flash, plunging toward the creature. The blade pierced the monstrosity, yet it felt as though it had sunk into mire. Offering no resistance and instead inciting its wrath, the creature roared thunderously, its massive form lunging at us with terrifying speed. Old Xie shoved me aside, warning, "Longsheng, be careful." I stumbled backward, narrowly evading the creature's assault. Its speed was astonishing, and despite Old Xie's experience, he began to falter. Panic surged within me. This creature was evidently no ordinary malevolence, and even united, Old Xie and I might not withstand its might. Moreover, Lu Lar and the villagers' misconceptions filled me with frustration and despair. I knew that if the truth remained elusive, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to regain composure. If brute strength would not suffice, then I would resort to cunning. Observing the creature's movements closely, I noted that while it was ferocious, its attack patterns were predictable, and after each strike, it paused momentarily. Old Xie, its weakness lies in. Before I could finish, the creature roared again, its colossal claws swiping at me. I dodged hastily, but still felt the wind of its claws graze me, pain erupting in my chest as I coughed up blood. Upon witnessing this, Old Xie's eyes darkened with resolve. He bellowed, "Abomination, cease your rampage." The dagger in his hand erupted with blinding light, transforming into a streak of luminescence aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The monstrosity emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form crashing to the ground. I struggled to rise, approaching Old Xie's side. "Are you all right?" I asked. Old Xie shook his head, his pallor evident. "This creature is steeped in malevolence. I have expended much of my vitality. What now?" I looked at the twitching beast, unease creeping into my heart. Old Xie crouched beside the creature, scrutinizing it intently. His expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity. He looked up, his gaze penetrating. "Longsheng, the situation may be more complex than we anticipated." He reached out, retrieving a cold, black stone from the creature's body, emanating an eerie aura. "This item," he paused, as if weighing his words, "resembles a sacrificial offering." Old Xie's revelation sent a jolt of apprehension through me. Sacrificial offering? Could it be that this creature is merely a pawn? Who is orchestrating this, and to what end? I glanced at Old Xie, hoping for clarity, but he merely shook his head in silence, his eyes laden with concern. "Longsheng, though the creature's attacks were fierce, it has a flaw." I suppressed the pain in my chest, recalling our recent encounter. After each of its powerful strikes, it would pause momentarily. Old Xie's eyes brightened. "Well done, keen observation. This is indeed our opportunity to retaliate." After a brief contemplation, he continued, "My formation can diminish its strength, but it requires preparation time. Longsheng, your perceptive abilities are extraordinary. Can you foresee its attack trajectory?" I inhaled deeply, closing my eyes to concentrate on the energy fluctuations surrounding me. "I can." I opened my eyes, my voice resolute. "Excellent." Old Xie's eyes gleamed with intensity as he whispered the detailed battle plan in my ear. The clash resumed. The creature roared and lunged at us, a foul wind trailing behind it. I held my breath, attuned to its every movement. "It's coming." A jolt of adrenaline surged through me, and I swiftly dodged to the left, narrowly evading the creature's massive claws. Simultaneously, I shouted, channeling my energy to unleash a beam of golden light aimed at its vulnerable abdomen. The creature let out a piercing wail, its colossal form staggering. Old Xie seized the moment, his peachwood sword dancing in the air as he chanted incantations. A complex formation rapidly materialized, ensnaring the creature within its confines. The formation glowed ever brighter, while the creature's struggles became increasingly futile. Seizing the opportunity, I launched a series of golden beams, piercing into the creature's flesh. Finally, with a resounding crash, the monster disintegrated into a cloud of black mist. Vanishing without a trace, I leaned against Old Xie, both of us panting heavily. The villagers approached cautiously, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Suddenly, Old Xie lifted his head abruptly, his gaze piercing as he peered into the distant woods. His expression turned grave, his tone somber. It has not completely vanished. He grasped my arm tightly. Longsheng, we must go. Old Xie dragged me along as we sprinted until we reached the old locust tree at the village entrance. Where we finally paused to catch our breath, he gasped for air, his expression still somber. That creature is cunning. It has left a contingency. I wiped the sweat from my brow, a dull ache still throbbing in my chest. It escaped? Old Xie nodded. Yes, it fled, but it was also severely injured. It will not dare to wreak havoc for a time. He paused, his gaze shifting to the still-lit home of Lu Xiaozai. Longsheng? The matter of the spirit hall is far from resolved. Upon returning to the spirit hall, the villagers remained in a state of shock. Aunt Yang appeared particularly pale, muttering incessantly. The apprentice of the village doctor sat on the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had fled. Old Xia approached him, gently patting his shoulder. The apprentice flinched, gradually regaining clarity. What happened to me? You were under the control of malevolence, Old Xia replied calmly. It is over now. The apprentice recalled the events, his face turning ashen. It was that cloud of black mist. It controlled me, forcing me to tamper with Lu Xiaozai's coffin. He trembled, pointing at the coffin. There is something beneath it. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward. The carpenter, steeling his courage, pried open the coffin's bottom. Beneath the panel lay a puppet wrapped in red cloth, intricately carved to resemble me. It is the art of shadow manipulation. Old Xie's expression darkened. Someone intends to harm you, Longsheng. The truth is laid bare. The villagers finally realized their grave mistake in blaming me and flocked to apologize. Aunt Yang, in particular, grasped my hand tightly, filled with remorse. Lu Xiaozai's younger brother also hung his head, his cheeks flushed with shame. Although I felt a twinge of discomfort, witnessing the villagers' sincere contrition brought me a sense of relief. Together with Elder Xie, we followed the clues provided by the apprentice and discovered the lair of the malevolent spirit hidden within a cave on the back mountain. The atmosphere inside was suffocatingly ominous, filled with an array of bizarre ritualistic items. Without hesitation, Elder Xie set up a formation and incinerated everything in a fierce blaze. The village returned to its former tranquility, and the villagers expressed their profound gratitude, elevating my reputation to unprecedented heights. The recognition I received filled me with immense pride and solidified my resolve to follow Elder Xie in learning about folk taboos and geomancy. However, just when I thought all was settled, a haunting wail echoed from the abandoned mansion outside the village. Elder Xie abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the dilapidated house. He seized my arm, his grip like an iron vice, causing me pain. Changsheng, he said, his voice low and grave, his brow furrowed with an unfamiliar seriousness. That cry is not ordinary. Following his gaze, I looked towards the mansion, shrouded in the darkness of night, resembling a monstrous creature poised to devour everything. The chilling wind swept by, rustling the fallen leaves and adding to the eerie ambience. My heart sank, a wave of cold washing over me. The mournful cries, reminiscent of a woman's lament, pierced through the silence of the night, sending shivers down my spine. The fear from my previous encounter with the spirit had not yet fully dissipated, and this new sound cast a shadow over my heart. I swallowed hard, striving to maintain my composure. Elder Xie, this, I began, but he interrupted me. It's a vengeful spirit, he stated with certainty, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, and its resentment is profound. I inhaled sharply, an ominous premonition swelling within me. It seemed that this once peaceful village was about to be unsettled once more. Chapter 43. The initial exploration of the abandoned mansion, brimming with peril of vengeful spirit, with deep-seated resentment, I murmured. A heavy weight settling in my chest. I had heard tales from the elders in my childhood about this mansion being an ill-omened place, one that no one dared to approach. Tonight's wails threatened to stir a tempest once again. Drawing a deep breath, I addressed Elder Xie. I shall investigate. At that moment, I felt not only courage but an insatiable curiosity regarding the unknown, wishing to prove my capabilities. Elder Xie grasped my arm firmly. Are you out of your mind? You dare venture into a place with such dense resentment? His tone was stern yet laced with concern. I understood his worries, but the haunting cries were unsettling. And I had to see for myself. Elder Xie, rest assured. I am aware of my limits. I offered him a reassuring glance and began my approach towards the mansion. With a resigned sigh, Elder Xia called over several villagers, insisting, "You can't go alone. It's too dangerous." Among those who followed was the daughter of Hunter Liu, a girl whose bravery was astonishing. Upon hearing of the commotion, she darted forward, eager for excitement, completely oblivious to the dangers. However, she seemingly collided with an invisible barrier, bouncing back and grimacing in pain, regretting her reckless advance. Following closely was the son of Merchant Han, whose timid demeanor had him clutching an amulet provided by his father. His face ashen. This amulet, a source of comfort for him, instilled a sense of security. Lastly, there was Xiao the Mason, known for his calm demeanor and expertise in deciphering architectural traps. His presence could prove invaluable. As we cautiously approached the mansion, an icy chill enveloped us, rendering the air almost suffocating. "This place is truly sinister," exclaimed Hunter Liu's daughter, recalling her previous reckless charge that had resulted in her painful rebound. I scrutinized our surroundings, noting that an invisible barrier seemed to cloak the area around the mansion, obstructing our entry. This barrier was imperceptible yet undeniably present. A shiver ran down my spine. The mansion was more complex than I had anticipated. I opened my mouth to speak, but Elder Xia raised his hand to silence me, his expression grave and his eyes fixed on the mansion's entrance. "Someone is coming," he murmured, and no sooner had he spoken than a shadow emerged from the depths of the mansion. The figure was hunched, its features obscured, emanating a chilling aura that made it difficult to breathe. He glided to the doorway and paused, its hollow gaze seeming to penetrate us, sending a chill down my spine. Suppressing my fear, I recalled the breathing techniques Elder Xia had taught me. Striving to remain calm, I carefully observed the layout surrounding the mansion, the knowledge of geomancy imparted by Elder Xia flooding my mind. The mansion faced south, backed by a foreboding forest, while desolate fields lay in front. This arrangement was steeped in malevolence. Any living soul residing here would eventually succumb to the oppressive aura. My gaze swept across several peculiar stones encircling the mansion. A thought igniting in my mind. Could it be? Xiao the Mason, come over here and examine these stones surrounding the mansion. Is there anything unusual about them? Xiao approached, squinting as he inspected the stones carefully. These stones appear to have been deliberately arranged, forming a formation. He stated steadily, "A formation." My heart leapt with excitement. Indeed. I pointed to an inconspicuous stone. This stone serves as the focal point. If we can unravel this formation, perhaps we can unlock the mansion's door. You have quite the eye, young one, Elder Xia praised, though his expression remained serious. However, this focal point is surrounded by traps. Proceed with utmost caution. I took a deep breath and instructed Xiao to carefully disarm the traps encircling the focal point. As he worked, Xiao felt a profound respect for the ancient techniques, believing that each movement honored the legacy of the craft. His hands moved swiftly and steadily, soon resolving several minor traps. With the final trap disarmed, a resounding click echoed as the mansion's door slowly creaked open. A wave of even more potent malevolence surged forth, far more intense than before. The son of Merchant Han paled, trembling as he retrieved a small wooden carving from his pocket, intricately depicting a fearsome beast that emitted a faint glow, countering some of the dark energy. "This is a protective totem passed down from my ancestors, said to repel all evil spirits," he stammered. Clutching the carving tightly, with the totem at hand, we felt a small measure of reassurance as I led the way into the mansion. Upon stepping through the threshold, an icy gust enveloped me, the chill sending shivers down my spine. "Be cautious," Elder Xia suddenly warned. And no sooner had he spoken than a cluster of vengeful spirits erupted from the depths of the mansion, their ghastly faces twisted into malevolent grins. Sharp claws glinting ominously, they lunged at us, exuding an overpowering stench of decay. My heart raced as I swiftly surveyed our surroundings, identifying a layout within the mansion that could counter the spirits. I deftly maneuvered the spirits towards this area, their strength diminishing immediately. Heaven-s thunder and earth-s fire, vanquish the evil, Elder Xia intoned, sweeping his talisman, unleashing a barrage of incantations that ignited in brilliant flames. Surging towards the spirits, however, proved cunning, slipping through my defenses like eels, constantly shifting their attack patterns in an attempt to breach my barrier. Unaware of the danger, Hunter Lu's daughter rushed forward, brandishing a hatchet. I reacted swiftly, pulling her back. Don't be foolish. You cannot contend with these beings. Her face blanched with fear, and she retreated hastily. Meanwhile, the son of Merchant Han cowered behind Xiao, trembling, the glow of his protective carving flickering uncertainly. Nearing its limit, I maintained the barrier while monitoring the spirit's movements. I noticed that whenever we approached a corner on the western side of the mansion, the spirits grew increasingly frenzied, their attacks more ferocious. Something there was undoubtedly worth protecting. Could that be the source of the vengeful spirits? Elder Xie's spells were potent, causing the spirits to emit anguished wails as they gradually dissipated. I lowered the barrier, wiping the sweat from my brow, and said to Elder Xie, "It seems we have found the right place. That corner to the west must hold the key." Elder Xie nodded, his expression grave. "Be careful. The closer we draw to the truth, the more perilous it becomes." We cautiously made our way towards the corner on the western side, the chill in the air growing ever more oppressive. The son of the merchant was on the brink of tears, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the distance, hazy and indistinct in the night, resembling a hunchbacked old witch who leaned on a gnarled staff as she approached the desolate mansion step by step. Her icy gaze pierced through the darkness, sending a shiver down my spine. I whispered, She is coming." Old Xie squinted, his voice grave as he replied, "It's Gua the witch. The old crone has indeed arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu the hunter's daughter recoiled behind me, trembling with fright. "Gua the witch? Is she the one who raises spirits and casts curses?" I patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, though my own heart raced with trepidation. The nefarious methods of Gua the witch were well known among the villagers. It was said that she could summon malevolent forces to wreak havoc. We held our breath, watching as the figure drew nearer. Gua the witch halted at the entrance of the mansion, her murky eyes scanning us before she let out a sinister chuckle. "A group of fools daring to come here to meet their doom?" Xiao the stonemason stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. "Gua the witch, we are merely here to uncover the truth. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling." "Truth?" Gua the witch cackled ominously. "The secrets of this forsaken place are beyond your grasp. Wise ones would flee at once, or else." She slowly raised her staff, and as it ascended, the surroundings warped grotesquely. When her staff struck the ground, not only did it unleash a gust of chilling wind, but eerie symbols and phantoms also materialized. The merchant's son gasped, "Oh no," as the protective wooden talisman in his grasp flared brightly, only to dim almost immediately. His face turned ashen, and he stuttered. "It seems to be losing its power." My heart sank. It appeared that Gua the witch was not a benign presence. Chapter 44. The Witch's Disruption. The path to resolution. Gua the witch's gnarled fingers clutched the staff like a claw, muttering incantations that echoed with ancient malevolence. With her bizarre chant, the frigid atmosphere within the mansion thickened, as though countless cold eyes were watching us from the shadows. The merchant's son paled, the talisman flickering uncertainly, akin to a candle flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "You audacious little brats dare to tread upon my territory," Gua the witch mocked, her voice as grating as a night owl's cry. "The secrets of this mansion are not for your prying eyes. Wise ones would retreat, or else I shall ensure you never return." Gua the witch, the malevolence of this mansion has already affected our village. We must put an end to it. I forced down my fear and spoke defiantly, my neck strained with resolve. "Indeed, we fear you not." Lu the hunter's daughter, emboldened despite her trembling, shouted from behind me. Gua the witch was thoroughly incensed, a fierce glint flashing in her murky eyes. "You refuse to heed my warning. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a swift motion, she raised her staff and swung it down towards us. A powerful gust of sinister wind surged forward, tightening around my throat like an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. The merchant's son collapsed to the ground in terror, the protective talisman in his hand extinguished. Devoid of any light, "Stonemason, take the merchant's son and retreat," I bellowed, shoving Lu the hunter's daughter towards Xiao the stonemason. "Changsheng, be careful," Old Xie warned gravely. Drawing a deep breath, I focused all my attention on Gua the witch. I knew I could not falter. I had received kindness from the villagers throughout my life, and now was the time to repay that kindness. Even in the face of this terrifying witch, I would stand firm like a warrior, I had to protect everyone. I could not let Gua the witch prevail. I intently watched her movements, attempting to anticipate her next attack. Old Xie produced a handful of copper coins from his pocket, murmuring incantations as if setting a formation. "Come forth, old hag. Let me see what abilities you truly possess." I clenched my fists, my gaze fixed upon Gua the witch, feeling an inexplicable surge of power within me. "Changsheng, concentrate and attune yourself," Old Xie instructed softly. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply, and the world around me seemed to quiet. The howling wind, the witch's piercing laughter, the merchant son's quaking breaths gradually faded away, replaced by an unusual vibration that rippled outward from the depths of the mansion. I perceived a dark mist emanating from Gua the witch, coiling and twisting like a venomous snake, poised to strike. To the left, I suddenly opened my eyes and darted to the side. Almost simultaneously, the witch's staff, propelled by a howling wind, crashed down where I had just stood, creating a pit in the ground and sending debris flying. "That was close. You possess some skill," Gua the witch sneered, "but do you truly think you can contend with me?" She raised her staff once more, dark energy swirling around her, even more ferocious than before. I dared not underestimate her. I remained fully alert to the shifting currents. Old Xie did not remain idle either. He spun the copper coins rapidly, forming a barrier of golden light that repelled some of the witch's malice. "Changsheng, hold steady," he commanded. Seeing her efforts thwarted, Gua the witch screeched with fury, "Spirits, arise!" In an instant, the mansion erupted with wind, and a horde of grotesque spirits surged forth, shrieking piercingly as they lunged toward us. The merchant's son curled into a ball, his face as pale as a sheet. Xiao the stonemason shielded him, his own expression grim. I let out a cold laugh. I was prepared for this from my pocket. I retrieved the talisman Old Xie had given me earlier, murmuring the incantation. The talisman ignited with a resounding roar, transforming into a fierce blaze. I swept my arm, and the flames surged forth like a dragon. Engulfing the spirits, they shrieked in agony, scattering in every direction. Gua the witch's expression shifted dramatically. "You? How could you?" I did not continue to wield the talisman. Instead, I bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it forcefully at her staff, her instrument of power. Gua the witch clearly did not anticipate this move. She had assumed I would engage her in a contest of spells like Old Xie. Momentarily stunned, the stone struck her staff with a resonant thud, causing the dark energy surrounding it to falter. The once imperious visage of Gua the witch twisted in shock, her incantations faltering, resembling a comical fool. "Now, Old Xie, this is the moment," I shouted. Old Xie had been prepared. He maintained a composed demeanor, yet the slight tremor in his fingers and the beads of sweat on his brow betrayed his tension. His gaze was fixed on Gua the witch, the copper coins in his hand seemingly alive as they spun with dexterity. He gestured and recited an incantation, a flash of golden light illuminating the air as a powerful spell struck Gua the witch. Simultaneously, I chanted my own incantation, swiftly maneuvering my hands to conjure an invisible barrier between Gua the witch and the mansion, severing her connection to the malevolent forces within. Caught off guard, Gua the witch was struck by Old Xie's spell, emitting a shriek as she staggered backward. Her complexion turned ghastly pale, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips as she glared at us with venomous hatred. "You little brats," she rasped, her voice laced with fear. Deprived of her connection to the mansion's malevolence, she resembled a toothless tiger. Her power diminished. I gazed at her with steadfast determination. Launching the talisman like a bolt of lightning, it soared through the air, leaving a brilliant trail as it hurtled towards Gua the witch, who could only retreat helplessly, her once intimidating aura evaporating, leaving behind only dread and disarray. Thinking of escaping? I scoffed, realizing her imminent defeat. Gua the witch shot us a resentful glare before attempting to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Old Xie barked, sending a copper coin flying that struck her squarely in the back. With a cry of despair, she fell to the ground, struggling briefly before scrambling to her feet and fleeing into the night, disappearing into the shadows. We did not pursue her, for I understood that something far more significant awaited us within the mansion. Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze toward the depths of the mansion. At that moment, a heavier sense of oppression enveloped the air, making it difficult to breathe. The presence of vengeful spirits loomed ever closer. I felt old Xie's hand on my shoulder, his voice low and steady. Be cautious, Changsheng. Though Gua the witch had fled, her malevolent gaze lingered in my mind like a nail driven into my heart. I knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Without delay, we advanced deeper into the mansion. The air grew increasingly tense, the chill wrapping around my neck like a venomous serpent, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Old Xie's hand remained heavy on my shoulder, a reassuring weight amidst the dread, as we traversed into the depths of the mansion, which lay shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid even of the chirping of insects. I could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of my heartbeat, each thump echoing in my ears. Changsheng, be careful. The voice of the old man Xie resonated with a deep, hoarse timbre, as if it emerged from the very depths of the earth. This place exuded an unsettling aura. I nodded slightly, swallowing hard, my palms slick with cold sweat. Suddenly, I felt a powerful chill rush towards me, and a vague figure seemed to flicker before my eyes. Disappearing in an instant, I jerked my head up, yet saw nothing. Did you see that? I whispered to old man Xie. He offered no reply, his expression growing more grave as he fixed his gaze ahead, slowly raising the peachwood sword in his hand, intoning, "Show yourself." Chapter 45. Exorcising the wronged souls, the haunted residence finds peace as soon as old man Xie's words fell. A gust of cold wind howled past us, swirling the fallen leaves on the ground like a legion of phantoms dancing in the air. I felt my mind being assaulted, a piercing pain radiating through my head as if a sharp knife were violently stirring my brain. The surrounding environment grew even more sinister, with faces of wronged souls seemingly materializing on the walls, contorting, snarling, and silently screaming. Lamenting their past grievances, I gritted my teeth, enduring the agony, and once again employed my knowledge of feng shui to carefully observe the layout around me. This desolate residence faced south with its back against a small hill. Behind it lay a dry well, its mouth covered by a massive slab of blue stone, upon which were inscribed symbols I could not decipher. I had an inkling that this dry well was the very source of the wronged soul's unrest. Old man Xie, there's something amiss with the dry well behind the residence. I pointed in the direction of the well, my voice trembling from the pain in my head. Old man Xie nodded solemnly, his face grave. Let us go take a look. We approached the dry well cautiously. A formidable malevolent force surged forth from its depths. Like an invisible hand gripping my throat, nearly suffocating me, I felt my body growing heavier, as though I were being drawn into the well itself. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to steady my mind. Retrieving the talisman that old man Xie had given me, clenching it tightly in my hand. The talisman radiated a gentle warmth, coursing through my body, providing me some relief. Changsheng, be cautious. This well seals a powerful malevolent spirit. Old man Xie's voice was deep and hoarse, sounding both like a warning and a comfort. I nodded, swallowing hard, my palms drenched in cold sweat. I stepped to the edge of the well, slowly pushing aside the enormous blue stone slab. A denser wave of malevolence surged forth from the well, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and a figure of a woman with disheveled hair floated out from the depths. Her hair writhed like black waterweeds in the chill wind. Her face was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, her lips a shade of blue, her eyes filled with malice, fixated upon me with a chilling, mirthless grin. The laughter seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, bone-chilling and soul-shaking. You all shall perish. I stepped back, gripping the talisman tightly, silently reciting the exorcism incantation that old man Xie had taught me. He stood beside me, the peachwood sword gleaming with golden light, declaring in a solemn tone, "Malevolent spirit, why do you not depart swiftly?" The female ghost let out a shrill scream and lunged towards us. Old man Xie swiftly pulled me behind him, raising the peachwood sword. Muttering incantations as the ghost charged, the stench of decay was almost enough to peel my skin away. Old man Xie shouted, and the sword's golden light flared, its tip aimed at the center of the ghost's forehead. "Malevolent spirit, why do you not submit to your fate?" His movements were agile, not at all like those of an elderly man, as he wielded his sword with deft precision, forcing the ghost to retreat again and again. Taking a deep breath, it was now my turn. I retrieved the copper bell, talisman paper, and a bowl of clear well water I had prepared earlier, as instructed by old man Xie. Heaven and earth are natural, dispersing the foul qi. The cave is profound, Illuminating the primordial essence, I began to recite the exorcism incantation. The copper bell rang with a clear, melodious tone, while the talisman paper ignited spontaneously, a wisp of green smoke rising gracefully. Old Man Xie stood beside me, forming hand seals, a stream of warmth continuously flowing into my body, granting me protection. As the incantation progressed, the malevolent energy from the well surged violently, the ghost's screams growing more agonizing as she struggled, as if striving to break free from some binding force. Deep within the well, a powerful malevolent force began to stir, gradually coalescing into a massive black figure, its visage grotesque, lunging towards me. I felt no fear as I continued reciting the incantation, shaking the copper bell with increasing urgency. Simultaneously, following Old Man Xie's teachings, I swiftly formed hand seals to channel the energies of the 5 elements around me, creating a protective barrier against the shadow's assault. The shadow spread through the air like a blot of ink, its shape shifting constantly, at times resembling a gigantic claw, at others a distorted humanoid figure, lunging at me with ferocity, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Boom! The shadow collided with the barrier, producing a resounding crash. The barrier shook violently, but I gritted my teeth, resolutely maintaining my stance. The shadow's onslaught grew ever more ferocious, crashing against the barrier like an unstoppable tide. Yet I managed to deftly redirect each attack. In that moment, I thought to myself, today, Gu Chongqing shall risk his life to ensure that this malevolent spirit does not harm the villagers. I have trained in feng shui for so long for this very moment. I must prevail. From a distance, Han Hualang's son stood pale-faced, trembling as he shouted, Gu, brother Gu, you can do it, though timid. His words unexpectedly bolstered my resolve. A warm surge spread through my heart, fortifying my determination against the malevolent force. The shadow seemed to sense my conviction. Growing ever more violent, I let out a deafening roar, causing the entire haunted residence to tremble violently. I felt my strength waning, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Suddenly, the copper bell in my hand emitted a crisp sound, cracking with a fine line. My heart sank. This was not good. Old Man Xie's expression turned grave as he whispered, Changsheng, be careful. It is desperate now. He grasped my shoulder, pulling me back just as a tremendous crash resounded, shaking the very ground beneath us. Old Man Xie abruptly threw me to the ground just as a massive beam fell, landing precisely where we had just stood, debris scattering everywhere. As the dust settled, I scrambled to my feet, shaken, while Old Man Xie slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, calmly stating, It seems this malevolent spirit possesses some skill after all. I wiped the dust from my face, forcing a smile. Old Man Xie, your agility surpasses mine. He chuckled softly, saying nothing, though his eyes grew sharper. He understood that the true battle was only just beginning. Though the shadow had been repelled, it had not vanished. It lurked, waiting for an opportunity. I took a deep breath, grasping the spare copper bell once more, continuing to recite the exorcism incantation. This time, my voice rang out with renewed strength and conviction. The sound of the copper bell resounded, a purifying melody dispelling the lingering darkness within the haunted residence. As the incantation progressed, the ghost's wails gradually diminished, and the shadow began to fade, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke. Dissipating into the air, a wave of relief washed over me. We had succeeded. Heaven and earth are natural. Dispersing the foul qi, I finished the final line of the incantation, exhaling deeply. The chilling atmosphere in the haunted residence dissipated, replaced by the long-lost warmth of sunlight and fresh art. That moment, the villagers gathered around, lifting me and Old Man Xie high in celebration, cheering, Changsheng the hero, you are our village's savior. Old Man Xie nodded in satisfaction, saying, Indeed, Changsheng, you performed admirably. He withdrew a yellow talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the well's mouth, then produced some red cinnabar, sketching a complex formation on the ground, enveloping the entire haunted residence. This is a sealing formation that can completely lock away the malevolent energy here, preventing it from causing further mischief. Old Man Xie explained. I watched in admiration as he deftly executed the motions. My heart swelling with respect, I silently vowed to thoroughly study these folk taboos and feng shui techniques to safeguard the tranquility of our village. Lu the hunter's daughter and Han Hualang's son approached, their faces brimming with gratitude. "Brother Gu, thank you. You saved us," Lu the hunter's daughter exclaimed excitedly. I smiled. It was nothing. It was my duty. Xiao the stone mason also approached, scrutinizing the formation Old Man Xie had set up. Nodding in approval, Old Man Xie's mastery of formations is indeed profound and commendable. Old Man Xie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Merely a trivial skill, not worth mentioning." As we departed the haunted residence and walked the path back to the village. The villagers cast us admiring glances. I felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. However, just as we were leaving the haunted residence, I suddenly sensed a faint, eerie presence lingering at the village's edge. I halted. Gazing into the distance, my brow furrowed. Old Man Xia also noticed my unease, following my gaze as he intoned gravely, "What troubles you?" A chill gripped my heart. The presence was cold and sinister, distinctly different from the malevolence we had just faced. Could there be other entities lurking in the shadows? I stopped in my tracks, staring towards the village entrance, my brow knitted tightly. "Old Man Xie, do you sense it?" I whispered, lowering my voice. Old Man Xie stroked his beard, his gaze piercing as he scanned the distance. "Indeed, I feel it. This aura is rather peculiar." Elu the hunter's daughter, her face pale with fear, clutched my sleeve tightly. "Brother Gu, could there be more ghosts?" she asked. Her voice trembling, I gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. "Do not fear, for both I and Old Man Xie are here." The son of the Korean merchant was so frightened that he cowered behind the stone mason, trembling uncontrollably. The stone mason, however, remained relatively composed, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings as he solemnly remarked, "This ominous presence seems to be emanating from the direction of the cemetery beyond the village." A wave of dread washed over me. The cemetery was indeed the most sinister place in the village. An unsettling premonition surged within me. Suddenly, Old Man Xie's expression shifted dramatically as he seized my arm. Speaking urgently, "This is bad, Changsheng. We must return at once." The urgency in his tone was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Before I could inquire about the cause, the ground quaked beneath us, and a chilling scream echoed from afar. I turned sharply, only to behold a towering column of dark mist rising at the village entrance. Chapter 46. Re-entering the abandoned house, encountering a formidable foe. That strange, elusive presence continued to linger in my mind. Akin to a fishbone lodged in the throat, refusing to be expelled, I resolved to venture once more into the abandoned house to uncover the truth. Old Man Xie's brow furrowed in concern. Yet he ultimately relented to my insistence and agreed to accompany me. The daughter of the hunter and the son of the Korean merchant insisted on following, while the stone mason volunteered to ensure our safety. As we stepped into the abandoned house, a chilling aura enveloped us, as if we had plunged into an ice cellar. The previously sealed malevolent energy seemed to be stirring once more, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay. The hunter's daughter shuddered involuntarily, clinging tightly to my arm, her face ashen. "Brother Gu, I am frightened," she stammered. I patted her hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not fear, I am here." We made our way toward the desolate well behind the house. Old Man Xie led the way, the needle of his compass spinning wildly, seemingly guiding our path. Suddenly, the surroundings began to warp, and strange phantoms materialized before us. They morphed into grotesque apparitions one moment and our deepest fears the next. Attempting to ensnare our minds, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not be deceived by these illusions," Old Man Xie warned loudly. The son of the Korean merchant turned pale with fright, clutching his talisman tightly, his eyes darting nervously as he muttered prayers. The stone mason remained vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden threats. The phantoms grew increasingly vivid and terrifying, emitting piercing shrieks as if they sought to consume you. My consciousness began to blur, and the world around me distorted. Just then, Old Man Xie bellowed, "Wretched fiends, cease your insolence." He swung his peachwood sword, and a flash of golden light erupted, causing several phantoms to dissipate in an instant. I steadied my mind and carefully observed the surroundings. The phantoms did not appear haphazardly. They seemed to form an arrangement according to a certain pattern, subtly constituting a formation. I calmed myself, recalling the feng shui knowledge that Old Man Xie had once imparted. Akin to grasping a thread of dawn amidst the darkness, the phantoms surged towards me, seemingly intent on preventing me from discovering the formation's focal point. Resolute, I bit my finger, letting my blood drip into the air. As if infusing it with my determination, with blood as my guide, I swiftly moved my hands, chanting incantations as I drew the talisman in midair. The talisman burst forth in golden radiance, its brilliance blinding those around me. Eliciting gasps of a W and S, the talisman merged with the focal point. The formation crumbled, and Old Man Xie exclaimed with excitement, "Good lad. Truly, you have surpassed your teacher." The others looked at me with admiration, and a profound sense of accomplishment surged within me. We continued toward the withered well, and as we approached, the chilling aura became increasingly oppressive. Upon reaching the well's edge, a surge of powerful malevolent energy erupted. As if it sought to devour us, a colossal figure slowly ascended from the depths, casting a shadow over us like a dark cloud. The malevolence was unlike anything I had ever encountered. It resembled a grotesque mass of twisted flesh, covered in countless eyes that glimmered with a sinister green light, akin to the ghostly flames of the abyss. The flickering green light seemed capable of piercing one's soul. Instilling an icy dread, it exuded a nauseating stench, the odor wrapping around our nostrils like tangible tendrils, threatening to induce vomiting. As it rose, the air around us felt as though it had frozen. A tremendous pressure descending upon us, rendering us akin to ants in a storm, small and helpless. The hunter's daughter screamed in terror, her voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The son of the Korean merchant turned pale, trembling as he produced an ancestral talisman, a jade pendant intricately carved with runes, which emitted a faint glow yet appeared insignificant against the backdrop of overwhelming darkness and terror. Although the stone mason gripped his tools tightly, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, reflecting his tension and vigilance. A profound unease welled up within me. Old Man Xie's expression grew grave, the peachwood sword humming ominously as if sensing the immense threat. "Changsheng, this malevolence is formidable. We must proceed with caution," he warned solemnly. That I nodded, gripping the talisman tightly, bracing myself for the impending battle. The immense malevolence slowly opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, emitting a deafening roar that unleashed a wave of oppressive force. "Not good," Old Man Xie suddenly shouted, shoving me aside. Before I could react, a tremendous force struck me. The malevolence roared, and countless eyes on its grotesque mass shot forth beams of eerie green light, laden with intense malice, hurtling toward us. I reacted swiftly, chanting incantations as I rapidly formed hand signs, conjuring a golden barrier that sprang up before Old Man Xie and me, shielding us from the onslaught of green light. "Wretched fiends, do not be so arrogant," Old Man Xie bellowed, wielding his peachwood sword, unleashing golden talismans that struck the malevolence. It howled in agony, black smoke billowing from its form, yet it seemed impervious to pain. Growing even more frenzied, its massive tentacles lashed out violently, propelling the stone mason away, who crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "Uncle Mason," I cried out, my heart racing with anxiety. The son of the Korean merchant, pale with fright, hastily raised the jade pendant above his head. The pendant emitted a brilliant glow, enveloping the stone mason in a protective shield. The malevolence's attacks were erratic and unpredictable, alternating between beams of resentment and tentacle strikes. Old Man Xie and I struggled to keep pace, gradually feeling overwhelmed as I dodged the malevolence's onslaught. I pondered desperately for a solution. Suddenly, I noticed a detail. Whenever sunlight illuminated the malevolence, it instinctively recoiled. A wave of exhilaration surged through me upon this realization. I shouted to the son of the Korean merchant, "Quick, hold the jade pendant directly over the well." Although he trembled in fear, he gritted his teeth and unsteadily raised the pendant above the well. In that instant, the pendant radiated a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. A torrent of light surging toward the malevolence, I let out a soul-piercing scream, its massive form trembling violently as those once terrifying green eyes dimmed like flickering candles in the wind. It began to retreat slowly, leaving behind a trail of black marks on the ground. We were all astonished by this sudden turn of events, bursting into cheers as a sense of triumph surged through me. I exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. Old Man Xie sheathed his sword and approached me, concern etched on his face. "Changsheng, Are you all right? He inquired. I shook my head, gazing at the pitch-black well, a greater anxiety welling up within me. Although the malevolence had temporarily retreated, I knew it would not relinquish its pursuit easily. We must ascend. Old Man Sia stated resolutely. I nodded. Rising once more, a cold wind wafted from the well's depths, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. Old Man Sia and I exchanged glances, tightening our grips on our weapons, preparing to re-enter this realm of uncertainty. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the well's depths, as if something were approaching. Wait! I grasped Old Man Sia's arm, sensing an approaching presence. The rustling grew more pronounced, and I held my breath, feeling something crawl up the well's wall. Abruptly, a woman with disheveled hair emerged from the well. Her pallid face and hollow eyes unmistakably that of the long-missing daughter of the hunter. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she rasped, "Brother Chongsheng, save me." A chill coursed through me. This was clearly not the hunter's daughter, but rather a guise adopted by the malevolence. Old Man Sia shouted, "Wretched fiend, reveal yourself." The peachwood sword lunged forth, striking the hunter's daughter in the chest. She let out a piercing scream as her body rapidly withered, transforming into a cloud of black smoke, revealing the true daughter of the hunter behind her, pale and weak, clearly having been under the malevolence's control for an extended period. The son of the Korean merchant hurriedly rushed to support her. This malevolence is cunning. It must be eradicated completely. Old Man Sia declared gravely, "I understand. The true battle has only just begun. We must delve into this desolate abode, unearthing the source of the malevolence. In order to resolve this crisis once and for all, let us proceed." I leapt into the well first, with the Old Man Sia following closely behind. Han Huolong's son carried the unconscious daughter of Luel, while Xiao Shijiang trailed behind us. The bottom of the well was cold and damp, permeated with a nauseating stench of decay. I ignited a fire stick, its faint glow illuminating the surroundings, revealing a narrow passage at the well's bottom. Xia grasped my arm and whispered, "Be cautious. This passage." Chapter 47. Delving into the desolate abode. Unraveling the source. The passage at the bottom of the well was even narrower than I had anticipated, compelling me to crawl forward. My name is Chongsheng, and I have had some past experiences in uncovering mysteries, driven by an intense curiosity for the enigmatic, which is why I found myself here with the others. Though fear gripped my heart, the presence of my companions urged me not to falter at this critical moment. Xia followed closely behind, his peachwood sword emitting a faint light that dispelled the surrounding chill. Han Huolong's son, despite his timidity, bravely sheltered the daughter of Lu, offering her quiet reassurances even as terror gripped him. Xiao Shijiang remained at the rear, a man of few words yet extraordinary skill, wielding a peculiar tool as he incessantly tapped the walls of the passage, seemingly in search of some mechanism, his focus rendering the dangers around us non-existent. "This passage feels amiss," Xia's voice resonated in my ear. Tinged with gravity, I too sensed it. The oppressive aura within the passage grew heavier, stifling my breath. Distorted faces seemed to materialize upon the walls, emitting silent wails, as if malevolent spirits clawed their way from the abyss of hell. Their features grotesquely contorted, eyes glinting with an eerie green luminescence. I felt as though my body was ensnared by countless cold hands, each exuding a breath of death, and with every step, I struggled to break free from the shackles of mortality. As if mired in a quagmire, the daughter of Lu emitted a pained groan, and Han Huolong's son turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His legs began to buckle, nearly collapsing as he gritted his teeth. Veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down, repetitively murmuring for the Bodhisattva's protection. "Hold on." I gritted my teeth and pressed on. Just as we all felt we could endure no longer, an epiphany struck me. Rather than forcibly resisting these vengeful spirits, we should yield to their power. Relax. Everyone, loosen your bodies and feel their strength. Follow their lead. Xia paused momentarily, then a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. However, Han Huolong's son, trembling, protested, "But what if we are consumed by their wrath?" I resolutely replied, "We have no other choice. Trust me." Xia nodded in agreement. "Well said, lad. You have spirit." He was the first to relax, allowing the vengeful spirits to envelop him. After a moment's hesitation, Han Huolong's son and Xiao Shijiang followed suit. Miraculously, as we acquiesced to the vengeful spirits, We discovered they began to guide us in a particular direction. As if leading us onward, a glimmer of light appeared at the passage's end, prompting us to quicken our pace and crawl out. We found ourselves in a spacious underground chamber, the walls adorned with strange runes, the air thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, laden with various ancient sacrificial items, dominated by a colossal bronze cauldron at its center, within which burned a ghostly green flame, emanating a chilling dread. Xia approached the bronze cauldron, scrutinizing the engravings with an increasingly grave expression. "This is the altar of an ancient evil deity." A shiver coursed through me, an ominous premonition swelling within. Suddenly, the chamber's door began to close slowly, emitting a dull thud. "It seems we are trapped." Xiao Shijiang's voice was low and calm. "No, it is here. It has arrived." Xia's voice trembled as he pointed at the bronze cauldron, his eyes filled with terror. Following his gaze, I beheld the green flames within the cauldron surge violently, a colossal shadow slowly rising from the inferno. This shadow appeared to be woven from countless tormented souls, exuding a repulsive stench. Its form twisted and morphed, at times resembling a gigantic serpent, at others a spiky demon. With blood-red eyes fixed upon us, as if intent on devouring our very souls, its emergence, the chamber's temperature plummeted to freezing, frost beginning to accumulate on the walls, our breaths transforming into white mist. "Changsheng!" A weak voice emerged from behind me. I turned to see the daughter of Lu stirring awake. Once a lively and charming girl, she now possessed a vacant gaze, speaking in a voice that seemed alien to her own. "It requires a sacrifice." Compelled by the chilling malevolence, we were drawn like puppets, ultimately halting before a seemingly ordinary wall. Xiao Shijiang squinted, lightly tapping the wall with his fingers, pondering. "Hollow. There is something behind it." He retrieved a small pickaxe from his toolkit and swiftly carved out an opening, revealing a dark entrance. This was indeed a hidden underground chamber. We filed in, a moldy scent assaulting our senses, sending Han Huolong's son into a coughing fit. The chamber was dimly lit. Only the faint glow of Xia's peachwood sword allowed us to discern the scene within. Various bizarre sacrificial items lay scattered about. Rusted swords and broken clay figurines, alongside unidentifiable animal bones, the eerie atmosphere sending chills down our spines. "This place is cursed." Han Huolong's son trembled, clutching Lu's daughter tightly, his face as pale as parchment. Xia furrowed his brow, meticulously surveying the surrounding walls, when suddenly he spotted a locked wooden box in a corner. Xiao Shijiang smashed the lock with a few strikes, revealing a thick notebook bound in an unknown animal hide. Xia carefully opened it, the text within twisted and bizarre, resembling ancient hieroglyphs. Xia, well versed in such matters due to his past encounters with malevolence, began to translate the text, revealing a horrifying account of a sinister ritual. It turned out that the master of this desolate abode had once conducted a forbidden ceremony here, seeking the power of immortality, only to inadvertently summon a malevolent entity, which subsequently devoured his soul. This entity had since been bound to this place, its resentment deepening over time, culminating in the curse of vengeful spirits we now faced. "Thus, the secret of this desolate abode is unveiled," I murmured, a chill creeping down my spine. Suddenly, Lu's daughter bolted upright, her eyes vacant, her voice shrill and piercing. "No, you cannot disrupt the ritual." She seized my arm with astonishing strength, her nails digging painfully into my flesh. "Changsheng, be careful," Xia shouted, his peachwood sword aimed at Lu's daughter. Her shrill laughter pierced my eardrums, her grip terrifyingly strong, as if she could crush my bones. Xia acted swiftly, delivering a blow to her neck, and she crumpled to the ground. "This malevolence is relentless," Xia spat, as a faint red glow began to emanate from his peachwood sword, and no sooner had he spoken than the chamber's temperature plummeted. A gust of cold wind sweeping through, causing the candlelight to flicker precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. A distorted shadow began to materialize from the wall, exuding an oppressive aura. "You should not have come here." The shadow rasped, its voice laden with unending malice. "Enough of your tricks," Xia scoffed, directing his sword at the shadow. "Today, I shall rid the world of your scourge." He pricked his fingertip, using his blood as ink to inscribe a complex sigil in the air. The sigil shimmered with golden light, its radiance piercing the shadow, each beam entwining and slicing, inflicting grievous wounds upon it, its wails echoing like a soul-crushing lament. The shadow thrashed violently against the golden barrier. Attempting to break free, Changsheng, hurry! Find a way to dispel the ritual. Xie's forehead glistened with sweat, clearly drained from sustaining the formation. I dared not delay, hastily flipping through the notebook, which indicated that to dispel the ritual, 5 special items were required: obsidian, chicken blood, a century-old peachwood, a strand of a newborn's hair, and an object known as the Insha pearl. The obsidian, chicken blood, and century-old peachwood were within the box. I swiftly retrieved them as I searched for the newborn's hair. I suddenly recalled a tattered doll I had seen in the corner earlier. Recalling its position, I rushed over and tore it open, finally discovering a strand of hair within its belly. Only the Insha pearl remained. Desperation gripped me as I scoured the chamber for any clues, yet found none. The shadow's assaults intensified, and the golden barrier began to crack. Xie, I cannot find the Insha pearl. I called out. Xie's expression grew grave. We must act swiftly. I am on the brink of collapse. Just then, strange symbols began to emerge on the walls of the basement, flickering with a sinister crimson glow. Could these symbols be related to the Insha pearl? The obsidian felt chilling to the touch. The century-old peachwood exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. The scent of rooster blood was pungent, and the fine hair of an infant was as soft as silk. With 4 items gathered, only the Insha pearl remained elusive. The scarlet symbols on the wall twisted and writhed, resembling an ancient script or perhaps a malevolent totem. Could the Insha pearl be connected to these symbols? A spark of realization struck me. I recalled old Xie mentioning that the master of this desolate mansion had been obsessed with a certain dark sorcery. Could these symbols be a record of that sorcery, with the Insha pearl as the key? Following the direction of the symbols, my gaze ultimately landed upon a nondescript stone tile at the farthest recess of the basement. This tile was slightly darker, standing out awkwardly from its surroundings. I hurried forward and pressed down hard. With a crack, the tile sank into the ground. After a rumbling sound, a fissure unexpectedly opened beneath the tile. A surge of joy filled me. Could the Insha pearl be below? Just as I reached out to investigate, old Xie seized my arm, warning me to be cautious of trickery. No sooner had he spoken than a pale hand suddenly emerged from the gap. Chapter 48. The mystery of the desolate mansion unraveled. New dangers approaching. Before entering the basement, we had scoured the village for methods to lift the curse on the desolate mansion. Under the guidance of a mysterious old man, we learned that we needed to find 5 items: obsidian, century-old peachwood, rooster blood, infant hair, and the Insha pearl to break the curse. Our search was fraught with challenges. The century-old peachwood was discovered in a dilapidated ancient residence, surrounded by an eerie aura. The rooster blood was extracted from the only large rooster in the village, which seemed to sense impending danger, making it a struggle to procure. The infant hair was obtained from an old woman who was initially reluctant to part with it. But after much pleading, she finally consented. The pale hand gripped my arm with a sudden force, sending a chill coursing through me. Instinctively, I tried to break free, but that hand possessed an unexpectedly great strength. Old Xie, quick-witted, thrust a peachwood sword toward the hand. With a hissing sound, black smoke erupted from the white hand, which retreated back into the Giapete. It was the vengeful spirit of the desolate mansion. Old Xie's expression turned grave. It seemed the Insha pearl would not be easily obtained. Time was of the essence, and the malevolent entity's struggles within the formation grew increasingly fierce. If we did not locate the Insha pearl promptly, the formation could be breached, plunging us into peril. The air in the basement grew heavier, and Lu the hunter's daughter began to cry in fear. Longsheng, I'm scared. She trembled behind me. I patted her shoulder and reassured her. Do not fear, I am here. Truthfully, I felt uncertain myself, but at this critical moment, I had to keep everyone steadied. I composed myself and resumed my scrutiny of the basement's layout and the symbols on the walls. Suddenly, I noticed that the arrangement of the symbols pointed toward a shabby chest in one corner. The chest appeared unremarkable, covered in dust. Had I not observed it closely, I might have overlooked it entirely. The chest, I shouted. The Insha pearl may be inside. Han Hualang's son, the most timid among us, hesitated in fear. However, Xiao the mason remained steadfast, approaching the chest without a word. As he neared it, I discerned subtle traces of mechanisms surrounding the chest, causing my heart to leap into my throat. Xiao the Mason also noticed the oddity. He cautiously avoided the traps and gently opened the chest. Inside lay a black pearl, exuding an eerie glow. It was the Yin Sha pearl. Elation surged within me as I quickly took the pearl. At that moment, the obsidian felt cold. The century-old peach would release a subtle fragrance. The scent of rooster blood was sharp, the infant hair was silky, and with this Yin Sha pearl, the 5 items were finally complete. Following old Xie's notes, I arranged the 5 items in the center of the basement and began to recite the incantation to lift the curse. As I chanted, the atmosphere in the basement grew increasingly uncanny. The symbols on the walls flickered more violently, as if animated. Just then, the basement door was thrust open, revealing Guo the Witch, her face twisted into a sinister smile. "You wish to lift the curse? It won't be that simple." She brandished a black staff, pointing it at me while muttering incantations. Old Xie's expression shifted dramatically. He realized the urgency. No, she intends to disrupt the ritual. He drew his peachwood sword and stood before me, urging, "Longsheng, continue the incantation. I will handle her." Chaos erupted in the basement as old Xie engaged Guo the Witch in battle. I dared not lose focus. Persistently reciting the incantation, though my anxiety grew, a powerful malevolence radiated from Guo the Witch, suffocating me. He felt as though a great weight pressed upon my body, making every word I uttered a monumental effort. Nearly overwhelming me with her dark energy, yet memories of past losses due to my cowardice flashed through my mind. This time, I would not falter. Drawing upon my formidable will, I persevered. Suddenly, my incantation was interrupted. Halting the ritual, old Xie turned sharply, shouting, "Longsheng, steady your mind, do not let her distract you." I took a deep breath, suppressing my fear, and began to chant once more, "Damn that old witch." As I continued the incantation, I felt a powerful force surge from within me, flowing into the Yin Sha pearl. The pearl emitted a blinding light, illuminating the entire basement. The symbols on the walls ceased their flickering as if subdued by some force. The vengeful spirits trapped within the formation began to calm, their wails of anguish fading. They gazed at me in confusion and anticipation. I retrieved the exorcism artifact old Xie had entrusted me, a quaint copper bell, and gently shook it. The clear sound reverberated through the basement, as if resonating from another realm. A warm, peaceful energy emanated from the bell, enveloping all the vengeful spirits. Gradually, the spirits found solace in the sound, their expressions of pain and resentment dissipating. They began to ascend slowly, transforming into twinkling starlight. As the spirits were liberated and became starlight, that starlight radiated warm energy back to me, enhancing my strength and amplifying my sense of accomplishment. The starlight coalesced into a grand pattern, resembling the village's totem, shining above the village. The villagers looked up in awe, struck by this miraculous sight, and ultimately, the spirits vanished into the void. Old Xie assisted me, employing both combat skills and his years of wisdom to cleverly counter Guo the Witch's underhanded tactics during their struggle. He recalled his youthful battles against malevolent forces, lamenting the passage of time. Yet his hands remained steady, the peachwood sword glowing faintly with golden light, shielding me from her interference. Guo the Witch's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing she could no longer thwart my efforts. "Damn it! You are ruining my plans," she screeched, turning to flee the basement as the last vengeful spirit was exorcised. The malevolent aura within the desolate mansion vanished completely. The air in the basement became fresh, free from the chill and oppression that had pervaded it. Together with old Xie, I rearranged the feng shui array, sealing the source of the malevolence in the desolate mansion once and for all. The mansion fell silent, and the village was liberated from its threat. The villagers cheered joyously, lifting me up and tossing me into the AIR.my reputation soared to new heights in the village. Filling me with immense pride, I glanced at old Xie, who was stroking his beard, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. However, just as we began to celebrate, an ominous horn echoed from outside the village. Old Xie's expression shifted abruptly. He grasped my arm tightly and whispered, "This is bad." The cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling cacophony of horns emanating from beyond the village. The sound was deep and eerie, akin to a lament from the depths of hell, sending shivers down my spine. Old Xie's face paled as he gripped my arm, whispering, They are coming. A wave of dread washed over me. An ominous premonition taking root. I understood that they referred to the sinister alliance lurking in the shadows. I had only heard whispers of their existence. Never did I imagine they were real and approaching so swiftly. The horn grew louder, transforming the villagers' cheers into terrified screams. They rushed to me, pleading for help, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Longsheng, save us, Longsheng, you must protect us. Faced with their terrified expressions, I felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on me. I knew I could not retreat. I must protect them. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. I will protect you." Old Xia approached my side, intently stating, "Longsheng, this enemy is formidable. We must be fully prepared." I nodded, understanding that this would be an exceptionally arduous battle. I enlisted the skilled stonemason, Shao, to fortify the village's defenses. As he toiled away on the fortifications, he regaled the villagers with cherished memories from his childhood spent in this very village. He expressed with fervor that this village was the cradle of his upbringing, the very roots of his existence, and his unwavering resolve to protect it was palpable. At the village entrance, he set traps and obstacles. Although Han Hualang's son was timid, the ancestral talisman against malevolent spirits from his family proved invaluable at this moment. Trembling, he emerged with the bag of protective items, battling inner turmoil. He feared the evil spirits, yet the trusting gazes of the villagers reminded him of the significance of his family's legacy, spurring him to recall the wise counsel of his ancestors. Resolving to conquer his fears, he distributed bags of vermilion and realgar powder to the villagers, instructing them on their usage. Lu, the huntress's daughter, though rash, surprised me when she boldly volunteered to join the fray. I soon realized her motivation stemmed from her father's past injuries inflicted by malevolent forces. She had long sought vengeance for him. Or perhaps she wished to prove that she was no longer the timid girl she once was. Clutching a hatchet tightly in her hand, her complexion may have been pale, yet her gaze radiated an unwavering determination. Han Hualang's son cowered behind the crowd, shaking in fear, yet he clutched the ancestral talisman tightly. As night descended, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the village. In the distance, flickering ghostly lights danced, chilling winds howled. As if something sinister approached, I stood at the village entrance, grasping the Yin Sha pearl, acutely aware of the increasingly oppressive aura of malevolence in the air. Suddenly, a piercing scream rent the night. I whipped around to see a shadow darting past from the other end of the village, moving with astonishing speed. "They have come," Old Xia hissed, his peachwood sword glowing with a brilliant light. I gazed outside the village, my heart heavy with anxiety and resolve. What manner of beings constituted this alliance of evil spirits? I tightened my grip on the Yin Sha pearl, which radiated a faint warmth. Seemingly responding to my inner turmoil, Old Xia stood beside me, his peachwood sword humming ominously, its blade exuding a chilling brilliance. He intoned gravely, "Changsheng, they are upon us." I turned to him, finding his gaze fierce and unyielding, ignited with a burning martial spirit. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing my garments to flap wildly. Narrowing my eyes, I peered toward the village entrance. There, a towering figure emerged, poised for battle. I shouted with all my might. Chapter 49. Breaking the alliance of evil spirits, unveiling the conspiracy behind a sinister horn echoed through the night, akin to a death knell from the depths of hell, painting the villagers' faces with sheer terror. "Everyone, remain calm, gather at the ancestral hall," called out village chief He, his voice hoarse. Yet, his trembling form offered no semblance of reassurance. The villagers scattered like headless flies, and I cursed under my breath, realizing that such chaos would only lead to our downfall against the malevolent forces. Dong the blacksmith's apprentice dashed over, drenched in sweat. "Brother Gu, allow me to assist you." This lad, though courageous, had limited skill, so I directed him to help calm the villagers while I surged toward the entrance. "Gu Changsheng, what use is your posturing here? Do you truly believe you can confront the alliance of evil spirits? How foolish!" The mocking voice of Chui, the geomancer's apprentice, reached my ears from behind. I spun around, seething with anger. "What are you doing here? Stop stirring trouble," he sneered. "I advise you to surrender before you suffer." This insolent fool dared to threaten me. Grabbing him by the collar, I demanded, "What are you scheming?" He struggled, a flicker of malice crossing his face. You will find out soon enough. I shoved him away, unwilling to waste time on his nonsense. Our immediate concern was to set up the formation. Old Xie had already taken his position in the clearing at the village entrance, his peachwood sword pointing skyward. Changsheng, do not waste time. He urged gravely. I inhaled deeply, suppressing my fury, and approached him. Closing my eyes, I attuned myself to the malevolent presence surrounding us. They loomed like a pack of ravenous beasts, watching us hungrily. I swiftly identified the critical point for the formation and informed Old Xie. Right here, he nodded, deftly extracting various feng shui tools, talismans, copper coins, and bagua mirrors from his satchel. Arranging them with practiced skill, I placed the Yin Sha pearl at the formation's center, a surge of formidable power emanating from the pearl, resonating with the surrounding feng shui implements. The formation began to take shape, and the malevolent aura grew increasingly chaotic, their horn blasts becoming intermittent. I sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching from outside the village. I knew the main force of the evil spirits was imminent. Suddenly, Old Xie grasped my hand, a warm current flowing into me, amplifying my strength significantly. He regarded me with trust. Changsheng, the next move is up to you. I nodded, tightly clutching the Yin Sha pearl, my gaze resolute as I faced the village entrance. Without warning, a thunderous roar erupted, and the ground trembled violently. A colossal figure appeared at the village entrance. More terrifying than any malevolent spirit I had encountered in my nightmares. It exuded a dense black aura, its blood-red eyes resembling two ghastly flames, fixated upon us. I gasped in shock. Was this the leader of the alliance of evil spirits? There was no time to ponder further, as swarms of smaller spirits surged forward like a tidal wave. Their razor-sharp claws carried a nauseating stench, frantically clawing at our defenses. Old Xie's peachwood sword whirled in a protective dance. Golden light flashing as he cleaved the approaching spirits in half. I wielded the Yin Sha pearl, unleashing powerful waves of malevolent energy that sent the smaller spirits reeling. "Brother Gu, watch out!" shouted Dong the blacksmith's apprentice, swinging his hammer at a small spirit attempting a surprise attack on me. Though clumsy, his bravery moved me. "Jiu Changsheng, use fire against those on the left." Widow Kong's sharp voice cut through the chaos. Instantly, I understood her intent. Those spirits were saturated with moisture, clearly fearing flames. I quickly retrieved a fire talisman from my bag, chanting incantations as it ignited. I hurled it toward the group of spirits, and they shrieked in agony, turning to ash in an instant. The battle raged fiercely as the three of us stood back to back, barely fending off the onslaught of smaller spirits. I noticed that while their attacks were ferocious, they lacked coordination. As if testing our formation, a thought struck me. Could the main force of the alliance still be lurking behind? "Changsheng, they are wearing us down." Old Xie's voice echoed in my mind. I nodded. He had sensed it too. We must conclude this battle swiftly, or we would stand no chance when the main force arrived. Taking a deep breath, I summoned the full power of the Yin Sha pearl. A tremendous force erupted from the pearl, forming a massive protective barrier that enveloped the three of us. The spirits' attacks struck the barrier, producing resounding impacts, yet they could not breach it. "Now's our chance," I shouted. "Old Xie, prepare to activate the formation." He nodded, pointing his peachwood sword toward the heavens, chanting incantations. I felt the surrounding feng shui energy coalesce, the formation's power intensifying. At that moment, I sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching from outside the village, even stronger than that of the colossal spirit. My heart sank. The main force of the alliance was on its way. "Changsheng, wait," Old Xie suddenly cautioned. Before he could finish, a chilling voice reverberated through the air. "Do you truly believe this will contain us?" I looked up to see a figure clad in black hovering above the village entrance, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he slowly extended his hand. The black-clad man floated ominously, his cold smile sending shivers down my spine. His outstretched hand seemed to wield control over everything, a suffocating pressure enveloping the entire village. "Do you truly believe this will contain us?" his scornful voice echoed, reminiscent of death's decree. Old Xie's expression turned grave as he murmured, "Changsheng, their main force is waiting for us to exhaust ourselves before breaking the formation. At this rate, we will not last long." I gritted my teeth, cold sweat beading on my forehead. He spoke the truth. I could feel the energy of the formation rapidly depleting, and if we delayed further, The consequences would be dire. A reckless thought flashed through my mind. Old Xie, let us activate the formation's strongest power prematurely, I declared resolutely, my eyes gleaming with determination. However, he countered, that would be too perilous. Your body may not withstand it. Worry etched across his face. I took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within me. There was no time for hesitation, trust me. I seated myself cross-legged, hands forming seals, channeling all my energy into the Yin Sha Pearl. I could sense the pearl's power surging wildly, as if yearning to break free from my body. Gritting my teeth, I guided this energy, infusing it into the formation. Boom! The formation blazed with radiant light, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. The trapped spirits within the formation howled in torment, their forms contorting grotesquely before they were reduced to ashes. Enduring the searing pain coursing through my body, I sprang to my feet, charging toward the core spirit. It resembled a giant python, exuding a repulsive, nauseating stench. Its scarlet eyes fixed upon me, emitting a hissing sound from its mouth. I dared not be careless. I summoned the full power of the Yin Sha Pearl while concentrating my mind, utilizing my unique ability to briefly enter the realm of malevolent thoughts to disrupt the actions of the giant python's malevolence. Seizing the opportunity, I struck the Yin Sha Pearl forcefully upon the giant python's head. The creature let out a deafening scream, its colossal body crashing to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of black water. The malevolent alliance was thrown into disarray, losing the command of their core malevolence. Scattering like headless flies in every direction, the villagers erupted into thunderous cheers at this spectacle. The blacksmith Dong's apprentice rushed towards me, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Brother Gu, you are incredible." A surge of heroism welled up within me. This was the village I vowed to protect, and I had succeeded. I managed to force a smile. Though my heart remained tense and alert, I sensed that the situation was far from simple. Old Xia approached me, patting my shoulder. "Changsheng, you did exceptionally well." His tone bore a hint of relief, yet also an undercurrent of concern. Following his gaze, I beheld the man in black still hovering in the air. His expression devoid of panic, instead adorned with a sinister smile. He slowly spoke, his voice low and chilling. "Magnificent, truly magnificent. However, the game has only just begun." The villagers' cheers were deafening, and Dong's apprentice enthusiastically patted my shoulder, as if we had already secured ultimate victory. Yet, my heart felt as heavy as a boulder. The man's eerie smile lingered in my mind. Although the giant python's malevolence was vanquished, the residual black water swiftly seeped into the ground, showing no signs of dissipating, almost as if it were part of some ritual. I glanced at old Xie. His face was grave, as if he too sensed something amiss. "Changsheng," he said in a hushed tone, "this is merely the beginning, indeed." I stifled the surging blood within me, surveying the surroundings. The dissipating malevolence had not truly vanished. They swirled above the village like a dark mist, lingering ominously. This was no mere retreat. They were gathering strength. Widow Kong had somehow approached us, her tone foreboding. The true purpose of the malevolent alliance is likely not simply to attack. Her gaze shifted towards the mountain behind the village, where a heavy aura of malevolence hung, sending a chill down my spine. An intense wave of unease washed over me. Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped old Xie's wrist, urging, "We must go to the back mountain." Chapter 50. Exploring the nest of malevolence, breaking through layers of fog, the villagers' cheers gradually subsided, replaced by a stifling fear. The shock from the giant python's malevolence still lingered, the air thick with a lingering, foul odor. I understood that this battle was merely a prelude. The true threat lay ahead. I needed to act swiftly to uncover the conspiracy behind the malevolent alliance. "We are heading to the back mountain," I declared resolutely, my gaze fixed on the depths of the mountain, where immense danger seemed to lurk, beckoning me to explore. Old Xie nodded. Despite his age, his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, village chief, he grew flustered, wringing his hands and displaying clear anxiety. "Changsheng, the back mountain is treacherous. Perhaps we should refrain from venturing there." I interrupted him. "Village chief, I understand your concerns, but we cannot sit idly by. The malevolent alliance will not relent. We must take the initiative." "Village chief," he attempted to persuade me further, but I was unwilling to waste any more time. Taking a deep breath, I set off towards the back mountain. Old Xie followed closely behind, his steps steady, as if he held everything in control. Brother Changsheng, wait for me. Dong's apprentice came running, panting, clutching a small iron sword that glimmered coldly. Take this, it might prove useful. He thrust the small sword into my hands, his eyes filled with admiration and worry. I accepted the sword, warmth flooding my heart. Though humble in appearance, this sword bore the apprentice's concern and support, bolstering my courage to face the challenges ahead. Old Xie produced a handful of copper coins from his pocket, murmuring incantations. I felt a strange power swirling around us, as if guiding our path. Following this force, we ventured deeper into the back mountain. After walking for about half an hour, the trees grew denser, and the light dimmed further. A chilling atmosphere enveloped us, sending shivers down our spines. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an alarm blared in my mind. I whirled around, shouting to Old Xie, "Be careful!" Before I could finish my warning, countless vines erupted from the ground, resembling monstrous claws, reaching out to ensnare us. The vines bristled with sharp thorns, glinting ominously in the dim light. I tightened my grip on the small iron sword, preparing for battle. "Step back," Old Xie bellowed, scattering the copper coins into the air. They whirled around, producing a clear, ringing sound, forming a barrier that thwarted the vine's assault. Seizing the moment, I swung the small sword, slicing through the advancing vines. The sword was remarkably sharp, easily severing them. However, the severed vines did not wither. Instead, they writhed as if alive, attempting to strike us once more. Old Xie's expression turned grave. "This isn't right." The vines writhed furiously, akin to a horde of famished serpents, their foul stench nauseating. I swung the small sword, my arms growing weary, yet I dared not relent. The copper coins in Old Xie's hand dwindled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he furrowed his brow. "These vines are exceedingly sinister." Suddenly, a figure darted from the woods, accompanied by a tinkling laughter. "Oh, what dance are you two performing?" It was Widow Kong, dressed in black. She appeared particularly enigmatic under the dim light. Clutching a pouch of powder, her gaze held a mischievous glint. Before we could respond, she scattered the powder towards the vines. The powder fell like snowflakes, and at that moment, the surrounding light warped, accompanied by an eerie melody. As the powder touched the vines, a sizzling sound erupted, and the vines writhed in agonizing struggle, their thorns ejecting venom that fell to the ground, producing billows of black smoke. Widow Kong, amidst the haze, appeared as serene as a celestial being. Astonishingly, the once menacing vines withered instantly, turning to ash. "I had anticipated you would encounter trouble." Widow Kong chuckled lightly, stepping closer to us. "This back mountain is no benevolent place." Her eyes lingered on me, laden with meaning. The realization struck me. Widow Kong seemed to possess knowledge beyond my grasp. Old Xie gathered the remaining copper coins, bowing slightly to her. "Thank you, Madame Kong, for your assistance." "Think nothing of it," she waved dismissively. "I, too, act for the village's safety." After a brief pause, she added, "The nest of malevolence lies in the valley ahead. However, the dangers within far exceed your expectations." Taking a deep breath, I gripped the small iron sword tightly. Ahead lay the unknown perils, the nest of malevolence, and the challenges I must confront. I gazed into the valley, where a thick aura of malevolence loomed, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, rather than fear, an inexplicable excitement surged within me. To explore the unknown and unveil the truth, that was my desire. I stepped boldly into the valley, with Old Xie and Dong's apprentice following closely, while Widow Kong trailed silently behind. The valley was eerily silent. A cold wind swept through, producing a mournful wail, akin to weeping or a warning. I felt a powerful aura of malevolence emanating from the depths of the valley. Pressing upon my senses, suddenly, Widow Kong grasped my sleeve, her touch icy, coiling around my wrist like a serpent. She leaned close, whispering, "Be cautious." I glanced down, noticing the color of the soil beneath my feet appeared unusually dark compared to the surrounding earth. Tentatively, I prodded it with my toe, and to my astonishment, the soil rippled like the surface of water. Alarm surged through me, and I quickly stepped back. "Swamp." Old Xie immediately discerned the danger, his expression grave. This malevolence is indeed treacherous. Heh, have you only now realized? Is it not too late? The voice of the apprentice from the feng shui school came from ahead, dripping with mockery. We turned to see him perched on a rise, regarding us with a sinister grin, exuding a faint aura of malevolence, in stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Apprentice Chui, what are you doing? I shouted in fury. Why are you aiding the malevolence in harming others? Aiding the malevolence? Chui scoffed. They promised me power, supreme authority. This is my true pursuit, far better than following that old man Xie. You've lost your mind. I seethed. Your actions will doom the entire village. And what of it? Chui shrugged nonchalantly. As long as I get what I desire, the fate of others is of no concern to me. No sooner had he spoken than he began to weave hand signs. Murmuring incantations, in an instant, countless pitch-black small malevolences crawled from the swamp, emitting piercing cries that echoed like wails of the damned, sending chills down our spines. These small malevolences seemed to be under Chui's control. Surging towards us, I tightened my grip on the small iron sword, my fury igniting. Old Xie, Dong's apprentice, we fight side by side. Old Xie nodded, the copper coins swirling in his hand, striking the small malevolences with a series of crisp sounds. The apprentice of the blacksmith, Dong, swung his hammer with clumsy determination, undeterred by the daunting task at hand. I plunged into the throng of malevolent spirits, and at that very moment, the small iron sword in my grasp erupted with a brilliant light. A radiance imbued with the power to purify the wicked, a surge of realization coursed through me. I could deftly manipulate this newfound strength. Like a dancer weaving through the malevolent horde, each stroke of my sword sent waves of spirits dissipating into nothingness. I shouted defiantly, "You vile beings, today marks your demise." Wherever I turned, the spirits faltered and crumbled. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, relentless in their assault, an endless tide of darkness. Amidst the fierce battle, my gaze inadvertently swept towards the depths of the valley, where a colossal cave seemed to lurk, shrouded in a veil of black mist that obscured its interior. A potent aura of malevolence emanated from within, sending a tremor through my heart. Could that be the lair of the evil spirits? Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way, and I plummeted into the mire. Countless black hands reached out from the swamp, grasping my body with an iron grip, sapping my vitality bit by bit. Just as I believed I would be engulfed by the murky depths, a hand seized me. I looked up to find Widow Kong. It's he that moment. The hands of the swamp engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with her. My body caught painfully between the two forces. "This swamp is perilous," she gasped, her face pale and her voice frantic. I felt a surge of power beneath her words as they grew fainter, her grip weakening until she was ultimately consumed by the mire. My heart raced in despair, yet in that moment, old Xie yanked me back from the brink, exclaiming, "Changsheng, remain calm. This is not the time for sorrow." He was right. I had to retain my composure. I surveyed my surroundings. The mocking laughter of Chui Feng's apprentice echoing ominously in the valley, as the little malevolent spirits surged forth like an unrelenting tide. The blacksmith's apprentice fought valiantly with his hammer, but it was evident that his strength was waning. I noticed that the spot where Widow Kong had sunk was churning violently, a plume of black mist erupting from it, racing towards the cave cloaked in darkness at the valley's heart. "Old Xie, look," I pointed at the swirling blackness. "That cave harbors danger." Old Xie's countenance shifted drastically as he followed my gaze. "This is bad," he began, but his words were cut short by a deafening roar emanating from the valley's depths. Reminiscent of an ancient beast, instilling dread within me, I felt the earth tremble, the trees swaying violently as if on the verge of collapse. A foreboding intuition welled up within me. Something terrifying lay hidden within this valley. "We must flee." Old Xie grasped my arm, his voice trembling with urgency. "We cannot remain here." Before I could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force began to pull me deeper into the valley. "Old Xie," I shouted, but all I could see was his receding figure, his terrified expression and unfinished words fading away. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Valley, Perils Abound. Old Xie's grip was surprisingly strong, yanking me back just in time to avoid a disastrous fall. Before I could regain my footing, the roar from the valley erupted again, causing my ears to ring. "Run! Quickly!" Old Xie bellowed, dragging me towards the valley's exit. The chilling laughter of Chui Feng's apprentice grew sharper, taunting. Want to escape? Too late. A swarm of little malevolent spirits, like a black tide, enveloped us entirely. The small iron sword given to me by the blacksmith's apprentice had dulled from use, and as I swung it, I felt my strength waning. Changsheng, be careful. Old Xie shielded me with his body, wielding his peachwood sword with fierce precision, yet even his efforts were inadequate against the sheer number of spirits. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, a soft hand grasped my arm. It was Widow Kong. Having emerged from the swamp, she was drenched but wore a peculiar smile. Follow my instructions, she whispered close to my ear. Her breath fragrant and soothing. Her voice, though gentle, held an enchanting power that compelled me to obey. Feel their essence and identify their weaknesses. Her fingers brushed against my hand, sending a jolt of energy coursing through me. Magnifying my senses to an extraordinary degree, I could now discern the vulnerabilities on the little malevolent spirits with startling clarity. Here, and here, I shouted, pointing to their bellies and eyes. In that instant, I felt as though I had plunged into a dark ocean, surrounded by an endless malevolent aura. Yet Widow Kong's voice shone like a beacon in the darkness. I closed my eyes, attuning myself to her guidance. Suddenly, a vivid image appeared before me. The spirits glimmered with red weak points, akin to stars in the night sky. With a rallying cry, I led the charge towards those luminous spots, and under our assault, the encirclement of spirits shattered like fragile glass. Old Xie and the blacksmith's apprentice immediately grasped my intent, their strikes becoming more precise. The spirits' defenses crumbled before us, their shrieks piercing the air as they fell. Defeated, we became a sharp blade, cleaving through the mass of darkness. Quickly, follow me, I urged, leading the way out. Old Xie and the blacksmith's apprentice followed closely, with Widow Kong trailing behind. Just as we neared the edge of the encirclement, I heard a sudden gasp from behind. Turning, I saw Widow Kong had fallen. Her ankle twisted, and a pang of alarm shot through me as I immediately turned back into the fray, rushing to her aid. Are you all right? I asked urgently. Widow Kong's face was pale, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Yet her gaze was filled with gratitude and a hint of something more profound. I twisted my ankle, she murmured, biting her lip, her small hand gripping my arm tightly. I sensed her fragility, and a protective instinct surged within me. Do not fear, I will carry you out. I lifted her effortlessly and charged through the throng once more. Old Xie and the blacksmith's apprentice joined us, forming a protective circle as we faced our surroundings with vigilance. Seeing our escape, Chui Feng's apprentice wore an ominous expression. He let out a shrill cry and began casting spells, causing nearby stones to come alive, hurtling toward us with ferocious speed. Watch out, Old Xie shouted, brandishing his peachwood sword to shatter most of the incoming projectiles. Yet several stones evaded his strike, hurtling straight towards Widow Kong and me in a split second. I instinctively shielded her with my body. Bracing for impact, a searing pain coursed through me, and I stifled a groan as I felt the stones strike my back. Yet seeing Widow Kong unharmed made it all worthwhile. Changsheng, she cried out, her eyes wide with concern. I am fine. I gritted my teeth, enduring the agony as I stood tall once more. Chui Feng's apprentice, witnessing our resilience, his eyes glinted with malice. He unleashed another wave of ferocious spells, causing the trees around us to sway ominously, as if they might collapse at any moment. I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did he truly believe that a few incantations would grant him dominion over us? I, Gu Changsheng, was no pushover. My heightened senses tracked his every movement, his weaknesses illuminated before me like a beacon in the night. Seizing the moment, I lunged forward, feigning a left jab, and he fell for the ruse. Exposing his right side, I drove my right fist into his face with all my pent-up disdain, sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string as I grappled with Chui Feng's apprentice. Our fists clashed in a flurry of blows that sent dust swirling through the valley. Each impact unleashed waves of energy, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground, glowing faintly as if the earth itself was awakening beneath our battle. The intensity of our struggle twisted the trees around us, their leaves cascading down like a verdant snowfall as we fought within this surreal tableau. With each encounter, my determination surged, and I landed another punishing blow to his visage. He howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Bah! He spat out blood, his eyes filled with venom. Jiu Changsheng, you will pay for this. I chuckled derisively. You think you stand a chance against me? With a swift motion, I hoisted him up, tossing him before old Xia. Old man, this scoundrel is yours to deal with. Old Xia nodded, his peachwood sword shimmering with golden light as he bound Shui Feng's apprentice securely. At last, I had the opportunity to scrutinize the imposing stone door. Towering high, it was inscribed with an intricate tapestry of runes, exuding an ominous aura that sent chills down my spine. Widow Kong had appeared at my side. Her complexion pale, gripping my arm tightly, trembling visibly. Changsheng, she whispered. Concern etched on her features. I clasped her icy hand reassuringly, offering her a comforting gaze, though not fear. I am here. A warm sensation surged within me as her worries began to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable tenderness. Taking a deep breath, I approached the stone door. I needed to uncover the secrets concealed behind it to resolve this crisis once and for all. However, as I neared the door, a formidable force began to draw me in. Changsheng. A gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of Widow Kong and Old Man Xie behind me. I fought against the overwhelming force, striving to maintain my balance. Yet it felt akin to an invisible giant hand, clutching me tightly, intent on dragging me into an endless abyss. The runes etched upon the stone door seemed to come alive, pulsating with an eerie glow, while a chilling aura penetrated my very bones. Just as I sensed that I was on the brink of being consumed by the stone door, a surge of defiance ignited within me. How could Gu Changsheng falter here? Suddenly, I recalled the focusing technique that my master had once taught me. Despite the agony coursing through my body, I closed my eyes, concentrated my mind, and began to circulate the energy within me. A faint light emanated from my being, countering the door's pull. With a mighty shout, I thrust my feet down and surprisingly managed to retreat a small step. Widow Kong let out a cry. Clutching my waist desperately, attempting to pull me back, I could feel her soft form pressed tightly against my back, her hurried breaths brushing against my neck, carrying a faint, fragrant scent. Old Man Xia rushed forward, seizing my arm with a fierce grip, shouting, Changsheng, hold on! His aged hand clamped down on my wrist like a vice. Yet, the force was simply too formidable. I felt my body gradually being drawn towards the stone door. It was as if the door's suction was a colossal black hole, consuming everything around it. I witnessed stones, leaves, and even the remnants of minor evils being pulled towards the door. The runes on the door flickered with a ghastly light. Resembling the eyes of a demon, I struggled against the pull, feeling like an insignificant ant. Yet the conviction in my heart refused to yield. I stood resolute, a solitary warrior, bravely resisting this overwhelming force. The voices of Widow Kong and Old Man Xie echoed faintly amidst the howling winds, and I gritted my teeth, vowing to break free from this power. However, I could not withstand it any longer. I managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. As everything before my eyes began to blur and spin, I felt as though I was ensnared in a vast vortex, being mercilessly devoured. No! I reached out, yearning to grasp something, only to find emptiness. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I heard Widow Kong's heart-wrenching cry. Changsheng. Then, I knew nothing more. Wake up, Changsheng, wake up. Who is calling me? I struggled to open my eyes. Wake up, Changsheng, wake up. This voice belonged to Old Man Xia. I suddenly opened my eyes wide, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. I was still alive. Changsheng, it's wonderful that you're all right. Widow Kong held me tightly, her voice laced with tears. I felt her trembling body, and the sincerity of her concern warmed my heart. I gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to be at ease. The force was terrifying, I remarked, still haunted by the recent ordeal. Indeed, had you not been so fortunate, you might have been consumed, Old Man Xie replied, his face pale. It was only then that I noticed we stood a little farther away from the stone door. The runes continued to flicker with their strange luminescence, reminiscent of a beast that preys upon the unwary. What had transpired just moments ago? I strained to recall the events leading up to my loss of consciousness. When the force pulled you, a brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped you, and then that suction ceased, causing you to fall, exclaimed the apprentice of Dong the blacksmith, his face filled with astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Golden light? I racked my brain but could recall nothing. Could it be my unique ability? A flicker of realization stirred within me, sensing a powerful force surging within. Changsheng, how do you feel? Old Man Xia inquired with concern. I inhaled deeply, attuning myself to the torrent of power within, and replied, I feel splendid, better than ever. I clenched my fists, a wave of immense strength coursing through me, as if I could command everything. What is this power? I gazed at the mysterious stone door, an intense impulse swelling within me. I yearned to uncover the secrets concealed behind this door. I slowly approached the stone door, with Old Man Xia trailing closely behind. Be cautious, Changsheng, Old Man Xia whispered as a warning. I nodded, my gaze fixed intently on the runes adorning the door. These symbols appeared to harbor some enigmatic force. I reached out to touch one. Its surface chilling to the bone as I examined the intricate patterns of the rune. An odd sense of familiarity washed over me. Old Man Xia leaned in closer, squinting, his bony fingers gently caressing the rune as he muttered incantations. Heaven and earth reversed, yin and yang turned. This is an ancient sealing rune. Old Man Xia's tone held a note of surprise. He retrieved an ancient, weathered tome from his bosom, flipping to a page and pointing to the illustration. Look, it is identical to the runes on the stone door. I leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, the illustration in the tome mirrored the runes on the stone door almost perfectly. Old Man Xia indicated a specific rune among them, saying, This is the focal point. If we can decipher it, we can open the stone door. Following the instructions from the ancient book, we endeavored to unravel the focal point. After much effort, the rune emitted a blinding radiance, and soon the entire stone door began to tremble, resonating with a thunderous roar. The door slowly opened, releasing a frigid gust, mingled with a pungent scent of blood that was utterly nauseating. Behind the door loomed a colossal evil entity, its form mountainous, nearly filling the entire space behind the stone door. Its body was shrouded in black scales, each glimmering with a ghostly light, resembling the armor of a demon lurking in the shadows. A pair of blood-red eyes glimmered with ferocity, akin to two flames of hellfire. Merely meeting its gaze instilled a profound dread. Surrounding it were numerous lesser evils, clustering around their king like stars circling a moon. Their chilling shrieks echoing as if in fervent praise of their sovereign. This is the core power of the evil alliance. Old Man Xia's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, and no sooner had he spoken than the gigantic evil being opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Old Man Xia and I swiftly dodged aside, as the flames scorched the earth into charred soil. Changsheng, be careful, echoed the apprentice's voice from afar, while Widow Kong gazed at us anxiously. Her hands tightly clasped together. I took a deep breath, summoning the power inside me. Old Man Xia and I launched our counterattack. I utilized my unique perception to locate the entity's weakness, while Old Man Xia employed various feng shui artifacts to strike. Its weakness lies atop its head, I shouted. However, the monstrous evil's head was shielded by the multitude of lesser evils, making it impossible to approach. Just then, a figure darted in from the side, brandishing a dagger aimed at me. Gu Changsheng, perish! It was the apprentice of the feng shui master. A jolt of alarm surged through me, and I hastily evaded, yet I was a moment too late. I in the nick of time. Widow Kong surged forward like a bolt of lightning, her gaze resolute and unwavering. The dagger plunged unimpeded into her body, causing her to shudder slightly before collapsing softly into my embrace. Her lips trembled as if she wished to utter something, but no words emerged. Only crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, blossoming like a crimson flower, gradually staining my clothing. Widow Kong. I cradled her lifeless form, a fiery rage igniting within me. Feng Shui apprentice, how dare you? Widow Kong lay softly in my arms, the blood staining my attire. An inferno of fury blazed in my chest. Feng Shui apprentice, I shall not let you go unpunished. I gently laid Widow Kong on the ground and slowly stood, my scarlet eyes fixated on the Feng Shui apprentice, an unprecedented power surging from within me. I felt as though I had transformed into a wild beast. Brimming with destructive fury, I roared and charged towards the colossal evil. The lesser evils surged forth like a tide, attempting to obstruct me, but my strength surpassed all limits. With each punch I threw, a howling wind followed, sending the lesser evils flying like fragile paper dolls. I surged forward like a cannonball ablaze with fury, carving a bloody path through the throngs of lesser evils, heading straight for the great evil. With a mighty leap, I harnessed the fury coursing through me and soared atop the colossal being's head. Its scales shone like iron, glimmering with a metallic sheen. I concentrated all my strength into my right fist and struck down upon its vulnerability. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the colossal evil emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its body quaking violently, causing the surrounding lesser evils to scatter in panic. I felt as though my fist had struck a piece of red-hot iron. Searing pain radiated throughout my body, yet I paid it no heed. I gritted my teeth and swung my fist again. Once, twice, thrice. Each blow contained all my strength, fueled by boundless fury. The massive evil began to gradually dissolve, transforming into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Upon witnessing the core of the evil alliance on the verge of obliteration, the feng shui apprentice's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to flee. Try to run? Not so easily. Old Xie let out a cold grunt, and with a flick of his whisk, a complex feng shui formation instantly materialized, ensnaring the apprentice of Chui feng shui within its confines. The apprentice struggled within the formation, his face a mask of terror. He gazed at me in horror, his eyes brimming with despair. I slowly approached him, looking down from my elevated position, a cold smile curling at the corners of my lips. Chui feng shui, did you truly believe you could escape? I coldly declared. Chui feng shui, your schemes have come to an end. As the last remnants of dark smoke from the malevolent spirit dissipated, the oppressive gloom that had shrouded the village for days began to lift. The formation that ensnared the apprentice of Chui feng shui radiated with brilliance. He let out a piercing scream as his body contorted and twisted, ultimately transforming into a puddle of black water. Vanishing entirely, I exhaled deeply, my taut nerves finally unwinding. The villagers emerged from their hiding places, their cheers echoing like thunder. They surrounded me, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Villager, he grasped my hand with fervor, tears streaming down his face. Changsheng, you are truly the hero of our village. The blacksmith's apprentice also enthusiastically patted my shoulder, his face alight with admiration. Standing amidst the jubilant crowd, bathed in the glow of victory, an ineffable sense of pride surged within me. I, Gu Changsheng, had become the true guardian of the village. However, just as I reveled in this moment of tranquility, I sensed an unusual aura, a barely perceptible chill emanating from beyond the village. I abruptly turned, gazing towards the village entrance, a sense of foreboding rising within me. Old Xia approached my side, following my gaze, his expression growing serious. Changsheng, he said in a low voice, I fear this is not yet over. I took a deep breath, clenching my fists. Chapter 53. A new scheme of malevolence. The village in peril. The cheers gradually subsided, yet the pervasive air of fear lingered. The villagers looked at me, their expressions not only filled with gratitude, but also tinged with unease, as if the shadow of a great beast still loomed over our small village. I understood that old Xie's words, "It is not yet over," were not mere alarmist rhetoric. That chill in the air pricked at my heart, growing clearer and more disquieting by the moment. Villager, we must bolster our defenses, I urged urgently, striving to awaken his vigilance. The malevolent spirits have not truly vanished. I sense they are concocting a more sinister plot. I silently pondered. I knew the villagers were terrified, yet if we did not prepare ourselves now, a renewed assault from the malevolence would spell disaster. I could not stand idly by as they fell into peril, even at the risk of being misunderstood. Villager, he wiped the sweat from his brow, his demeanor weary. Changsheng, I know you are doing your utmost, but everyone is frightened and needs time to recover. Besides, those malevolent spirits have been driven away. Will they return? They will. They certainly will, I nearly shouted. They are more cunning and vicious than we can imagine. My fervor was met with skepticism, drawing whispers and fearful glances from the villagers. Changsheng, I understand your concerns, but we cannot act rashly. Villager, he replied, his tone tinged with irritation. Your words will only incite greater panic. Act rashly? I pointed towards the village entrance, my voice trembling. Do you not feel that chilling presence? Do you not sense danger closing in? The blacksmith's apprentice stepped forward, declaring, Villager, I believe Changsheng. He would not deceive us. Taidan, what do you know, child? Villager, he waved his hand impatiently. Do not join in the foolishness. My argument with Villager, he escalated. And the villagers split into factions, debating fervently. I felt like a madman, desperately attempting to rouse them, only to find they preferred to linger in a false sense of security rather than confront the impending danger. Just as despair began to engulf me, old Xie slowly rose, his murky eyes sparkling with wisdom. Changsheng speaks the truth. The danger has not been averted. He paused, his voice deep and resonant. Follow me, as old Xie spoke. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. Leaning on his cane, his murky eyes glimmering with conviction, the villagers exchanged looks, and even Villager, he showed signs of uncertainty. Old Xie's authority in the village was formidable. His words swayed many that I followed him as he circled the village. I concentrated intently, attuning myself to the subtle energy fluctuations around us. That chilling aura flickered in and out, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait. It is right here. I pointed towards a grove of trees to the west of the village, where the malevolence was most palpable, sending shivers down my spine. Old Xie nodded, tapping the ground with his cane. His eyes narrowing as if recalling something, murmuring, "This terrain resembles something I encountered years ago on the other side of the mountain." Observing the surroundings with my unique perceptive abilities, alongside old Xie's vast experience, we quickly discerned certain clues. Strange symbols were faintly visible on the forest floor, reminiscent of components of a formation. A shock coursed through me. This confirmed my suspicions. The malevolent alliance was indeed setting a nefarious formation.